The airplane wanted to try its hand at a spy story. This is the first time writing it, so there will inevitably be imperfections. No more chatter. Oh my young master, put it down, quickly put it down. This is work for the servants. How can you personally interfere? An old man rushed out from the house shouting as he ran, yet still moving cautiously, afraid of startling the young master carrying things in front of him. It would not matter if the goods were dropped, but if the young master were injured, that would be troublesome. With a thud, the young man let go of what he was holding, clapped the dust from his hands, and turned his body around. Before them stood a wealthy young lord, handsome as carved jade and elegant in bearing. Kai Bo, I am not some frail and delicate young master. Your eldest young master has been trained. As he spoke, the young man raised his arm, showing off his biceps. Seeing the bulging curve, he smiled in satisfaction. Kai Bo, however, wore a bitter expression. The master had only just left, and the young master had completely changed. Young master, let the servants do this. Look at you doing such dirty work with your own hands. My great young master, it does not matter if the servants' clothes get dirty, a casual wash will do. But if your garments are stained or ruined, even selling this entire batch of goods would not be enough to buy you another outfit like this. Kai Bo, from now on do not buy such expensive clothes for me, the young man said, tugging at his own attire. It was indeed pure silk, the texture exceptionally pleasant to the touch. Young master, you are now the head of the household. Your status is no longer what it used to be. When you go out and meet people, everything must speak of ceremony and face. It does not matter if the home itself is modest, what matters is that outwardly you shine. Otherwise, why do you think those former Baal lords on the back street now rub their lips with pigskin whenever they go out? Fine, I will stop moving things then. You really are something. Just because I lifted a hand, you have scolded me half the day. I truly wish you had gone abroad together with my father. Young master, to be honest, I could hardly bear to part with the master either, but for the sake of the Wang family this old servant was willing to stay behind. The eldest young master let out a sigh and lightly slapped his own forehead. His father had taken the entire family and, claiming he was going to America to seek gold, left in a great rush, yet abandoned him in the capital. He called it leaving someone behind to look after the shop. To make matters worse, he left him with an old man. Just how senior was this man's generation? By calculation, Kai Bo had been part of his grandmother's dowry, later serving as his grandfather's study attendant. He had followed his grandfather for more than 30 years and then served his father for over a decade. Among the household servants, there was none whose seniority surpassed Kai Bo's. At his level, there was only one other, Fu Bo. Fu Bo was the Wang family's old steward. He had served the Wang household for decades. Counting back to the great-grandfather's generation, the Fu family had been stewards of the Wang clan for several generations, diligently and flawlessly. This time when his father went to America, he took Fu Bo with him and left Kai Bo behind for his son, calling it assistance. In truth, it was to keep an eye on the Wang family's sole heir, the eldest young master, Wang Yusheng. Though the Wang family was not unimaginably wealthy, they were still a household of some standing in the capital. Across the entire city, the Wang family's storefronts numbered in the dozens, from gold and silver jewelry down to firewood, rice oil and tea. There was little they did not dabble in. Unfortunately, his father was a man of lofty ambition who looked down on the modest profits of the capital. He sold off 9/10 of the family's assets, preparing to gamble for greater fortune in America. For his eldest son, who remained at home, he left a single large general store. One should not underestimate this emporium. From needles and thread to all manner of foreign-made carriages, as long as one had money, one could buy it there. His father's methods were remarkably bold. There was almost nothing he could not procure. All those connections and channels were handed over to his own son Wang Yusheng when he left the capital. Yet in one regard this new Wang Yusheng had wronged that convenient father. He was no longer the obedient son he had once been. On the very night his father departed, the original Wang Yusheng let himself go completely. He gathered friends and spent the night in brothels, then half-crazed staggered home alone in the middle of the night and was drenched in rain. The result was a high fever that lasted 3 days, and Wang Yusheng breathed his last. At the very moment he exhaled his final breath, a bolt of lightning slashed across the Wang family's grand courtyard, and along that lightning a strange soul descended, entering and taking over the body that had just died. By coincidence, this soul was also named Wang Yusheng. Yet he was no pampered young master, but a night shift duty officer at an international port in the 22nd century. That night the port was also filled with lightning and thunder. Having read the weather forecast, the other night shift workers had all taken leave in advance. On the vast dock, only the foolishly dutiful Wang Yusheng remained on watch. This was an international superport approaching 100,000 mu in size. Countless containers of all sizes were stacked upon it. At first everything was fine. Halfway through his patrol, however, wind and rain suddenly changed and thunder and lightning crashed together. Thinking to shelter from the wind, he leaned against a stack of containers to rest for a while, intending to continue once the gale passed. But misfortune had chosen him. The thunder boomed as if exploding right above his head. Massive bolts of lightning coiled and writhed over him, circling back and forth in the sky. The final bolt descended like the end of the world. With a crack, its light illuminated the entire port. Then it shot straight down toward Wang Yusheng. After a wave of tingling numbness, when Wang Yusheng regained consciousness, he had already entered the body of the eldest young master of a capital family in the year 1943. Once the fusion was complete this 22nd century, Wang Yusheng fully replaced the young master of this era. Upon waking, Wang Yusheng agonized the entire morning. Only after carefully piecing together events did he fully understand what had happened. Once he had sorted it all out, his doubts vanished. Instead, he stood before a mirror, grinning foolishly and laughing for a long time before finally stopping his silliness so that the household would not notice anything amiss. Why was he so delighted? Primarily because he sensed a space within his mind. After some exploration, he recognized exactly what that space was. It was none other than the port where he used to work. After his excitement subsided, Wang Yusheng felt an excess of energy with nowhere to vent. Perhaps because he had loved to work in his previous life, whenever he saw work to be done, he wanted to lend a hand. As a result, the moment he carried a few things today, Kai Bo started his nagging behind him. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that Kai Bo did not manage the shop, he only oversaw the household. This was precisely what his father had often said: each person has his own duties to mind what you ought to mind. No master favors a servant who meddles in matters beyond his station. The general store was enormous, occupying 4 full shop fronts. There were 10 runners at the front just for errands, 2 accountants, and a manager. Wang Yusheng did not have to manage the shop at all. The former Wang Yusheng had been too lazy to bother, whereas the current Wang Yusheng was simply curious. This emporium truly lived up to the name of a general store. It could rival half a department store from the post-1949 era. His father had opened this shop after taking a cue from some foreigners. To run a store, you must push it to the extreme. Whatever others have, I must have, and whatever they lack, I must still have. And indeed, this general store was highly profitable. Yet the times were undeniably difficult. What was the year 1943? The invaders were still here. Hateful as they were, the local thugs and gangs trailing behind them were even more detestable. Relying on knowing 1 or 2 of the occupiers, they swaggered through the streets every day, smashing stalls here, extorting protection fees there. The official occupying troops were limited in number, yet these hoodlums far outnumbered them and were far more vicious. Of 10 families ruined in the capital, 7 had fallen prey to such ruffians. This, however, did not mean the occupiers were any better. Smiling at his reflection in the mirror, Wang Yusheng silently thanked heaven for sending him to this era. If he did not personally cut down a few invaders, he would feel unworthy of the lightning that had brought him here. Perhaps because his soul had been tempered by lightning, and because the lightning had brushed over this body when the souls fused. His body had undergone subtle changes, in speed, mental acuity, vision, hearing, and physical strength. To Wang Yusheng, he now felt like a minor Superman, a man who could fell a full-grown wild boar with a single punch. With such skills, slipping out at night to kill a small enemy soldier should pose no problem. Once he decided, he acted. Young Master Wang was not a man who procrastinated. Wang Yusheng strolled to the front shop. "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, young master." Wang Yusheng could only maintain a reserved air and nod slightly in response. He tried his best to maintain his former demeanor, and even if there were changes, they could not be drastic. His thrifty old father had passed away not long ago. If his own manner suddenly transformed, people would surely censure him and say he was far too frivolous. "Greetings, young master." When Wang Yusheng reached the counter, the general store manager Lu Mingzhi hurried over and bowed. Manager Lu, do we have the latest map of the capital? Get me a copy." "A map of the capital? We do. The newest one we have was drawn in 1940. The layout hasn't changed much in these past few years. As long as it's roughly accurate and not too far off, that's fine. Get me one first so I can take a look." "All right, young master, please wait a moment. I'll have someone fetch it for you at once." Dolly, son Dolly, hurry and bring a map of the capital for the young master quickly now." Someone answered from the back, and in barely a minute a youth of 16 or 17 ran over carrying a folded map. Manager, here's the map. Manager Lu took it, looked it over and nodded. Young master, this is the one. Alright, I'll take the map with me. I'll be in the study upstairs for a while. If anything comes up, just call me from downstairs. Very well, young master, I'll have someone bring you tea in a bit. No need, I'm not thirsty for the moment, Wang Yusheng said with a wave of his hand and went straight upstairs. Manager Lu pursed his lips and smacked them lightly. Ah, his own niece truly had no such good fortune. He turned his head to look at a young girl tidying the women's goods counter not far away and shook his head. Wang Yusheng reached the upper floor and entered his own office. He unfolded the map and began to study it. In his previous life he had only been to the capital twice, the first time to meet an online friend, the second to attend a wedding. But he had never really explored the city and only knew a little about it. If he wandered around at midnight and couldn't find his way home, that would be a disastrous joke. Wang Yusheng carefully memorized every single street. It took him 2 full hours. When he finally closed his eyes, a complete map surfaced vividly before his mind's eye. If only there were positioning, that would be perfect. Wait. Lying on the sofa with his eyes shut, Wang Yusheng let his consciousness sink into the mysterious space within his mind. After several rounds of searching and scanning, he finally found what he wanted: drones. And not civilian ones, but military-grade machines. He had no idea which country had manufactured them. What he really wanted were models made in Xia. Everyone knew goods from Xia were rock solid with hardly any defects. Yet the products inside this particular container bore no indication of origin, only the port of loading was marked, Aoda Island. Never mind. To be safe, he would leave these aside for now. He continued searching. Next he came upon various weapons and munitions. Now at least he would never again have to fret over a lack of firepower. He knew how to use all of these. While patrolling the port in his past life, it was inevitable to encounter strange, suspicious people, so the company's rule was simple: once such people were discovered, detain them immediately. If they resisted, they could be fired upon at discretion. If the other side opened fire first, all the better. Life or death would no longer matter. Though Wang Yusheng had never carried a gun onto a battlefield, his real combat experience was by no means inferior. He selected several fine weapons, then gathered sufficient ammunition and magazines, and finally felt much more at ease. Within that inner space, a single thought was enough to load bullets neatly into a magazine. Then he continued rummaging through the space. At last, heaven did not disappoint the diligent. Wang Yusheng found exactly what he had been looking for. This container seemed filled with gear related to cosplay-style heists, and conveniently he found a complete set of black clothing that looked just like what a bank robber would wear. With the map and the firepower in hand, what he needed now was to plan ahead. He took out his pocket watch and checked the time, 10:30 in the morning. He had plenty of time. The most important thing now was to get a firm grasp of the terrain. After tidying up his things, Wang Yusheng headed downstairs. Young master, are you going out? Manager Lu, something came to mind and I'm going out to take care of it. I might not be back at noon, let Uncle Kai know. Alright, very well. Once outside, Wang Yusheng made a gesture with his hand mimicking the movements from his memories. Before his hand had even lowered, a rickshaw puller darted out from the side. Young master, where are you headed? I'll take you. Damn. Though he had worked at the port, Wang Yusheng had watched more than his share of films and television dramas in his free time. And the man before him was exactly that guy, yes, that guy. Wen San, right? Wasn't this fellow precisely Wen San? Ha, and the first person he ran into upon stepping out was actually this man. Just wandering around. Let's see what you've got in those legs. Cover every street around Dakianmen for me. Think you can manage that? Wang Yusheng took out $2 silver from his pocket and tossed them lightly in his hand. Wen San grinned broadly. Young master, you're the young master of the whole Wansheng company. Of course you wouldn't cheat us rickshaw men. Please get in and just watch what I can do. I'll give you $1 first to perk you up. Take it steady, I've got the whole afternoon free today. Very well, sir. Wang Yusheng sat down on the rickshaw cushioned with mats that Wen San had just adjusted. With a cry of, "Sir, sit tight," off we go, with the rickshaw set off smoothly. Veteran rickshaw men all had their tricks, how to run with the least effort, at what pace strength was saved the most. Wen San clearly had such skill, otherwise he could not have been pulling since the early 30s and kept it up for over a decade. The Wang family's general store stood not far from Dakianmen. If one had time to spare, one could follow Qianmen Avenue straight to Tianxia. Or one could turn off toward Dashilan. Following Dashilan would lead straight to Luakang. That was the western side, yet the eastern side was the truly entertaining one. The 8 hutongs lay there. Wang Yusheng could not be called a regular there, yet every madam would light up with delight and call out, "Young Master Wang," whenever she saw him. And since he had taken over old Master Wang's position and become the new shopkeeper, his status had clearly risen a level above those former dissolute companions he used to carouse with. In the capital, friendships were forged by status. Either you had money or you had power. And this rickshaw, he had to admit, was actually quite comfortable. Wen San jogged neither too fast nor too slow. Even after a long while he was scarcely out of breath. From time to time he would look back and share a bit of local gossip with Wang Yusheng. No matter the era, drivers always seemed to be chatterboxes. Each time they passed a new alley, Wang Yusheng would compare it against the map imprinted in his mind. He noted down which places could be put to use. By the time the sun climbed to midday, Wen San had been running for over an hour in one stretch and was only slightly short of breath. If this fellow ever ran a marathon in the future, tisk tsk. Young master, just ahead is Ganjing Hutong. Saner. Yes, young master. Go along Meisher Street to Zushiku. We'll stop at Finziyuan and grab a bite there. All right, then we'll head there now. Wen San turned the corner and set off. Finziyuan was just nearby. Come on, you'll have something to eat with me too. Oh, young master, I really can't. This isn't a place someone of my station can enter. Stop spouting nonsense. If I tell you to come, then you come. Well, all right then. I'll shamelessly tag along for a meal, young master. Seeing his patron's displeasure, Wen San hurriedly changed his tone. $1 silver was already in his pocket. He very much wanted to earn the second one as well. With $2 silver, it would be nearly half a month's worth of rickshaw earnings. He parked the rickshaw at the entrance and spoke to a fellow puller nearby, asking him to keep an eye on it. After carefully tidying his own appearance, he trotted in small steps behind Wang Yusheng, head bowed and eyes lowered as they entered Finziyuan. Fengzi Garden naturally recognized Wang Yusheng, the newly promoted young master in this circle. In these times, not knowing anyone could tarnish one's reputation. As Wang Yusheng entered the door, a neatly dressed waiter bowed and greeted him, addressing him as young master with each sentence. Wang Yusheng knew it was a show of respect. He found a table for himself and ordered 3 dishes, instructing the waiter to find a place for Wen San, serving him a plate of meat dishes and a large bowl of meat noodles. The waiter understood this was the kindness of the young master. Once the young master spoke, the waiter naturally would do his job, leading Wen San to a discreet corner table. Master, when you've hit the jackpot today. Oh, it's just the kindness of the young master. Hey buddy, give me extra noodles and meat, haha. Don't worry, the young master has spoken. I'll get you a plate of meat and a big bowl of meat noodles. The waiter chuckled and went to the kitchen. Before long, Wen San's noodles and dishes were served, a half-crystal pork knuckle and a large bowl of meat noodles. It could be said to be half meat and half noodles. Wen San was so happy that he couldn't hide his smile, and after expressing his gratitude, he began to devour the noodles. He was truly hungry. He hadn't eaten much in the morning, and after dragging Wang Yusheng around for half a day on the street, how could he not be hungry? Wang Yusheng, however, was quite particular. He ordered a dish of scallion braised sea cucumber, but when it came to the 9-turn intestines, he still lacked the courage to try. It wasn't that he was afraid, but rather that he feared the claims that these intestines needed to be cleaned thoroughly to taste good. After all, it was a recipe that those mischievous kids had concocted, and he had a shadow of doubt. He ordered a plate of boiled shrimp, a bowl of black fish egg soup, and a meatball dish. That counted as 3 dishes and 1 soup, and finally he ordered a bowl of rice. Wang Yusheng's dishes arrived quickly. None of the dishes were particularly elaborate. He decided against drinking alcohol. Surprisingly, the flavors were truly delightful. The tastes from his Buddha's memory were different from the flavors he experienced now. After all, the memories belonged to the original owner, while now it was Wang Yusheng's own taste. As for seafood, he could be said to eat it daily at the docks. However, in terms of taste, the sea cucumber was genuinely excellent. After eating and drinking to his fill along with Wen San's meal, it was less than $1. The shopkeeper insisted that Wang Yusheng keep a tab, as it was awkward to collect less than $1. Well then, since the shopkeeper had said so, Wang Yusheng naturally wouldn't be polite. He signed his name, and with a wave to Wen San, who had eaten his fill, he left. In the morning he hadn't seen many soldiers. However, he had seen quite a few shirtless men wandering around. But upon seeing who sat in Wen San's cart, they all chose to move aside. Although Wang Yusheng's father had passed away, his influence still lingered. To be honest, that big boss had quite a few lives on his hands. Moreover, life was not worth much these days. Saner, there's nothing to see over here by the overpass. Young master, whatever you want to see, I'll take you there. You should know where the most soldiers are, right? Oh dear. Master, are you looking for trouble? Those soldiers are trying to avoid us, and here you are trying to provoke them. Hey, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Just walking alongside, we won't get too close. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Where are the soldiers concentrated in the entire capital city now? The eastern part of the city and the area around the train station have the most soldiers. Why is that? The eastern part of the city has the most warehouses, large and small, while the area near the train station is a crucial hub for the soldiers' supplies, and they wouldn't allow others to occupy it. When Sam led Wang Yusheng past the main entrance, turning to the area near the train station. Indeed, there they could see groups of 5 or 6 soldiers dressed in dirty yellow uniforms, wearing hats and carrying bags. Indeed, they were all quite short. None appeared to be taller than 1.7 meters, with an average height of about 1.6 meters, and most were below 1.6 meters. When Sam circled around the outer road, Wang Yusheng took in everything worth seeing and remembered all that needed to be noted. After a big loop, Wan San, perhaps out of excitement and stimulation, didn't walk at his usual pace. This time he was a bit impatient. By the time he returned, he was already panting heavily. Hey, what a trip. Let's find a tea house, so I'll get you a cup of tea to catch your breath. Master, this isn't just any thrill, it could cost you your life. Don't be so excited, just find a nearby tea house and let's hurry. Wang Yusheng knocked on the cart. Wan San took a few deep breaths, regaining some strength. He led the cart to a coal market street, and not far ahead was a tea house. The sign said Yute Tea House. Wang Yusheng scratched his chin. Why did that name sound so familiar? He got off the cart and walked inside. Hey, he immediately spotted a familiar face. Wasn't that the shopkeeper Wang from the tea house? Upon seeing someone enter, shopkeeper Wang looked up and quickly trotted over. Everyone around the main entrance knew who the young master of the Wang family was. Perhaps only Wang Yusheng didn't recognize him. Isn't this the young master of the Wang family? You're a rare guest. Please come in, come in. Ha! Shopkeeper Wang, you're too polite. Not noticing what's around, hurry, serve the young master some tea, the best tea. Shopkeeper Wang welcomed Wang Yusheng and turned to shout at a young attendant. Serve master one a pot of tea as well, he's tired after dragging me around half the city. Wang Yusheng nodded towards Wan San beside him. Shopkeeper Wang understood and quickly instructed the attendant to hurry and bring the tea. Wan San naturally wouldn't sit at the same table as Wang Yusheng. He politely accepted a pot of tea, bowed to Wang Yusheng, and turned to a table in the corner. A few drivers were already sitting there drinking tea. A young man with a large bowl of tea could quench his thirst while also relaxing, and he could overhear the gossip from the old men discussing birdwalking and cockfighting. As Wan San arrived, the enthusiasm among the few men ignited. They were all drivers on the street who didn't know each other. Wan San generously shared half a bowl of tea with each of them. All just to receive a few compliments for Master Wan. When Wang Yusheng called, that was to give them a little face if they had to respond happily when that group praised him, as it gave them a sense of prestige. Wang Yusheng took the teacup, sniffed it, and remarked, good tea. He hadn't expected the tea at this tea house to be quite nice. After putting down the teacup, he looked around. The words "Do not discuss national affairs" were still hanging on the post. The whole tea house was bustling with activity. Some were playing with birds, others were playing chess, chatting about everything, some were complaining, and some were quietly discussing matters. In this world with Wan San, a tea house, what else was there? Wang Yusheng began to doubt where he had transmigrated to. Why did it seem like a grand fusion was happening? He couldn't grasp the situation. Wang Yusheng sighed, took a light sip of tea, and perked up his ears, listening to the gossip around him. Much of it wasn't amusing, but rather tragic. It was 4:30. The water in the teacup had also been finished. Wang Yusheng gestured with his hand. The old shopkeeper hurriedly ran over. Old shopkeeper, $1, no need to give change, just keep it for next time when I come for tea. Got it. You are still generous, young master. Everyone else uses paper currency, but you pay with real silver dollars for tea. I have noted it down for you. Wang Yusheng stood up, and Wan San also hurriedly rose. Sir, are you leaving? Yes, take me home. I have nothing to do today, I'm tired after being out all day. All right, sir, take it slow and watch your step. Wen San eagerly followed behind, and before Wang Yusheng got into the car he hurried a few steps to wipe down the vehicle with a towel. On the way they saw a vendor selling baked buns. Wang Yusheng took out money and bought 10, giving 4 to Wen San, and also ordered 2 pounds of braised offal, ensuring it was all good meat. Wen San took half a pound after much persuasion. With both eating and taking he felt embarrassed. "Young master, you are back." Wen San hadn't even stopped yet, and the shop assistants from the store had already spotted Wang Yusheng in the car. They quickly jogged over to attend to him. This is a common issue of the era. If you don't let them serve you, they feel as if they've done something wrong, upsetting the master. A single job can support an entire family, without it they might end up begging. Wang Yusheng primarily adhered to the philosophy of making the best of what one has. He would never foolishly proclaim the nonsense of equality for all. Even in the 22nd century, Wang Yusheng never believed in such words. Without waiting for Wen San to refuse, a silver dollar was tossed onto his cart when he got out of the car. The shop assistants, smelling the food Wang Yusheng was carrying, didn't dare to take it. If they took it and something went wrong for the master, who would be responsible? This is why those who work are all quite clever. Wen San looked at Wang Yusheng entering the grocery store with tears in his eyes. 2 silver dollars are enough to buy 100 pounds of grain at the grain shop. This year, after the drought, the price of grain has slightly dropped. Last year in 1942, a silver dollar could barely buy 20 pounds of mixed grains. Now, with the Japanese governing strictly, ordinary people in the capital are not allowed to eat white flour, only mixed grains, which means cornmeal, pure cornmeal, not the kind with cobs. With the baked buns in hand, if they are saved for today and tomorrow, they can last for a day. Wen San wiped his tears and pulled the cart away. This silver dollar cannot be kept on him, it must be stored at home. As soon as Wang Yusheng arrived in the backyard, Kai Bo hurriedly approached, holding on to his clothes and running over. "My young master, where have you been all day? My heart has been racing. It is not safe outside. If you can avoid going out, please do. If you need something done, just call the assistants in the front yard to help you." "Oh Kai Bo, I just went to the tea house, didn't go anywhere else. Look, I even bought some baked buns on the way. Here, take them to heat up, and there's some braised offal, cut it into small pieces and add some scallions and cilantro with green chilies. Let's make some rice soup for dinner and a few dishes of pickled vegetables from Lu Baiju. All right, I'll instruct the cook to prepare it right away." Kai Bo took the 2 paper bags handed over by Wang Yusheng. Watching his young master enter the house, he sighed and turned to head to the kitchen in the backyard. After giving instructions in the kitchen about the food the young master had arranged, Wang Yusheng entered the room, changed his clothes, and put on a loose-fitting home outfit. He picked up a book and casually flipped through it while waiting for the meal. Meanwhile, his mind was preoccupied with the scenes he had witnessed today around the train station and in the Eastern District. As Wang Yusheng pondered whether to, Kai Bo called out that dinner was ready. He dropped the book and went to the dining room. Wang Yusheng now ate alone. As for Kai Bo, he dined with the manager, the shop assistants, and 3 maidservants who attended to Wang Yusheng. They dined separately in the backyard. In wealthy families there are always rules. The rice porridge was cooked to perfection. Paired with small pickled vegetables and the seasoned braised offal, the cook had evidently added sesame oil. With the addition of the baked bun, it was delightful. Wang Yusheng had just 1 bun, having brought back 6. Kai Bo had 1, manager Lu had 1, each of the 3 maidservants had 1, and Wang Yusheng had 1. Just as they finished dividing it up, the cook had also fried an egg, which was equally delicious. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, as Wang Yusheng set down his chopsticks, a young maidservant entered with tea. The tea was just warm enough to rinse his mouth. Clearly it had been brewed early in the morning. If it was too early, the tea would be cold. If too late, it would be hot and undrinkable. This indicates how well the maidservants managed Wang Yusheng's daily routines. After rinsing his mouth and taking a sip of tea to clear his palate, Wang Yusheng stood up and exited the dining room. At this moment, 2 maidservants entered and efficiently cleaned the area. After finishing these tasks, they would need to start boiling water. Wang Yusheng had developed the habit of taking a bath every day. This is not a bad habit, and Kai Bo wouldn't say anything. It just means buying a bit more coal and firewood. At most it wouldn't cost much. After practicing a round of self-taught bagwasang and yulongbu, he broke into a sweat. At that moment, the 3 maidservants had also prepared the bathing water. The fragrant and luxurious life began the moment Wang Yusheng stepped into the bathroom. However, with Kai Bo, this old-fashioned man around, Wang Yusheng didn't dare to make too much noise. When his father left, he had instructed Kai Bo specifically. Before turning 20, Wang Yusheng should not have any women around him, especially since he even had a fiancée. However, according to the memories of the original owner, he had never even met this fiancée. Ah, what a headache. Young master, let me massage your shoulders. Young master, close your eyes and I'll massage your head. Alright. The last maidservant shyly jumped into the basin and carefully wiped Wang Yusheng's entire body with a towel. Had he ever enjoyed this in his previous life? Even the kind of clubs in 1988 didn't offer such services. One word: comfort. After bathing, there was also a lady who had learned massage to give Wang Yusheng a full-body massage. The sensation was delightful. If it weren't for Kai Bo, who had big ears and was watching at the door, he would have insisted on having one of them accompany him tonight. In the end, he could only lie down in the warm bed prepared by Cui Cui and Kai Dai, watching the three girls shyly leave. Wang Yusheng realized that his father had left Kai Bo behind solely to torment him. With Kai Bo's status, not to mention Wang Yusheng, even his father couldn't speak firmly to him. Ah, what a sin. Sensing the faint body fragrance, Wang Yusheng slowly fell into a deep sleep. Wang Yusheng spent his days aimlessly coming and going early and late. Kai Bo gradually became accustomed to it. Once he quietly followed Wang Yusheng and found that indeed, as the young master had said, he went to the tea house to drink tea. From that day on, Kai Bo no longer said much except to remind Wang Yusheng to be extra cautious when going out. Moreover, he secretly brought Wang Yusheng to a small estate outside the city where Wang Yusheng received an M1911 pistol and a Mauser M1932 with 20 rounds of ammunition from Kai Bo. Wang Yusheng stayed there for 3 days. During these 3 days, 2 strong men taught him how to disassemble the gun, maintain it, load bullets, shoot, and most importantly, how to shoot quickly and effectively. An even more crucial lesson was how to use his body to shield against bullets to minimize injury when one might be shot. After 3 days, Wang Yusheng felt that his previous random shooting was utterly foolish. However, he had gained a lot in just these 3 days, as his soul, body, and senses had been enhanced by lightning. His hands were remarkably steady. Even during rapid fire with a handgun, he was able to keep all shots within the 9 ring, especially with the 20-round Mauser. With 2 guns in hand, he fired 40 rounds at 2 targets, all within the 8 ring. By the 3rd day, Wang Yusheng was able to tuck 2 Mausers into his waist while holding 2 in his hands. According to the 2 strong men, the 4 guns of the Wang family young master could unleash firepower equivalent to a platoon. After returning to the capital from the small estate, Wang Yusheng longed for his bed and bathtub. The first thing he did was take a thorough wash. After a comfortable sleep, he decided to stroll around. Upon entering the tea house again, he noticed that the spirit of the shopkeeper Wang was gone. After asking, he learned that he had been extorted by local ruffians. The ruffians were none other than those 2 Xiaosong Enzi and Xiaowu Xiangzi, who were just like their father but much worse. They engaged in treasonous activities and would do anything for money. However, their father still had some morals and merely extorted a little money without touching the shopkeeper Wang. But these 2 were different. If they would slap anyone who didn't have money, having been slapped, you still had to pay. The over 60-year-old shopkeeper Wang had never endured such humiliation. For a while he was too upset to think clearly and could only stew in anger. Wang Yusheng knew where these 2 were. Should he take action tonight? After 3 days of target practice, the young master was eager to find out what it felt like to shoot someone. As per the usual routine, he drank a bowl of tea and strolled down the street. "Young master, please walk slowly." A shout caught Wang Yusheng's attention. This was a barber shop, a place specifically for haircuts, face shaving, and eyebrow grooming. Some shops even offered massage, ear cleaning, and foot care. Learning a craft was energy-consuming. Without perseverance, one couldn't sustain it. As an apprentice, you had to work for the master for 3 years, serving tea, washing clothes, cleaning feet, and emptying the chamber pot. After 3 years, if the master deemed your character acceptable, he would teach you some basic skills. As for real skills, you would have to wait until the master could no longer work, and even then you would have to give gifts to show respect. Otherwise, you would be considered disrespectful. If your peers found out, you would be ostracized and scorned. "Hey there, would you like a haircut?" Wang Yusheng touched his hair, realizing it was indeed getting long. "Let's get a haircut." "Alright, 1 haircut coming up. Please come in slowly, sir." As soon as Wang Yusheng entered the shop, the barber was already prepared. Just that shout could accomplish a lot. Otherwise, if a customer walked in while you were in chaos, it would look unprofessional. Wang Yusheng didn't follow the hairstyles of this era but designed one based on the knowledge from his previous life. Not to brag, but he looked quite handsome. Indeed, the main reason was his handsome face. Even as a bald man, he could still charm a group of girls. Sir, the total is 30 cents. Here 50 cents, no need for change. Your skill is good, I will come again next time. Alright, thank you for your patronage. Next time you come it's on the house. Haha. It's a deal. Wang Yusheng adjusted his clothes. The old barber waved his hand once I see the guest out. Sure thing, master. Wang Yusheng walked out taking a look around to familiarize himself with the area so he wouldn't get lost next time. Walking around he stopped to look at anything interesting or unfamiliar. Before he knew it, it was evening. Just as he was about to head back he heard faint cries for help. It was a girl's voice. Wang Yusheng could tell she was not very old. He ran toward the alley only to find a few ruffians harassing a girl dressed in student clothes. The girl didn't dare to cry out loudly, only whispering for help, hoping someone would come. Wang Yusheng turned back and sensed that there was no one around. He jumped into the yard and began to change clothes. He took out a robbery outfit from his space and put it on. He checked himself over, ensuring there were no awkward spots. However, this outfit was quite tight, making his physique very apparent. It was a bit embarrassing, wasn't it? But saving a life was more important. He flipped over the wall, now holding a half-meter-long short knife. He charged toward the group and pulled the girl away to a safer distance. With a swift slash he cut one ruffian's throat. He tossed him aside and went for the next one. There were a total of 5 ruffians. The ruffians froze at the sight of the figure in black, but as soon as they saw 2 of their comrades lying on the ground bleeding, they quickly regained their senses. Just as they thought to run, they saw Wang Yusheng draw a gun from his waist. The 3 of them realized they couldn't escape and immediately knelt down. Girl, you should hurry and leave. This isn't your fight. I won't leave. The girl stood up, wiping her tears with a courage she didn't know where she got it from. Hurry up, people are dying here. If you don't leave, do you want to die? Then, what's your name? Can you tell me? The girl walked closer to Wang Yusheng. She hadn't seen much from a distance earlier. But at such a close distance, the girl's face flushed. She nervously gripped her clothes, her little head blushing without knowing what to do. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and scram or I might take care of you too. You. The girl stomped her foot and bravely looked up at Wang Yusheng, but all he revealed were his big eyes. As for the obvious parts of his body, the girl took a glance and her face turned even redder. But in the end she still ran off with her face flushed, knowing it was not safe for her to stay here. As for why women in these times weren't afraid of dead bodies, it was a joke. You might wake up one morning to find a corpse lying at your doorstep. Seeing enough of it, they became desensitized. Once the girl left, Wang Yusheng walked toward the 3 ruffians. Lift your heads. The 3 stopped kowtowing and raised their heads in a daze, expecting Wang Yusheng to let them go. Little did they know, in his fury Wang Yusheng slashed with his knife, achieving a perfect record of cutting 3 throats in one strike. After a moment's thought he realized that dead bodies couldn't just be left lying around. They might come in handy someday. He conjured an empty container from his space. With the opening facing up he waved his hand and the 5 bodies were sucked into the empty container on the ground. Not bad. It was a good place for killing and looting. One container could hold at least 1,000 people, right? Hearing footsteps approaching, Wang Yusheng didn't linger, quickening his pace, executing a somersault into a nearby house. Fortunately, there was no one home at that time. After changing clothes, he swaggered out through the front door. As for whether he felt any guilt after killing, Wang Yusheng pondered for a long time but found no trace of such feelings in his heart. He followed the main road to Quanjuda. Alright, let's get a roast duck to take home for a meal. 3 ducks for $1 with a bit left over for some side dishes. The shopkeeper, seeing a familiar face, gave him some extra side dishes. Wang Yusheng didn't refuse but happily accepted, promising to return if he ever needed anything. This was how relationships were maintained. Wang Yusheng had been quiet for 2 days. However, during these 2 days he secretly gathered a lot of information, such as where the bullies were and where the traders were. Moreover, he had some people discreetly inquire about what items were stored in the enemy warehouses. It had been many days since he arrived and he was eager to strike. It would be a disservice to the meals he consumed daily if he didn't take down a few enemies. However, before dealing with the little devils he needed to clear out the few who bullied the shopkeeper Wang. That morning Wang Yusheng went to bed early. This made the steward feel that his young master had become more sensible and he happily returned to his room to sleep. But around 11 p.m. that night the young master whom the steward considered wise quietly got up. He changed into clothes from his space and stealthily left the house. Unbeknownst to him, just as he jumped over the courtyard wall, the steward's door swung open. Ah, this young master, how can he not be praised? Steward Kai. Two small figures emerged from the shadows. Follow the young master, don't let anyone harm him, and don't act unless absolutely necessary. Off you go. Yes, the steward shook his head, yawning. I'm getting old, I can't lose my nap. It's better to be young. He wobbled back into bed and soon the sound of snoring filled the room. Meanwhile, Wang Yusheng had no idea he was being followed by two shadows. He wore night vision goggles so he didn't have to worry about not seeing the path at night. These goggles also had thermal sensing capabilities. He didn't look back, otherwise he would have certainly seen two red dots following him from a distance. He made his way to the homes of Xiao Song Enzi and Xiao Wu Xiangzi, which were not far apart. No wonder the bad guys had all gathered together. Not far away was the home of Xiao Lu Matzi, a family even worse, all of whom were human traffickers. Today he had no intention of leaving anyone alive. Wang Yusheng jumped over the wall. With a flick of his hand a short knife appeared. Once inside he immediately began his assault. Please spare me, my lord. What do you want? As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you anything. Oh. Right, money. I have money, it's all here. Can you spare me? Wang Yusheng rasped, this isn't enough, you double this amount and I'll spare your life. My lord, I truly have nothing left. Then you shall die. With that he raised his knife to strike. No, no. My lord, I have money, real money. In the kitchen there's money. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you all the money. Looking at the man on the ground crying and snotting, Wang Yusheng pulled him up by the neck. They arrived at the kitchen he mentioned. After a bit of tearing down, indeed, a few mud bricks were exceptionally heavy. With a thud he smashed them down. All right, there were 10 blocks made of melted gold. Wang Yusheng weighed one in his hands, estimating at least 30 pounds each. So these 10 blocks amounted to 300 pounds of gold. Indeed, there was real wealth. However, Wang Yusheng deftly stowed it away in his space with the tip of his knife. He then went back inside and collected the box of items from earlier. This old fool must be hiding other treasures, but he certainly wouldn't be able to find them if that wasn't his concern. He quickly left as there were 2 more families waiting for him. The second family was extremely greedy for money. After delivering 3 swift strikes with his short knife, they finally revealed the location of their hidden money. Their gold had not been melted down, instead it was stored in a basement. There were 4 large boxes filled to the brim with yellow gold. There were also several shelves filled with various jade porcelain and some calligraphy paintings. He collected everything and planned to sort it out at home. Upon returning to this family's house, he took all the furniture and antiques of value. He didn't even spare the dried meat and grain in the kitchen, he collected everything. Without any delay he arrived at the last house. This was the home of the human traffickers. From the outside it looked unremarkable. But once he entered the courtyard he immediately felt something was different. Wang Yusheng sensed the scent of wealth. Once inside he swiftly took down a few individuals, leaving behind one young man and an old man. These 2 looked so alike, if they were likely father and son. His guess was correct, if they indeed were. Wang Yusheng was surprised to find that these 2 stubbornly refused to speak. So he decided to oblige them by first severing their feet. Without hesitation he continued to chop. Finally he looked at the useless left hand. This little leg and right hand, do you want to keep them or should I chop them off? You tell me. Whoever speaks I will spare them. Just kill us. We will never speak, the old man said defiantly. Very well, I shall grant your wish. With 2 swift strikes both hands and the little leg were severed. The old man's face was filled with despair. As he despaired, Wang Yusheng produced a stick and began to beat him about the mouth. Until not a single tooth remained in his mouth. When Wang Yusheng turned to look at the young man he immediately urinated in fear. Now tell me, where are the goods? I'll tell you. There. They're all there. You promised to spare me. I've told you everything, sob. Good children are those who listen. Wang Yusheng's knife moved swiftly and decisively. Several corpses were soon collected. Any furniture he deemed valuable was also taken. He found the treasure location mentioned by the man and lifted the lid. The smell inside was certainly unpleasant. Wang Yusheng donned a prepared portable oxygen machine and carrying a flashlight descended the stairs. Alright, there wasn't much here, just a few boxes of gold, which left Wang Yusheng somewhat disappointed. He restored the basement to its original state. Taking advantage of the night, he exited the courtyard and took a large detour before heading towards the train station. There were several large warehouses here, all filled with urgently needed supplies. Additionally, in the Eastern District warehouses there were several storing firearms. None of these could be left behind. Wang Yusheng planned to take them all tonight. As for their retaliation, well, let's see whether they or Qin Ba would feel the pain. The two following him were grinding their teeth, realizing how much trouble this young master could cause. In fact, ever since the first day he regained consciousness, the steward had his suspicions. He had watched this young master grow up. He understood the meaning behind every action. Even if he were burning with fever, he wouldn't become another person. Having the three young ladies bathe Wang Yusheng was also to check for any marks on his body. After confirming that this was indeed his young master, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. Wang Yusheng was well aware of all these. No matter when, one must never underestimate the cunning of an old fox. Wang Yusheng quietly sneaked into the warehouse, squeezing through the ventilation duct. After a brief glance, regardless of the rest, he decided to collect first. He systematically went through each warehouse. Since they were all locked, no one would bother checking them. By nearly 3 a.m., he had cleared out a small arms depot at the train station. After pulling out a bicycle, he sped toward the Eastern City warehouse. With a bike, the two shadows behind could no longer keep up. They exchanged glances and could only smile wryly. This young master truly knew how to enjoy himself. Unable to catch up, they could only regret and accept their punishment. The steward didn't punish them, he merely reminded them to be more cautious in the future. Wang Yusheng had already reached the arms warehouse. This warehouse had no ventilation ducts for a person to enter. After a quick look around, he could only enter through the front door. Wearing a Japanese military uniform, he barely managed to fit his tall frame inside. Clap! Clap! Baka! A short Japanese soldier attempted to intervene, but Wang Yusheng swiftly slapped him a few times, leaving him disoriented. He beckoned to another soldier, delivering another slap. Without saying a word, he glanced at the key hanging from the confused soldier's chest, undoubtedly for the large gate. He yanked it off and slapped him again. With a click, the storage room opened. Grabbing the two dazed soldiers, he entered the warehouse. In a place where no one was watching, he swiftly cut their throats. After searching, he stripped the two of their possessions and stored them in his space. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat after all. Inside the warehouse there were large boxes neatly arranged. He opened one to take a look. Well, they were all brand new rifles. He collected everything. There were a total of 4 warehouses here. Wang Yusheng was just like the first warehouse, consecutively raiding 4 arms depots. Then he stealthily made his way toward the grain depot. This was the rice storage. It was also a place where the Japanese stored food. Upon entering, Wang Yusheng realized he had guessed wrong. This place held much more than just food. There were boxes upon boxes of gold, various scrolls, and antiques. Warehouses were adjacent to one another. He held nothing back and took it all. Not yet satisfied, he stealthily entered the barracks where the Japanese soldiers were sleeping, searching through the rooms with over 70 soldiers inside. Corpses, firearms, and ammunition were all stored in his space, while the bodies were tossed into a container. When he had time, he would drag them out to feed the dogs. Wang Yusheng glanced at the time. It was already 4:30 a.m. and soon it would be light. He hurriedly withdrew. If the Japanese found out tomorrow, they would surely go mad. However, Wang Yusheng didn't walk far before turning back. He tossed the bodies of the 3 families he had collected into the warehouse. Let them investigate as they pleased. After all, everyone in those families were traitors, none were innocent. Only then did he swagger out of the warehouse. Seeing a truck at the entrance, he chose the best one. After checking the key was right there, he got in and drove off. With such a presence, no one dared to stop Wang Yusheng. Arriving at the shadows near the main entrance, he stored the truck in his space. Quickly putting on shoe covers, he dashed toward his yard. But he wasn't that foolish. He jumped through several courtyards, then ran far away before turning back. Phew! This night was exhausting. Wang Yusheng had just taken a sip of tea when there was a knock at the door, startling him so much that he almost dropped his teacup. Hearing the sound, he finally calmed down. The one knocking was Uncle Kai, who mentioned that he saw the lights on in the young master's room at night and came to check. Wang Yusheng had no doubts and told Uncle Kai to get some rest. He was getting old and shouldn't be wandering around. After drinking water, turning off the lamp and taking off his clothes, he fell asleep. As for the chaos at the train station or the East City warehouse, it had nothing to do with young Master Wang. However, this time it really stirred up a hornet's nest. Roars erupted from the military command office. Baka, investigate. It's my duty to investigate. Mobilize everyone by dawn tomorrow. I want answers. I want to know who did this. You have only one day, understand? Hi. After a long while, a group of Japanese officers, each with slap marks on their faces, rushed out one by one. Then the roars continued. Send orders down. Those with guns should be on alert. Those without weapons should not leave the camp. Immediately call for support and have them send supplies over. With each command issued, the entire command office went into a frenzy. Even if they weren't busy, they had to pretend to be. Wang Yusheng woke up to find the sun already shining bright. He checked the time. Alright, it was after 10 a.m. Young master, you're awake. I am awake. What would you like to eat, young master? I'll arrange for the kitchen to bring it to you. I want to eat at home. I'm going to the breakfast stall. It's been a long time since I had tofu pudding. Alright, young master, finish quickly and come back. I don't know what's going on today. Those Japanese are running around like crazy in the streets. Especially the troops outside the city have all come in. Oh. Got it, your young master values his life. I won't run around. Don't worry. Uncle Kai grinned. He only believed about 30% of what his young master said. As for whether the Japanese running amok in the streets was related to the young master, that remained to be seen. After washing up, Wang Yusheng was dressed in a full set of silk clothing attended to by 3 maidens. He looked just like the spoiled young master he was. Each piece of clothing had its own significance. He wore Yuanxing shoes and a Rui Fuxiang outfit. Otherwise he would be embarrassed to greet others when going out. Wang Yusheng swaggered out. Meanwhile, 2 people immediately followed him in the shadows. These 2 were the kind of ordinary people that you wouldn't even notice if they were lost in a crowd. Yo, little master, you've come. You're such a rare guest. What would you like? I'm here to serve you. 1 bowl of tofu pudding and 2 beef buns first. Hey. Make sure to wash the bowl clean for me. Just you wait and see. This bowl is specially for distinguished guests like you. It's always boiled and sanitized, guaranteed to be clean. The shopkeeper said cheerfully, taking out a bowl that was indeed different from what others used. Even the reed tray for the buns was much newer than others, and it showed no signs of grease. The owner was quite thoughtful. 1 bite of bun, 1 sip of tofu pudding. As for the bean juice, if you dared let young Master Wang have a sip, would you believe he could smash your shop? After finishing a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 beef buns, he felt satisfied. Shopkeeper, here's $1, just keep it on my account. When I come again, deduct it directly. If it's not enough, I'll add more for you. Alright, you're generous. The shopkeeper quickly took the $1 with both hands, blowing on it, and happily set it aside. He began recording in his ledger. Wang Yusheng didn't wait for him and just walked away. Seeing him leave, the shopkeeper started talking to others. Look, our little master is like this, he pays before eating. He gave a thumbs up while a group of people echoed in agreement. Indeed. Many shops in the area raised their prices arbitrarily according to the market mood. Only xuanhuan would announce their prices in advance and never raise them inexplicably. In this area, just mentioning the name xuanhuan made people give a thumbs up. The reason is simple: integrity. Wearing Yuanxing shoes, dressed in Rui Fuxiang, and at home xuanhuan with Shaokai Lobiju and tea from Zhangyi Yuan. These are all well known in the industry. Hello, little Wang. Hey, hello. Wang Yusheng was recognized by many people, but he didn't know anyone else. After eating and drinking to his fill, he patted his belly and walked to the tea house. He heard there would be storytelling today, so he wanted to go listen. By the way, he would inquire about how old Wang the shopkeeper felt after those few rascals died. Hee. The 5-hued horse. The Qingfeng sword. The boundless rivers and mountains, a journey by night and day, the stars and moon in rotation. This morning old Wang the shopkeeper heard that 3 scoundrels had their homes raided by the little devils, which was truly heartening. Today tea is free for all. By the time Wang Yusheng arrived, the place was nearly full. Shopkeeper old Wang chatted with a few regulars and exchanged seats with them. A small table was set aside for the young master of the Wang family. Wang Yusheng was naturally generous. Each table had a plate of snacks and a plate of boiled peanuts. This further elevated the atmosphere. Today's storytelling was about Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong. Wang Yusheng even rewarded the storyteller with a silver dollar, prompting the old gentleman to be overly polite. At noon, the tea house was not a dining place. Many people left, having made plans to return in the afternoon. Wang Yusheng also clasped his hands to old Wang and exited the tea house. "Young master, where are you headed?" "I'll escort you." "Saner, I'm not going anywhere, just back to the shop." "You go about your work, I'll take a stroll." "Alright then, I won't disturb you." Wang Yusheng waved his hand, and Wen San hurriedly drove off. It's truly not easy for the lower class folk these days. After a long day of exhausting work, one could barely guarantee a full belly. Move aside, move aside. At this moment, a noisy group of men in black led by a fake cop followed by 10 armed devils approached. Clearly they were on patrol. Black dogs. Wait a minute. Isn't this part of the Outer District too? Why are people from Outer District 5 here? Just a moment. Who did Wang Yusheng see? The one in front flaunting their authority with a crooked hat, isn't that the infamous crying stick? And the one walking by the left rear door, isn't that duo men? Damn. How did they connect with the Glory Era again? Right, if there are characters from the Glory Era, does that mean Zheng Xiaoyang is also here? Or maybe he's still at that police academy. Should I try to make contact with the Wuxing people? Even if I don't go abroad in the future, at least I should establish a name for myself, right? Let my dad deal with the issues outside, I can handle things here. If it really doesn't work out, then I can leave. There's potential in this. But I just don't know where to find the Wuxing people. Wang Yusheng stood at a distance pondering his own matters, not provoking anyone. However, coincidentally, there were some who dared to provoke him. Perhaps this group was from Outer District 5 and didn't even recognize the young master of the Wang family. The crying stick flaunting his authority came straight for him. Just by Wang Yusheng's demeanor, one could tell he was wealthy. Anyone who often mingled on the streets could roughly estimate the price of his attire. No less than 50 silver dollars, and that's just for the clothes without mentioning the accessories he wore. The crying stick thought to himself that this person had no servants nearby, likely a young master trying to show off. Since he's a fat sheep, he should be taken down a notch. Even if they encounter a tough opponent, bowing and apologizing should suffice. After all, how could a big shot stoop to the level of a small fry? But he was mistaken. The Wang Yusheng was no big shot, his heart was smaller than anyone else's. "Kid, what do you want?" Wang Yusheng regained his senses, looked at the black dog in front of him and narrowed his eyes. "Have your dog eyes gone blind? Get lost." "Hey kid, you have guts. Do you know who I am? Behind me are the esteemed gentlemen of the Huang army. Ha. I suspect you're an illegal element, come with me." The crying stick was indeed notorious in Outer District 5, but duo men on the other hand knew many people. Coincidentally, this young master of the Wang family was someone he truly recognized. However, the latter did not know him at all. This crying stick has offended the young master of the Wang family, who knows how the latter might retaliate. At night a throat could be cut over such matters, this was all too common in this era. Did you not see that 3 families disappeared last night? Others might not know what was going on, but Duo Men was well aware. He hurriedly ran over to pull the slightly riled crying stick, saying, "Young Master, I'm Duo Men from the Outer District 5 Bureau. It's an honor to see you here. This is my associate, he hasn't met you before, so please don't take it to heart." Duo Men smiled, but his grip on the crying stick was firm. Wang Yusheng suddenly thought of something. If Duo Men wanted to leverage connections, he could indeed manage it. His father's cousin's brother-in-law's uncle's wife was a banner man, and this banner man had a distant familial connection with Duo Men. Although this relative connection was quite distant, it still counted, right? By that calculation, Duo Men should call him little cousin. Though they didn't follow strict generational rules, Duo Men still had to nod and greet Wang Yusheng. "Duo Men, keep an eye on this dog, if not you might have to look for Green Jia Kiln tomorrow morning." Yes, I'll have a word with him, he hasn't met you before." Duo Men said, forcibly dragging the crying stick away while whispering, "You behave, and if he says to find you tomorrow, it won't scare you." "TCH, who am I scared of?" "Just him." "Fine, you are the master, go on, but don't say I didn't warn you. If you really end up dead, even the director wouldn't say a word." "Duo Men, don't scare me, I'm not easily frightened." "Scared? You? Do Wang Yusheng and the Wang family know? This gentleman is the young master of the Wang family. When old Wang left the capital, he informed all the localities. If you want to die, then go ahead. Duo Men ignored him and maintained order in the crowd. Noticing that Duo Men was no longer paying him any mind, the crying stick tilted his head to glance at Wang Yusheng. He pouted and returned to the ranks. Not far away, two individuals quietly tucked their handguns back into their clothing. If these two were to act, it's likely that this group of devils and black dogs would leave no one alive. Even if Duo Men had distant relatives, they wouldn't hold back. Bang! The crying stick returned to the ranks, still leading the way. Seeing a stall blocking the road, he kicked it aside. An old man fell to the ground and a little girl rushed over to help, calling out softly, "Grandpa." Wang Yusheng looked coldly at this fellow. The two accompanying Wang Yusheng naturally noticed their young master's gaze. However, they couldn't act here. It would cause a lot of trouble and could even bring trouble to their young master. They certainly wouldn't do that. However, the little devils today seemed to have no mood to tease the girl. The squad leader came over impatiently and slapped the crying stick several times. "You led properly, don't cause trouble, got it?" The crying stick, holding his face, was almost in tears, hurriedly nodding and bowing. With the devils speaking, there wouldn't be any further incidents along the way, and the crying stick and his men led the way without causing trouble. They didn't realize, otherwise they would have laughed. The guns in these devils' hands had only one bullet with no extras. They were merely empty shells. If anyone were to rise up, these people would pay for it here. The squad leader certainly didn't want to meet his deity like this. Wang Yusheng did not linger here to watch the commotion. He turned and walked towards Wang Shengquan. Since the glorious era has arrived, would there be other plots? However, even if there are, that would be a matter for the future. Given that he runs a grocery store, he would definitely come into contact with the 5-star people later. They would discuss it then. It feels a bit demeaning to beg, but waiting for it allows for proper negotiations. Without mentioning anything else, just the supplies at his space's dock must include antibiotics, and penicillin is certainly among them. These are valuable items. Not only that, there are also tens of thousands of Type 38 rifles. Holding on to them would be of no use. It is better to give them to those in need. My father is the best excuse. Young master, you've returned. Just now they were saying there was a commotion in the streets about a patrol with a small notebook. I was just about to send someone to fetch you back. Kai Bo hurried over to Wang Yusheng, looking anxious. Kai Bo, I understand. Didn't I come back after seeing the commotion? I'm not a 3-year-old child who rushes towards noise. I've grown up, please don't worry so much, alright? Haha. It's good to grow up, very good indeed. Kai Bo, what's for lunch? I'm hungry, let's get the meal ready. It's all your favorites just waiting for you. Chui Chui Kai Dai, please assist the young master in washing his hands. Alright, steward. The two maidservants curtsied. They led Wang Yusheng to the wash basin where, without him lifting a finger, one maidservant wet her hand, lathered soap, cleaned him up and dried him. Ah, this decadent life is truly particularly stimulating. No wonder so many people envy ancient living. Although there are not as many rules now as in ancient times, there are still quite a few. In families where wealth can accumulate over 3 generations, there are bound to be many rules. Those who eat at the same table as servants, if others found out, it wouldn't be praise but rather a way to draw lines. Those who mingled with servants after traveling back probably won't last beyond this generation. Roasted duck, longjing, shrimp scallion, braised sea cucumber, sweetened lotus root, sweet and sour fish belly, braised beef. There's also a bowl of shark fin soup. Plus a small bowl of rice. This is Wang Yusheng's lunch. Wang Yusheng recently discovered that the 3 maidservants did not eat while he was dining. Instead, they waited in a small room nearby, coming over immediately after he finished. They could only eat after Wang Yusheng had settled down for lunch. Moreover, they mostly ate leftovers, just slightly warmed up. To be honest, this is much better than the big pot meals that those workers and servants have. With so many dishes, the young master cannot possibly finish them all. What remains is enough for the 3 maidservants to eat. Knowing this, Wang Yusheng made sure to leave half of each dish. Previously he had 4 dishes, fearing that the 3 maidservants wouldn't eat well, so he had Kai Bo arrange 6 dishes for him. Kai Bo had no problems at all with this, not to mention 6 dishes, even 16 would be fine as long as the young master didn't go out and cause trouble. These are all small expenses. Soon it was the end of the month, and it was time to take stock of the grocery store. Wang Yusheng could not go anywhere and just sat in his designated spot. However, he noticed a problem. There were too many items outside taking up too much space. The 4 large storefronts looked full, but in reality the variety was still too singular. Kaibo, take a look. I want to improve the grocery store, what do you think? Asking Kaibo first when encountering issues is never wrong. Sure, young master, how do you want to change it? Wang Yusheng then described the layout of the department store in his memory. If this is done, the second floor could also be utilized. As long as the variety expands, the grocery store can thrive for a long time. Moreover, the name grocery store is not suitable. It should be changed to department store. The name grocery store is too provincial. Kaibo smacked his lips, saying the grocery store is quite good. But who made the young master the owner now? As the owner, one cannot contradict it. Even if there are loopholes or mistakes, it must be executed. What are these servants for? They are here to remedy errors and patch up loopholes. Kaibo, look how the store is already planned toward becoming a department store. Especially the zoning, which is quite good. My suggestion is to make the zoning even more detailed. Create a circle of glass counters. On each shelf, just place a few items. Once the items are sold out, they can be quickly replenished from the warehouse. It's just a matter of timing. Having everything displayed on shelves may seem abundant, but it actually takes up space. As Wang Yusheng spoke, he took a pen and sketched a rough shape of the store on paper. Then he began to subdivide it. As for the second floor, it could be made into a boutique area. For example, all women's items would be placed on the second floor, where ladies from affluent families or women from ordinary households could select items without having to be overly cautious. Furthermore, the second floor should be divided into regular and boutique areas. This way the rich and the poor are separated, preventing those temperamental young ladies from seeing items selected by ordinary girls, causing unnecessary awkwardness. The boutique area should include a resting tea area. Coffee and snacks should be arranged. Even red wine should be provided. Sipping red wine while selecting products would surely make those young ladies too shy to haggle. Kaibo listened, his eyes wide with surprise at the young master's ingenuity. This strategy is brilliant. After all, those young ladies typically send their maidservants to shop, but how much can a maidservant buy? If the upstairs is well arranged, those young ladies from prominent families would surely come, and they don't count their spending. Perhaps accompanying these young ladies would be some young masters from prestigious families who with a wave of their hand could scatter a shower of golden coins. Perhaps this grocery store. No, this department store can step up to another level. Without further ado, Kaibo is an action-oriented person. After finalizing the details with the young master, he took the simple blueprint and went out. Of course, he needed to find someone. He couldn't rest easy, so he went himself. Quickly, everything was settled. Glass counters, grid shelves. After professional designers sketched it out, a design plan was soon completed. Then the owner of the lumberyard specifically came over to confirm with young master Wang whether the design concept was correct. Indeed, they were professionals. The upstairs and downstairs had a few details modified. That's settled. The inventory was also completed. On August 1st, a large sign was hung in front of the grocery store. Xuanhuan grocery store underwent major renovations, changing its previous style. Although it was under renovation, business still continued. Moreover, it announced that Xuanhuan grocery store would be renamed Xuanhuan department store. The range of products would be greater, better, and cheaper. The renovation period would last 3 months, with a reopening date set for November 20th. Therefore, during this period, all goods in the grocery store would be available at a 20% discount. For this, Wang Yusheng had Kaibo notify several newspapers in the capital, running a half-page advertisement for 10 consecutive days. It must be said that Kaibo never cut corners on Wang Yusheng's decisions. Everything the young master instructed was completed within 3 days. To facilitate old customers in purchasing items, he even bought a small shop next door specifically to accommodate regular customers. Due to the 20% discount, the number of shoppers suddenly increased. 10 workers were simply overwhelmed. Wang Yusheng spoke to Kaibo. Clearly, there weren't enough staff. Not only that, the boutique area also required attendants, and they had to be the kind with poise. The female attendant area must be filled with girls who instantly attract goodwill. It wouldn't do to have a few old men upstairs, right? Or those with a sour demeanor. Who would come back? Additionally, there must be packaging. The packaging bags also had to be custom-made. Wang Yusheng personally got involved in the design. A kind of fancy paper bag similar to those in later generations appeared in this era. For this, Wang Yusheng had Kaibo publish the design of this bag in the newspaper. He even gave it a name. It was called the department bag, capable of carrying many items. Especially for those more intimate items used by women, they wouldn't need to clutch them to their chests and run out of the grocery store blushing. Women's items. When Wang Yusheng had some free time, he began to ponder. What money is easy to earn? Of course it's women's money. Not to mention anything else, the items women need during those specific days each month are essential for every woman. How much money could that be? Although Wang Yusheng cannot make all women use them, if half the population in the country utilizes the products he creates, how much would that amount to? Perhaps he could even export them abroad. After making them, he should have his father apply for a patent in America. TSK. It's not a bad thing for his father to be in America, he. There's potential here. Kaibo, something good has happened. Come here quickly. Wang Yusheng shouted out of the window towards the courtyard. A voice from somewhere called out, "Young master, I'll be right there." Then a strong figure ran over, showing no signs of aging whatsoever. In this day and age, cotton is entirely controlled by a small group of individuals. Without the proper permits, if you're found buying cotton at your shop, you'll be taken to a small black room for a serious talking to. However, Yusheng has all the necessary permits. Yet the allocation is not much, only about 20 tons per year, and it still requires a hefty price to purchase. Thus cotton in Yusheng is almost always sold at a reasonable price, and sometimes you even have to pay extra. If cotton is pressed for too long, it will inevitably turn yellow. Who would want yellowed cotton? Wang Yusheng has cotton at the space dock, and not just any cotton but long staple cotton. It would be a pity to use it for pads. However, Wang Yusheng also discovered pads at the dock, and not just a few. There are over 5,000 containers filled with various brands of pads. Looking at the destinations on the containers, they are heading to all corners of the globe. The packaging is a bit troublesome, but one can make do or manufacture their own packaging. After tearing off the packaging, they need to be repackaged. This feels a bit like pulling down your pants to fart. But without doing so, these products won't sell. Wang Yusheng couldn't even explain the outer layer of plastic. Fortunately, upon opening the packaging, everything inside is made of pure cotton. Just as Wang Yusheng was deep in thought, he discovered something. He found two machines inside the containers used for making pads. Could it be that heaven is helping him? Given the current national situation, they can only make the simplest products, which is already quite good. But then he made a new discovery. These machines are CN controlled, which made him hesitant to take them out. Wang Dasha was scratching his head, and after thinking for a long time, he decided it would be more economical to just repackage. He mentioned this to Kai Bo, providing sizes and dimensions, asking him to contact a printing factory in the capital to start producing this outer packaging. With individual packages, they also needed a box. This required Wang Yusheng to design it. Initially, he didn't need too much. For ordinary packaging, he ordered 1 million units. For premium packaging, he requested 500,000 units. Making these items is quick. They just need to be shaped, folded, and glued. Once completed, everything is stored in the warehouse. Wang Yusheng took the opportunity at night to move everything into his space. An idea struck him. The ordinary ones automatically began to unpack themselves. Then they were placed in small paper bags and finally packed into boxes. The ordinary and premium products looked different even in terms of paper. The ordinary ones were the most basic mulberry paper, rough and coarse. The premium ones were made of high-quality craft paper with clear prints and a faint floral scent. This was the effect of Wang Yusheng specially spraying several bottles of perfume on the bags. He summoned 3 maidservants, giving each a few pads to try, then asked them to report their experiences. Seeing the 3 somewhat confused maidservants, Wang Yusheng could only facepalm and personally teach them how to use it. After the 3rd round of instruction, with the 3 maidservants blushing and nearly fainting, he finally gave up on teaching a 4th time. The 3 maidservants, relieved, hurriedly took their items and ran. After finishing with the pads, Wang Yusheng began to tinker with women's undergarments. Of course, he had 3 little maidservants of his own, the kind that obediently followed his commands. He gestured and fussed with the 3 maidservants again. Wang Yusheng spent 3 whole days teaching the 3 maidservants how to calculate sizes before they finally remembered. In a few days, the girls selected by Kai Bo would be coming, and the task of instructing them was entrusted to the 3 maidservants. However, those girls were purchased directly by Kai Bo. When hiring people, the biggest concern is having dirty hands or being disloyal. Buying people directly is the most economical option. The most important part is that there are no labor costs, just provide meals daily. The people bought are practically bound to the master's family, sharing fortunes and misfortunes. Although they won't be directly harmed from the moment they are bought, their lives are already in the hands of the master. While Wang Yusheng was discussing clothing with the three maidservants, Kai Bo learned about the matter and said a few words to remind the young master to be mindful of the influence. After that, no further comments were made. Premium products of course require on-site measurements and custom fittings. Wang Yusheng also requested that the maidservants serving the premium section be nimble, as skilled needlework is essential. During the initial distribution there was nothing difficult. Wang Yusheng found a considerable amount of these items in the dock containers. To identify what could be used in this era, he practically handled every piece. This was to distinguish the quality of the materials. Naturally, the good ones were to be placed in the premium section. Although they weren't custom-made, the prices wouldn't be cheap. The sponges inside were all filled with cotton by Wang Yusheng. It might be a bit hot in summer. However, it is possible to remove the cotton just the same. Isn't a bikini better than a belly band? After arranging the clothing, Wang Yusheng found himself somewhat at a loss. Finally, he thought of coffee. After a thorough search, he found over 700 containers of various types of coffee, particularly instant coffee, which amounted to more than 500 containers. There was also a pile of coffee-making tools. However, Wang Yusheng felt that instant coffee was the most convenient. As for tea, he planned to obtain some from the tea house run by the old manager Wang. Or perhaps buy some from Zhang Yuan. After preparing all the items, it was already November. In these past few months, Wang Dasha had been living in seclusion. He didn't bother with external matters. Ignorance is bliss. Outside, everything was about to turn upside down. Wasn't it all triggered by Wang Yusheng's actions a few months ago? After finishing the tasks at hand, he took out a large quantity of soap and completely dominated the soap market of this world. This is modern technology. While tapping on the table to see what else could be brought out, he thought of perfume. Great, another violent must-have item. Moreover, these bottles are all vintage and do not need to be replaced. Not only that, but there are also thousands of containers filled with various fragrances. In short, Wang Yusheng had firmly grasped all the various women who would enter the store in the future. As for letting Kai Bo arrange to bring goods from some uninhabited places outside the city, Kai Bo never asked a single question about it. This old man is quite shrewd. Moreover, for tasks arranged by the young master, whether asked or not, they still have to be done. So why bother asking him? Just do it as instructed. At the beginning of November, Kai Bo brought the 20 carefully selected girls before Wang Yusheng. Indeed, they were tall, beautiful, and graceful in their demeanor. Upon inquiry, it was discovered they were from a certain prince's household. The prince had died and the family had scattered. These maidservants were sold off once again, just as Kai Bo the buyer happened to encounter them. After a selection process, these 20 were chosen. Wang Yusheng conducted a simple assessment of them, whether it was in how they treated others or their various etiquette. These girls were quite adept. If Wang Yusheng were to train them himself, it would probably have to start from childhood. Being able to find so many ready-made options, Wang Yusheng owed a thanks to the deceased prince. As for the household etiquette, it naturally couldn't compare to that of a royal household, but there were still quite a few. After the girls passed their assessments, they were taken to the back courtyard by Kai Bo. In the back courtyard, there was a middle-aged housekeeper in her 40s, a maidservant who had accompanied the cheap mother surnamed Gu. Wang Yusheng called her Aunt Gu. Aunt Gu rarely left the inner courtyard. Ever since the cheap mother passed away, she has been even less visible. Originally, she was supposed to leave with the old man, but without anyone to watch over the inner courtyard, she understandably stayed. All various maidservants' etiquette had to be approved by this lady. Wang Yusheng also asked the maidservants Cui Cui and Kai Dai to go along. They were the most aware of many things, so they needed to take this opportunity to help the 20 girls familiarize themselves quickly. These 20 people still needed to be selected for final positions. There would be receptionists downstairs and upstairs, as well as salespeople in the ordinary section. Each person's role is different. What position one desires depends on who works harder. All the preparations hinge on the final grand opening. Young master, everything is ready, it's almost time. The steward was also dressed in a grand red robe today, appearing quite festive. Wang Yusheng glanced at his watch. It was 9:20. The scheduled opening time was 9:40 sharp. With 20 minutes to go, there was enough time. Alright, let's go. Wang Yusheng was also dressed quite formally today. Although it had not snowed in the capital, it was still quite cold at the end of November. Wang Yusheng stepped out through the small door. A crowd hurriedly came forward, each offering their congratulations. Congratulations, little one. Haha. Same joy, everyone rejoices together. After going around, his mouth felt nearly numb from the smiles. The steward also introduced many prominent figures from the business world to Wang Yusheng. There were a few high-ranking officials as well. He reminded Wang Yusheng that they had also invited a Japanese gentleman this time. However, after the steward's introduction, Wang Yusheng developed a bit of interest. This Japanese gentleman was from Osaka, and his small eyes sparkled with intelligence. He looked like a wealthy individual. Wang Yusheng found out that this gentleman Matsui Momoko was the captain of the 2nd Regiment of the 4th Division stationed in the capital. It wasn't just a single military unit, many were mixed troops, commonly referred to as mixed brigades. It was estimated that the whole world knew that the people of the 4th Division always prioritized business first, friendship second, and fighting third. In just a few exchanges, Wang Yusheng and Matsui Momoko became like brothers. This fellow was quite lively, occasionally quoting ancient sayings, though it was unclear if he was just showing off his vocabulary. Soon the time was approaching. A line of 9 stunning women dressed in bright red kipayos, their hair elegantly pinned up, walked out. They all carried trays, each holding a pair of golden scissors. This was part of the grand opening preparations. Many men were fixated on the figures of these attendants, while women were focused on the various outfits worn by them. Of course, the kipayos were custom-made by Rui Fuxiang and were definitely not cheap. They were made from the finest materials. However, what was revealed as they lifted their legs caught the attention of many women. It was none other than nylon stockings, which were first introduced in 1937 and had begun to gain popularity in bustling areas around the world within a few years. In the country, it was said that only the international city of Daihai had them. Who would have thought they were available in the capital too? Though it seemed they were still warm. He would have to take a good look later. With a single cut, the red silk was severed. The attendants nearby quickly waved their hands, and the sound of firecrackers erupted. There were also arrangements for confetti to be scattered from upstairs. Instantly, the half of the street was filled with colorful displays. The women had never seen such an opening ceremony. Wang Yusheng pulled the rope, revealing the sign. It read Wansheng Universal Department Store. Indeed, it sounded much better than a grocery store. Wang Yusheng pushed open the main door. At the same time, the other large doors, also manned by attendants, were pushed open simultaneously. A row of neatly arranged attendants stood behind the doors, bowing to the guests. Welcome to Wansheng Universal Department Store. Wang Yusheng could hear many men swallowing hard. Upon entering the store, everyone noticed that the style here had transformed completely. There was no longer that sense of confinement. Each item was neatly categorized and placed on shelves. A smiling saleswoman stood in front of a long glass counter. Everyone was amazed. This young master truly had a grand vision. Old customers felt that it looked much better than before. A department store had everything. From needles and threads to sewing machines and radios. There were also various foods, drinks, and smokes. Moreover, ready-made clothes were available for sale. Downstairs were mostly men, while many young ladies were led upstairs by the attendants. The space was even more spacious, with casually arranged booths. There were counters here as well. If you wanted something, just ask and someone would naturally bring it to you. A few friends could sit together in a booth. Soon attendants brought cups of coffee. This surprised many women. A sip of fragrant coffee immediately warmed them up. It was likely just a psychological effect, primarily because the upstairs had heating installed. Feeling warm, the women began to focus on the shelves. From clothes to bags, there were many women's products that were not convenient to mention. Moreover, there were no men around, allowing the women to be more open. Many were flipping through the thick stockings. Although Wang Yusheng found these stockings quite outdated in this era, they were the trend. The women were all sparkling with excitement. There were also those looking at perfumes. A few bold ones even chose clothes and went into a fitting room to try them on. Indeed, the sensation was distinctly different once worn. What caught the women's attention the most was the carefully prepared pads by Wang Yusheng. He didn't sell them but gave each woman a pack. Each pack contained 4 small packages. This was a trial version. Once used, they wouldn't believe they could return to using ash and thick paper. Wang Yusheng had already raised the knife, just waiting to bring it down. The women who came today were originally just there for a symbolic gesture. Spending around $20 to $30 would suffice. However, by the end each person had 7 or 8 paper bags at their feet. The minimum expenditure was $200. Some even paid generously with small yellow fish. Meanwhile, downstairs Wang Yusheng was even more generous. Each male customer was presented with gifts appropriate to their status. They weren't overly extravagant, just kerosene lighters. Listening to the crisp sound of the lighters opening and closing, even non-smokers couldn't help but be fascinated. When men spent money, it was indeed quite terrifying. Wang Yusheng's 20 watches of varying values were quickly snatched up. The expensive ones cost as much as 20 small yellow fish. These affluent individuals didn't even blink. Wang Yusheng felt it was a bit hasty. At noon, the arranged business banquet was held at Funza Garden. A business banquet was really not suitable for hot pot. Otherwise it would have been arranged at Donglashan. Finally it was over. Manager Lu directed the staff to install the last door panel and everyone sighed in relief. Not to mention anything else, just maintaining a smile for 12 hours was no easy feat. But these staff members held on, so they were commendable. Mr. Tian, the chief accountant, finally calculated today's earnings. Wang Yusheng was taken aback. The revenue for this day nearly equaled that of the previous half year. It might also be due to it being the first day. Things would gradually calm down afterward. The steward kept mentioning how young master had grown up and that he should send a telegram to the old master to report the good news. Having made a profit, Wang Yusheng was not stingy. That evening everyone dined at Donglashan for hot pot. As long as they didn't overeat, they could eat as much as they wanted. Today young master Wang was treating. The girls at home and a few ladies in the backyard found it inconvenient to go out, so Wang Yusheng arranged for Donglashan to deliver pots to their home. The past group included over 20 staff members, Manager Lu, and the financial officers. 4 people shared a table. If it wasn't enough, they could ask the boss for more. The people who came today were just a small sample from the capital. It was estimated that for a while Wansheng Universal would definitely become a social center for wealthy ladies. Not to mention anything else, just those exquisite snacks and coffee were not something one could enjoy for just $1. Moreover, these were all free. Rather than going to a cafe, it was better to go to Wansheng Universal. The key was that it was warm there and you could also browse through items. I am so exhausted. Rejecting the massages offered by 3 maids, Wang Yusheng flopped onto the bed. These 3 maids must have been exhausted as well. The upstairs arrangements relied entirely on them. Although the dozen or so girls had impeccable manners, they had never dealt with genuine hospitality before. Especially in terms of business. They hadn't fully remembered the functions and differences in production of many products. You had to explain what distinguished these items from ordinary ones and why they were priced so high. If you couldn't articulate that, how could you sell anything? Therefore those 20 girls still needed training. To reward the 3 maids for their performance today, each received a pair of gold earrings. The 3 girls, despite their exhaustion, still wanted to curry favor, but Wang Yusheng was not an animal. He decisively refused, which left the 3 maids a bit unhappy. Young master, it snowed yesterday, you should dress warmly. This was made by Aunt Gu and she insisted that I make sure you wear it. Alright, put it on and tell Aunt Gu to take a break. These tasks are hard on the eyes and those pastries should not be lacking. Our family isn't short on money. Don't worry, young master. Aunt Gu's cooking is truly exceptional. When you wear this cotton vest, it will fit you just right. Of course, Aunt Gu's skills are renowned in the capital. I should have a talk with her and give your maids a bit of training too. Young master, please spare Kai Dai, the little maid said, looking distressed. Wang Yusheng flicked her forehead. Why are you so foolish? If you can't sew, who would want you later? Hee hee. I don't care, I have the young master. Wang Yusheng shook his head. Soon it will be 44 years. In a few more years such comfortable days will be gone. For nearly 30 years no maids or servants will be allowed in the house and these girls will have to be sent away. Sigh. Looking forward to the coming days yet fearing them too. Those who look forward to it have certainly never enjoyed it. Those who have enjoyed it say so only because the knife hasn't fallen on them. Anyone who has experienced such things wouldn't say this. Those who have never tasted such flavors cannot understand, but once someone has enjoyed it, they will inevitably change. It all depends on what their true hearts are. However, for Wang Yusheng, his true heart. He is merely a night shift worker at an international port. What true heart could he have? All he wants is to go with the flow, to follow his heart. Ha! BRR. It's really cold. You should go back and dress warmly when you go out. Okay, young master, I'm off. Wang Yusheng watched Kai Dai run to the back courtyard. He rubbed his hands together and walked towards the front courtyard. The attendants and maids were already in position. Manager Lu must have spoken earlier. Seeing Wang Yusheng approach, they all bowed. Good morning, master. Good morning, young master. Good morning, young master. Hey, have you all eaten? What the young master said, we've all eaten. The steward instructed the kitchen. This morning we had large meat buns with white rice porridge and everyone got an egg. A girl among the 20 maids named Li Miaoying stepped forward to reply. Yes, eat well in the morning, fill up at noon, then have a good dinner in the evening. Only when we are full can we have the strength and energy to do other things, don't you all agree? Eating well keeps the body healthy, preventing illness, ensuring good health. Alright, enough of the usual talk, just remember it. Everyone get busy, the store is about to open and we need to replenish the stock that was short yesterday. If the inventory drops below half, report it immediately. Get to work. Wang Yusheng rubbed his hands together. It was almost time to open, but why was it so cold? He waved to Manager Lu, who was busy. Old Lu, come here. Yes, young master, what is it? When will the boiler for the shop be lit? Half an hour before opening. Let's make it an hour earlier from now on. We are about to open, yet the temperature is still so low. If someone comes early and thinks we can't afford coal, if this gets spread by someone with ill intentions, it would be bad for our reputation. Understood, young master. Tomorrow I'll have them start earlier. I will also inform the steward shortly. Yes, let them know. If it's not necessary, the pipes here can remain open. A night won't waste much. Alright, young master, you can rest assured. I'm going out for a stroll and to have a bowl of lamb soup. You all prepare to open the shop. Young master, do you need a carriage? I can call one for you. No need, I can walk, it's just a few steps. Wang Yusheng put on his hat and mask and exited through the small door. There were already many pedestrians on the street. The vendors were out for a meager profit. Although the profit was thin, at least it could support a family's meals. Good morning, young master. Morning. Even dressed like this, others can still recognize me. Indeed, the elegance of Wang's young master shines brightly despite being covered up. Wandering towards Dashilan, along the way about 100 meters in, there is a lamb soup shop. Although it's not an old establishment, the taste is quite good. Wang Yusheng had eaten there a few times and would come to indulge in a big bowl every few days. Initially he thought they added something to the soup, but after observing for several days he realized they truly put their heart into it without adding any random things. Otherwise, if Wang the young master got angry, it could be deadly. Oh, young master, you're early, sticking to the usual, right? Good morning, shopkeeper. BRR. It's really cold. We stick to the usual 1 pound of the most tender lamb, no scallions, just coriander, and 2 pieces of flatbread. Alright, young master, you stay warm, I'll bring it right away. Wang Yusheng looked around at the people here. Indeed, who has the leisure to spend money on lamb soup this early in the morning? 1 pound of the most tender lamb, 1 bowl of soup, and 2 pieces of soaked flatbread. Here you go. Sir, the chopsticks and spoon have been heated several times. Please enjoy slowly. Got it, thank you, shopkeeper. Sir, we do what we should. You are too polite. The capital's problem is that everyone is too courteous. If everyone keeps competing, I reckon they could spend the whole morning just doing that. Holding the chopsticks, he added some chili oil into the bowl. It lacked saltiness. Wang Yusheng took out a small jar from his pocket which contained salt to season it to his liking. He picked up a few pieces of lamb and placed them in the bowl, broke off some flatbread and added it in to soak. First he drank a few sips of the soup, then ate the meat and bread, finishing it off before adding more meat and bread. Delicious. After finishing a bowl, due to the chili, he felt comfortable all over. Shopkeeper, keep a tab. If I run out of money, just let me know. I wouldn't want to shortchange you in the end. Young master, rest assured, if you come often I would be happy even if I took a loss. That's nonsense. How can a business lose money? I estimate I don't have much left, right? Here are 5 coins, just write it down together. Wang Yusheng took out 5 silver coins and tossed them onto the counter. Thank you, young master. Although it isn't proper, I will gladly accept what you give. If it's not enough, just let me know. Don't be shy, I'm off now. Wang Yusheng put on his hat and mask again, hands tucked into his sleeves as he exited. BRR. Cold. Even though it snowed all night yesterday. Most places on the road have already been cleared. It's relatively clean. Today there's nothing much to do, perhaps. Should I find some fun at the overpass? Checking the time, it was almost 10 in the morning. Without hesitation, he set off swaying side to side while humming a tune. He didn't even need to use his hands, occasionally spitting out a sunflower seed shell. This has been Wang Yusheng's new discovery over the past few months. He can directly place a sunflower seed in his mouth from his space, and the key point is that he doesn't need to use his hands. He could also shell them in his space, but that would take away the fun of spitting out the shells. What's the point of eating sunflower seeds then? As for the moral dilemma of spitting shells on the street, as long as it brings him joy. To make spitting out the shells easier, Wang Yusheng even made a little hole in his mask by his mouth. Besides, if he doesn't spit, then the street cleaners would be out of work, right? In this day and age, without work, a whole family would truly suffer. After passing Zhu, the atmosphere felt different. Although there weren't many people at this hour, many were already practicing various skills. This area is mostly filled with street performers. There are also some small vendors selling candied hawthorn donkey rolls and sugar figurines. This place is quite mixed. Moreover, besides the main road, there isn't anyone to clean up the other areas unless there are diligent families that clean in front of their doors every day. To listen to a play, of course, one goes to Tianla Theater. Coincidentally, a famous performer is here today. Wang Yusheng frowned and scratched his chin. Farewell, my concubine. Qing Jie and Duan Xiaolu. BRR. How did another one come in? Sigh, since they are here then. Let's watch. Wang Yusheng stepped inside. As soon as he entered, a wave of warmth greeted him. At that moment, sounds of musical instruments echoed from the stage. This is the dream of the garden where Qing Jie makes her entrance to warm up the crowd. Since I am here, I won't hesitate any longer. Wang Yusheng stepped forward. A waiter approached Wang Yusheng. How would you like to be seated, sir? We have large tables, small tables, and single tables. Sir, that's a single table, 1 seat per person, $1 each seat, with good tea and snacks served. Alright, please arrange one for me. By the way, I would like Longjing tea. I just had something greasy and my mouth isn't feeling particularly comfortable. Understood, please follow me, sir. The waiter led him to a table not far from the stage. Indeed, the view of the show here is right at hand. A great location. The waiter hurriedly walked, careful not to obstruct the view of the patrons. On stage, Qing Jie was dressed in a way that made it hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman, even after witnessing so many women in his past life. Regardless of the voice or the movement, Wang Yusheng stared unblinkingly at Qing Jie's actions, even neglecting to notice when the waiter brought him something. However, a refined middle-aged man nearby noticed Wang Yusheng's demeanor. He cast a discreet glance at him, frowning slightly. Everyone knows that Qing Jie belongs to him. Anyone who hasn't seen him should have at least heard of him. Why is this person staring so openly? He is slapping the face of the fourth master. Wang Yusheng is looking at Qing Jie this way, unknowingly offending a powerful figure. Even if he knew it wouldn't matter, he could just physically eliminate him, and what remains of the soul could not harm him. However, Qing Jie suffered greatly after the devils left. During the performance, it was mentioned that he was imprisoned solely for having performed for the devils. Speaking of which, haven't these nobles and officials in the capital colluded with the devils at some point? By that logic, they all deserve to be executed. It's truly bold to bully a mere actor. Staring so intensely, he couldn't even discern if it was a man or a woman. Rubbing his eyes, he saw the tea had arrived. He poured himself a cup. After tasting it, he thought, it's acceptable. The tea leaves weren't particularly good or bad. It's drinkable. He picked up a sesame pastry and popped it into his mouth. This is a pastry from Daoxiang village. He looked at the small twists, picked one up and took a bite. Not bad. It's the twist from Guifashiang. I just wonder if it's from the Tianjin store or the capital branch. Tianjin would probably be too costly to procure from, so it must be from the capital. Ordinary people can't tell, but Wang Yusheng can. Because the pastries at home were brought from Tianjin. While fourth master was staring at Wang Yusheng, someone came over quietly and whispered a few words in his ear. Fourth master blinked a few times, then looked back at Wang Yusheng. He shook his head lightly, seemingly perplexed. He didn't understand how his elder brother could take a liking to someone like this. His little niece is only 15, clearly a progressive student. Someone from a wealthy family like this would most likely not appeal to her. Since he's family, he eased some of his concerns and continued to listen to Qing Jie's performance. But Wang Yusheng remained oblivious. He leisurely sipped tea and munched on pastries while watching the show. Hey! Don't say this man plays a woman without a single flaw. No wonder. No wonder. Wang Yusheng stopped looking for faults and began to listen with squinted eyes. Now that he thinks about it, if he wants to listen to popular music, it has to be something else. This opera, if one truly sits down to listen, is indeed a different kind of flavor. Otherwise, how could opera have been popular for thousands of years? And often a single piece can sustain a theater troupe for decades or even centuries, carrying on traditions. How many years has popular music been around? It's like singing to ghosts. Have you seen anyone set up a popular music stage at home? It's all opera stages. A segment of The Dream of the Garden quickly concluded. The audience erupted in applause. At this moment, Wang Yusheng noticed the bespectacled man nearby. Seeing Wang Yusheng looking over, he smiled, nodded, and raised his teacup in a gesture. Wang Yusheng pinched his thigh. Did this person recognize him? However, he also raised his teacup in return. This is called reciprocity. This was still when Ching Jie began to thank the guests. Those without money would toss a silver dollar, while someone like Fourth Master would directly bring a tray with 10 notes totaling $1,000. Damn. The speed at which he spends money is enough to earn a thumbs up from Wang Yusheng. However, Wang Yusheng also symbolically tossed in $10. Perfectly executed. Ching Jie gracefully moved her steps and bowed to the audience before leaving the stage. A group of attendants came from backstage, systematically collecting the money. Then they knelt down with a thud and bowed 3 times. This was to thank everyone for their support. Providing a meal is akin to being reborn. 3 bows are well deserved. Next up is the grand performance of Farewell My Concubine. A full 50-minute show for just $1 is quite the deal. It's far more thrilling than watching a movie. Wang Yusheng threw down another $10. By now it was already noon, and the show had ended. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed the handsome middle-aged man smiling at him. Wang Yusheng felt a tightening in his chest. He knew what kind of person this Fourth Master was. The key point is that Wang Yusheng is straight and has a normal orientation, and he is confident in his looks. Just as he was about to find another way to break out, unexpectedly this man called out to him, "Young Master Wang, may I have a word with you?" "Haha. I'm busy. I have a fire still burning on my stove at home. I need to check on it." "Oh. Does young Master Wang have any misunderstanding about me?" No, I've never seen you. How could I have any misunderstanding? It's impossible. Looking at your impressive demeanor, I feel overshadowed beside you. I have a temper. I don't like talking to overly handsome people. I speak frankly, please don't take offense." "Ha ha ha. Interesting. Don't you really want to know who I am?" "How could I not want to know?" "You cannot." Fourth Master waved his hand. Someone came over, bowed to Wang Yusheng and introduced, "Young Master Wang, this is Master Yuan, commonly referred to as Fourth Master." "Oh, nice to meet you, Fourth Master. However, I happen to be out of money today, otherwise I would have treated you to some lamb hot pot." "Don't be polite. If you don't have it, I do. If you don't go, that means you don't give me face." Fourth Master looked at Wang Yusheng with a smile in his eyes. "Alright, then I will follow your arrangements, Fourth Master." "Haha. Let's go. First we'll meet a friend backstage, then we'll go eat. Let me introduce, this is Ching Jie, the big boss Cheng, and this is Duan Xiaoluo, the big boss Duan. Gentlemen, this is the currently most popular young owner of Wancheng all-purpose store in the capital, Wang Yusheng." After the Fourth Master arrived, he began to introduce Wang Yusheng. Wang Yusheng extended his hand and cupped his fists toward the 2 gentlemen. "Indeed, both big bosses are renowned figures. Today is the first time I hear of you, and I can only regret it." "Oh, what does Wang Dongjia regret?" Ching Jie looked at Wang Yusheng. "I regret not coming to watch the opera sooner. I wasted so much time in my past. Such a waste. In the future, when both big bosses perform, I will definitely support you in advance." Hee. "Thank you, young Wang. Thank you, young Wang, for your kind words." Duan Xiaolu also cupped his fists. Duan Xiaolu knew about the Wang family and dared not act arrogantly. After exchanging a few words, the Fourth Master invited them for hot pot lamb. It wasn't far from here, but the Fourth Master had a car. It was not convenient for people to sit. In the end, Wang Yusheng decided to drive. He had driven this car before. He gave the driver $1 and asked him to find a rickshaw to follow. Initially skeptical of Wang Yusheng's driving skills, he ended up driving exceptionally smoothly. Now all 3 felt relieved. "Yusheng, you really are talented. You can even drive a car. Don't just mention cars, I can fly planes too. Do you believe it?" Wang Yusheng looked at the Fourth Master. "I believe it. How could I not?" "Haha. One day find a plane, take me up into the sky for a spin. No problem, as long as the fourth master has the courage to sit, you can trust me. Haha, of course I trust you, you are the one flying the plane, what am I afraid of? As they chatted, they arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Although it wasn't an old establishment, the taste was quite good. Moreover, the decor was elegant. There were also small private booths. The meal was enjoyable for both hosts and guests. Both gentlemen had to sing opera, so they didn't drink. Wang Yusheng and the fourth master also didn't drink. After the meal, they drove the two back to the theater, and only then did he bid farewell to the fourth master. Yusheng, do you like this car? It's fine, just the shock absorption is a bit weak. Haha. Looks like you are not impressed. I originally intended to give you the car as a meeting gift, but forget it. If you see something you like in the future, just tell me, I am a generous person. Oh really? Then I want something, can you find it? Haha. It's just finding something. As long as it exists and is still in the country, there's nothing fourth master can't find. A sword, a precious sword. The legend has it that this sword is the one wielded by the overlord, and Yuji died by this sword. Can you find it? After Wang Yusheng finished speaking, the fourth master was stunned. It turned out this kid was waiting for him. Damn, I underestimated him. Hee. Kid, you were waiting for me, right? Fine, the fourth master never goes back on his word. Tomorrow morning that sword will be delivered to you. Alright, thank you fourth master, I will wait at home tomorrow. Wang Yusheng cupped his hands and turned to leave. Kid, do you need me to see you off? No need, I can make it on foot, it's not far. Wang Yusheng waved his hand and swayed as he walked away. He turned west at Jushuko and walked along the Coal Street alley. A few people came up ahead, swaggering about, each with their arms crooked. Oh. Aren't these enemies? Who else could come but the mourners? Damn, I had been so busy lately that I forgot about these guys. This is the outer 5th district, and no wonder I bumped into them. However, this is a wide road and it's possible someone might see me. Wang Yusheng pretended to shiver, glanced at the few people, stepped back a few paces, looked around, and darted into a small alley. This scene left the two following behind, scratching their heads. Would their young master be afraid of anyone? But before they could figure it out, the mourners had already started to chase after him. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Aren't you impressive? Let's see how impressive you are on your own. With a shout, brothers, let's go have some fun. After chasing for over 100 meters, they finally saw Wang Yusheng standing there, his mouth occasionally making cracking sounds as he spat out a few sunflower seed shells. I was wondering who it was. Everyone take a look, isn't this our young master Wang? Oh dear, I didn't startle you, did I? That would be my mourner's fault, I owe you an apology. An apology. Pu. Let's skip the apology, just bow once and it will suffice. Wang Yusheng teased them as he spoke, while also moving closer to them. Just a few black-clad men easily subdued. Wang Yusheng's ears perked up, someone was coming from behind. He hastily stepped forward, and in the next second several black-clad dogs all entered Wang Yusheng's space. He turned and left. If he could kill them he would, if not he would definitely kill them if they met again tomorrow. Otherwise would he keep them for the new year. By the time the two behind caught up, there was no one here anymore. Wang Yusheng had also disappeared. Damn. Once again lost the young master. Sigh, just wait to be scolded at home. The two walked back dejectedly. A head peeked out from a corner wall. Those two. Wang Yusheng seemed to have seen them at that village. Indeed, he had seen them. But why are they following me? Could it be Uncle Kai? Many things are best left unspoken. They returned home quietly. In a couple of days it would be New Year's Day, and the store had noticeably become busier. For the current Chinese people, this can also be considered a small festival. After a year of hard work, isn't it all for these few days? 2 days ago they had already started promotions. Anyone who bought needles, threads, and such items for $1 could receive a hair tie and a silver ring for free. The hair tie is simply a red threaded rubber band. For ordinary young girls, this is already the best New Year gift. The silver rings were taken from the space containers. There were at least 10 containers, and while these looked like silver rings, they only contained 1/3 of silver. The better silver rings young Master Wang would not give away. He wasn't foolish, was he? Just this gift has already made people very happy. Since the store started its promotion, the consumption of needles and threads had increased a bit. During the new year, who doesn't want to add some new items to their home? 20 new girls had joined, and after a couple of months in the store they had become somewhat adept. None were foolish, otherwise they wouldn't last in the Wang residence. Wang Yusheng wasn't at the store, he felt too constrained with so many people around. Young master has returned. Uncle Kai, what are you busy with? Isn't New Year's Day coming soon? Many families need to prepare gifts to send. Especially the future young lady. I have prepared a list for you, young master. Please take a look if there are any changes to be made. Future young lady? Yes, she is your fiancée. Just saying, fiancée. Who is she? What family is she from? What is her height, weight, looks? I have never seen her. When can I meet her? Well, young master, rest assured I once caught a glimpse of the future young lady from a distance. She's quite beautiful. Tall and slim, neither fat nor thin yet to reach maturity, and it's inconvenient for her to meet outside men. With your eyesight I need to take a discount. When you go out drinking flower wine, the prettier they are the better. When it comes to finding the young master's proper fiancée, they are as ugly as can be, yet you still claim she's the most beautiful. Young master, you may not trust others, but you should trust me, your old servant. Seeing the old man getting anxious, Wang Yusheng waved his hand. Once this matter is settled, it cannot be changed regardless of whether the woman is beautiful or ugly, tall or short. When the time comes, you have to carry her back in a grand wedding chair. If you don't want to marry, either the man dies or the woman dies. Even if someone dies, they still have to be carried to the ancestral grave in a grand wedding chair. An engagement arranged through proper channels is not just a casual matter. Young master. What is it, Uncle Kai? It's so early in the morning. My young master, please get up quickly. Someone from the Yuan residence has come to deliver a gift for you. Yuan residence? Got it. What time is it? Fourth master is really eager. Wang Yusheng glanced at the alarm clock in his room. It was only 9 in the morning. Qin and Cui walked in quickly, putting on their clothes, and the two girls helped Wang Yusheng freshen up. Goyala. Phew. After washing up, he started with a cup of tea to clear his throat. Where are the people from the Yuan family? They're in the living room. Cui smoothed out her slightly wrinkled clothes. Wang Yusheng looked in the mirror, lifted his foot, and stepped out. Greetings, young master Wang. A girl with bright eyebrows and pearly teeth quickly bowed upon seeing Wang Yusheng enter. Her eyes timidly glanced at Wang Yusheng from time to time. Is this something fourth master sent you to deliver? Replying to young master Wang, it was fourth master who instructed me to deliver it. The girl said as she picked up a long box from the side table. Wang Yusheng took it and opened it directly. Inside was a sword. Just looking at its style and the decorations of jewels on it, one could tell it was an expensive sword. With a clear sound, Wang Yusheng drew the sword from its sheath, the blade gleaming with a chilling light. A fine sword. Girl, please thank fourth master for me. Young master, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Wang Yusheng smiled at the girl. You've come all this way, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Cui, take the young girl upstairs to pick out a few items. Consider them a gift for her, and the expenses are on me. Isn't that inappropriate, young master Wang? There's nothing inappropriate about it. This is the Wang family and I call the shots. Ignoring her, Wang Yusheng happily left with the box and sword. Hee. Come with me, young lady. My young master is very generous and there are plenty of things in the shop. Thank you, sister Cui. Hee. Thank you for what? After Cui said this, she pulled the girl along. When they reached the second floor, the girl looked around with wide sparkling eyes. As Cui led the girl, they were very close and Cui could already smell the scent of the girl, which was the most expensive perfume in the shop. Though faint, it was hard for others to discern, but Cui could. The girl, though somewhat plain, wore clothes that were not typical for a servant girl. They held hands again, although Cui didn't work much comparing their hands. This little girl's hands were even whiter and more delicate than Cui's, clearly untouched by any hard labor. Does the Yuan residence have such maids? Observing the girl's demeanor, she was clearly amazed at everything, yet maintained her courtesy, which was evidently ingrained in her nature. What stood out was that the several maids upstairs attended to her without any resistance. This left Cui a bit puzzled. If she were a maid being served by others, there would be some sense of restraint, but this girl showed none. Instead, there was a sense of entitlement. Could this girl not be a maid of the Yuan family? Looking at the girl's age, Cui's heart skipped a beat. Seizing the moment when no one was around, Cui approached. Are you the fifth young lady? Have I been exposed? Young mistress, I apologize for not recognizing you sooner. Cui said and was about to kneel. The girl hurriedly pulled her back. Sister Cui Cui, I'm not the fifth young lady now. I'm just a maid of the Yuan family. Please don't let it slip. Sister Cui Cui, tell me where I slipped up. Does your family's young master know? Young mistress, don't worry, the young master doesn't know about you yet. Why did you come here alone? What if something happened? Hee hee. It's fine, someone is following me outside. I took a car here and got off at the corner. I mainly came to see your family's young master. You mustn't let it slip. Young mistress, how do you feel after meeting our family's young master? Cui Cui's eyes sparkled, her little gossip fire burning brightly. How do I feel? It's okay, better than the rumors I've heard. The young girl blushed slightly after speaking. Since it was recognized that this was the future young mistress, Cui Cui stopped hiding things, bringing out all the best items from the shop. This is the future young mistress of our family. These best things should be used by her and no one else. First was a delicate and simple platinum watch packed in a crystal box, the most expensive one in the shop, priced at 12000 taels. It was placed directly on the wrist of the young mistress, looking beautiful from every angle. The young girl was also enamored. She had never imagined a watch could be made so small and cute. Then came various cosmetics, clothes, bags, and shoes. After a stroll around the second floor, she had changed almost entirely. Looking at herself in the mirror, the young girl was delighted, but then thought of something. Cui Cui, am I being too ostentatious? Young mistress, not at all ostentatious. Cui Cui thinks it still looks quite ordinary. How much is all this? I'll have someone deliver it later. Young mistress, didn't the young master say these are free, a gift for you? How can that be? They are too expensive. Not expensive, not expensive. Anything more expensive on you is just an embellishment. It's unacceptable for it to be free. Don't account for this money. Wait until I officially enter the door, then you can take it from me. Hee hee. This will be my private stash. MMHM, alright young mistress, feel free to take some money. Cui Cui will arrange it for you. The girl casually picked a few more items, then had them wrapped up as these were for gifts when she returned. When she finally went downstairs, 7 maids followed behind, their arms full of big and small bundles. The girl waved at the street corner. A car drove over and the big and small bundles were loaded into the car. The girl got in and waved at everyone as the car sped away. Young master, the people from the Yuan family have left. Did that girl upstairs like the items? Replying to young master, she was very satisfied. As long as she is satisfied, she can come again in the future. She doesn't need to pay for her purchases. Her friends can have a slight discount. What? If you don't want to be treated unfairly, just follow my orders. Young master. You knew. Your young master is not foolish. That perfume she used, I've only brought 1 bottle out in the entire capital, which I gifted to your future young mistress on the day we opened the shop. And Uncle Kai, I saw him hiding far away, smiling while watching when that girl came. I wouldn't believe it if there was nothing fishy about it. Uncle Kai recognized her when he saw the girl. Although the girl hid it well and had some presumptions, I saw through it at a glance. Did you think I wouldn't notice? You were also planning to keep it from the young master. Young master, I didn't. I just wanted to tell you, but you've already figured it out. You're wearing your thoughts on your face. Hee hee. Young master, what do you think of the young mistress? She's beautiful. I must say your old master has done me a great favor, and Uncle Kai didn't deceive me. Young master, the young mistress just said nice things about you too. Upon hearing this, Wang Yusheng's lips curled up. Little master, may you be blessed. You too, please come in quickly. Little master, hello. Hello everyone, please come in. Today is January 1st, 1944. Early in the morning, Wang Yusheng was required to dress up as festive as a red envelope. The back gate is wide open. Wang Yusheng first went to greet Aunt Gu. This was the custom at the time, otherwise Wang Yusheng rarely visited the back courtyard. The back courtyard is actually quite large, consisting of 2 sections with a garden in the west. So there is no need to worry about it being too small. After greeting, he headed to the storefront. A few days earlier, invitations had been sent out. After a busy morning, the restaurant was booked at Fengziyuan, which was also arranged in advance. At noon, Wang Yusheng arrived at the restaurant with some people. With a flurry of clinking glasses, the relationships became most cordial, building connections and maintaining reciprocity. The meal was enjoyed by both hosts and guests. When Wang Yusheng returned to the store, it was already nearly 3 p.m. He reeked of alcohol. Having celebrated the new year, he was considered an adult now, so the financial overseer wouldn't mind him drinking. Currently only Kai-dai was by his side serving him. The other two were on the second floor of the store. Today the second floor was almost bursting at the seams with more women than men present. The newly launched products were being swept up without a glance. To Wang Yusheng's surprise, the best-selling item turned out to be women's mats. As young master Wang Yusheng was in a daze, someone called out to him. He opened his eyes to see the financial overseer. Young master, people from the police station have arrived. What's the matter? They said a few of their people are missing and it concerns you. Missing? Who? They said it's someone from the external division, a guy named Sang Bang, along with several others, a total of 7 people who have been missing for several days without a trace. What does that have to do with me? I mentioned it, but they insisted on seeing you. While we aren't afraid of them, we shouldn't make things awkward, right? Alright, they'll listen to you. Wang Yusheng got out of bed, put on his outer coat, and followed the financial overseer to the hall. Young Master Wang, I am Guo Qingji, the deputy chief of the police station. Financial overseer, serve the tea. What brings Chief Guo here to find me? Young Master Wang, it's like this, some of our people are missing and I know it was definitely their fault. I apologize on their behalf. Their families have been causing a scene every day because they haven't returned. Just let them suffer a bit and I guarantee that when they see you next time they'll be more respectful than to their own fathers. I said I haven't seen them. Well, that can't be. We are the small ones and you are the big one. The big shouldn't hold grudges against the small. You can just let those blind fools go, treating it like it doesn't matter. How can you be so certain that it was me who did it? Well, I didn't do it, so go find whoever you want. Don't bother me, otherwise I'll take down your police station and let's see if those little devils dare to say a word. Financial overseer, see them out. Get lost, don't embarrass me. Wang Yusheng yawned and staggered into the back room. Deputy Chief Guo, please leave. Don't celebrate too early. The deputy chief, who had been pretending to be meek in the yard, was different outside. Wang Yusheng didn't take it to heart, but the subsequent events annoyed him. Someone actually dared to check his store, and when there were the most people, the power would suddenly go out, or they would come during the night. That was giving them face. Financial overseer, can you find out who is behind this? Yes, it's that deputy chief. He has a nephew working at the power company. He is the one who cut the power. If he likes cutting power so much, then let's hang his whole family on the power line. Alright, we can do that tonight. About that Guo. Let's not touch him for now, I'll deal with him myself in a few days. Alright, young master, I'll get busy now. The new year is approaching, the train station and warehouse should be filled with goods again. Wang Yusheng decided to make another trip tonight. He looked at the clock, it was 2 p.m., just right to go out for a stroll. Upon exiting, he saw Wen San. Waving his hand. Wen San hurried over. Young master, where are you going? Old rules, to the train station in Jingxing district for a stroll. Young master, are you? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and let's go. Wang Yusheng plopped down in the main seat. Alright, you are the boss. The vehicle left the front gate, reached Xianmen Street, then headed east. Here the presence of the Japanese increased. Although it seemed crowded, it was actually rather loose. They circled around the edges of those warehouses again. Don't be fooled by Wen San's foolish bravery, doing this really made him sweat. After a lap they ran for over an hour. This was more tiring than Wen San running for 3 hours. Look at you, go home and rest well, don't catch a cold. Wang Yusheng tossed him a silver dollar and turned to re-enter the store. Many people inside were selecting items. The staff were busily attending to customers. Those who purchased items left with smiles and the staff escorted them to the door. If they bought a lot, they would find a car to take them away, and when the car returned they would settle the bill at the store. The smaller storefront that was previously bought has now been connected and turned into a tea house. People could come to sit and enjoy some tea when they were tired from shopping. Initially Wang Yusheng wanted the old shopkeeper Wang to manage the tea house for him, but he had his own business and politely declined. Fine, I can only come myself. There is a maid boiling water for tea and coffee and 2 staff running back and forth. 3 people are enough. Believe it or not, it was actually profitable. In the first month they earned more than 20 silver dollars. In the future the average was around 40 silver dollars. That's more than a silver dollar a day. As long as it's not a loss, it's fine. These are just small profits. The items for women upstairs sell for more than this price individually. Just as Wen-san had stopped, a person walked by at the street corner. Wen-san, what are you doing here? Officer Fang, thanks to the young master it's easy to wait here for work. Officer Fang, where are you headed? I'll escort you. I'm here to take care of some business. You carry on with your work. Oh. Wen-san, I just saw Bai Lianqi. Him. I ran into him a few days ago, he's even poorer now. I won't keep you. I have to go now. Wen-san scratched his head as he watched Officer Fang walk away quickly. He no longer thought much about it and sat with a few people to start boasting. After dinner, Wang Yusheng read for a while and then fell asleep. When the time came, he opened his eyes to check the time. It was 1130. The timing was just right. He dressed, climbed onto the wall and made his way through the alleys to the back street. He took out a small electric vehicle and sped away silently. The two who followed Wang Yusheng over the wall were once again left far behind. They were almost in tears. Financial overseer, the young master is too fast. By the time we climbed over, he was already out of sight. Understood. You both rest too. The young master is not a child anymore. He knows what danger is. After saying this, the financial overseer continued to snore. The two stood up from the ground, lowered their heads, and exited the courtyard. Stop. Password. Snow in spring. Wang Yusheng confidently walked into the heavily guarded train station. What should I do next? Let's check the warehouse first. Surprisingly, the entrance has been sealed off. The windows are too. I can only enter through the main door. However, the main entrance is constantly patrolled. Wang Yusheng's task is to take out the patrolling personnel first. Their shift overlaps every 10 minutes. Moreover, the intersection, which is the center of surveillance, can be easily spotted. Alternatively, he could eliminate those on the watchtower. Alright, that's the plan. Wang Yusheng quietly approached the watchtower. He stealthily crouched down. There were 6 people inside. 4 were on guard while 2 were sleeping. They must be on a rotation. The next moment, Wang Yusheng entered the small room, disappearing while the others were caught off guard. He quickly descended from the watchtower. They had 3 minutes before the next rendezvous. Wang Yusheng boldly stood under the streetlight, pretending to check the time with a notebook in hand. In the distance, a group of soldiers was approaching. Wang Yusheng raised his hand to stop them, instructing them to wait. They waited for 5 minutes before the group finally arrived. The squad leader saw someone here and was about to shout, but seeing another group standing straight, he realized they were probably being inspected from above. He jogged over and saluted. However, Wang Yusheng slapped him. Explain why you are 5 minutes and 21 seconds late. Report 2 privates had an urgent need, so we waited a bit. Just 2. Sorry, there's also me. Another slap answered him. The embarrassed squad leader could only lower his head. Form a line. Yes. Everyone form a line. With a rustle, they all gathered together. Wang Yusheng was quite satisfied. He walked to the center, raised both hands, and in the next moment both teams vanished into thin air. No longer lingering around. With pliers in hand, he snipped the big lock. He pulled open the door and shined a flashlight inside, revealing a warehouse full of valuable items to take. 1 warehouse, 2 warehouses. Every warehouse was stripped bare. Only a few people were left, 3 of them looking miserable. Tomorrow will be exciting. The cargo at the train station was completely cleared, and he quickly rushed towards another large warehouse. The old place, the grain warehouse. Sprinkling some liquor on himself, Wang Yusheng staggered over. Who goes there? No approaching allowed. The guard noticed Wang Yusheng was in military uniform but without insignia. Someone who could drink here was definitely not a minor official. However, no major officials had been seen around recently. So the guard dared to block him, saying no approaching allowed. In response, Wang Yusheng sprinted and hugged a nearby tree, vomiting. Sir, are you alright? The 2 guards at the entrance rushed over. As they reached his side, Wang Yusheng quickly turned around and the 2 guards instantly vanished. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. This act was too tiring, he would never do it again. Arriving at where the guards had just stood, he released one of the captured men, letting him lean against the wall to sit down slowly while he made the other crouch against the wall on the other side. This completed the task. Entering the grain warehouse through a small door, he saw many soldiers training inside. There were lookout posts high above. As per old habits, he aimed to take out the lookout posts first. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, all 4 lookout posts were eliminated. If it weren't for Wang Yusheng's quick thinking, he might have been detected. Hey! You all come quickly, there's a problem over here. With no lookout posts left, Wang Yusheng began fishing. In a short while he had caught several patrol teams. Baka, you all are drinking. Wang Yusheng shouted, and 3 members of a patrol team ran over, guns in hand. After capturing 3 patrol team members, Wang Yusheng adjusted his collar and walked out with an easy, wicked smile. If anyone had come in to take a look, they would find the grain warehouse completely empty. Looking at the large lock on the warehouse's iron door, Wang Yusheng confidently stated that he was familiar with unlocking. With a swing of an 8-pound hammer, no lock could withstand it. Bang! A dull sound as the big lock broke open. Alright, this warehouse is full of valuable items. As for fear, he could simply run away. As long as he knew who was targeting him, anyone who made him restless would meet their end. Putting aside other matters, he first collected the items. Riding a small electric bike, in under 2 minutes he cleaned out a large warehouse. Inside were calligraphy and books filling an entire large warehouse. One can imagine how many valuable items the soldiers had accumulated. In another warehouse, however, there wasn't much, but upon opening a box he found rows of golden Buddha statues. All taken. One warehouse contained gold and silver coins along with a lot of paper currency which looked suspiciously counterfeit. This reminded Wang Yusheng of how in the last days the soldiers printed massive amounts of paper currency to buy everything they could get their hands on. This paper currency must be related to those items. After some thought, he took it all. Without these items they would be troubled for a while. An entire warehouse of various alcoholic beverages was directly accepted. The last warehouse contained food, half rice and half flour. The entire warehouse's amount was enough to feed 30 to 50,000 people for a year. Behind the warehouse was a vast area with dozens of large cannons and several cars, over 30 trucks. In the corners there were barrels that seemed to contain fuel. There was also a tent set up here with boxes underneath. Prying open one, a round bomb was revealed. With so many items collected, he needed to find a way to dispose of them. It was getting late. He tossed the miserable-looking men out. Today's mission was complete. As for those who came looking for him, they wouldn't find him easy to deal with. Because Wang Yusheng had discovered something valuable in the containers. When the time comes, it would undoubtedly surprise those who sought trouble with him. At this moment he couldn't return home directly as there were several Japanese officials' residences in the East District. Hee. Wang Yusheng stepped out, heading in that direction. Sure enough, nothing felt better than slicing the soldiers. One stroke and they wouldn't make a sound. These soldiers knew how to enjoy life. Their homes were filled with rare woods, even their slippers were made of precious wood. Regardless, just these pieces of furniture allowed Wang Yusheng to make a small fortune. Plus each house had a basement filled with boxes of gold and silver. There were also some rooms storing high-grade ingredients. These all became Wang Yusheng's gain. Without these high officials there would be no so-called grand meetings, and Qingjie probably wouldn't be performing for them anymore. Could this be considered resolving an incident? Without the sword, without this incident, it's uncertain if that person would seek self-destruction again. The last time he saw that person he was filled with sorrow. It was likely that Duan Xiaolu had already gotten together with Zhuxian. This needed to be resolved. Wang Yusheng quietly returned home after visiting several places. The young master should get up now. What time is it? It's 10:30 in the morning. If you don't get up now, you'll miss lunch. You didn't eat breakfast, and if you skip lunch as well, your body won't be able to handle it. Otherwise, not just Steward Kai but Steward Gu will also have something to say about you. Your maid has a mouth as sharp as Steward Kai's. Stop nagging and hurry up to serve me. Hee. Okay, young master. After Wang Yusheng finished tidying up, he walked a couple of steps and it was already time for the meal. Another dull and boring lunch. Young master, don't go out today. The devils outside are going crazy, capturing people everywhere. Listen, there are gunshots from time to time. Have you found out what's happening? This time the devils are particularly stubborn. I sent a few guys to inquire, but they couldn't get any information. Even the few decent devils are tight-lipped. Alright, I understand. Steward Kai, don't worry, he'll just wander around at the door and won't go anywhere. Wang Yusheng arrived at the front store, looked around and found nothing for himself. After a few months everyone had become familiar with the situation of each item. Looking around at the entrance, there were indeed not many people today. Wen San and a few porters were huddled together in a corner chatting. Those who often pull carts here can get a thermos. When it's empty they go to the nearby tea house to fill it up with tea. These are all free. Consider it a benefit for them. When San with his keen eyes spotted Wang Yusheng and ran over. Young master, are you going out? I heard there's something going on in the street. You have good sources to tell me what's happening. Young master, we've only heard a bit. This morning several warehouses of the little devils were raided again and some high-ranking officials were also killed at home. Throughout the capital it's a joyous occasion. We're happy but the devils are panicking. Their troops are coming back into the city. I've heard they've already captured quite a few people, especially those students parading in the streets. Sigh. Wen-san, I didn't expect you to be patriotic too. Sir, you're just joking with me. This isn't patriotism. I'm just looking for a means to survive. I heard that you and a few people smashed the Little Devil's trading company. Sir. I can't say that. Did you really do it? Alright, I didn't expect you to be such a man. While Wang Yusheng was chatting with Wen-san, a few people turned the corner. Wang Yusheng looked ahead and recognized the familiar faces. Cousin, you're prosperous. Duman, what brings you here? Cousin, I'm just here to visit. I have some business with you. Rarely, let's go sit at the nearby tea house. Wen-san, I was just talking to you. I have relatives here. Young master, you're busy. You're prosperous, duomen. Wen-san, I was saying, where have you been running around lately? Waiting for work at my cousin's place. Young master, you flatter me. Just give me a meal. You're busy. Wen-san knows quite a few people. After pulling carts on the streets for over a decade, he's seen almost everyone with some status. Wang Yusheng entered the tea house and duomen brought in a couple of people. Duman, order your own tea or coffee. The two little brothers behind you can do the same. Thank you, cousin. No need to thank me for family business, Wang Yusheng said, waving his hand as the shop assistant ran over. Get me a cup of Dahong Pao. What do they want to drink? Let them order for themselves. The assistant nodded and turned to look at duomen. Hey, I've never seen the world. Coming to my cousin's place, I have to drink coffee. Please bring me a cup of coffee. The assistant nodded, approached the group and looked at them. Assistant, I also want coffee. Chaoyang, what do you want? They'll also try some coffee. The assistant nodded and turned to go to the counter. Wang Yusheng tilted his head to look at the two who came with him. Cousin, these two are my new colleagues. Zhen Chaoyang and Zhong Xiangfang just graduated from the police academy a few days ago and they're serious about being police officers. Chaoyang, Xiangfang, come over. This is the young master Wang from the Wenshenquan department store. Young master Wang, you're prosperous. Zhen Chaoyang pays his respects and Zhong Xiangfang pays his respects. A spirited young man. Cousin, you're flattering me. Tea and coffee were served and the group tasted the coffee, which was delicious. Zhen Chaoyang couldn't taste much, but Zhong Xiangfang had a lot to say. His evaluation was that it was even better than the coffee from Qiaoshan's cafe. At least it wasn't bitter. Duman, tell me what's the matter. Sigh. Isn't it about the missing people? Didn't your chief come? I told him everything. What more is there? We've found the missing person. Our chief knows that I have connections with you, so he asked me to come to tell you. He didn't mean any harm. He. Cutting off my electricity, and he calls that no harm. You tell him that today is Wednesday and by Sunday I want 500 large yellow fish. This matter will be settled otherwise. I won't let it go with him. Cousin, 500 is too much, right? Hey, I say, which side are you standing on? Of course I'm on your side. You, a young master of the Wang family, shouldn't quarrel with someone who's just a servant. The key is I know that person. He's really stubborn and he can't produce 500 large yellow fish. What I ask for is a condition. How much he can provide is his attitude. If he despises me. Alright, let's get going. Wang Yusheng waved his hand. Alright, I'll go back and give you a reply now. Dual men stood up and the two followers also got up. Hey! Wait, Zheng. Young master Zhen Chaoyang. Zhen Chaoyang graduated from the police academy. Yes, just graduated. Stay for a moment and help me with something. Duman, you go ahead. Alright, cousin, take care. Dual men pulled Zhong Xiangfang, who was reluctant to leave, while Zhen Chaoyang stayed behind. Come follow me to the backyard. Without saying another word, he walked ahead and Zhang Chaoyang could only follow behind. They arrived at a small storage room and Wang Yusheng opened the door. It was very clean inside, but there were wooden boxes everywhere. Some boxes were open, containing brand new Type 38 rifles, ammunition, and rare xuanhuan. The most important item was a box of penicillin at the very edge with hundreds of thousands of units. Currently the market has only a few thousand units and one bottle can be diluted to use for more than 10. Here are guns, bullets, and medicines. Of course the food isn't here. I can tell you're different from them. I want you to deliver these to where they're needed. This. Young master, I don't quite understand what you mean. Bringing you here means I know who you are, and showing you this is to let you know I'm not lying to you. So comrade, you don't need to be nervous. I'm not one of you, nor am I your enemy. Well, let's say I'm a patriotic businessman. The reason I'm using you is that you have shallow roots and no one would believe you're from that mountainous area. Hee hee. Here's the address of a cave outside the city. Have someone go there in 3 days. Here's the list. You should know about the Little Devil's Warehouse incidents, right? I did those and these things are from there, and now you can rest assured. Wang Yusheng patted the guy on the shoulder and handed him the note. Remember, pick up the goods on time. You being late by even a minute won't do. If you're late or early, it will be considered that you don't want this batch of goods. The note doesn't have a time written on it. The time is what I told you, so remember it. Alright, that's all. Let's go. If they ask you about me, just say I have a gun and it's jamming a bit. You help me take a look. Wang Yusheng pulled out a Nambu Type 14 from his pocket. The Nambu Type 14, commonly known as the Wangba shell, has appeared the most often besides the mirror box. If it's not maintained regularly, it will often fail. Zheng Qiaoyang took it, looked at it, and returned it to Wang Yusheng. Remember, don't mention me to anyone. Only you know about this. If it leaks, both you and those who know will die. Zheng Qiaoyang nodded, understood. Go back. Wang Yusheng waved his hand and Zheng Qiaoyang turned to leave. After leaving, he turned a corner and bumped into Duomen and his companion, giving Zheng Qiaoyang a scare. I say, Duomen, do you two enjoy scaring me for fun? Zhong Xiangfeng leaned in. What did the young master ask you to do? Nothing much. He has a handgun, a Nambu Type 14, which wasn't well maintained and had some rust, so I helped tidy it up. Alright, let's go. The bureau is still waiting for a reply. They hadn't walked far when they ran into a colleague. Isn't that Duomen? How did you sneak into our outer 2nd Division's territory? I wondered who it was. It's you, Fang Jinglin. Hi, I just came by to visit my cousin today since I had nothing to do. Your cousin? The Wang family's old master is my uncle, so of course the young master is my cousin. I didn't expect you to have such relatives. Let me put it this way, Duomen may not have many things, but in the capital he has the most relatives. Alright, I won't interrupt you anymore. I still have to patrol, so I'll be going. Fang Jinglin waved his hand and walked away. Let's go, brothers. That night in a remote little courtyard. This is the list of items for this transaction. That person did not allow me to reveal his identity and we can only go at this time. If we are even a minute early or late, the deal will be cancelled directly. Why is it like this? Qiaoyang, do you think this is reliable? They shouldn't be lying to us. Let's go at the appointed time with a few people to check the situation. If all is well, we can send the main force over afterward. Alright, I will report this matter. Qiaoyang, if this is true, you will have made a great contribution. I do not seek credit, I just hope nothing goes wrong this time. Oh Luo, I must leave now. Hurry up, I will handle the rest. Another luxurious hotel. Did he really threaten you like that? Yes, Taijuan, his attitude is extremely arrogant. Just a few days later the warehouse was stolen again, which must be related to this person. The key point is that some missing individuals also appeared at the scene, which is very strange. Well, Guosang, have you ever thought about what would happen if I dealt with Wang Yusheng? Well, Taijuan, you can't let him be so arrogant, can you? What if he is truly the one stealing from the warehouse? What Jinji did not care about the wounds on his face and body. If he did not take down Wang Yusheng today, wouldn't this beating be in vain? Thinking about those 500 large yellow croakers, his teeth ached. You should go back first. I will have the Special High Commission investigate. If it is really him, I will not show any mercy. But first there must be evidence. Guosang, do you understand? Evidence, understood. Rest well at home for a few days. I can only express my deep sympathy for what you've endured. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I don't need rest. I will go to work as usual tomorrow. Taijuan, you rest. I will take my leave now. Guoqingji nodded respectfully as he left the room, and once he was in a place where no one was around, he began to curse. Those little devils are all good for nothings. He grimaced and the pain from his injuries made him gasp. As for the missing individuals, who knows how they managed to sneak into the grain warehouse. They didn't look for anyone else, just took it out on him. Who did he provoke? 3 days passed in a flash. That night a cart entered through the back door of the Wang residence. A middle-aged man wearing a straw hat saw Wang Yusheng and immediately knelt on the ground. Young master, I was blind and foolish, and I am now at your mercy. I have gathered everything I can sell from home, and I managed to scrape together a few from relatives and the market as well. In total I have only managed to gather 279 large yellow croakers. Can you spare me a few days? Guoqingji, it's not impossible to spare you some days. However, I find your cousin quite displeasing. Tomorrow morning I want to know if he commits suicide out of guilt at home. I will inform the coroner to look at it. Regardless of how he dies, it will be deemed a suicide due to guilt. If he does not die, then the trouble will be yours. In short, someone must take responsibility for the power outage at my house. Understood. Alright, let's go. Kaibo, store the large yellow croakers. I'm going to sleep now. You should also rest early. Okay, young master, you should rest early. Kaibo looked at Guoqingji, who was still kneeling on the ground. Guoju, get up. Do as the young master says. Someone has to take the blame. If he doesn't, then it's your turn to bear it. It's getting late, make arrangements early. Come, escort Guoju out. 2 strong men emerged from the shadows and took Guoqingji away. The followers kept their heads down as they followed behind. Inside the room, Wang Yusheng dismissed the maid and pulled up the curtains. He also locked the door. He opened his back window and hung up the prepared antenna. Then he turned on the surveillance equipment. In a dilapidated house 3 miles outside the West City, a small inconspicuous hole suddenly lit up and something flew horizontally out, then rapidly ascended towards a distant mountain. It was a drone. Wang Yusheng had managed to install numerous relay components outside the city, forming a signal matrix. He had learned about this before. Patrolling a 10,000,000 acre port also required a relay signal matrix. They had established it, and Wang Yusheng and the others had to learn how to maintain it. If they can maintain it, they can use it. The coverage outside the city now directly spans a range of 30 kilometers, but currently it is limited to the south and west cities. After flying at high speed for 10 minutes, they finally arrived near Jitai Temple, where the cave is located. After scanning with infrared sensors, more than 400 people were already waiting around the cave entrance. With 2 minutes to go, 3 people emerged from the line, crouching as they made their way towards the cave entrance. When they arrived, the lights at the cave entrance suddenly turned on, startling a few people. However, after a brave inspection by several individuals, they found that there was no one there. The cave entrance was small, but the inside was spacious. Various supplies were densely packed. Uzi, go report. Oh, we will guard the cave entrance. Yes, team leader. The 2 quickly switched to a light machine gun. Even if it's a trap, with these supplies they dared to take on a whole regiment. Soon the captain of the team ran over. Captain, good stuff, all good stuff. Good stuff isn't ours. The comrades at the front line need these supplies more. What are you waiting for? Notify the locals to come and help. Everyone hurry and get to work. Wang Yusheng watched the surveillance footage and sound coming from the cave, amused. Who else could have such a loud voice other than Hao Pingchuan, who later teamed up with Jin Chaoyang? With many hands they finished moving everything in just over an hour. While Hao Pingchuan was studying the light bulb, Wang Yusheng activated the camera's call function. Hao Pingchuan, nice to meet you. Who called me? Stop looking, I'm far away. We will meet soon. There will be another batch of supplies and I will have someone notify you. Alright, you can leave now. I need to turn off the lights. You still haven't told me who you are. As I said, we will meet. It's getting late and I need to sleep. As you leave, clean up the traces around the cave entrance. Don't leave any footprints. After Wang Yusheng finished speaking, he turned off the surveillance and then turned off the lights. When Hao Pingchuan exited the cave, a nearby rock wall smoothly shifted over, sealing the cave entrance tightly. If one does not look closely, it is completely unnoticeable. Hey, this is amazing. Captain, what's going on? Cough cough, how would I know? Let's go quickly. Shunzi, take your people and clean up the cave entrance. Don't leave any footprints. Mission accomplished. After Wang Yusheng saw everyone leave through the drone surveillance, he also cleaned up the footprints. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. He clicked on the helicopter to return to base and did not bother with anything else. Turning off the screen, he went straight to sleep. Wen-san, do you have any ideals? Ideals? What are those? It's about your plans for life in the future. For example, what kind of life do you want? What kind of wife do you want to marry? How many children do you want to have? These are all ideals. Well, little Dongjia, I do have an ideal, which is to have my own car so I won't have to pay rent anymore. Your own car? That's easy. What about in the future? In the future I'll earn money, marry a good wife and aim to have 1 child a year, 2 in 3 years. More than that I probably can't support them, so 2 will be enough, hehe. Ideals are not just about material life, there must also be an understanding on a psychological level. Psychological understanding? Do you know why those college students talk about sports all the time? Aren't they afraid of dying? That's a bit far from me, little Dongjia. Discussing this seems a bit deep. That's because you haven't thought about it. So do you want a new life? Wang Yusheng looked at Wen-san. Wang Yusheng also wanted to change Wen-san's historical trajectory. Although this kid was a bit luckier than the carpooler Xiangzi, his luck was still limited. If you listen to me, go take a look. I can't go, otherwise I would also like to see what a new life is like. You want me to go? Then you'll go. For no other reason, I Wen-san have one thing: I can go through fire and water for you. Look at you getting excited again as you talk. You're not going alone, there are several others. I haven't even said you're the first one I found. Since that's the case, just wait for my signal. Don't reveal anything in the next few days. I've prepared everything on my side ready for you to go. Alright, little Dongjia, he'll listen to you. Wen-san might have misunderstood, thinking that Wang Yusheng wanted him to go abroad to America. That beauty happily running outside. Who is next? Of course it's Qing. Wang Yusheng didn't want such a person to be ruined here. A person with such thoughts needs to be baptized by brighter ideas to turn around their inner self. Although there are several, Wang Yusheng currently only wants to save these 2. Let's talk about others later. Wang Yusheng had a sudden inspiration: letting him live a muddled life would be better than letting him see what the new world is like. Now the time has reached May 1944, and the weather has become much milder. In these few months, Wang Yusheng through Zheng Chaoyang sent all the military supplies from the Japanese warehouse out. He thought about sending 2 bullet production machines, but after some thought he decided against it. The codes on them, the production year, many parts had them, and they couldn't be explained clearly. He didn't understand why those manufacturers made so many fancy things. Looking at the time, it was already 2:40 p.m. The meeting time with Boss Cheng was 3 p.m. Wang Yusheng waited for a while. Before 3 p.m., the rickshaw stopped at the tea shop's door. The person getting off couldn't be anyone other than Boss Cheng. Hello, little Wang Dongjia, I hope I'm not late. If Boss Cheng can come, it's a great honor for my little shop. I'm not late, I'm not late. I'll wait as long as you come. Please come inside. Boss Cheng always orders coffee when he comes, so I took the liberty of preparing it for you. Thank you, little Dongjia. I wonder why you called me here? You must not have called me just to perform, right? Boss Cheng is indeed a clever person. I'll be direct. I want you to go to a place and help me take a look there. What place? Place to open a new world. New world? What kind of new world? I don't know, which is why I want Boss Cheng to check it for me. There will also be another person named Wen-san. This is my unsolicited request. I hope Boss Cheng can agree. When do we leave? The sooner the better. Do we need to bring anything? You don't need to bring anything, just go as you are. I'm quite light, having nothing of value. I can set off at any time but my senior brother. Alright then, tonight. I'll arrange it, you just rest here for now. I'll have someone take you to a resting place. I'll have someone talk to your senior brother, and I'll also have someone take care of your belongings. When you come back, they will be returned intact to Boss Cheng. Thank you very much. I hope it's just as you said there. Wang Yusheng waved his hand. A maid walked over and led Boss Cheng to the guest room. I didn't expect that Boss Cheng would agree after just a few words. I just wonder if Duan Xiaolu has already gotten together with Juxian. It's likely so, otherwise he wouldn't appear so lifeless. Sigh. A man who doesn't understand a woman's joy living like this, isn't that a wasted life? I hope comrades can bring him back. Since that's the case, Wang Yusheng called a helper and asked him to go to the outer 5th bureau to find Jing Chaoyang. He gave him a piece of paper that was blank. This is the signal for him to contact Jing Chaoyang. Blank paper means urgent and needs to be contacted as soon as possible. After receiving the note, Zheng Chaoyang didn't delay. He said he had a stomachache and left work about an hour early. When he got home, he opened the window, removed a board, pulled out a wire and plugged in a walkie-talkie. Yes, it was a walkie-talkie. However, for long-distance calls a higher antenna was needed, and the antenna was disguised as a lightning rod on the roof. Hello, hello, I'm the mouse, I'm the mouse. Each time he called this code name, Zheng Chaoyang felt very ashamed. I'm the tiger, I'm safe here, you can speak freely. I'm also safe here, you can speak freely. What's the matter? Is it supplies again? No, this time it's two people. On a whim, I want them to see the new world. When are we leaving? Tonight. Alright, they'll arrange it. Let's meet at 12 o'clock outside Yuanmen. I've noted it down, no problem. That's all if the call is disconnected. I will notify you in advance for the next contact. Okay. Wang Yusheng dismantled the antenna and turned off the walkie-talkie. When he arrived at the tea house, he said, Dolly, call Wen-san. Alright, Dolly heard and ran out. In no time, Wen-san came running over. Little Dongjia, are you looking for me? There's no need to go, just wait here until 12 o'clock today. Little Dongjia, my family. You'll have someone take care of your family, don't worry. Dolly, prepare some food for Wen-san to eat well, and also prepare some dry rations and canned food for the road. Alright, Dongjia, don't worry. While letting them go, Wang Yusheng also wanted them to take something for him. 1 platinum kerosene lighter and the rest were all silver, directly prepared 20 of them. Also he prepared 20 pens. However, among them there was one that looked the simplest but was the best. He knew Wen-san would definitely forget this matter, so after dinner he called Boss Cheng. He explained the matter to him. Wang Yusheng was relieved. This time he would be gone for at most 5 years, but Wang Yusheng didn't dare to say that with certainty, otherwise wouldn't he be a fool? When the time came, he let Dolly take the two to the agreed place. After Dolly returned, he reported back. The people had been picked up and sent away. Since they had left, there was no need to worry. Wang Yusheng's information was already laid out on the tables in several large rooms in the date orchard. Mainly Wang Yusheng had sent so many supplies that the front line was suddenly well stocked. This was indeed a righteous merchant. The upper management advised to actively maintain, not to take the initiative, not to make contact, and to firmly protect if encountering danger. Young master, young master. Is he upstairs? Young master, there's a telegram from the master. What did Dad say? Dad said that he won't be back for your wedding in August. How's Dad doing in America? Pretty good. He said he bought 5,000,000 acres of land. Oh, I checked, that's 3,000,000 hectares, which is about 3 million acres. The estate has already been built and the company is still being set up, so don't worry. Wow, that's a huge area. It's almost 3 times the size of the capital. Dad said that area is vast and sparsely populated. Whoever claims the land can take as much as they want. Dad also said that he built this foundation for you, so you need to work hard and give him more grandsons to inherit the family business. Hey, this old man. Getting married in August. Getting a young bride, isn't that just asking for trouble? You have to listen to what the master says, and the date on the marriage certificate cannot be changed. This is not a joke. I'm not saying to change it. It's already June and we only have 2 months left. Is there enough time? Don't worry, young master. The master prepared everything for you before he left. It's all been arranged. Okay, we're getting married soon. Shouldn't we meet with them? No need. There's a middleman to facilitate communication between both sides. How old is that girl? She's getting married already. She's not that young anymore, she's already past the age of maturity. It's hard to explain to you. I'll go take a stroll. At this moment, Wang Yusheng felt indescribable emotions. He was enjoying his single life and hadn't even had the chance to enjoy his current benefits, and now he was expected to have a wife. What is this all about? Young master, what's with that expression? As soon as Wang Yusheng turned the corner, he bumped into someone greeting him. Looking up, he exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that Officer Fang? Just patrolling." It was none other than Fang Jinglin. What Officer Fang? Just call me Xiao Fang or Xiao Lin. Haha. Sure, I'm just taking a stroll. Let's have tea together sometime. Alright, take care, young master. Wang Yusheng hadn't walked far when he felt someone behind him and turned to find Fang Jinglin was following him. Is there something you need, Officer Fang? Nothing. If you have something, just say it. Don't be so hesitant. Hey, actually there is something, but it's minor. Someone asked me to find someone. It's Wen San who used to wait for work at your door. Do you know where he went? Wen San? I know him. Where did he go? You'll know in the future. I can't tell you now. Even though I know who you are, I can't say. Just know that he's doing well now. Wang Yusheng waved his hand and turned to leave. Fang Jinglin frowned and watched Wang Yusheng walk away without following him. What Fang San said about doing well is indeed true. Zheng Chaoyang sent a letter to him. It was written by Wen San, and there was also a letter from Boss Cheng. They have seen a truly new world. Wen San even said that Boss Cheng is very popular there and has joined some artistic troupe. He performs and rehearses shows everywhere every day. That's quite good. Wang Yusheng felt that his worries were not in vain. As for Duan Xiaolo, without the constraints of Qing Die, he had long since broken free. When he ran out of money, he started to pawn things. Once a renowned figure, Duan Debo was nearly reduced to a pauper. When he truly couldn't afford to eat, he would sing a couple of songs. But without Yu Ji, is he still the overlord? Many of his old patrons have gradually stopped supporting him. The most resentful is Fourth Master. He has looked for Wang Yusheng more than once or twice. Wang Yusheng could only say he didn't know. This guy's obsession with acting definitely surpassed that of Boss Cheng. Due to the guerrilla forces obtaining a large amount of weapons and supplies, their counterattacks against the Japanese were quite fierce. Under such circumstances, the outcome would soon be revealed. Individual qualities become insignificant under collective fire. How many people are there in the base? How many Japanese are there? It's clear at a glance. In the past, they didn't attack because they lacked weapons. Now it's different. Time has passed June. The wheat is ripening in various places, and the Japanese dare not recklessly sweep through anymore. And sometimes the capital is also affected. This has caused a state of unease among the people. To this end, Wang Yusheng has already had Saibo reopen the old grain channels his father used. They started purchasing a large amount of grain from various places in Nanyang and transporting it here. Storing some away. Selling another part at a low price. Each person gets a notebook with a limit of 5 days worth of grain. If you want to buy more, you have to wait 5 days. This caused quite a stir in the capital. Some people gritted their teeth while others applauded. Surprisingly, a group of students volunteered at the grain station without asking for a penny. Wang Yusheng was pleased. Every time the students came, although they didn't ask for money, he had to prepare good food and drinks for them. Not only did he meet many progressive and new wave students, but he also grew closer to his fiancée, who had secretly infiltrated. Every time this girl saw Wang Yusheng, her eyes sparkled. If any girl was too attentive, this girl would sulk by herself. Every time Wang Yusheng saw her, he couldn't help but laugh. He had talked with her before, and she said that marriage is marriage, but after getting married it wouldn't interfere with her studies. She still wanted to go to university with her classmates. She even asked if Wang Yusheng would agree if his wife were like that. Of course he would choose to agree. Wang Yusheng also said he would buy a nice car to drive his wife to and from school every day. Not only that, but he would also take over the school canteen so his wife could have a hearty meal at school at noon. Hearing this, the girl's face turned red, her eyes sparkling like they were about to tear up. This must be what it's like to marry someone you love. In fact, Wang Yusheng also liked this innocent girl. Perhaps due to her family background, she never knew what it meant to compete. Whatever she wanted, she could just ask at her family home, and after getting married it would still be the same. And Wang Yusheng could give her even more. Young master, today is Saturday, the day for selling grain. The grain station just called, and there are already too many people to count. Oh, I understand. I'll get up and head over right now. Great. I'll prepare breakfast for you, and it will be just right when you wake up. Alright. Breakfast is a must, otherwise Saibo will definitely be anxious. Cui, you stay here today. Young master. Alright, listen to the young master. It's too chaotic over there. I ran into Chin last time. Fine, I'll listen to the young master. Good. Having eaten, they took the car to their grain store on Qianmen Street, which occupied 4 storefronts. When Wang Yusheng arrived, a group of progressive youths were already prepared. They had skipped class today specifically to come help. Wang Yusheng now had 2 grain stations. One was on Qianmen Street, mainly because many people here were poor. The other was on Golu Street, and the people over there weren't doing much better. When he went to Golu Street, Wang Yusheng specifically looked for no 95 Nanlo Guxiang, but it turned out to be a dead end. He inquired about a person named Hidaching but found nothing. Now Wang Yusheng felt at ease knowing that nothing unwanted had slipped in. Wang Yusheng took 2 paper bags filled with milk candies and gave them to Yuan Junkie, his fiancée, who was still hiding her identity. Junkie, here are a few candies, please share them with your female classmates. Thank you all for your hard work. There are also male classmates come to Tianxing to collect. Everyone immediately warmed up. As he finished distributing, Wang Yusheng quietly slipped something into Yuan Junkie's pocket. This is chocolate. Eat it secretly. Yuan Junkie's eyes sparkled, but she never imagined that her fiancé might not know about her yet. But what kind of behavior is this? Knowing he had a fiancé but still flirting with other girls. Fortunately, this little fiancé was simple-minded. Classmates, thank you all for your hard work. Once we finish today, I'll treat everyone to Quanjude. Time's up, open the doors. Everyone, let's go. Alright, let's go. Upon hearing Quanjude, several classmates got excited. Only Yuan Junkie was there, quickly counting on her fingers, her brows furrowed. After counting for a long time, she still couldn't figure out whether this shop business would earn money or not. Wang Yusheng couldn't help but laugh at seeing her like this and ignored her, heading to the counter. The students were mainly recording and registering. Everyone had a notebook which had to match their identification. The notebook had a number, just find the number and record it. This side also had to keep a record. To prevent anyone from altering records or committing fraud. 2 doors for entry, 2 doors for exit. The line was split into 6 groups. The speed was quick. Moreover, adults used big scoops while children used small scoops. Adults were calculated at 1.5 pounds of rations per day, so for 5 days it would be 7. 5 pounds, while children would have 8 taels, which is 4 pounds. It's only higher, not lower. If anyone feels it's too little, there are scales available to weigh themselves. The queue only grows longer. Slowly moving forward. However, many unfriendly gazes were watching the grain store from the corners. Xian Yi, you need to say something here. The young man from the Wang family is causing trouble and our brothers are really about to go hungry. Yes, Xian Yi, that kid is not selling grain, he is practically doing charity. Xian Dengkue, a powerful figure who operates in both the underworld and the upper echelons, pressed his hand down. If that kid sells at such a low price, is he making money? A grain store owner approached. According to our calculations, he is making money, but not much. For a ton of grain. He probably makes $5 or $6, which is not a loss. Is your selling price a loss? Yes. The price we buy at the transportation costs and the costs for labor in the store. Alright, stop talking. Is it really a loss? Cough cough. Xian Yi, please don't be angry. Saying it's a loss is one thing, but he isn't making any money. Spending money can make some noise, but if he ends up with nothing, we are purely losing money while making a fuss. So what do you suggest we do? Although the old man from the Wang family has passed, he left half of his wealth behind. Even I dare not confront him directly. If they play dirty, even if we combine forces, we may not be able to outsmart the Wang family. You all know how the Wang family's old man came to power. Before taking action, think about your own escape routes. You're not alone and you have families to support. If something goes wrong, all I can do is burn some paper money to show my goodwill. Xian Yi, we are following you, you can't just ignore us. Me take care of you? How can I manage that? Not to mention that kid is still the son-in-law of the Yuan family. Try to touch him? Forget about the Wang family, even if the Yuan family just moves a finger, can you all withstand it? I can't withstand it either. The only solution right now is to keep the prices as low as possible. You'll just earn a little less money. Consider it a matter of reputation. They are all high-profile figures, you never know when they might all fall. We should just quietly watch the show from the sidelines. If someone charges in recklessly, it will surely be us who pay the price. Let me make this clear, if you start anything, don't drag me into it. Or I'll have to tie you up and take you to the Wang family to apologize. Think carefully about what to do. Xian Dengkue is also in a difficult position. His power is all underground and can't be utilized openly. Besides being Xian Yi in name, he is also the captain of the Special Operations Team for the Military Intelligence Bureau in Beiping. To confront the Wang family, the cost is too high, he might even have to sacrifice himself. So it's not worth it. Old Xia. Yes, my lord, I'm here. The steward Xia can walked in. Pass it down, our grain store will sell new grain at a price 20 higher than the Wang family's grain station, and the old grain will be evaluated against theirs. My lord, won't we be losing money? Losing money? But we won't be making any profit. Is this about making money? If that young man from the Wang family keeps this up, will anyone in the capital still know who I am? Go arrange it. All right, my lord, I'll take care of it right away. Other grain stores heard about Xian Dengkui's method and could only follow suit. Although they earned, it was no different from making a fuss without gain. In the afternoon, Wang Yusheng found out. He shared this good news with all the students who helped him. What did this mean to the students? This was the first shot fired by Wang Yusheng against the bullies and unscrupulous merchants, and they achieved a great victory. Now everyone in the capital could afford reasonably priced grain, and they were happier than anyone else. This was the mindset of the students at the time. Incredibly pure. Wang Yusheng's deeds were also noticed by various organizations, especially on the cave side. A few people looked at the newly received news and were very pleased. What did this indicate? Wang Yusheng was quite aware. They needed to find a way to make contact and see if they could develop further. Judging from the various supplies in the past, this person's heart was leaning towards them. He was unwilling to show himself, likely due to some concerns. Indeed, the Wang family was not just his family, there was a large group behind him. Regardless, they should first try to make contact. They immediately began analyzing this person's situation. This person particularly had no resistance to women, especially beautiful ones. Although his willpower was strong and he did not act out of line, looking at it broadly, they could approach from this angle. After the analysis, the question was who would go to investigate. Quan Jude. 2 tables for male students and 2 tables for female students. Wang Yusheng also had the restaurant pack dozens of roast ducks to send to the Wang residents. They couldn't just eat roast duck here while others at home ate stir-fried vegetables. Eating and drinking would always bring more joy. In his previous life, Wang Yusheng was a keyboard warrior online, and he had a whole set of principles. A single person could argue with over a dozen college students about a point of principle. In the end, the dozen or so could only begrudgingly feel that what Wang Yusheng said made sense. After all, Wang Yusheng had more than 100 years of experience than them. If he couldn't out-argue them, it would be better to just wait at home for someone to marry and have children. Several female students looked at the spirited Wang Yusheng, their eyes sparkling. Young, wealthy, passionate, and broad-minded, sharing the same ideals as them. Such like-minded individuals are truly hard to find. Those classmates who spoke grandly on the podium were completely overshadowed in the eyes of female students by this man who seemed to shine in the crowd. What was the feeling? At first glance, their eyes were filled with him. After eating and drinking, many people felt they hadn't had enough. However, it was already past 7 p.m. Those who needed to go home went home, and those who needed to go back to school returned to their schools. A rickshaw was already waiting outside Quanjud, cheering for them. These people were the ones who pulled rickshaws outside the department store as agreed upon in advance. This gathering was likely the last one. However, Wang Yusheng also welcomed them to sit in the tea house. But one thing, no discussing state affairs in the tea house. He thought that the old Wang shopkeeper did this very well. Many classmates also agreed that tomorrow, Sunday, was a perfect time to gather. Yuan Junki also said she would bring her classmates over. No doubt they would treat them well tomorrow. As he watched the rickshaws quickly leaving, Wang Yusheng also got into one. To be honest, that was really tiring. When he returned home, the hot water had already been prepared. He comfortably soaked in a bath attended to by 3 maidservants. This time Wang Yusheng did not refuse the massage from the 3 maidservants. He was truly exhausted. However, he fell asleep as he was being massaged. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. When he opened his eyes, it was already 10 a.m. He had slept really soundly. During breakfast, he learned from Cui Cui that his little fiancée had arrived with her classmates. Wang Yusheng certainly wouldn't be stingy. He took out a large box of various perfume bottles and had Cui Cui take them over for his little fiancée's classmates to choose from as gifts. These were all high-end perfumes, yet just one spray would keep them fragrant all day. As for Wang Yusheng, he wouldn't go out to join the excitement. If those young girls saw him and made a fuss, his little fiancée would surely get jealous. Thinking of that girl's pout, Wang Yusheng couldn't help but smile. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it's mid-July. One word sums it up: hot. I dare not turn on the air conditioning. I can only sell large ice blocks and arrange a dozen fans to blow towards them. With the ceiling fan above, the entire department store felt a relief from the summer heat. Despite the restlessness, the Wang residence was filled with a festive atmosphere. In another month the eldest son would be marrying. How could one not be happy? All the pre-wedding ceremonies have been completed. Now they just wait for the day to arrive when the grand sedan will come to fetch the bride. In just a month, Yuan Junkie has been strictly ordered by her family not to step outside, and now school is on break. She patiently awaits the wedding. Everything else can be discussed after. Moreover, she is frequently pulled aside to try on various dresses. For her bridal gown, the family has hired over 20 top-notch embroiderers who have been busy for half a year. Though there aren't many customs, the dowry must be sufficient. Otherwise it would be a disgrace to the Yuan family. While it may not compare to the lavish bridal processions, it's still quite impressive. On the day set, the route is from the north side and Ding Gate, circling the city to enter Yongding Gate, finally arriving at the Wang residence. Hello my friend, I'm looking for your young master. I am a distant friend of his. This morning a short-haired girl with a pretty face entered the store. May I ask your name, miss, so I can inform the young master? Tian Dan. Please wait at the nearby tea house. I will go inquire with the young master shortly. Thank you, young man. The attendant had never seen a girl smile at him like this. Scratching his head, he hurried off. Tian Dan strolled around, noting that the layout here was indeed very simple, making everything convenient. At this moment many customers were already selecting items at the counter. Tian Dan did not disturb them and proceeded to the tea house. Upon entering, she noticed a girl in the corner holding a pipa starting to play softly. The gentle melody immediately relaxed everyone. A female customer arrived with coffee, which had become routine. Just as Tian Dan sat down, the attendant brought over a cup of coffee. Miss, enjoy your drink. Sipping the coffee while listening to the music, it was quite atmospheric. Wang Yusheng paused upon hearing the attendant mention the name Tian Dan. He recognized this woman. She was beautiful but sometimes quite foolish. It wasn't yet her time to be out. Why was she here? Wang Yusheng curiously approached the tea house and immediately spotted the beautiful woman. No. She should be a girl. She looked even younger and more charming than in the plays. Especially those curvy eyes. Hello, I am Tian Dan. Upon noticing someone looking at her, Tian Dan glanced over and recognized him. She had seen his photo hundreds of times. She came this time for a task. Extending her small hand towards Wang Yusheng, she said, Hello, I am Wang Yusheng. Seeing her delicate hand, he shook it directly. After a minute of mutual gazing, Tian Dan finally withdrew her hand and Wang Yusheng also let go naturally. In his memory, this woman had skills and was adept in medicine. She was quite formidable. Nonetheless, her small hand was indeed soft. Wang Yusheng sat down. Zheng Qiaoyang must have mentioned my matters right. Tian Dan didn't expect Wang Yusheng's first sentence to be this. No, your matters are currently top secret with us and not many know about it. This is Qing Shixin. Oh, he changed his name. He used to be called Qing Die, and he asked me to give you this letter. Qing Shixin, nice name, bidding farewell to the old world, welcoming a new life. There are also 2 more letters here, both for you. Oh. Who wrote them? Wang Yusheng smiled as he saw Tian Dan not speaking, shook his head, took them and opened one. Upon seeing the name, he blinked and then rubbed his eyes. No way, he must have seen it wrong. Is this for real? Which 2 individuals wrote these by hand? Of course. Alright, let's brush past Zheng Qiaoyang's matter, otherwise when we meet I might just give him a beating. It's inconvenient to talk here, let's go to the back to speak. Alright. Tian Dan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. At this, Wang Yusheng in front of her differed slightly from the records she had seen. He seemed very casual, just like a neighbor's child, saying whatever came to mind and acting on whims. Perhaps he was originally that kind of person. Tian Dan also knew how vast the Wang family's influence in the capital was. As the only young master of a prominent family, if he weren't a bit laid back, it would seem rather out of place. However, seeing his genuine happiness when he looked at those 2 letters was indeed heartfelt. Such joy cannot be feigned. Tian Dan was confident her instincts were correct. With a good start, the ensuing conversation would surely be very pleasant. Kai Bo, I need to speak with my friend privately. Please ensure no one interrupts us. Understood, young master, you can rest assured. Wang Yusheng led Tian Dan upstairs. This was a room he had isolated using materials from his space. The room was lined with soundproofing foam, preventing any noise from entering or escaping. Click. The small door was gently locked. Wang Yusheng activated the air purifier embedded in the wall. Otherwise it would be obvious that this device was not from this era. Wang Yusheng had put a lot of thought into ensuring comfort. Miss Tian, would you prefer tea or juice? Tian Dan eyes curved with a smile. I'll have juice, thank you. Wang Yusheng opened a small door revealing several little taps, pouring Tian Dan a glass of 100 fresh mango juice while he served himself coconut juice. Miss Tian, give it a try, I guarantee you haven't had this before. Thank you. Tian Dan took the glass and took a gentle sip. She rarely drank anything from others, especially when alone in a space. This was something her instructor had taught her during training. If absolutely unavoidable, one could take a small sip as the tongue would convey the flavor to the brain. Tian Dan closed her eyes, savoring the taste, and found it truly was juice. She took another small sip with confidence. She had grown fond of this flavor. Thank you, this is my first time tasting this flavor. What is it? It's mango, a fruit found only in the extreme south, specifically in tropical regions. Do you know about the Earth's distribution? Tian Dan's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Wang Yusheng and shook her head. Wang Yusheng pointed to a globe on the table. Let me explain simply. The Earth is divided into the Arctic and Antarctic regions and consists of many continents. We are located in Asia, which is a temperate zone. In other words, we experience 4 distinct seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. However, as you travel south, summer transitions into autumn and lengthens while winter shortens. Continuing further south, winter gradually disappears due to climatic reasons. In the extreme south, there is only summer year-round, which means an abundance of fruits unique to this area, such as bananas, mangoes, durians, and jackfruits, among many others. This region is known for its sugarcane, which is a raw material for sugar. It also produces crops, and for simple rice one can harvest 3 times a year. If one is a bit lazy, they can still manage 2 harvests a year. Moreover, this area is rich in rubber, an industrial material that is rare in the country but highly sought after, essential for nearly all industries. Everyday vehicle tires and bicycle tires are made of rubber. You certainly know a lot. It's nothing, with enough exposure one naturally learns more. We have an ancient saying, reading 10,000 books is not as useful as traveling 10,000 miles, and there's truth in it. Now tell me why you are looking for me. I tend to be lazy. For small matters I can help if I can, but if not, there's nothing I can do. Comrade Wang, you're overthinking. I'm here representing the organization to take a look, not for any other task. I also want to hear if you have any needs, perhaps we can assist you. Wang Yusheng chuckled, looking at the beautiful Tian Dan in front of him. If that's the case, you probably don't believe it yourself. Let's speak openly. Tian Dan smiled. The organization wishes to develop you and hopes you can consider it. The organization wishes to develop you and hopes you can consider it. Wang Yusheng turned his cup, having indeed wanted to join in the past but now hesitated when the opportunity was presented. What benefits do I have if I join? If I don't join, it seems I won't lose anything. What do you think? After all, whether I join or not, we are still friends, right? We don't have to turn all our friends into our own. Miss Tian, what do you think? If you join us, I believe we can collaborate better. Wang Yusheng shook his head again, saying, I believe there are many like me among you. Perhaps we have our own pursuits, and if I join you, the nature of our relationship will change. Helping you will no longer be an obligation, but rather my responsibility. Like I said, I'm a bit lazy. I think we should start with friendship first. It's a bit too much to discuss sleeping together on our first meeting, isn't it? The pace is too fast. Tian Dan's little face turned red as she blinked her eyes at Wang Yusheng. Is that how you think? Otherwise, as long as you want, some things are not impossible. Hey. Don't look at me with such an enticing expression. I'm just a normal man. I'm about to get married soon. I know. Tian Dan put down her cup, stood up, and walked to Wang Yusheng, looking at him with her beautiful face. Am I beautiful? Beautiful, but I won't give up my fiancé for you. A man without responsibility and commitment is not someone you would look up to, right? You really are different from the other men I see. Really? What are they like? They have a very strong desire when they see me, I can tell from their eyes. But you don't. How do you know I don't? I just hide it very well. Now that I'm standing in front of you, do you have anything to say or do? Girl, you are playing with fire. Can this fire let me burn myself? It shouldn't, right? Then what's the problem? Tian Dan awkwardly wrapped her arms around Wang Yusheng's neck. Wang Yusheng swore he had no resistance against this woman. Moreover, Wang Yusheng looked at the plum blossom on the sheet with some confusion. When did he become so weak-willed? Is it worth it for you to do this? Worth it? You know, when I first saw your photo you captured my heart. When I learned that my target for the mission was you, I was excited and couldn't sleep that night. When I saw you in person I confirmed one thing. I have no regrets about anything I have done. You don't have to feel any psychological burden for me, this is all voluntary. I can't give you any promises nor can I guarantee anything. I know, but although you say this when I need you, you will definitely act without hesitation, right? Hey! It's not you playing with fire, I feel like I am playing with fire. Wang Yusheng's hand brushed against the delicate face. As he gazed he became entranced and slowly kissed her. In this room the two stayed for a full 2 days before going downstairs. And on the table upstairs there was a packaging of a contraceptive pill. Wang Yusheng said what he needed to say and did what he needed to do. Tian Dan understood very well. What Wang Yusheng meant was that if he were alone he could do anything without worry, but once he joined everything would become particularly complicated. Not only that, but there would be various restrictions. Wang Yusheng liked freedom and he didn't like constraints. Finally Wang Yusheng told Tian Dan that no matter what, no matter when or where, he and she would always be friends who could rely on each other. In the end the two had a meal and watched as Tian Dan got into a car and drove away. Wang Yusheng felt an emptiness in his heart. He returned home and went upstairs. He looked at the medicine box and put it away. He also stored the sheet away. Having one confidant in life is enough. Wang Yusheng stayed in the room alone for a full day. The next day he energetically went downstairs. In the open space he practiced a set of baguazhang. Days passed in a flash. Although Dr. Wang was still the same, Wang Yusheng Kai Bo clearly felt something. The young master of his family had something on his mind, and this matter was related to the woman he had spent 2 days with upstairs. Kai Bo had sharp eyes. He could tell how the woman went up and how she came down, and even slight differences couldn't escape his eyes. Alas, what a sin. Calculating the time, there was still more than half a month to go. Alas, after the young master gets married he will surely become more focused. Right? For Kai Bo, who was very strict about Wang Yusheng's private life, there were times when he also compromised. While sleeping, Wang Yusheng saw the head of the maid Kai Dai peeking out from under the covers. This girl is really bold. Aren't you going back to sleep? If Kai Bo sees you, you'll be dealt with according to family law. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. Young master, it was Kai Bo who informed Butler Gu before I came here. Kai Dai's small face turned bright red as she spoke. In this era the fate of personal maids was basically like this. When they were chosen to be Wang Yusheng's personal maids they had already thought about this day, but it seemed that this day had come a bit late. Other young masters from big families, which one of them didn't start learning with maids at the age of 15 or 16? In fact, there's a huge difference between hugging a pillow and hugging a soft, fragrant little person. Don't move around, just sleep well. Wang Yusheng pressed down on Kai Dai, who was a bit restless, gently stroking the smooth back of the little maid. Before long Wang Yusheng felt sleepy and dozed off. However, not long after he woke up again. He looked at Kai Dai, who was fidgeting with irritation. He slapped her softly on her delicate backside. What are you fidgeting around for at this late hour? And then pulled her out from under the covers. Young master, it's my fault for being useless. She looked at Wang Yusheng with her big tear-filled eyes. This girl. You are not yet at the point of being useful. But I want to help you. Young master, am I especially useless, not good at anything? The greatest help is to sleep well. Oh. Just as Wang Yusheng closed his eyes he felt the little person beside him drop tears onto him. When he turned on the light and looked. Well, okay. She was silently crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Do you really want to help? Yes. Under Kai Dai's determined gaze Wang Yusheng surrendered. Alright. Young master will tell you it's not that you can just fidget around. A night passed without further words. After waking up Wang Yusheng had breakfast and went out. Kai Bo looked at Kai Dai, whose face was clearly troubled. Kai Dai, what's wrong? Butler Kai, I'm fine, I had a dream last night. Oh, then go see doctor, do get some calming medicine, and you don't have to be on duty this morning. Just rest well. Butler Kai, I'm fine. Really, I just need to rest a bit. Kai Dai shook her hand in a lingering manner. Alright, drink more water. I remember there are cooling herbs in the storeroom, go get some to eat. Thank you, Butler Kai. Watching the girl run off, Kai Bo scratched his head and then shook it again. Young master, the newspaper? Has there been any news from Uncle Kai outside? I feel like it's a bit too quiet, it could be the calm before the storm. Indeed, it seems that for some reason the resistance against the Japanese has been particularly vigorous lately. Oh, that's enough, Uncle Kai. If there's anything, I'll find you. Alright then, young master, take care of your business. Uncle Kai exited and Wang Yusheng began to read the newspaper. He didn't seek trouble, but if trouble came to him he would respond accordingly. Wang Yusheng put down the newspaper, realizing that there was hardly any good news worth reporting, just various forms of hype. However, he spotted a small piece of news that piqued his interest. At least it would be worth a look. Young master, guess who has arrived? Chin ran over. Who has come? How am I supposed to guess? Hee. It's the young mistress here with her classmates. Would you like to meet them? They're sitting in the tea house. Oh, then let's go meet them. How did this girl manage to come out? After all, there were just about 10 days left until the wedding. Why was she out and about? Wang Yusheng tidied himself up and went downstairs. When he reached the store, he casually glanced around, accidentally spotting Yuan Junkie and her group of friends. Junkie, it's been a long time. Brother Yusheng. Are these your classmates? It's rare to see them. No worries, what would you like to drink? It's on me. Brother Yusheng, can we just sit upstairs for a while before we leave? My family doesn't let me out for too long. Let me introduce you, this is Xianyi and this is Qin Shuiru. Welcome both of you. We can browse upstairs later. Xuanhuan, you follow them, whatever they choose given 20 discount. Xuanhuan, who was standing by, nodded, I understand, boss. Junkie, you sit with your friends, I need to step out for a bit. Will you have time later? They'll treat you all to dinner. Hee. Sounds good. What will young Master Wang treat us to? Quanjude or Fengzala somewhere nearby. If it's too far, it won't be worth it. Let's go with Quanjude, I haven't eaten there in a long time, Yuan Junkie said. Her two classmates nodded in agreement. Wait. What? Qin Shuiru Xianyi? Wang Yusheng had a vague recollection. Xianyi must be the daughter that Xian Dinkue loved to tease, and fortunately she had never been harmed. This Qin Shuiru. Wait, isn't she from the anti-Japanese coalition? How did she get mixed up in this? Wang Yusheng thought for a moment. This classmate should be called Qin Shuiru, right? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Are you also from the Qianmen area? What does your family do? Young Master Wang, I am Qin Shuiru. My family is in the silk business located in Kaiman's Dazzling Shaoli Alley. This confirmed it, didn't it? Indeed, this Qin Shuiru is the same one from under Jinyang Gate, right? Now she is still just a young girl. Silk business. That's great, we use a lot of silk here. Hee. Brother Yusheng, let's do business together in the future. Qin Shuiru leaned in closer. Sure, let's make it a deal then. They shook hands. However, this did leave Miss Xianyi feeling a bit neglected. What does Xianyi's family do? Perhaps we could collaborate as well. Our family? We just do some small businesses, nothing worth mentioning. Xianyi shook her head. What collaboration are we talking about? Are you asking young Master Wang if he wants to open a gambling house, or are you suggesting you want to open a smoking parlor? No worries, if there's business we can introduce each other later. Junkie, you chat with your classmates first, I need to step out for a moment. They'll come back to take you to Quanjude. MMHM. Okay, Brother Yusheng, you go handle your matters quickly. This silly girl still pretending. Wang Yusheng stood up and exited the door. He called for a rickshaw and provided an address, and the rickshaw sped off. Indeed, a bit of a useless person. How nice it would be if we had a human-powered tricycle. Wang Yusheng mused as he watched the rickshaw driver running ahead. However, they should have those kinds of vehicles by now. Why are they so rare in the capital? Actually, if done right, this could be a good industry. Didn't we see several businesses that had thrived and grown strong in the rental sector? There is potential. I should plan this out properly. However, I can't do it now, that would be like making a gown for the Japanese. But I could set up a situation, Wang Yusheng pondered while stroking his chin. Young master, we have arrived. Great, wait for me, you'll be in and out quickly. Please bring me back afterward. Young master, you are too polite. You handle your business, you'll wait here for you. Wang Yusheng nodded and stepped into the courtyard. It was evidently lively today. Oh, this is quite a rare guest today. Greetings, young Master Wang. Haha. Hello, Boss Duan. I know your engagement is today. The timing was a bit rushed, so the gifts are slightly hastily prepared. I hope you won't mind, Boss Duan. Young Master Wang, you are too polite. Your presence is worth more than anything. Please take a seat inside. I appreciate Boss Duan's kind intentions, but I have guests at home and cannot stay today. I will take my leave now with the gifts. Oh. Young Master Wang, please take care. Boss Duan escorted Wang Yusheng to the door, watching as he boarded the rickshaw and departed. Would have been nice if he had stayed. At least it would help build his reputation. Indeed. The places inviting him to perform have been decreasing. In the past they would only start singing if the revenue was split 7,030, then now they were only offering 7,030 or even 8,020. When he was famous he took 70 of the earnings. Now, even getting 30 is due to past connections, and it's basically down to 20 now. Furthermore, the performance times are usually during odd hours with hardly any audience. Even if there were tips, they were pitifully few. Ever since his junior brother Ching Jie disappeared, he had fallen to this state. After all, without Yu Ji, how could he still be the overlord? People came to see Yu Ji, not the overlord. Without Yu Ji, the usual patrons who tipped him also disappeared, leading to a significant drop in income. The overlord cannot be separated from Yu Ji. Now it seems. It might be a bit late to realize that. However, recently he has been cultivating a few Yu Ji-like figures in the troupe. But collaborating with them never felt quite right, it just lacked the spark. Yu Ji. As fourth master said after Ching Jie left, Yu Ji also left, and they are no more. Haven't you noticed that fourth master hasn't been watching plays lately? Arriving at Qianmen Street, he reserved a small private room at Quanjun, asking the manager to prepare 30 ducks, leaving 2 for himself and sending the remaining 28 to the residents. The manager naturally had no objections. Who is the big patron? Young Master Wang is. Returning to the store, he called for the 3 girls and took a carriage straight to Quanjun. As for the items the 3 girls bought, he simply called a rickshaw driver to send them to their respective homes. The dinner was filled with warmth and cheer, especially with his little fiancée present, making Wang Yusheng even more engaged. After finishing the meal and having tea, he arranged for a carriage to take the 3 of them home. Brother Yusheng, I won't be able to go out for the next few days. See you next time. It will be 10 days from now. Well, see each other then. Haha. Alright, see you then. When you can come out, I'll personally come to pick you up. Watching the cheerful girl wave goodbye, he certainly would pick her up next time. When Wang Yusheng returned to the store, he unexpectedly saw someone he hadn't seen in many days. Tian, what brings you here? Wang Yusheng walked over joyfully. It's not safe at Jin Chaoyang's place for now. With the organization's approval, I will be your dedicated liaison. I will only report to you and will be working with you from now on. You have to arrange a lighter workload for me. You can't bully me. I promise not to bully you. Since that's the case, let's go. I'll tell you the specifics. Wang Yusheng said as he led her to the back, informing Uncle Kai before both entered the room. You bad person, you promised not to bully me. I'm not bullying you. This is an interview to see what kind of work suits you. Then what kind of work do I suit? Talking nonsense during the interview deducts 1 point. Be careful not to fail the interview. Focus. Wang Yusheng temporarily arranged for Tian Dan to work as a waitress at the tea house. Everyone else seemed happy. Time passed day by day. The wedding date drew closer each day. Wang Yusheng felt a bit anxious. However, the day had finally arrived. In the future, I hope to prepare a wedding for you as well. I don't need that. As long as I'm with you, I'm fine. Fool. I'm willing. Sigh. There were no more words that night. The next morning, August 20th to 1944, the second day of the 7th month. Auspicious activities, marriage, moving, praying for blessings, settling in, and offerings. For today, Uncle Kai gathered 8 well-known xuanhuan troops, renowned musicians from near and far. Coupled with the drummers from each troop, the excitement could be felt 3 streets away. Starting today, Wang Yusheng would move into the back residence. Previously, his father's maid and Aunt Gu returned to the small courtyard in the west. The main backyard would now belong to Wang Yusheng. After the marriage, he would officially become the young master of the Wang family. He arranged for 3 individuals with modified cameras to capture the entire wedding process. These 3 had begun their filming training half a month ago. Each one of them was quite skilled. Had Wang Yusheng known earlier, he would have modified more cameras and sent them to the necessary locations. This way there wouldn't be so many blurred documents in the future, akin to blurry images of aliens. The equipment provided by Wang Yusheng was directly 4K, absolutely high definition. He modified 10 cameras, sent out 7 and kept 3 for himself. During his free time he would let them go out and film various locations in the capital, especially when something significant occurred. These would all serve as documentation. Early in the morning everyone was directed like puppets, performing various tasks at the auspicious hour. Unbeknownst to him, as Wang Yusheng was fully awake, he found himself standing in front of the gate of the Yuan residence on his tall horse. At that moment the main door of the Yuan residence opened. Wang Yusheng dismounted his horse. At that moment firecrackers, drums and xuanhuans all sounded together, creating a lively atmosphere. He was pulled from one side to another again. In the end he found himself bewilderedly holding a red ribbon, leading a robust woman out the gate. The person dressed in bridal attire firmly grasped the ribbon, afraid it might fall off. The strong woman placed the bride in the sedan chair. After ensuring the bride was seated properly, she stepped aside. "Daughter-in-law, your husband is here to take you home. Don't be anxious or nervous, your husband will always be by your side. Rest assured." The bride softly acknowledged from within the sedan chair. Wang Yusheng could tell the young girl was a bit nervous, as her handkerchief was nearly shredded from her fidgeting. After paying respects to the ancestors of the Yuan family, Wang Yusheng mounted his horse again. The sound of firecrackers erupted once more, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Children scurried about on both sides. Candy was thrown liberally like it was free. Wang Yusheng had instructed Uncle Kai to inform all departments. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would face dire consequences, so Wang Yusheng wouldn't hold back. Although it wasn't as overwhelming as a 10-mile bridal procession, the parade still stretched over 200 meters. The dowry included essential items for daily living at the front, various odds and ends, and of course the most valuable dowry at the end, a large coffin made of golden silk nanmo. One could say that with this dowry the daughter would never need to worry her husband's family in her lifetime. This is the reason why many wives are not afraid of their husband's family, as it provides them with confidence. The drum band hardly ever paused. If one stopped, the next would start, ensuring everyone had a chance to catch their breath. At exactly 11 o'clock the front team entered the Yongding gate. There were even more amiable faces here. However, everyone knew their limits. Finally, at 11:45 they reached the main gate of the Wang residence. The gate swung wide open and Wang Yusheng dismounted, carrying his wife out of the sedan chair and into the waiting room. They would pay respects before entering the bridal chamber. The bride was accompanied by 3 maids, 2 were personal maids and 1 was a general maid, all part of her dowry, with the 2 personal maids commonly referred to as bed maids. They were all beautiful, each resembling the stars of the past. Here they could take a brief rest or drink some water. The wedding was scheduled for 1206. These calculations were made by them, and Wang Yusheng simply allowed everyone to direct him. The ceremony for paying respects to heaven and earth began. Wang Yusheng followed whatever was instructed until they finally entered the bridal chamber, at which point he began to regain a sense of self. He hoped the recordings wouldn't turn out too embarrassing. The red silk ribbon led the bride into the new house in the back residence. Finally he could breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Yusheng was once again pulled out of the back residence. For a wedding, how could the groom be absent? As for drinking, Wang Yusheng considered himself invincible. He had honed a little skill for cheating in drinking. That was to pour the wine directly into his mouth, which would go straight into his face. Wang Yusheng went to each table, regardless of who offered a toast. He would down 3 cups in front of them without spilling a drop. No one suspected Wang Yusheng of cheating. Until he felt it was about time, he had already downed 5 bottles of wine. He had toasted each table in the house. Wang Yusheng also began to appear a bit unsteady. Everyone burst into laughter, finally managing to get the groom down. Little did they know Wang Yusheng was merely acting. The disoriented Wang Yusheng was supported by the servants and handed over to the maid at the entrance of the back residence. Servants were not allowed to enter the back residence, if that was the rule. Wang Yusheng entered the back residence and, in a place no one could see, woke up. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Tsue, go arrange a meal to be sent to the bridal chamber. I haven't eaten a bite yet." "Young master, you're not drunk." "Where are we?" "I was just letting them have their way," Wang Yusheng replied, rubbing his hands as he entered the bridal chamber. "Wife, the husband is here." "Husband, don't mess around, the veil hasn't been lifted yet." "All right, I'll lift it now." Wang Yusheng took a rui from the maid named Yuna and lifted the bride's veil. Her bright brows and white teeth stood out, especially those eyes. "Hee hee. Husband, are you surprised?" "Ah. Oh my Yuan junkie. Wife, how is it you?" How did you become my wife? I was just thinking if I could marry you that would be great. Indeed heaven has heard my heart's wish. Wang Yusheng's awkward acting could only fool Yuan Junkie the silly girl. The two maids stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Husband, it's not that I didn't tell you, I just wanted to give you a surprise. It's so surprising. You don't know, the moment I lifted the veil and saw it was you, I was stunned. Thus wife, in the years to come let's grow old together, and I hope for your guidance. Husband, Ruer also asks for your guidance. Ruer is my nickname. Ruer, what a nice name. Ruer. Ruer. Let husband give you a kiss. Now. Woo. Wang Yusheng's newlywed life was quite pleasant. The most important point was that no one urged him to get up early in the morning. However, it was replaced by his little wife. In the end, the girl realized that Wang Yusheng had known her identity all along and that she was his fiancée. For Wang Yusheng, this husband, it was maddening, yet he couldn't bring himself to act on it, mainly because he couldn't bear to do so. His little wife couldn't bear to bite Wang Yusheng, but there was someone who could, and that was Tian Dan. This woman looked stunning even when fierce, with her brows and eyes curved beautifully, exuding an inexplicable charm. Look at me. Tian Dan pulled Wang Yusheng into a small room and with a swift motion she pinned him to the bed. This woman was indeed trained. All right, you speak. Wang Yusheng could only surrender. Be serious, I'm speaking to you truthfully. We need a lot of supplies, weapons, ammunition, food, medicine, and clothing. What can you get for me? How much do you want? The more the better. That's easy. Can we not be so violent? I prefer the gentle Tian. If you want gentle, huh? Hey. Let's talk things out, no need to. Don't hit, it hurts. This woman is truly crazy. However, Wang Yusheng could sense the resentment in her heart. No woman wants to be an inconspicuous mistress, especially not one as beautiful and intelligent as her. Wang Yusheng pulled out a list from his pocket and handed it to the girl, who was drenched in sweat from her crazed state. What is this? It's the supplies you wanted. I had prepared them, but you were so anxious today. Oh really? Why didn't you say so earlier? The woman snatched the list and began to inspect it carefully. This batch of weapons was all from Wang Yusheng's second operation at the enemy's warehouse. Especially the dozens of mountain cannons. The cannons weren't the main concern, what mattered were the shells, a total of 150000 rounds. Additionally, there were several thousand light and heavy machine guns, 50000 rifles, and 6 million rounds of ammunition. 20000 bolts of cotton cloth, 70 tons of cotton, 400 tons of food, 10 tons of refined salt, and 10 tons of brown sugar. Thank you. No need to thank me, having you is enough. I willingly did all this. In fact, I love this country more than anyone else. We know you run a pharmacy, manage a hospital, and are involved in education, selling food at low prices. We know all of this. Tian Dan turned over and hugged Wang Yusheng's face. What are you doing, woman? Wang Yusheng saw the light in her eyes. He shivered again. Be good, don't move. Wang Yusheng stepped out of the small room, placed her clothes neatly, and closed the small door. The entire afternoon was wasted in this small room. Since he had mentioned this batch of supplies, it was necessary to have them, otherwise wouldn't he be seen as untrustworthy? As the heir of the Wang family, he was someone who kept his promises. Young master, young mistress should be off school now. Will you go to pick her up? Kai Bo, let Yuna go. I have some urgent matters to attend to outside, I might be late tonight. Tell the young mistress not to wait for me to eat. Young master, is there something wrong? Not at the moment, don't worry. It's nothing serious. That's good. Young master, please be careful, the enemy on the road is quite aggressive now. Don't worry, they are probably just losing their temper. Wang Yusheng arrived at the back garage, got in the car and drove out of the main gate, disappearing onto the main road. Stop, exit permit. As soon as Wang Yusheng reached the city gate, a guard stopped him. He rolled down the window to let the guard see him clearly. Is that you, young master Wang? Are you going out of the city? Open the roadblock, I need to go out for a bit. Young master, that's against the rules. The higher-ups said that anyone exiting the city gate must have an exit permit. What if I don't have one today? Please don't make it hard for me. We're just trying to make a living. If I let you through, the higher-ups won't allow it, and then my entire family will suffer. Fine, it's just an exit permit, right? I'll bring someone to handle it. After saying that, Wang Yusheng turned the car around and disappeared at the city wall's entrance. Within 5 minutes the car circled back. At this time Wang Yusheng had an FN scar in his hand, which was the accompanying gun he had during his visit to the warehouse. However, he did not move, instead he directly launched 200 drones into the air. Each drone was equipped with a rifle carrying 8 rounds, and they were all fitted with silencers. First, the reconnaissance drone flew around the city wall, and Wang Yusheng marked all the enemies directly on the screen, also marking those on the wall. The reconnaissance plane transmitted information that 200 weapon-equipped helicopters took off and rushed towards those people. Each drone had its own designated target. As the guards and enemies heard sounds from above and looked up, they were met with bullets raining down, instantly decimating a large section of the city wall. The guards who had been shouting just moments ago now lay on the ground in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. Wang Yusheng was merely testing the waters. Indeed, technology was the most useful. He recalled all the drones and drove directly towards the target. Upon reaching the entrance, there was a barrier which Wang Yusheng raised his hand to remove. Now the main gate was clear without obstruction. Wang Yusheng drove straight out. With supplies in hand, he felt a bit embarrassed to toy around with them. Quick resolution was his style. He needed to go out and ensure all supplies were properly arranged. In the western mountainous region there were quite a few supplies. Not everything was stored in the cave, but most were placed in the surrounding valleys. Within half an hour of Wang Yusheng leaving the main gate, the entire gate was already on lockdown. Over 40 enemies were dead and more than 200 puppet soldiers had perished. For the enemies in the city, this was a painful loss. The most important point was that they didn't even know who had gone out. Who had done this? No one knew. Clearly this person had gone out and silenced everyone. As for how they managed to do it, no one had any idea. After some special individuals observed, they noted that all the gun muzzles were aimed at the center of the forehead. What kind of sharpshooter could achieve this? Or rather, what kind of monster was this? Eventually the city's special high-tech units intervened, and even the recently established May agency rushed over. 40 enemies dead at a city gate had alarmed the entire region. When Wang Yusheng returned to the city, it was nearly midnight. It could be said that he had finally completed the task at hand. While storing the supplies, he also paved the roads in the entire mountainous area. Otherwise, he feared that all the supplies would be difficult to transport when people arrived. Not far from the entrance, he directly retrieved his car because he saw that the entire city gate of Beijing had already been locked down, with over a dozen searchlights scanning back and forth outside the gate. Without saying a word, he deployed the drones. The interior and exterior of the city gate were thoroughly scanned. The thermal images transmitted showed Wang Yusheng all the information about the city wall. Everyone inside and outside the wall had met a gruesome fate. The commotion was immense. A group of guards stationed at the city wall received the news and rushed madly towards that direction. There were already few people left at the city gate. Wang Yusheng felt a bit guilty about using the tactic of fainting. It was too unfair. However, Wang Yusheng had already entered the city. He recalled all the drones, released a small electric car, and rode off quickly. Only when he was near home did he take out the car and drive into the house. Just as he exited the parking area, Tian Dan stopped Wang Yusheng. "Alright, you can let the news out now. Here's the address." "No matter what, thank you." "No need for thanks, and no need to be so clear-cut. Let's just say this is compensation for not letting my woman pass the door." "What good thing are you thinking? Who wants to pass through your door? Who wants your compensation?" The woman took the paper and walked away. "This woman is still better off as my little wife." Just as he reached the door, he saw a small figure at the entrance. Wang Yusheng quickened his pace and directly embraced the small figure. "Little wife, I'm back." Yuan Junki looked up, blinking her eyes at Wang Yusheng. "Why are you back so late? I heard Kai Bo say it's chaotic outside. Have you eaten? I'll have Qin Qin heat up the food right away." "No need, Kai Bo saw me earlier, so I don't think the food can be heated now. Just don't move." The little wife obediently stayed still, allowing Wang Yusheng to plant several kisses on her little face. How could his little wife be so adorable? Whether others' arranged marriages are happy or not remains unknown. In any case, Wang Yusheng's marriage is absolutely blissful. This little girl has her own quirks and occasionally exhibits a touch of artistry. When alone, Wang Yusheng is dear, but in public he is sir. She enjoys lying on his chest, sharing the events of her day. They can chatter away until the small hours. Classes start in mid-September at Beijing University. Every day brings endless topics to discuss. However, Wang Yusheng does not want his little wife to participate in any sports. Such naive and innocent girls, once they enter, may find themselves in a good position, but in such roles they are merely scapegoats for others. Who knows the hidden motives of some people here? In any case, there's a saying, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Regardless of their intentions, it's best to ignore them. No matter how flowery their words may be, the organizations that take an interest in his little wife have ulterior motives. It's definitely about money. From school to home she is picked up and dropped off by car. Even in the cafeteria there is her exclusive spot. In short, it seems his little wife is a bit too prominent. However, it doesn't matter because she has Wang Yusheng backing her. Wang Yusheng has already told the people behind Tiandan not to engage with her or recruit her unless they want to expose the Wang family. Aside from the organization members interacting with her, those who are currently approaching her are quite intriguing. He gazed at his little wife, who had dozed off while chatting, gently touched her forehead and laid her back comfortably on the bed. He then embraced her with one arm. "Dear, you're awake. Waking up to such a beautiful face in the morning is truly a joy. What time is it? Should we get up?" "It's just 7 o'clock. Then let's get up. After breakfast I'll take you to school today." "Okay. Sir, I would like to have lunch with you today." Looking into her sparkling big eyes, Wang Yusheng couldn't even come up with an excuse. "Alright, I also want to check how our cafeteria is doing. Your meals are specially prepared. I'm just worried that the food for other students won't be as attentive and might be quite different." "Don't worry, husband, it won't be like that. Sometimes I also try the meals made by my classmates and they are quite tasty." "Oh my wife is not bad. How clever, a reward is in order." "Mwah. Oh, that tickles." The two of them were so affectionate that they only got out of bed at 7:30. Normally waking up does not require maidservant's assistance. Wang Yusheng dressed his little wife first, then she helped him dress. At this moment his wife's maidservant Ing Yuner came in to help her with her makeup. Even without makeup she is beautiful, and with makeup she becomes even more stunning. After finishing breakfast it was already past 8 o'clock. They drove westward towards the city wall, continuing on to Zizamen. Most of the roads are still dirt paths, but they are fairly smooth. Wang Yusheng did not bring anyone along, just himself and his little wife. Perhaps because of what happened last night they needed to be checked today after the usual pass without problems. "Zhang, what's going on? Is it so strict to go out now?" Young master, the special high-tech personnel are here. We received a strict order and I must apologize. The last time we saw your car's shadow we simply lifted the barrier. The main issue is that something happened yesterday. I don't know which fierce person made a series of bold entries and exits at the city gate, killing hundreds. I heard that over 200 enemies perished. Now the brothers are working with their heads on the line, fearing they might encounter that fierce person." After saying a few words, Zhang took Wang Yusheng and his wife's identification and hurried over. A very showy man approached, accompanied by a woman who thought she looked cool. "Get out of the car for inspection." The man glanced lightly inside the car. Seeing his little wife a bit nervous, Wang Yusheng patted her hand. "It's all right, everything is under control." Wang Yusheng got out of the car first, went around to open the door for his little wife and took her hand as they exited. "You have 3 minutes to check the car." He spoke to the man who had just spoken. "You're quite arrogant." "Just average." The woman held the man back as he wanted to speak again. "Mitsui, this is Mr. Wang, don't provoke unnecessary trouble. I special high-tech have never feared trouble." Mitsui waved his hand to the back. "Check the car." A few people rushed forward, carefully inspecting the vehicle before shaking their heads. Mitsui turned and looked at Wang Yusheng and his wife. "Search them." Wang Yusheng narrowed his eyes. At this moment the cold woman stepped forward. "Stop it all, Mitsui, that's enough." "Mr. Wang, I apologize if this is the new Mitsui Kenichi who doesn't know you. The car has been checked and there are no issues. You may leave." "Let them through." "Mitsui Kenichi? Very well, we will meet again soon." Wang Yusheng and his wife got back into the car and drove out of the city gate. He made sure to drop his little wife off at school on time. Wang Yusheng stayed in the car, took out a communicator from space, opened a compartment in the car, pulled out a connector and plugged it into the communicator. The communicator, which had no signal before, now showed 3 bars. Holding the communicator he began to type. "Check the headquarters of Special High-Tech in Beijing, including the number of personnel." After finishing he sent the message. 5 minutes later the communicator vibrated. Wang Yusheng took a look and nodded. He took out a map and found a villa area in Dongqing district. Very good. Just right, there's signal coverage there. Conducting an assassination here is a bit too low level for Wang Yusheng. He has always preferred direct confrontations. Contact at 10 p.m. tonight to confirm the locations of all personnel above the group leader level in special high-tech. After sending, he put away the communicator. Promised to have lunch with his little wife with nothing to do in the meantime. He could only go to the library to kill time. He casually picked up a book and started reading. His wife's class today is just one period ending at 1115. He planned to read until 11, then go pick her up after class. Perfect timing. At 11 a.m., Tian Dan at the storefront received a note passed to her. It said that all supplies should be moved, so there was no need to worry. With this batch of supplies, it is believed that the momentum of the counterattack will be even stronger. Each soldier can have 2 extra bullets, possibly allowing them to take down an additional enemy. In such a short time, transferring so many supplies is something only the organization can accomplish. Tian Dan thought once again that it would be great if Wang Yusheng could join the organization. Despite the benefits, all methods had been exhausted, yet he still could not be persuaded to join. The organization's message was to remain patient. Wang Yusheng left early in the morning and hadn't returned by noon, so she guessed he probably wouldn't come back. Without anyone to share news with, Tian Dan felt a bit gloomy. At this moment, Wang Yusheng had already taken his little wife into the cafeteria. Knowing that the couple was dining, other classmates avoided bothering them. In this era, many people marry before attending university, but few women do so. However, in this new group at the university, many looked down on arranged marriages. However, the couple of the Wang family's eldest son was excluded from such judgments. It wasn't merely because of the Wang family's wealth, but because many knew about the eldest son's use of the family's entire fortune to stabilize the grain trade in Beijing, which ultimately succeeded in securing food supply. Especially those who had participated in it, who spoke of the incident in vivid detail. The little wife had a long class in the afternoon ending at 4 p.m. Darling, you can leave now, I've kept you company all day. The little wife cuddled Wang Yusheng's arm in the car, acting coy. So you must compensate me properly. Hee hee. Alright. It was rare for the little wife to be so generous. When the car arrived at Zizamen, they were not stopped this time and were allowed to pass. The little wife had mentioned several times that if it was inconvenient, she could stay at school. Wang Yusheng directly vetoed the idea of her staying at school. Just married and you want to sleep separately? What a joke. Young master and young mistress have returned. Is there nothing happening at the Kai family's home today? Young master, rest assured everything is fine at home. Another uneventful day. Kai followed behind, smacking his lips. What the young master said was true. Who would want their home to have problems every day? He let the little wife rest in her room while Wang Yusheng went to the front store. He checked the accounts and remaining supplies for the day. Young master, the price of the legal currency changes daily. We need to raise our prices again. Manager Lu put up the sign tomorrow. If the price of legal currency will increase the day after, while the silver dollar price remains unchanged. Alright, even if we lose a bit today, it won't be much. Wang Yusheng smiled but did not reply. If he responded, Manager Lu would nag him for half a day. After finishing the accounts downstairs, Wang Yusheng went back upstairs. From the beginning, the accounts upstairs and downstairs were separate. Tian Dan was now the manager upstairs. At this moment, there were not many customers upstairs, and Tian Dan and the other waitresses were quite relaxed. Seeing Wang Yusheng come up, Tian Dan ran over. Young master, you're back. Is everyone resting? How's the business upstairs today? I came to check the accounts. It's alright, we sold 12 small yellow fish for about 20000 silver dollars. As Wang Yusheng checked the accounts, Tian Dan quietly spoke beside him. Alright, keep an eye on the stock. It will run out quickly, so let me know in advance. Don't worry, the accounts are a bit messy. You'll tidy them up and show you later. Tian Dan said with her eyes narrowed. Wang Yusheng knew this girl had something else to say. Okay, hurry up, you'll wait for you in the office. After finishing the accounts upstairs, Wang Yusheng went downstairs. Being stared at by 20 beautiful girls made him feel like he had entered a spider's den, so he had to leave quickly. The tea house upstairs had now been renovated into Wang Yusheng's independent office. He had also decorated the newly renovated office. If the windows and doors were closed, no sound could escape from inside, nor could any sound enter from outside. Wang Yusheng did not stay long before the doorbell rang. Knocking on the door outside was ineffective, they couldn't hear it, only the doorbell could be heard from inside. Manager Tian, this doesn't seem like a work report. Wang Yusheng was pushed onto the sofa by Tian Dan. I'm discussing business with you. Go ahead, Wang Yusheng said, resting his arm on his head. It's about the supplies, they asked me to thank you. With this batch of supplies our victory has increased by 30. If it's a thank you then just thank me, why are you always so polite? Am I being polite? Of course, isn't that considered polite? I can be even more polite, do you want to give it a try? Wang Yusheng knew this woman was speaking with mischief in her eyes. They only went downstairs around dinner time. The key was that Wang Yusheng had things to do at night. After dinner he had to coax his wife to sleep. At 10 o'clock in the evening the communicator received several messages all indicating the whereabouts of the special high-tech members. He placed a pillow beside his sleeping wife. The little wife slept soundly, reaching dawn in one go. When leaving he did not disturb anyone. He continued to walk along the courtyard wall, jumped into the back alley, took out the electric bike and sped away. After a long period of exploration Wang Yusheng no longer needed a map in most places. When he saw the information he had already sketched an action map in his mind and then a faint sound echoed. The target instantly fell to the ground. Perfect. A shadow darted in. The whole room began its operation. Gold bars, silver dollars and over $1,000 US. No regrets about this trip. He knocked on the furniture he had his eyes on. It was made of rosewood and he took it. Antique paintings and vases, not a single one was left behind. Finally several genuine gold bricks in the middle of the room were pried away by the shadow. The so-called plucking the feathers while the goose is taken meant taking the whole goose, leaving just a few feathers. After finishing up in this room he quickly searched through several other rooms. When he reached the hanging flower gate he did not miss the two Wangwali columns on either side. In the end even the door latch was taken as it was also made of Wangwali. Then he hurried to the next predetermined location. There were several soft sounds of light tapping. And another round of searching ensued. A shadow darted into a small courtyard where a man was sleeping. Splash! A basin of icy cold water was poured down. The person on the bed immediately stood up alertly. Baka! Who? The shadow lit the candle on the table. Under the shimmering light there stood a figure in all black, scaring the person on the bed to shudder again. However, when the person pulled down the mask he was momentarily stunned. Baka! You are Wang Yusheng? Correct, but you can be rewarded with 3 bullets. You choose the position. I told you we will meet again, he said. You dare? I'm from the Dairy Empire, do you have the guts to kill me? Kill you? Hee. Look at who this is. As Wang Yusheng waved his hand another person appeared on the bed, causing Mitsui to lose his balance and fall backward. What did he see? The head of the special high-tech department in the capital was taken out. Wang Yusheng did not engage in idle chatter with him and bang bang bang. 1 shot to the forehead and 2 shots to the chest. He waved his hand to collect the body, searched the area and moved on to the next target. Even if there were any clues left they had long been destroyed. He cleaned up until nearly 4 a.m. At this moment a shadow crept into the special high-tech department, throwing their department head Fan Sheng's Hizu at the office door. Then he planted timed bombs throughout the entire special high-tech building and even replaced the current gunpowder with some black gold from the future. Absolutely thrilling. By 8 a.m. tomorrow when they arrive at work and see their department head dead at the door they will definitely go crazy. A large number of people will enter the office building and by 8:30. Hee. Of course it won't be in vain. He then turned to the grain warehouse. This time Wang Yusheng did not want to directly deploy 50 drones to instantly clear the soldiers at the entrance. He quickly swept through the back. Even the guards in the watchtower were easily taken care of. Wang Yusheng entered here again, going into several warehouses. Again they were filled with rice and flour. Half a warehouse of good stuff. These people just don't learn their lesson. Did they think he wouldn't come? After finishing up in the other warehouses he went to the back, collecting dozens of trucks and hundreds of barrels of fuel. After finishing all this he arrived at the barracks, now holding a gun that had been switched to automatic mode. He unleashed a hail of bullets at the soldiers on the bed. After finishing all of this he slipped away. The soldiers in the barracks were not taken care of. It was too disgusting. It was likely there would be martial law again tomorrow. Returning home he washed his hands, took a shower and thankfully it wasn't cold now. He changed into pajamas and went to the bedroom, taking the pillow from his wife's embrace, allowing her to hold on to him instead. Boom. A villa in the eastern part of the city was reduced to rubble with a deafening explosion. Within a radius of 50 meters there were no survivors. No one who entered survived. Around 10 a.m. a woman brought a group of soldiers into a department store. Miss Shantian Rio, I don't know what you're talking about, I was asleep all night. You can't just accuse me of taking down your special high command and raiding your warehouses just because someone gave me a hard time. Just think about how many people and guns you would need to do that. What kind of qualities do these people need? If it were me with such powerful individuals on my side, I would eliminate all of you rather than let you question me with your condescending attitude. Mr. Wang, there's an old saying that goes, hasty action leads to chaos. I hope you can cooperate well with our May organization activities instead of throwing a tantrum like a young master here. Hee. If you had evidence you wouldn't be asking me this instead. I suppose I'm already in your prison now. So, Miss Liangzi, just go back and find my evidence and you'll naturally follow you. Oh. By the way, you had a quarrel with me today. Aren't you afraid that I might take down your May organization too? Mister Wang, you'd better take care of yourself and not give me any leverage. Thank you for the reminder, I won't see you off. This group has a good sense of intuition, but there is no evidence. Young master, everyone has left. Kai Bo walked in. Tell the staff and those girls to calm down, give each of them $1 as a consolation, but don't record it in this month's salary and bonuses. We're fine just doing business as usual, if those soldiers won't do anything to us. Yes. They'll take care of it right away, old servant. Kai Bo wanted to say something but decided against it and turned to leave the office. Although Wang Yusheng had the strength to suppress the May organization directly, having just dealt with the special high command, he knew that reaching for the May organization would be too dangerous. After all, a gun shoots the bird that sticks its neck out. It's better to lay low for a couple of days and the soldiers won't be able to stir up trouble for long. October is just around the corner, whether history will still be in August remains to be seen. I hope they surrender later so that we can take out a few more soldiers. I've heard that our counterattacks against them have been very effective. They are so infuriated that they are starting to send reinforcements from the southern peninsula. Should we do something about the military camp outside the city? It's only fair to vent some frustration. Let's blow up an arms depot to let them know that the Wang family is not to be trifled with. Today they dared to enter the Wang family, tomorrow they will dare to kill members of the Wang family. It's outrageous. Now half of the people in the military camp outside are in the capital. Let's wait a few days before deciding. In the capital, with the special high command gone and the supplies from their warehouses lost, the Japanese command must be furious. I just wonder how many people in the capital will commit seppuku. There will be a good show to watch. Ding dong. Wang Yusheng pressed the switch to open the door. It turned out to be Tian Dan. Why aren't you watching from the second floor? What are you doing here? I was just worried about you. Did you do something about the special high command? No. Just admit it. Your eyes flickered a bit just now, trying to avoid some issues. Little man, you also did something about the warehouse at the Looney warehouse, didn't you? Tian Dan said as she leaned closer and sat on Wang Yusheng's lap. It's daytime, can we talk without getting too touchy? Tell me how many good things you got. The woman became excited at the thought of supplies. She was no longer the slightly aloof Tian Dan from his memory. That woman from memory no longer existed. Sigh. What a sin. I just gave you a batch of supplies, do you want more? Man, who told you that you have too many supplies? The soldiers are really in desperate need. Can you give me some? That depends on your sincerity. You should have said that earlier, I would have come myself. With a charming smile from the woman, Wang Yusheng immediately fell under her spell. An hour and a half later, the woman finished packing and left. This woman is a real enchantress, why can I not resist her at all? Clap. Wang Yusheng slapped his thigh. Useless. I guess Daji was probably like this back in the day. Enchantress, just wait and see how I reject you next time. Wang Yusheng looked at the time. There was still time, so he went downstairs. Xuanhuan, tell Kai Bo that I won't be home for lunch. I'm going out for a bit and I'll pick up the young mistress. Okay, young master. Wang Yusheng drove out of the courtyard. Tian Dan bit her finger and revealed a charming smile. She certainly knew what Wang Yusheng was up to. She must be going to prepare supplies. She went to the window where there was a pot of flowers. She sprinkled a little water and the flower buds turned towards the southeast. It seemed like a simple action, but from a street away one could see through the windows with binoculars. A stylishly dressed woman leisurely exited the small building. She elegantly carried her bag and strolled around. Finally she passed the street where the department store was located, then stopped, thought for a moment, and looked at her bag before walking towards the department store. It was as if she was shopping and suddenly remembered she was missing something. "Hello miss, welcome to Xuanhuan Universal Department Store. What would you like to buy?" "I wanted to meet a friend, but I forgot my lipstick. I happened to pass by here, so I'll buy one to avoid going home to get it. I've also used up more than half of what I have at home. If this will be just right for a new one." "Miss, the lipsticks are upstairs. Let me take you up to choose." "Oh, isn't this Miss Deng? Fang Qing, I know this customer well, let me take care of her." Tian Dan turned her head and naturally saw the woman going upstairs, walking over enthusiastically. "All right, manager. Miss Deng, you haven't been here for quite some time, have you?" "Recently I had some matters to attend to and rarely went out. I heard that there are many new products here, so I came to take a look. Feel free to browse. What are you planning to buy this time?" "Lipstick. When you go out to meet a friend, if you don't go out for a long time, you'll develop the habit of being forgetful. I forgot to bring my lipstick, so here I am." "Lipstick? We have several new colors in stock. You Miss Deng should come and take a look. The results will definitely satisfy you, and they won't easily fade after applying them on your lips. Many prominent socialites specifically request this brand." "Then I must take a look." Tian Dan led the woman to the corner where the lipsticks were displayed. With no one around, a voice whispered quietly, "The information has been confirmed. This time it was Wang Yusheng who killed more than 10 members above the level of group leader at the Special High Command and blew up their facilities. He also raided their warehouses. He has already promised that the stolen supplies will be ready for us to pick up." "Oh my, who is he? How did he manage that?" "When we learned about it, we were all stunned. And there's also the supplies. The higher-ups must be delighted." "I don't know, he wouldn't tell me. However, I did find out a bit on the morning of the incident. He drove his wife to school and was stopped by someone. A member of the Special High Command wanted to search the young mistress. According to internal sources, the others died from a single bullet, but the person who wanted to search at the city gate received 3 gunshot wounds. It might be for this reason that the women from the May organization came looking for him." "Good, as long as it's confirmed, I'll go spread the news now. Set the time. You pass it on to Beiping, who has been waiting at the entrance. Miss Deng, this one looks really beautiful on you. It suits you perfectly. Just look at the color, especially with your skin tone." "I think so too. I'll take this one. No need to wrap it up. I'll just put it in my bag and take it with me." Tian Dan collected $5 silver and sent the happy woman on her way. She quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Among the women chatting and choosing items above, one casually glanced over but quickly withdrew her gaze. The young wife finished her class at 3:30 p.m. and since there were no classes afterwards, Wang Yusheng took her directly home. They arrived home just after 4 p.m. At this moment, Tian Dan happened to see off a familiar customer. "Young master, you are back." "Yes, I'm back. Business upstairs was quite good today. Thanks to the young master, many old customers came today." "Oh. Has that watch priced at 35000 been sold yet?" Young master, your pricing is too high. Several customers mentioned that if you lowered the price they would buy it." "Lower the price? Is 35000 still expensive? Then let's drop it to 27000. We can't lower it too much if this is the cost price. Let's sell it quickly to avoid piling up the inventory." "Alright young master, I'll go change it right away. You see how it is, several customers are interested. I'll have the rickshaw notify them right away." Tian Dan said as she stepped out, waving a handkerchief at a middle-aged man across the street who looked honest. "Hey, I'm here, miss. What can I do for you?" "You need to go to the Tian family's young mistress in the West Alley, the Fang family's young lady, and the Wu family's third mistress at Beiping Bridge, and tell them that the watch they liked has finally had its price reduced to 27000. They need to decide quickly. If they take too long, it might be sold to someone else, and I won't be responsible for that. This is a reward. No matter how late it is, you must deliver the message. If you fail to do so and they can't buy the watch, you'll be the one in trouble." "I got it, miss. I'm on my way now. Don't worry, I know the Tian family's young mistress, the Fang family's young lady, and the Wu family's third mistress. The watch is now 27000. They'll go right away. The man took a silver dollar and ran off happily. A few young ladies who had been sitting upstairs all afternoon said it was getting late and wanted to leave, one of them mentioning that they were missing something on their hands. Some said bracelets, others mentioned chains, and a few about watches. The watch was indeed the best choice. The ladies began to look at watches again, ranging from the cheap ones at over 200 silver dollars to the most expensive one at over 300,000 silver dollars. In the end, the women thought it looked nice but was just too expensive. Can you lower the price a bit? Miss, we can't make that decision. How about we ask the manager? Okay, hurry up. I'm going back to Shanxing in a few days and I want to take it with me to show my friends. The maid quickly ran downstairs. Halfway down she stopped because Tian Dan had already gone upstairs. What's the matter in such a hurry? Manager Tian, someone has their eyes on the most expensive watch and asked if it could be cheaper. I can't make that decision, so I came to you. Alright, let's go. The young master just returned and mentioned this matter. They went upstairs and arrived at the watch section. Ladies, which one of you wants to buy a watch? It's me. This watch is so expensive, can you lower the price a bit? Miss, it's like this. This watch has already caught someone's attention and the price has been reduced. It's down to 27000, but several old clients have already reserved it. I see 27000 is indeed much cheaper. They probably won't be able to come in a hurry. If I buy it, I'll add another 1000, making it 28000. I want it for good luck and you want to clear your stock, how about that? They'll only offer this price once. This, alright, is your payment in gold or a bank draft? A bank draft. Okay, miss, this way please. We need to go to the bank with the draft first. It will take about 20 minutes. Can you wait? That's fine. The woman wrote out a draft, then stamped it with her seal and signed it. Tian Dan handed the draft to a maid. The maid took it and went downstairs directly. Soon a car drove off to the nearest bank. Using the draft to withdraw cash took a phone call and 12 minutes, finally retrieving 2 boxes of silver dollars. However, a 10 conversion fee was charged. After getting the money, it took another 25 minutes in the shop. Tian Dan issued a receipt, wrote a warranty card and stamped it. Each receipt and warranty card corresponded to the serial number on the back of each watch. She showed the young lady. Every number is unique. Thus each watch is also unique. The woman wore it and happily walked away with a group of people. Her proud demeanor was undeniable. A group of women went downstairs, waved, and 2 cars turned the corner. Several women got into the car. As the vehicle drove off, one of the women said, Nan Zhao Yunzi, why spend so much money? Yazi, it's not too much. There's a problem here and it's not small. I have a feeling, but they are hiding it too well. Our people can't get in. They don't want outsiders. They only need their buyers. Human trafficking, what a despicable term. That's why we are here. Indeed. Meanwhile, Tian Dan entered Wang Yusheng's office. Just now I saw several women I couldn't see through. They have issues and should be spies, but I don't know in what aspect. Women? Spies? It can't be from the military, so it must be from the Japanese. Do they have any moves? They bought that watch priced at 27000, but she offered 28000. Next time you see them, don't show any expression. No, be friendly. I suspect they will come again. Don't show any moves. The more you do, the more mistakes you'll make. Alright, I understand. Tian Dan gave a big smile and turned to leave the office. Has this woman changed her approach? In the past she would tease him before leaving. This time she said nothing and left, which made Wang Yusheng feel a bit strange. He then cursed himself for being cheap. That night a line of endless teams headed toward their designated location. Finally arriving, they were met with a view of supplies filling half a small valley. With a wave of the hand they began to move. This is fate. The sooner they deliver to the battlefield, the sooner they can take out a few enemies. Captain, if we keep going down like this, we'll become a transport squad. So what if we are a transport squad? As long as we can help the brothers on the front lines, we are the transport squad. What are we here for? We are here to solve problems for them from behind. Don't think we are just a transport squad. Other squads want to take credit for this and can't even do it. Hurry up and work, stop grumbling and keep watch, everyone. This person blushed a bit, scratched his head and joined the ranks of moving supplies. A line of donkeys and bull carts filled up quickly and then they hurriedly left. "Captain, it's all loaded." The captain looked at his watch. It was 3 a.m. With a wave of his hand he said, "Brothers, carefully clean up the site. We can't leave even a single footprint. The return journey should be the same. Follow our footprints and they can trace back to our hometown. I don't want to wake up the next morning to see a few Japanese wandering at my door." At around 5 a.m., in a certain place in the capital, a telegram was suddenly received, very brief. It was only 4 words: "Thanks, task completed." Nothing else. "Sister Dang, we received a reply. It's done, take a break." "Good, that's really great." "Dear, come out quickly, it's snowing." Wang Yusheng heard the call and ran out. Indeed, it was snowing. However, it was a bit light. It was just early November. Snowfall at this time in the capital seemed a bit early. However, news had just arrived that the efforts against the Japanese had yielded significant results. Back when we had just small arms, we could fight them back and forth. Now, with a complete overhaul of our weaponry, the equipment is roughly equal, with both sides equipped with 98K rifles or small mortars. But if it comes down to numbers, there's no contest. There are countless soldiers. Previously, the limitation on numbers was due to weaponry. Now it is limited by age. "Snow is good, it signifies a good harvest for the coming year," Wang Yusheng said as he hugged his young wife from behind. He had no thoughts of changing history, he just wanted to live a good life. If he wanted to change things without mentioning anything else, he could definitely create a stir if he flew to see Lauda. Without mentioning anything else, he could first withdraw troops from Laosu, then clear out the small pests around. With no threats left, he could deal with Laosu or bring out some advanced weapons or machines and say he was from the future. The West would definitely treat him as a guest of honor. Changing things is child's play. It's better to focus on living well. "Young master," said Kai Bo at the door. What's the matter?" "Here is an invitation sent by the Japanese command." "Oh. Let me see." Kai Bo handed over a very high-end booklet. Wang Yusheng took it, opened it, and glanced. Indeed, it was from the Japanese headquarters in the capital, saying that the first snow of winter was perfect for drinking, specially inviting merchants from the capital to gather. Wang Yusheng stroked his chin, gathering how wonderful. In the past, getting in touch with them was difficult, but now it was unnecessary. "Dear, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, the little devils are inviting the merchants to gather while it's snowing. I suspect they have no good intentions." "What if we don't go?" "Since they sent an invitation, we must go. Rest assured, who am I? No one dares to touch me." Kai Bo, prepare the car. "Yes, young master." "Girl, just wait at home for your husband to return. If you get bored, go stroll around the shops in front." Wang Yusheng kissed his young wife. He put on his coat and went out. He got into the car, which drove straight to the International Hotel. After getting out of the car, he glanced around at the entrance. Good heavens, there were at least 5 pairs of eyes watching them. Wang Yusheng walked straight in. "Arigato. Mr. Wang, welcome, please come in. You all are quite polite. We are very civilized in our hospitality." Hee. Wang Yusheng followed the person into a hall. Many people were already present. It seems he was neither the first nor the last to arrive. "Oh. Look who it is." Before Wang Yusheng could speak, a small figure waved his head and rushed over. It was Matsuri Momotaro, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. "Haha. My friend, how have you been?" Matsuri Momotaro looked very happy to see Wang Yusheng. Wang Yusheng shook his head, "Not well." "Oh. What happened?" "What's wrong, my big friend? If something's wrong, tell me and I'll help you sort it out." "Forget it, you can't stop the Special High Commission." "Oh. The Special High Commission is looking for you." I won't say the specifics. As for who I am, you should be quite clear. If I say anything here, it would make me seem petty. You might as well check for yourself first." "Okay, Mr. Wang, we are friends. Rest assured, I will help you sort it out and keep them away from you in the future." "Haha. Good, let's have a drink together later." Wang Yusheng saw a few familiar faces and walked over, exchanging pleasantries. After chatting, many people squeezed over. Wang Yusheng spotted someone else. "Isn't that Xian Dinkue? This guy is here too." Upon seeing Wang Yusheng looking at him, he walked over. "Mr. Wang. Mr. Xian." The two began to exchange pleasantries. The old fox is just an old fox, but Wang Yusheng was not bad either. At another entrance, it was noisy. A group of little devils had arrived. They got on stage and said a lot of nice things before asking everyone to donate money, goods and food. Anyone can say nice words. Wang Yusheng looked around. At that moment no one moved. The first person to stand up would truly be a fool. Moreover, among those present were influential figures. It was hardly Wang Yusheng's place to stand up. If Wang Yusheng's father were here, he might have been worthy of standing in the front row, but Wang Yusheng was not. Just when everyone was silent, someone from the military behind waved his hand, and the little devils standing on both sides raised their bayonets. A clamor arose, although they were loaded. At that moment an old man stepped forward from the front. "Watanabe, what do you mean by this?" "Mr. Hua, please don't be agitated. I mean no harm. The Empire just needs your temporary help. You have all said you are the best friends of the Empire, and now that a friend is in trouble, it's time for you to help. If you do not help now, I will question whether what you said about friendship is genuine. Or do you have ulterior motives?" Watanabe's eyes grew cold as he spoke. Wang Yusheng noticed that several people's bodies trembled, clearly afraid of these devils. A few people hurriedly stood up saying, No, completely not. We are friends, this is true. I am willing to donate 100,000 pounds of rice and 50 yellow croakers to show my sincerity as a friend. Haha. As expected, Mr. She is the best friend of our empire. Now what do the other friends say? Watanabe squinted, looking at everyone else. At this moment the few who had trembled earlier stood up one after another, expressing their willingness to donate. Each family donated from 100,000 pounds of rice to several thousand pounds of flour. As for yellow croakers, there were varying amounts. Soon it was Wang Yusheng's turn. He couldn't stand out too much, so he donated some items in line with the flow. These items would be taken out first and would soon return to him. However, at that time Wang Yusheng would definitely make some moves in this matter. This time he felt the little devils must have other plans. They could not keep storing things in the granary. If they got caught again, who knows how many people would resort to harakiri. There are quite a few trackers inside the space. This time it might be very useful. Seeing that everyone had donated items, Watanabe's attitude changed from earlier. He was cheerful to everyone. I see everyone's attitude. You are all good citizens, my friends, and also friends of the Empire. In the next 2 days please deliver the promised items, or let me know and I can pick them up myself. Next please move to the dining room. I will treat everyone to a meal. After speaking, he clapped his hands. A door beside him opened and a group of women in kimonos entered. Each man was accompanied by a woman led into a very Japanese-style room. The food wasn't great either. Sashimi and sushi were the only offerings. Apart from these there was nothing else from the little devils. Kai-Bo, prepare according to this amount. Alright, young master, is there anything else to arrange? No other arrangements for now, just let me know when you're ready. Kai-Bo left the office and soon after Tian Dan came in again. Is there something going on? I heard you invited the enemy over. Tian Dan hurried over to check on Wang Yusheng. It's fine, don't worry, I'm okay. This time when we went over, the enemy said it was for donations, but it was actually a direct robbery. I suspect the little devils are running low on supplies. Is there a way to contact the troops to send someone to take care of the devils in the capital? No way, there are 25,000 devils in the capital, and they are the elite among the devils. The surrounding troops that can be mobilized are just small local teams and county brigades if the regular army hasn't arrived yet. These troops can handle some minor skirmishes, but if it's a direct assault, the casualties would be unacceptable. I see. I understand now. There's no one available for use here. Wang Yusheng is currently alone. He needs to plan carefully. The little devils have lost 2 batches of supplies, and this time they will definitely be watching closely. You must not take risks yourself. Tian Dan saw the look on Wang Yusheng's face and knew what he was thinking. If the enemy really does drop supplies this time, they will definitely be placed within the military camp where there are tens of thousands who can see. Wang Yusheng is just one person, he is not a god. Seeing Wang Yusheng still wearing a playful grin, Tian Dan came over and cupped his face. You must promise me not to take risks and do something foolish. Alright, I promise you. As they looked at each other, Wang Yusheng leaned in for a kiss. Silly girl, this young master would never do anything foolish. After comforting Tian Dan, Wang Yusheng had almost sworn an oath. After more than 2 hours, Kai-Bo returned to inform Wang Yusheng that everything was ready. Wang Yusheng took out a box from his pocket. Inside were several small black cubes. To those from the future it was obvious what they were, but in this era few could recognize them. He took out a black cube, powered it on, opened the signal transmitter and bound it. The signal emitted could cover almost half of the capital city through the local network Wang Yusheng set up. After putting the black cube back in the box, he went downstairs. He pretended to inspect the situation, stuffing one into a middle bag, and opened a box containing silver dollars and gold bars to stuff one in the gap as well. The current vehicles have limited carrying capacity. This load filled 2 large trucks. Wang Yusheng didn't need to deliver the items himself. He just informed the 2 drivers of the addresses and they would safely deliver the goods. Hey young master, sending out so many things is quite painful. Kaibo, it's fine, I'll get them back in a few days. Can the buns thrown to the dogs be retrieved? That depends on who threw them. The buns thrown by this young master can definitely be reclaimed. Kaibo, have the kitchen prepare something good today, I didn't eat enough at lunch. Alright young master, I will arrange it right away. Wang Yusheng entered the courtyard, not heading to the shop but to the back house. His little wife was doing her homework. The official has returned. As soon as the little wife spoke, Wang Yusheng immediately knew what kind of mood she was in. My dear, the official is exhausted today. Come here, let me give you a massage. The little wife pulled Wang Yusheng to sit on her soft stool. She began to knead his shoulders. Not to mention my wife has improved a lot compared to before. The 2 played and laughed until it was almost time for dinner. At that moment, Yuner walked in and said, Miss Master Kaibo said that the driver Liuzi has returned and that the items have been delivered. I know. Yuner, when you have time, go learn in front of the shop as well. Your miss doesn't need you to serve her all the time. If you're in front, I can also pay you more monthly money, right? Look at your 3 sisters, each of them earns 50 or 60 big dollars a month. Even if one day you're no longer in the Wang family, with this money you can find a good family and buy a small plot of land to live well. Isn't that good? As Wang Yusheng spoke, Yuner's eyes started to well up with tears. Master, did I do something wrong? Are you going to abandon me? Woo-woo. Miss. Hey. I didn't say I would abandon you. Why do you cry as soon as I say something? I just want you to earn a bit more money for yourself to save up a dowry, alright? Seeing the crying girl, Wang Yusheng had no other way to comfort her. But, wherever the miss goes, I go. And, miss, you won't want me anymore, woo-woo. The girl cried again as she spoke. Alright, your master is just joking with you. I want you to learn something while you have free time. You be good, don't cry. The little wife helped Yuner up. Miss, is it true? Of course it's true. Don't worry, I will be here. I won't let your master abandon you. Woo-woo. Thank you, miss. I will go to find Sister Kai Dai to learn tomorrow. The more you learn, the better a girl you will be. In the future, our family's business will still need someone from our own to look after it, right? Wang Yusheng also comforted her a bit. The little girl nodded vigorously. She understood this sentence. She is one of us. Alright, go wash up. Dinner will be served soon. You don't want to look like a flower that has withered. Miss, I will go wash up right now. The little girl sniffled a couple of times and then dashed out. You know that girl. The little wife returned and sat on Wang Yusheng's lap, her whole body melting into his embrace. Wang Yusheng understood what his little wife was thinking. Having children isn't something that can be done in just these 2 years, so let's wait another 2 years. The first wife won't have children, and generally they don't allow taking a concubine unless it's been several years without a child. Even if a concubine is taken and a child is born, it will still be raised by the first wife. However, Wang Yusheng's good days are only left for another 5 to 6 years. After that, he can't have 3 or 4 wives unless he goes to a far place. Perhaps he can go to the island in 2 years. First, secure a few good spots. The island is still in the hands of the little devils. It can be considered. Enjoying pleasures is fine, but sharing hardships, Wang Yusheng's delicate body truly can't endure it. In the future, there will be endless internal strife. If Wang Yusheng gets too excited and ends up killing a few. TSK. Master, miss, it's time to eat. Yuna re-entered after tidying herself up. Good. My dear, let's go eat. The dishes are quite good. It's winter and seafood can also be transported to the capital. Large prawns, which are common by the sea, are not often seen in the capital, especially fresh ones. There are also sea fish. Wang Yusheng peeled a large prawn for his wife. My dear. Thank you, master. Haha. His wife is truly entertaining. It was past 11 at night. Watching his petite wife breathe softly in her deep sleep, Wang Yusheng waved his hand and a signal receiver appeared. He clicked it open, but there was no satellite map signal available. This was no challenge for Wang Yusheng. He took out a drone which also had a signal receiver on it. As long as the red dot overlapped, that would be the location, right? Very clever. The drone flew out through the window gap. After circling around, it confirmed the general direction of the signal source. It was in the southeast. Alright, it was probably at the military camp. The two who returned said that the items had been delivered to the train station. This was a transfer by the little devils. He watched the signal source while controlling the drone. Indeed, the signal source was right below, and underneath was the military camp of the little devils. This was a defense force composed of a mixed brigade and several mobile companies. The key point was that there was also a small airport nearby. From a distance he could see more than a dozen airplanes parked there. Now that he knew the location, he was no longer afraid but decided to let it go for today. It was estimated that several families had yet to deliver their items. Tomorrow night they would take everything. In just one day's time, how much could they eat? The planes and artillery along with various weapons and supplies in the camp could be considered as repayment in food. Wang Yusheng clicked on the drone recovery option on the control panel, put the controller aside and gently held his wife in his arms, giving her a soft kiss. He took out his communicator and sent closely monitor all movements of the little devils at the military camp outside the capital. After sending it, he didn't look back and directly stored it away. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The things Wang Yusheng had opened up were a chaotic mix, all sorts of items. He had only explored less than 1/50th of it. There was still a large part that had not been explored. Who knows what kinds of things people around the world are buying? Once he opened a container filled with pink whips of various lengths. This made Wang Yusheng shiver several times. There were also several containers with various sizes of... Well, he fell asleep until dawn. He comfortably stretched and found his sleeping wife unusually charming. Unable to help himself, he leaned down to kiss her. So annoying. So annoying. His wife's cheeks were flushed as she allowed Wang Yusheng to dress her, her little fists weakly hitting the big bad guy in front of her. Hee. Who told my wife to be so charming? He picked up his fully dressed wife and placed her in front of the dressing table, tying her hair up. At this moment, Yuner, Cui and Kai Dai walked in. Kai Dai started making the bed while Yuner brought a basin of water to help her young lady wash up. Cui came to help collecting the clothes that had been changed yesterday. After tidying up, they went downstairs for breakfast. It was almost time for the business to open. Today, Yuner handed the responsibility to Kai Dai, teaching her well so that she could independently manage it as soon as possible. Recently, with various activities and no school, Wang Yusheng allowed his wife to stay at home. The most important thing was to be able to accompany his wife. While it was said that his petite wife would cling to Wang Yusheng, it was actually Wang Yusheng who was the clingy one. His wife did not always let Wang Yusheng cling to her. Occasionally she would go out with classmates or invite them over to the tea house for coffee. Young lady, your classmates have arrived. Just as Wang Yusheng and his wife were being affectionate, Cui ran over. Husband, be good. When your classmates leave, I will come back to keep you company, okay? Be good. His wife kissed Wang Yusheng once. One kiss wasn't enough, she kissed him for a full 3 minutes before releasing him. Bad person. His wife adjusted her clothes and gave Wang Yusheng a punch. She put on her fur coat, swayed her little waist and stepped out of the room. Wang Yusheng lay back on the couch. Unlike other families, the Wang family had already started using the boiler since November. Perhaps a bit tired, he dozed off. After a while he felt as if someone was peeping at him and slowly opened his eyes. Alright, it wasn't peeping, it was a straightforward gaze. Chin, you little brat, what are you staring at the young master for? I just think the young master looks good, so I looked a little longer. Come over and look in the young master's arms. Wang Yusheng shifted back a bit and Chin's slender figure squeezed in beside him. Since having a wife, these 3 girls hadn't come over to warm the bed. Wang Yusheng understood their thoughts. However, some rules could not be broken. That is, if the first wife is not pregnant, one cannot take a concubine. Those first wives with strong jealousy could make someone who strayed pay dearly. This was no joke. This girl's body was still so light. Well, he heard from the steward that Chin was bought when his father went to do business in the south. Back then, Wang Yusheng was only 10 years old and this girl was just 5. Aren't you supposed to be looking at the young master? How can you see with your eyes closed? Lying next to the young master, I don't need to look at the young master. After saying this, Chin snuggled closer. Silly girl. Young master, the young lady said she won't be home for lunch. She's going to eat copper pot hot pot with that group of classmates. The steward sent a car and asked me to let you know. Okay, I understand. Chin, have you thought about the future? The future? Yes, for example, 10 years later, 20 years later. I don't know. I know that if I don't have the young master by my side, Alright, the young master is thinking about one thing, which is to send you all to that sunny place so that you can have your own souls and find your own dreams. Young master, I don't want to go anywhere. Please don't drive me away. Look at you, why are you in tears all of a sudden? Wang Yusheng pulled out a tissue from a nearby wooden box and wiped Chin's tears. I was just saying it, I don't mean to send you away, be good. Young master, I don't want to go anywhere. If I don't see the young master for a day, I feel like I'm not myself. Sigh. Alright, we can talk about it again when there's a chance. However, you must study the assignments assigned by your young lady. The young master still wants you to go to university in the future. Yes, young master, I will definitely study hard. Haha. Young master, it's time to eat. Hey Chin, how did you end up here? You. Kai Dai rushed in and upon seeing Chin in the young master's arms instantly pouted. Wang Yusheng patted the ball of Chin in his arms. Alright, get up, it's time to eat. Chin's little face turned red as she glanced at Kai Dai and ran out. Young master. Kai Dai stomped her foot, pouting. Alright, let's go eat. Wang Yusheng hugged Kai Dai and, unable to resist, kissed her on the cheek. Now we can eat, right? Young master, let's eat. Sigh. Now, due to the crowd, meals were served in 2 batches. The front of the shop needed someone to watch over it if they couldn't just close the door while eating. Wang Yusheng finished his meal, stretched lazily, put on a thick coat and strolled out of the back courtyard to the tea house. Hey! Just past the meal time, there were still quite a few people in the tea house. A performance of ping-pong storytelling had already started. A month ago, someone came to say that there was a newlywed couple in their yard who could sing ping-pong storytelling and hum a few Beiping operas. Wang Yusheng remembered these two, they were quite friendly, and he agreed immediately. He tried it out and it was decent. This kid didn't look much but had a smooth tongue. Wang Yusheng even wrote him a few segments, and to his surprise they turned out to be vivid and lively. Many people came to drink tea, mostly to listen for a bit. When Wang Yusheng arrived, several people recognized him and stood up to bow. Of course, he couldn't be stingy, he treated everyone to a serving of tea snacks. Wang Yusheng wasn't running the tea house for profit, it was just for leisure. To know what happens next? Gentlemen, let's talk about it tomorrow. Slap. Hey Chower. You little rascal, it's not fair. We're just waiting for the next part and now you've cut it off. That's right, hurry up and tell us, otherwise we won't come tomorrow. Zhang Chao clasped his hands and quickly left the stage. Soon after, a very beautiful woman appeared on stage with a pipa. As everyone was enjoying themselves, a group of young ladies walked over. Wang Yusheng spotted one of them in the middle. He stood up to greet them. Upon seeing Wang Yusheng, his little wife ran over. Wang Yusheng grabbed her small hand, which was slightly cold, and asked, "Why didn't you wear gloves?" "I just got off the car and forgot. The gloves are in my bag. By the way, let me introduce you," the little wife said as she pulled Wang Yusheng to her classmates. "Let me introduce everyone, this is my husband Wang Yusheng. Hello everyone, it's cold outside, let's go upstairs where the heating is on, it's warm there." Hee. We know the young master, no need for introduction for junkie. A few female students giggled, making the little wife blush. Finally the girls chattered and went upstairs. With just a cup of coffee they could chat the whole afternoon. If Wang Yusheng were there, he wouldn't even know what they were talking about. The plan should be starting now. There are only 9 months left until August next year. Arriving at the office, he wrote an invitation letter, let the ink dry, and called for Tian Yuanzhong. This kid is the eldest son of the chief accountant Tian Hongru, also being trained to be the chief accountant. The Tian family has been working for the Wang family for several generations. "Young master, what can I do for you?" Tian Yuanzhong spoke politely, clearly a young man with a scholarly demeanor. "Yuanzhong, here is an invitation letter for you to deliver to the 4th Division's 2nd Brigade stationed outside the city, to their squad leader Matsui Momoka. Just tell him that tomorrow at noon I invite him to the barbecue restaurant on Xuanhuan Inner Street for a serious discussion." Young master, I'll go right away. It's cold outside, let steward Kai send a car for you. Okay, young master. After Tian Yu and Zhong left, Wang Yusheng began to ponder the plan. He wrote down everything that would happen, solving problems as they arose. After more than 2 hours, he had organized the plan nearly. However, the preliminary plan is ready for implementation. Wang Yusheng started drafting a feasible plan. As he wrote, it was already dinner time. Stretching his muscles and bones, he felt really tired. This was much more exhausting than writing a report together. He had dinner with his little wife, who prepared fried steak and red wine. Wang Yusheng also turned on the gramophone. After dinner, his little wife insisted on dancing. So they danced. He had learned social dancing from a teacher back in the day, and later he was a little playboy in the dance halls. In terms of dancing, he was quite steady. After one song, his little wife's face glistened with a bit of sweat, her cheeks flushed, likely from the red wine. How about I give you a bath, dear? Sure. Wang Yusheng picked up his little wife. However, during the bath, she kept her eyes closed, refusing to open them no matter what. After a busy night looking at his sleeping little wife, he felt like a beautiful flower with dew reminiscent of the clouds and rain of Wushan, which made his heart ache. Checking the time, it was 11:30 p.m. Still good, there was enough time. He placed a pillow in his little wife's arms. Wang Yusheng quickly put on 2 sets of thermal underwear and a black coat. Otherwise, in this weather, he would freeze to death. It was -8 or 9 degrees outside. When Wang Yusheng quietly stepped out of the courtyard, a shadow emerged from the corner of the yard, directly heading to the front yard. Steward Kai, the young master has gone out. Step back, no need to worry, the young master is quite capable. Yes. This young master, he's not as carefree as before, making things easier for me. A mumble from inside, followed by the sound of soft snoring. Riding the electric bike, he sped along, taking an hour and a half, dodging several checkpoints before finally arriving at the camp outside the city. This time he was going big. He stopped at a mound and released a thermal imaging drone to survey the military camp. He got a clear picture of the general situation. However, it couldn't be ruled out that there were people blocking the view. After collecting the drone, he headed to a spot about 50 meters away where there was no one. As he approached, he discovered that it was a restroom. No wonder there was no one guarding this area. Wang Yusheng pulled out a ladder and climbed over. Dressed in black, it provided him with the best cover. Based on the terrain he just checked, he crouched and moved towards that direction. This was a place for storing various supplies. It was densely packed and he couldn't see the end. It was likely delivered in the past 2 days. He crawled to a corner, pulled out a blanket, wrapped himself in it, and opened the signal receiver. Sure enough, nearby was food storage, while gold should be in another red dot area, which he earlier saw was a cluster of warehouses. Wang Yusheng began to collect, leaving only the outermost circle of supplies. He moved swiftly, hopped onto his small electric bike, and sped away. Wherever he went, all the supplies were absorbed into his space. He whistled lightly. This is how it should be done. Stealth. Espionage. No, that doesn't suit him. He prefers to rush in quietly and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. In this corner there were countless full oil barrels. He didn't spare even the empty ones. Even an empty barrel could fetch several dollars. This was all money. He quietly entered warehouse after warehouse, regardless of what it was, just collecting it. Huh? What's this? He looked at a few peculiar large boxes. Wang Yusheng turned on his low-light flashlight and saw a yellow skull. Damn! Is this a gas bomb? Wang Yusheng put on rubber gloves. Fortunately, he had the highest grade mask that could protect against 2.5. When I go back I can't keep this outfit. Damn the Japs. Bang! With a soft sound the lid was pried open, and looking inside, well, it was some sort of oxygen tank. He glanced at the pressure gauge, which had reached the red critical point, indicating that this tank was full. Good, sooner or later I'll use it on your own heads. He collected it. Wang Yusheng didn't leave a single box behind. Regarding these Japs, he had murderous intentions. He really wanted to release a bottle of gas on them and let them taste the consequences. He cleared out warehouse after warehouse of weapons and ammunition, leaving no scrap behind, as well as various types of artillery and shells. He stopped outside the last well-guarded building. There were a circle of Japs fully armed. To collect people into his space, he needed to shorten the distance to at least within 10 meters. Looking at their appearances, it seemed difficult to lure them away. I have an idea. Wang Yusheng had a stone in his hand, which he threw high into the air, aiming at a distant enemy. With a splash, the row of people turned to look in that direction and pulled back their gun bolts. It was the perfect opportunity for him to silently approach a defensive point in the corner like a snake. He lunged forward, and in the next moment all 5 people here vanished into space. Wang Yusheng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the defensive point behind the wall did not notice them. A person near the closest defensive point poked their head out, looking curiously at the head of Wang Yusheng. "Hey! Moshi Moshi!" Wang Yusheng waved the cigarette in his hand. The person looked around and waved back at him. He crawled out from the gap by the wall. "Ah! Guluana, where's Aunt Romina?" Haha. Wang Yusheng cursed under his breath, wondering why he didn't mention that no one was watching. Although he didn't learn much at the port, he could at least speak a few phrases in various languages. Especially in the language of the enemies, he had a deep understanding. What he meant just now was that no one could see them here, so there was nothing to fear. This guy even mocked him. Yet Wang Yusheng still crawled over and directly lunged into the gap. With a wave of his hand, all 5 people entered the space. There were still 15 more in this defensive circle. Wang Yusheng didn't care anymore. He crouched low against the wall and dashed out. Still holding the cigarette, he whispered, "That's it." Sure enough, as Wang Yusheng approached them, they seemed bewildered, staring at the cigarette. He waved it away and continued running to the next location. This trick had proven effective time and again. However, he was stopped by someone at the front. "Baka. Hi Garita." By the tone, it was definitely a squad leader. Wang Yusheng raised the cigarette in his hand, saying, "Tian Deli." "Ah." While the person was distracted, Wang Yusheng had already reached him. At this point, everyone disappeared without a trace. With no one around, Wang Yusheng didn't hold back. There was a vent above, so he took out a ladder and climbed up. With a flip, he stowed the ladder and quietly descended. Using a dim flashlight, he shined it around. Alright, there were boxes full of gold and silver. He struck it rich. As expected, those bold enough would reap the rewards. He collected everything. What Wang Yusheng didn't know was that some people had buried several traps here. However, he didn't bother to move them one by one. He took everything. The traps were useless to him. As for how many there were, he had no idea, but there were indeed many. He wondered how much good stuff the enemies had plundered in the past few days. Further back were large boxes. He opened one to find bottles and jars, as well as various books and paintings. He took everything with himself. Here they wouldn't be able to take a single item. After finishing with these, he exited through the vent. He circled around and headed in another direction. There was a large amount of ammunition there. There were tanks, cars, and artillery, and not far away was an artillery position. This time that was also his target. He quickly and quietly made his way over. Damn! A patrol team. Just as he dashed out of the shadows, he ran headlong into a group of patrolling soldiers. Fortunately, Wang Yusheng wasn't dazed. He sprinted in front of them and collected everything before they could react. Then he quickly hid in the shadow of a nearby wall. His heart raced furiously. This was incredibly thrilling. If any enemy accidentally fired a shot. Thinking about the scene of over 200,000 enemies chasing him at night was even more exhilarating. Upon reaching this point, it was clear that the enemy's defenses had tightened. Before long, patrols would be here. A team of patrolling enemies had gone missing, and it wouldn't be long before someone came looking. Time was of the essence. Wang Yusheng dashed toward the tank area. He didn't care about anything else. First, he collected items from the nearby warehouses, which were likely for repairing tanks and vehicles. He took everything. In any case, it would definitely be useful in the future. He then began to collect tanks and various types of shells. He ran to the parking area for various vehicles. He couldn't worry about being exposed. There was always a risk of exposure. If that patrol team didn't return, the enemies could sound the alarm at any time. He collected as quickly as he could. Wang Yusheng, equipped with night vision goggles, rode his electric bike as fast as possible, matching his speed with the pace of his collection. After finishing his collection, he dashed out of the camp, heading toward the artillery position. It was 3 kilometers away. That would take about 10 minutes. The road, however, was quite difficult to navigate. It was only possible to ride a motorcycle. But it wasn't as fast as the electric bike of the future. Unable to get close, he had to stop. This area was filled with trenches. He activated the thermal imaging function of his night vision goggles and crept towards the artillery position. Just as Wang Yusheng got close to the position, the camp erupted with a piercing alarm. Less than a minute later, the alarms at the artillery position also sounded. Damn it! They discovered me. As for retreating, Wang Yusheng was unwilling. Staring at the brightly lit artillery position, soldiers were running chaotically everywhere, all rushing out from their barracks. Wang Yusheng pulled out a set of enemy uniforms from his space and quickly changed. He removed the hood. Picking up some dirt from the ground, he rubbed it on his face. Using something to prop up the barbed wire, he climbed in and hurriedly followed the others toward the artillery position. However, while running, he kept an eye on his surroundings. Many enemies were drilling into bunkers. This was troublesome. Each bunker could be considered an arsenal. Without artillery, these enemies were like lambs to the slaughter. Not stopping, he charged towards the artillery. Once inside the position, he took down everyone he encountered. He grabbed hold of an artillery piece and vanished without a trace, flipping over to dash toward another one. There were at least 300 cannons here. Wang Yusheng felt numb as he collected the last one. He fell into a pit where there were no cannons, shook his head, and took out a can of original Red Bull, downing it in one go. He took out a prepared stimulant, injecting 15 of the original dosage into his thigh. 5 seconds later, his body surged with energy. His head no longer felt dizzy and he didn't feel any pain in his waist or legs. He charged toward an area that clearly looked like an arsenal. Wang Yusheng had never used stimulants before and didn't expect to feel this vigorous, as if he had endless energy. No wonder athletes are banned from using them. Fortunately, there was no one at the warehouse entrance, so he rushed in. He pulled out the electric bike and began collecting items, not even glancing at what they were. There were a total of 10 warehouses. He was just finishing the 6th one when he heard the sound of planes. It seemed going to the airport was out of the question. Ignoring everything, he dashed toward the next warehouse. Once inside, he collected everything again. After finishing the 8th one, he felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. There was danger. Run. He turned and dashed toward the back of the warehouse. Crawling through the barbed wire, he put on his night vision goggles and pulled out an off-road electric vehicle, charging out. Damn it, if I can't have a good time, neither will you, enemies. While running, he divided his attention to enter his space, started filling shells, and began adjusting the cannon's angle. As for the specifications of the artillery, Wang Yusheng had no idea. He was fine with guns, but he had never fired artillery in either of his lives. However, based on experience, if he couldn't curve the shots, he would fire straight. After all, the enemy had no artillery. The enemy clearly had many vehicles which were spreading out everywhere. Taking a glance back, he noticed the terrain here was slightly elevated, which was good for the cannon's angle. He stopped the vehicle, waved his hand, and one artillery piece landed on the ground. The cannon was aimed straight at the command building of the camp. Pulling the trigger, there was a loud bang. He had been careless and almost experienced tinnitus. Damn. They must be poor, not even caring for their descendants. This shot missed again, leading to, I really need to learn how to shoot better in the future. Not stopping after that shot, I lingered for a bit, and now the sound of many motorcycles is rushing towards me. As I ran, I rummaged through my space and pulled out some landmines, casually tossing them onto the ground. Mainly to annoy them. I just don't know if it will have any effect. Boom. Boom. Just as I wondered about its effectiveness, the results came. I scattered over 20, but only 2 went off, however the others dared not pursue. Just as Wang Yusheng guessed, there were already many enemies on the city wall and near the city gate. If I want to enter silently, it will depend on my skills. There's another way, which is the waterway. In my space there's a diving suit and an oxygen tank. If there's a way, I'll use it, heading directly towards the northwest corner where the waterway is the widest. I parked the vehicle not far from the location. Hiding in a shadow, I released a drone to scan that area. Alright, several teams are patrolling. Fortunately, there are no people in the waterway. But going into the water at this time is exceptionally cold. Grinding my teeth, I entered the moat. Fortunately, there was enough water at this time with a thin layer of ice on top. Surely no one would think someone would take the waterway, right? With the ice layer, I felt safer. To speed things up, Wang Yusheng took out a compact underwater propeller from his space. With its help, I advanced swiftly. Upon reaching the corner, I turned directly in. Following the river, I entered the West Sea, then from the West Sea into the back sea, passing through until I reached the front sea, where Wang Yusheng finally stopped. This should be safe. Mainly the water is too cold underwater. I pulled out my items and broke the ice layer here. Silently, I crawled out. I shivered as I crawled up the bank. Nearby I casually found a place. Seeing the door lock was that kind of old, there surely wouldn't be anyone living here. I took out a ladder and climbed over the wall. Sure enough, the yard was overgrown with weeds. Fortunately, the house was intact. I entered the house and closed the door. I set up a bed. The bed had a thick comforter. There was also a pile of firewood which I directly ignited. As long as I don't burn down the house, no one should bother me at this hour. The plan was good, but there were too many emotional entanglements. Sitting by the fire, Wang Yusheng reviewed this operation. Well, there was no plan at all. I just charged in, relying on instinct. I'm not a god, just someone slightly stronger than the average person. I must plan carefully next time I take action. Things had been too smooth in the past. I took out a few steaks, scraped a bit, put the iron plate on, added butter and placed the beef on it. Soon the aroma of the beef wafted out. Wang Yusheng paused for a moment, realizing he forgot. His body was warmed up nicely, so he quickly put on clothes. Everything was ready and the beef was nearly done cooking. I cut it into small pieces, blew on it and quickly finished eating. Afterward I gathered the bed and ashes. I swiftly exited the yard and ran towards the alley. I figured out the route and realized where I was. I hopped on my electric bike and sped in the direction of home. On the way I avoided several groups of enemies. There were also enemy patrols. It seems the enemies in the city had mobilized. It took me almost 2 hours to get home. This journey was quite stifling, but I couldn't act. Once I did, they would know where Wang Yusheng was. I reached the back wall of my home and set up the ladder to climb up. I cleaned up the traces left from climbing the wall. Quickly I jumped into the yard. As I walked I stripped off my clothes. By the time I reached the main room I had changed into my loungewear. Upon entering my room, Wang Yusheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, what he didn't know was that as he entered the yard, several shadows climbed the wall, erasing all traces of Wang Yusheng's presence and redirecting some minor traces elsewhere. Wang Yusheng lay in bed until it was 4:30 in the morning. It had truly been an exhilarating night. Unbeknownst to Wang Yusheng, his second shot did not hit the command center, but it wounded several high-ranking enemies directing operations in the yard, who were soon sent to the hospital covered in blood. This night was exhausting. He embraced his soft, fragrant wife and fell asleep. Throughout the night there were planes and artillery. In the latter half of the night the entire city was called to patrol, searching everywhere. All factions in the city sprang into action, trying to figure out what had happened. Only one person seemed to have an inkling. Looking at Wang Dasha sitting in the tea house listless in the early morning. Wang Dasha was waiting for someone, specifically Matsui Momoko, who had delivered the invitation yesterday. Tian Dan approached, ordered a cup of coffee at the counter and brought it to Wang Yusheng. "My little master, what's wrong with you? Did you do something bad last night? You look so lethargic. Drink a cup of coffee to perk yourself up. Instead of giving me coffee, why not bring me a cup of tea? You can have this one. Xian Lan, bring me a cup of bitter tea to wake me up." "Alright." The little clerk at the counter quickly brewed a cup and delivered it. Seeing the person leave, Tian Dan leaned over. "What was that commotion last night? Did you go out again? With such a big disturbance outside, did you dig up their ancestors' grave?" "Their ancestors' graves are on Insect Island. If I get the chance, I'll definitely dig them up. Did you get something good? Tell me about it." "I was tossing and turning all night, you know my stamina." "You rascal." Tian Dan picked up her coffee and was about to leave when she caught sight of a car pulling up outside. Clearly the driver was an enemy soldier and the passengers were even more obvious. Getting out of the car was exactly Matsui Momoko, whom Wang Yusheng was waiting for. However, as Wang Yusheng shook hands with Matsui, someone in the distance snapped a few photos and quickly disappeared. Bringing people to the office, Wang Yusheng took out the prepared plans. One was the steel plan, another was the bicycle plan, another was the car plan, and one more was the tractor plan. With steel, more tools can be produced. With tractors, fewer people can cultivate more land. No longer will we fear that the enemies can't find anyone to farm this land. One person operating a tractor is enough to replace 50 strong laborers. After Wang Yusheng finished speaking, a massive industrial kingdom plan began to form in Matsui Momoko's mind. How much money can be made? At that moment, Matsui Momoko's face flushed with excitement. Investing money is a must. Once this is centered here, all sorts of tools produced here will be sold nationwide, even throughout all occupied territories. How rich could he become? Gulp. He swallowed a big mouthful of saliva. "Wang San, your plan. Is this? Matsui, my plan is this: I will handle the land and people here and you will manage all the machinery and engineers in the factory. This way you can oversee the factory's technology and you won't have to worry about me pulling any tricks. What do you think? The initial split will be like this: you get 70, I get 30. Mainly because your machines need to recoup costs and I need to pay for labor. Once your machines have recouped their costs, we can negotiate our split again. Fair enough. Wang-san, that's only fair, but building the factory will require a substantial amount of money. Matsui, don't worry, you just need to bring over the various machinery needed for the factory. I will cover all the construction and operations on my end. We need to have everything clearly written in the contract. Wang Yusheng opened the contract, which was written very clearly. Alright. Wang-san, I have no issues here, but I need to go back and discuss this. After all, this is not a small amount nor a small plan. Yes, you need to hurry. Also, this plan must not be known to too many people. You know, although I'm famous in the capital, I'm not at the forefront. If powerful figures find out about this plan and directly approach your superiors to implement it, your honor and wealth will be taken by others. Wang-san, don't worry, I will only discuss this with a few of my subordinates. I trust them very much. Good. I will wait for Matsui's news. We can only move quickly, not slowly. Once we expand, others will have to see if we agree to let them in. Haha. Alright, if there are no issues, I will get back to you in a few days. Wang-san, I won't stay. I originally wanted to have a drink with you. What a pity. Drinking isn't for now. I truly hope that after we establish the factory we can drink well and get thoroughly drunk. Haha. Good, let's get thoroughly drunk. Matsui Momoko was an action-oriented person, or rather anyone from the 4th Division who encountered a money-making opportunity was an action-oriented individual. He hurriedly took the materials and left, and this scene was captured. As for what he took, no one knew. However, one very bad piece of news was that Wang Dasha had allied with the enemies. Regarding this news, Wang Yusheng did not let anyone comment. The more agitated you are, the happier those looking for trouble become. The less you care, the more restless they get. Unexpectedly, the first person unable to sit still turned out to come knocking at his door. Time swiftly passed to December. Today is December 20th, which according to the current holiday is the National Renaissance Day. However, the Japanese do not allow the celebration, yet many families are secretly observing it. Wang Yusheng accompanied his wife in practicing the piano. Yuna ran in saying, "Son-in-law, there's someone looking for you outside." It's a young man who looks under 30, and he said his surname is Su. Oh. Alright, you go ahead. Take care of the good tea, I will be there shortly. Yuna agreed and ran back. Row, I'll go see who has come. You can practice slowly without rushing. And then go ahead. Wang Yusheng gave his little wife a kiss. Very sweet. He put on thick clothes and stepped outside, arriving at the front store and entering the tea house. He saw a man nodding at him. This person. Wang Yusheng seemed to have some impression of him. He was Su Jinj, the captain of the military command action team hidden in the capital. How did he return here while being chased by the Special High Commission and Mice Agency every day? Ha! Young Master Wang, it's good to see you. From your expression you recognize me? I've seen you once, but at that time I knew you, but you didn't know me. Su Jinj, captain of the military command action team in the capital. This guy was eventually turned by his wife, but when exactly did that happen? It's all because of the sudden plot twists that have confused my mind. By the way, when did his wife die? It should be in the early 30s, a bit early, what a pity. If I had known, I would have definitely saved her. Just as Wang Yusheng finished speaking, Su Jinj squinted his eyes. Perhaps I remembered it wrong. Now tell me, what do you need from me? Su Jinj took out a newspaper and placed it in front of Wang Yusheng. It was a photo of Wang Yusheng meeting Matsui Tower at the end of November. The photography skills are decent, but the quality is too poor. Don't you have anything to say? I'm just an ordinary commoner without a gun, what can I say? If you're so impressive, why don't you shout that you are the captain of the military command action team in the street? Oh, it turns out you don't dare, huh? Come on, you the captain of the military command action team aren't much nobler than me. One might even say you are a bit shameful. I'm considering whether to arrest you and use you to exchange for a cup of tea. I've heard the little devils are quite generous. If you do that, are you still a compatriot? Can't you have a bit of backbone? Backbone? You have a gun in hand, don't you have backbone? Turn left when you go out. There's a scale at the Japanese train station. Go weigh your backbone and come back to tell me. Wang Yusheng patted the man on the shoulder. You will regret your actions today. Feel free to come again next time. A smirk appeared on Wang Yusheng's lips. You're so noble, aren't you? Bah, what kind of thing are you? The captain of the military command action team, huh? Su Jinj, very good. Tonight I will let you know what excitement is. Just as Wang Yusheng intended to return to the backyard, Tian Dan happened to come down from upstairs. Young master, what's wrong? You look unhappy. I ran into someone unpleasant. Does young master have time? I have a question to ask you. Let's go to the office. Wang Yusheng led Tian Dan to the office upstairs. Once inside, Tian Dan locked the door. Men shouldn't get angry, it's bad for your health. What happened? Tell me. It's nothing. By the way, help me check someone. Su Jinj, the current captain of the military command action team in the capital. Find out if he is one of us. I need it before 8 p.m. So urgent. Of course. I won't settle scores on the same day. I definitely won't drag it for 10 years. Alright, I'll have someone check it right away. Now, man, do you still have anger? Tian Dan went downstairs, put on a thick fur coat, and then came out waving to a young man across the street. Miss Tian, where are you going? Let's go for a ride first, it's stuffy here. Let's circle around Xianmen and come back. Got it. After circling around, Tian Dan was pulled back. When the car reached the entrance, she gave the driver $1, making the others very happy. At this moment, a man wearing a hat and scarf approached. Going to the overpass? Ah, please get in. How could I not go? Please sit tight. The man got in the car, leaned against the back, squinted his eyes, but his hand stealthily felt around in the back seat and then smoothly slipped something into his pocket. Hey driver, stop at Dazzlin. I need to buy something. I won't go to the overpass for now. No need for change, keep 3 small coins. Got it, thank you. He jingled the money in his hand. Today was really lucky. The time was around 5 p.m. when a delivery person on a tricycle arrived at the department store. Hello, I'm a delivery person from Dui District. Is Miss Tian Dan here? I'm here to deliver food. Someone ordered it to be sent here. She's here, please wait a moment. After a while, Tian Dan came down from upstairs and took the delivered xiaomai. She took it to the office, opened all the xiaomai, and finally found a note. She opened it and looked. She shook her head at the curious Wang Yusheng. I'm sorry, he's not one of us, but the comrade who was once married to him is one of us and later sacrificed. Are you sure? If this is wrong, it's serious. There's no mistake. Several comrades from above have confirmed this message. Alright, I understand. You really know how to play. This is really wasteful. Dui District, delicious. Is it delicious? Do you still want to eat? Tian Dan pinched another for Wang Yusheng. Woman, you're playing with fire. Looking at the time, it was around 7 p.m. Tell Kai Bo that I'm going out for a bit and we'll be back soon. Wang Yusheng patted Tian Dan. Then be careful. Just as Wang Yusheng went downstairs, he ran into Yuner. Son-in-law, the young lady asked me to invite you for dinner. Yuner, the son-in-law has something urgent to go out for now. Let your young lady eat first. Oh, okay. Yuner watched Wang Yusheng hurriedly leave through the front door and then returned to the backyard. Wang Yusheng put on a mask and walked briskly on the street, crossing through alleys, arriving at Xuanhuan, where the train station was nearby. This area was already a patrol zone for the Japanese. After Wang Yusheng's previous turmoil, these Japanese have become much more subdued. However, it is said that many monks have suffered. It's unclear what the Japanese are thinking. After waiting on a street corner for a while, a team of about 20 Japanese soldiers came over in a sparse manner. Wang Yusheng, now with a cane in hand, walked over with a deliberate limp. Hey, move along quickly. A squad leader waved his knife and shouted. Wang Yusheng nodded but turned slowly as the Japanese soldiers had already approached. Without entertainment for a day, a cripple appeared before them. How could they not find some fun? However, they thought too much. Just as they surrounded Wang Yusheng, they all vanished in place. Only Wang Yusheng remained leaning on his cane and continuing to walk forward. After turning 2 corners, he saw another large group of Japanese soldiers, this time 14. Wang Yusheng walked over as usual, but this squad of Japanese soldiers ignored him. However, just halfway through, they all disappeared in place. Only 30 or so remain. Although there are many Japanese in the space, no matter how many there are, they are not today's. He wants fresh Japanese today. That's what's exciting. After circling a few times, finally the space had dozens more, just too short of 108. What a pity. But 106 is enough. He took out a bicycle from a small alley and rode towards a certain location. The place was Su Jin's home. Soon he arrived, but this guy didn't know where he had gone and had not returned yet. Wang Yusheng simply entered the house. It was simple, a photo of a woman hung on the wall. Very beautiful. This should be the comrade who sacrificed. He took out the Japanese soldiers from the space and arranged them all to kneel. The one in front seemed to hold the highest rank, and a piece of paper was placed on his head. Wang Yusheng turned and left the room. Su Jin, who returned in the middle of the night, arrived at the door and let out a sigh. He opened the door and went straight in, not even glancing at the living room. He turned on the light, took off his coat, and just as he turned around to take a breath, the scene before him made his scalp tingle and he froze in place, nearly screaming. Fortunately, at a critical moment, he thrust his hand into his mouth. Seeing that the kneeling Japanese soldiers on the floor had no reaction, Su Jin finally reacted, slowly testing his breath. There was none. After trying again, still nothing. Looking at the room full of Japanese soldiers, had they come to his house for a collective suicide? No, he saw that there was a piece of paper on the head of the foremost Japanese soldier, and it seemed to have words. How much is your backbone worth per pound? You haven't told me yet. However, the worth of my backbone currently is just 106 Japanese soldiers. Do you think it's cheap? Did Wang Yusheng do this? Su Jin sat down on the ground with a thud. On January 1st, it is the National Founding Day of the Republic of China. Similarly, the Japanese do not let them pass, forcing them to celebrate their own festival. After enduring several days of torment, Su Jin finally managed to free himself. Although it is winter now, there are still many dead bodies outside. Though he has killed Japanese soldiers himself, he has never slept among over 100 dead spirits. He hasn't had a good night's sleep in days. Every time he closes his eyes, he thinks of the room full of dead bodies outside. Eventually, he thought of a plan to dig a well next to his yard, claiming that the water was bad and throwing all the Japanese soldiers into it, then covering it up with soil. Although it is difficult to dig a well in this cold weather, he believes that as long as enough money is provided, there will be a way to do it, and he immediately set to work. Digging a well requires looking at the feng shui. It is not simply where the homeowner wants it. The new well diggers will dig where the experienced master looks. However, some reckless youths like Su Jin will be excluded. He pointed to a piece of empty land by the wall, insisting on digging here. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push a millstone. At first they refused to do any work, but in the end they were each given a gold bar. It wasn't that they didn't want to work, it was just that the homeowner offered too much. They rolled up their sleeves and worked day and night, with 12 people rotating shifts. After 5 days they finally dug down to 80 meters. The excavated soil couldn't be disposed of, as they claimed that if the water was bad they would have to fill it back in. In these times he had seen everything, but he had never seen anyone digging wells for fun. Anyway, they were being paid with a gold bar for a payment, and whatever the homeowner said went. Once everyone had left, Su Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Under the cover of night, he disposed of all the Japanese soldiers inside, working all night to fill the well back in. After not having proper rest for days, he looked haggard. With the trouble resolved, he could finally sleep well. As for seeking trouble with Wang Yusheng, he didn't have the courage to do so yet. At least Wang Dashao displayed more backbone than he did. Silently, he could kill over 100 Japanese soldiers and could easily do the same to him 100 times. It is better not to provoke such a madman unnecessarily. Regarding this matter, as an action team leader, he didn't dare report it. What could he report? That he killed over 100 Japanese soldiers. He didn't even believe that himself. As for saying it was Wang Dashao who did it, he didn't dare. Listening to the sounds of celebration from outside, looking at the filled well, Su Jin poured himself a few drinks, then collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Early in the morning, Wang Yusheng welcomed several suppliers, naturally gathering to eat and discuss the supply of goods for the new year. Of course, there was no doubt the supply was substantial, increasing by 20 compared to the previous year's purchase volume. This made the suppliers beam with joy. Even though Wang Yusheng inspected the goods very carefully, he was quite generous with the money. He paid on time and they had no choice but to accept. Although Wang Yusheng was not their largest distributor, he was the most stable. Around noon, Komatsui Momo, who hadn't been seen for over half a month, hurriedly arrived with his people. He brought good news. They had agreed, and this time he had returned to the country and brought a batch of sponsorship. Initially they discussed setting up a small steel mill, then a bicycle factory, an automobile factory, and a tractor factory. Now that they had sponsorship, not only had everything been sorted out, but they also included a rubber factory. They could directly produce tires, making bicycles, motorcycles, and tractors feasible. Moreover, they would increase investment in the tractor and steel mills. The message conveyed was that while Wang Yusheng had great ideas, he was too conservative. Only by increasing the output of the steel mill could they produce more tractors. With tractors, those unwilling to farm could simply stop. Dozens of tractors could cover large tracts of land. As for diesel, a little allocation would suffice. Once the land was occupied, that area would be secured. This was the answer from the upper echelons of the Japanese. What surprised Wang Yusheng was that the Japanese would also fund the construction of a steel laboratory themselves. They needed local people to take the lead and handle minor inconveniences. Otherwise, if a steel mill was constantly under attack, would it be able to produce anything? Everything would be delivered in 3 months, allowing Wang Yusheng to prepare now. Once they were installed and debugged, production could be ramped up. Believe it or not, there was also an unexpected joy. Of course, they wouldn't just refuse but would directly get started. However, with the biting cold, even if they started work, it would have to wait until March. By then they would gather more people, and within 3 months they could begin preliminary production. After training personnel, they could achieve mass production standards in 2 months at most. They could afford to wait for over half a year. After Matsui Momo finished speaking, he hurriedly left as he could not miss their festival today. It was all settled. While eating, Wang Yusheng drank a few more cups of wine, feeling slightly tipsy. His little wife couldn't support him alone, so he called on Yuner and Kai Dai. With the 3 of them working together, they finally laid Wang Yusheng on the bed. Once laid on the bed, they still needed to undress him and wipe his body. Kai Dai was fine with this. She often helped the young master bathe. But Yuner was different. It was her first time seeing a man's chest in her life. Her little face turned bright red. After his pants were removed, the young girl covered her eyes. Her young lady beside her even gave her a light slap. One young lady had never served anyone, and the other young maid had never served a man. Only Kai Dai was busy by herself. Yuner mechanically handed over towels. Earlier she didn't dare to look, but now she couldn't seem to blink. Though the tasks were few, all of them had worked up a sweat. The 2 girls then helped Yuan Junki bathe. Yuner seemed unfazed, but in Kai Dai's eyes the young mistress was radiant, her skin superb and her figure exceptional. While she might not compare to the young mistress, she could certainly surpass Yuner. Yuner, Kai Dai, you 2 sleep outside. If this master has any needs tonight, I won't be able to move him. Understood, young mistress, miss. Wang Yusheng, who was sleeping soundly, felt something soft in his arms. He opened his eyes to find it was his little wife. Why are you 2 up so late making a fuss? The next morning he saw the 2 little faces blushing at the door. You 2 were here all night? The young master asked us to wait outside. All right. Come in and help with dressing and washing up. After helping Wang Yusheng, the 2 maids went to attend to the young mistress still lying on the bed. They used warm water to wash her body, helped her dress, and attended to her makeup. Here's breakfast for 2, thank you, husband. Recently, for some unknown reason, the Japanese seem to have quieted down significantly. Wang Yusheng has purchased a vast expanse of land outside the East City, mostly barren, covering approximately 70000 mu. This area is to be developed into an industrial city. The Japanese have also collected fees symbolically amounting to 10 large yellow croakers. They set the construction start date for February 21st. Wang Yusheng smirked. His chosen date was March 6th, the day of the awakening. However, the Japanese did not agree. As long as you are happy. This was Wang Yusheng's thought. On that day, countless reporters flocked to the site along with 15000 robust laborers that Wang Yusheng had recruited. Moreover, he mentioned that those who worked diligently would be hired into the factory once it commenced operations. A group of strong men raised their shovels, shouting that they would expedite the factory's completion. The crowd of Japanese was shouting Yoshi. They appreciated such enthusiastic and hard-working individuals. Since Wang Yusheng had said it, they naturally had no objections. The loyalty of these workers from construction to factory entry was assured. Wang Yusheng's ability to find so many able-bodied men for the construction site in such a short time demonstrates his diligence in foundational work. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, everyone took their shovels and dug a scoop of earth. It signified the beginning. An old Japanese man generously announced that if they worked hard there would be rewards. Without further ado, they brought over a large box filled with silver dollars, giving each worker one. Instantly the enthusiasm on the construction site surged even higher. Though it was a bit frosty, everyone worked vigorously. The old Japanese squinted, observing everything, feeling quite pleased with his adeptness. After the ceremony concluded, Matsui Momotaro arrived. It was good news that all the machinery was ready and would arrive at Tianjin port by ship on March 39. By train all the machinery would reach the capital within a month. Wang Yusheng inquired curiously about the ship. Matsui Momotaro replied that it was a merchant ship named de Maru. Wang Yusheng raised an eyebrow, thinking, could it possibly be that ship that sank while transporting numerous national treasures? Given this, Wang Yusheng decided he would definitely go to the unloading site, not for any other reason but to seize all that was on that ship, which was enough for him to take a risk. No matter what, he had to treat Matsui Momotaro to a drink. Ultimately, after getting him drunk, Wang Yusheng still did not receive any good news. It seemed this Japanese really did not know. Tiandan, can we recruit more people? We can find at most 2000 more. Is your plan effective? Don't worry, it will definitely work. I want the little Japanese to pay so dearly that they won't recognize themselves. On the construction site, the workers were not ordinary civilians but guerrilla fighters recruited by Tiandan along with some from the county brigade and regular troops. They formed a construction team of 15000. Wang Yusheng's intention was clear: a decisive battle was imminent, and these over 10,000 men were a blade aimed straight at the heart of the Japanese. As for weapons, Wang Yusheng would provide them. Not only that, but there would also be cannons available. During this time there was one requirement: eat well and work hard while shouting commands, and also take time to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. A few clever ones squatted by the Japanese gate after work with expressions of admiration and envy. As for driving them away, that was out of the question. After a few rounds of smoking, the guards also became familiar with them to the point where the Japanese let them handle their guns for a while. If they were to catch them off guard, it would definitely be thrilling. Time quickly passed to March, the date approaching. Wang Yusheng sought out Matsui Momotaro again to watch the unloading at the seaside, as he was feeling uneasy. Matsui Momotaro thought for a moment. Indeed, he was also uneasy without the machines arriving. He had invested half of his family's fortune and borrowed the other half, promising to pay it back within 5 years with interest. If anything went wrong, it would be disastrous for him, and what about his family? Wang Yusheng, however, was focused on the gold and jewels aboard de Maru as well as skulls. On March 27, several people boarded a train together. It was Wang Yusheng's first trip out of the capital, and he was quite happy. The train sped along, taking 3.5 hours to reach Tianjin port. Wang Yusheng and the others entered a large hotel which had been arranged in advance. As for whether there were any observers nearby, that was a given. Unfamiliar with Tianjin port, Wang Yusheng could only wait. At worst, he would address things when the cargo arrived. Bored in the hotel, he dragged Matsui Momotaro out for a stroll. This was the earliest occupied area and the place with the most resistance. The snacks were excellent. He had never been here before. Even if he had eaten from here, it was always through special arrangements. Wang Yusheng ate happily as he walked. Matsui Momotaro followed behind, unable to eat anymore, watching Wang Yusheng feast with envy. He could only carry a bottle of wine, drinking as he walked. Matsui, the seafood here is quite good. Would you like to try some? Ah. Wang-san, is your stomach a bottomless pit? I truly admire you. I can't eat anymore, but I can still drink a few sips of wine. Haha. If that's the case, then all these delicacies are out of your reach. I am unworthy of such luxuries. Wang-san, don't mind me, just enjoy yourself. After wandering around for nearly 2 days, Matsui found Wang Yusheng gorging himself in an old establishment. Wang-san, the ship will arrive in an hour. Let's go together. The ship is arriving soon. That's fantastic. Although the food here is good, I still miss my wife. Haha. I understand. After we check the cargo, I will look for a flower girl for you, Wang-san. Matsui winked at Wang Yusheng after he spoke. Did this guy misunderstand something? No matter, the ship was the priority. Upon exiting the small restaurant, Matsui's vehicle was parked right outside and they got in. The car sped along the road and soon arrived at the dock. From a distance they could see a massive ship slowly approaching. As the large ship neared, it let out a horn. The tremendous sound was deafening. De Maru, yes, quite exhilarating. Wang-san, how does it feel? Matsui pointed at the large ship before them. Very good. Haha. I will inform the captain shortly and then we can board the ship. After the ship docked, Matsui eagerly ran up only to be informed that boarding was not allowed, his expression darkening immediately. Even with Matsui presenting his officer's certificate, it was of no use. The captain clearly stated that there were many injured personnel on board and if anything infectious were unloaded it could mean death for everyone aboard. Matsui helplessly came over to explain to Wang Yusheng. Don't mind this, let them unload the cargo quickly. After that we will leave. Alright. Although the dock does not have the future Longmen crane, the unloading methods are still numerous and varied. Unloading is remarkably fast. Wang Yusheng, look at these machines, all brand new. I tell you, this batch of machines is our most advanced. With these machines we can create a second longitude. Then I must receive credit for this. Haha, by then Wang Yusheng will know how generous we are. Wang Yusheng chuckled, already imagining breaking down the door in his mind. Songjing, take another look and I will feel at ease. Since everything is fine, let's go. This sea breeze is quite cold. You said you would treat me to a drink. Wang Yusheng glanced at the sky, it was getting dark. Haha, of course, no problem. The best tavern, the finest wine, the best dishes, and the best ladies. Songjing, we are the best of brothers. Haha, the two of them clapped each other on the shoulder and got into the car. Overall it was acceptable that this tavern was considered the best in the area, or perhaps the oldest. Everything and the flavors here are undoubtedly the most authentic. Wang Yusheng was not polite and ordered the finest wine and the best ladies. As for the overall taste, average. The two of them indulged in food and drink until late at night, deciding not to return to the hotel but instead opened a room in a nearby hotel. After a series of antics, it was already past midnight and the lady in the room next door had collapsed and fallen asleep without any awareness. Wang Yusheng quietly got up, not leaving through the back window. Although leaving through the back window would be the easiest, the safest places are often the most dangerous. It is usually from the most dangerous places that one can find true safety. Wang Yusheng, after some dressing up, walked directly out the front door. Once outside he blended into the street, turned a few corners, and then sprinted along a small path straight to the port. When Wang Yusheng reached the port, the ship was still unloading cargo. The speed had slowed considerably. He could also see goods being loaded from a small area. No one knew what was being loaded. There was hardly anything left. It was clear that they were near completion and Wang Yusheng quietly approached. He pried open a large box and to his surprise it was filled with scrolls and paintings. It seemed he had indeed found the right place. After collecting the scrolls, he crawled into the box and hammered in a few unshipped nails to secure the lid shut. Before long the box shook as it was clearly being lifted. After about 10 minutes there was a thud. It was this on the ship. Wang Yusheng waited for half an hour but heard no further sounds. At that moment he could faintly hear the sound of a ship's whistle from outside, followed by a few jolts. It seemed the ship was setting sail and he needed to act quickly. This ship could be hit by cannon fire at any moment and he did not want to accompany it to the depths of the sea. He removed the nails and slowly opened the lid. Just a crack, there was only a dim yellow light indicating this was indeed the cargo hold. He found no one inside. He opened the lid fully and crawled out. Sure enough, the large hold was filled with goods. Wang Yusheng looked around and finally found the switch for the main light. He also found the main door. At this time there should be no one around. He turned on the main light, illuminating the entire space. There were only a few aisles while the rest were filled with boxes. He randomly opened a few boxes, each containing various antiques. Regardless of authenticity, he could not let the enemy take them. He would collect them first. He turned off the light, locked the door, and quietly opened it. He glanced outside. This was the aisle. He could still see a few doors. He quietly made his way over. These enemies really knew how to have fun. They even brought a warehouse full of tropical fruits. Since that's the case, he wouldn't hold back. He picked a durian and opened it. The smell was quite nice. In another warehouse it was hard to tell what it was, just a bunch of metal blocks resembling gold bars. No matter what it was, he couldn't leave it for the enemy. Wang Yusheng collected everything. When he reached the frontmost hatch, he opened it directly, only to find himself staring into several pairs of eyes. This was a bit awkward. Looking around, there were only 4 people. One of them wore a serious face and exclaimed, "Baka," slapping the people who looked at him several times. That slap stunned all 4 people. Wang Yusheng dragged the one at the door in front of the other 3, and in the next moment all 4 disappeared. Really, what were they doing hiding here scaring him? Wang Yusheng looked around. There weren't many items, just a pile covered with tarps. He directly lifted the tarp, revealing small boxes underneath. He pried one open and golden light flooded out. Alright, these are gold bars. Testing the weight, a small box should weigh over 50 pounds. Therefore each of the gold bars inside probably weighs around 50 pounds. If the entire warehouse is filled with these boxes, how much gold is there? Wang Yusheng swallowed hard. Although he viewed money as dirt, a quantity beyond a certain point would still catch his eye. His eyes sparkled as he collected all the boxes. At the far end there were stairs leading up and down. Wang Yusheng walked directly down. This should be the lower level of the hold. This was still a large warehouse, judging by its appearance it should lead directly above. Wang Yusheng opened a box to look inside. The white substance was somewhat soft, and upon smelling it an unpleasant odor wafted out. Alright, this is rubber. Actually, this is also valuable. He collected it all. In the adjacent compartment there was rice. He took it all. After collecting the rice, the entire ship noticeably shook several times. It must have been due to the sudden loss of weight. The ship bobbed up sharply. He quickly hid in the shadows, observing many people working on repairing the ship's operating system, thinking there might have been an issue with the ship's power system. Wang Yusheng left this place directly. He followed the corridor up to the upper level. This should be the upper level of the cargo ship. Occasionally he could hear voices chatting and bursts of laughter. Laugh all you want, if there will be a time for you to cry. Wang Yusheng opened an unknown gas canister from his space directly. There was a small door here. He quickly tossed it inside and closed the door. Without pausing, he went up to the deck. He found a recessed spot, donned his swim gear and leaped off the ship, splashing into the water with a loud thud. Fortunately, Wang Yusheng was prepared. He then took out an electric propulsion device and headed towards the bright spot not far away. This ship would likely sink shortly. Luckily, he had recently scouted this area, so he was aware of his surroundings. This was just a short distance from where he boarded. There was also a warehouse nearby, but Wang Yusheng did not know what was inside. However, he couldn't go empty-handed. The enemy's cargo port was certainly abandoned, yet whoever seized it would own it. He rode his electric bike over. All the various sized boxes disappeared without a trace. Wang Yusheng left the outermost layer of boxes untouched. The time was already 4 in the morning and he had to hurry. By 4:30, Wang Yusheng had already ridden his electric bike into the alleys. He changed clothes not far from the hotel, entered the hotel, and while the clerk was dozing off, Wang Yusheng quietly slipped away. Once in the room, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, darted into the bathroom, changed into the hotel pajamas, and took a nice bath. Finally, he could relax. On the train returning to the capital city, Matsui Tower was grinning mischievously at Wang Yusheng halfway through the journey. Ahem. Matsui, staring at someone like that is quite impolite, you know. If we weren't familiar, I would think your interests have changed. Haha. Wang Sang, do you know? The girl reported you. Do you know what she complained about? She didn't get a good night's sleep because you wouldn't leave her alone even in the morning, haha. It cost me twice as much. Alright, stop laughing. Keep this matter to yourself, don't let it out or I will silence you. Ahem, mainly because that girl is just too enchanting. Of course, Chiba Taiko is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Interested? I can buy her for you. Don't get me into trouble, I already have a wife at home. Matsui shook his head, looking regretful. No need to feel regret, Matsui. For every Chiba Taiko that passes, there will be 100 waiting for me. Don't worry. Matsui looked at this indifferent man, bewildered, wanting to kick him. This guy is a brute. He liked that Chiba Taiko too, but he probably won't be able to like her anymore in the future. The train arrived at the capital station. Wang Yusheng waved down a rickshaw, told the driver the location of the trading company, and got in. He had hardly slept a wink the night before. It was better to go home and get some proper rest. The next day, April 2nd, news began to spread around noon that an American ship had been shot down. What a waste, Wang Yusheng said. If they hadn't shot it down and that toxic gas had reached the island, it would have definitely caused them a lot of trouble. With the ship sunk, the losses at the port shouldn't be too obvious, right? Moreover, Wang Yusheng had taken several machines off the ship. In other words, the little devils would probably be crying with their pants down. As for what they would do, let them find trouble with the Americans. After reading the newspaper, Wang Yusheng tossed it aside. It had been days since he had held his wife, and one day of holding her still wasn't enough. Young master, someone requests to see you. Who is it? It's a little devil named Matsui. Oh. Hee hee, alright, I'll go out now. He kissed his wife several times on the cheek, then put her down, tidied up his clothes, and left the room. Matsui Tower waited in the office and was about to cry when he saw Wang Yusheng arriving. Matsui, what's wrong? Wasn't everything fine yesterday? What happened? The ship sank and everything at the dock is gone. What do you mean? The ship sank. Everything at the dock is gone. Matsui shook his head. Wang sang, it was that large ship that sank. That's not right, I saw the machines being unloaded. Yes, the ship sank, but everything that was unloaded is gone along with everything at the dock. What does that mean? So many people are working on such a large factory area outside, and now you tell me the machines are gone. Wang sang, I'm very sorry. Don't worry, I will send a telegram back home. I assure you that within 2 months another batch of machines will be sent back. Just trust us. 2 months. How are we supposed to profit by then? Matsui, tell me the truth, did you do this project somewhere else? Wang sang, don't worry, the higher-ups have already stated that we will only develop this area for now. No one will do that. Ha, you see, you're not even sure, are you? You say the ship sank and I believe you, it's even in the newspaper. You say so much cargo at your port has been lost, do you really think no one in your company did it? After Wang Yusheng finished speaking, Matsui was momentarily speechless. Matsui, in a month and a half send the machines needed for the steel plant and bicycle factory first. We can't let the projects we've completed die. Although I didn't lose much money, you all lost money too. With the machines we can recover some capital, otherwise, we will all be at a loss. Okay, I will figure out a way to contact them back home and we will talk about it then. Is there anything else? Wang Yusheng looked quite fatigued. Matsui looked at Wang Yusheng's appearance and felt guilty after all the goods were lost at their dock. Wang sang, please rest assured. I will do my utmost. You should rest more, I will take my leave first. I will come to tell you as soon as I have news. Alright Matsui, I won't see you off. Matsui nodded and left the office. Tian waited for Matsui to leave for a while before arriving at the office. What are you here for? What do you think? You're quite bold. Around noon, just before lunch, Tian finally left the office. Wang Yusheng tidied up and headed to the back courtyard. It was just time for lunch. He had a meal with his wife, then took a nap. It was a warm afternoon and Tian opened a small gap in the window to let the wind blow through the flowers that had grown in the heated room. After a while, several women dressed like wealthy ladies arrived. Tian personally received them. This group of women chattered, looked at lipsticks, bought several, and some bought perfume while others bought clothes and various accessories. After they finished shopping, they left the trading company with big and small bags. A little later, telegrams were sent out one after another. At this moment, Wang Yusheng was watching his little wife perform the dance she had just learned. Clap, beautiful, beautiful. My wife is the best, her dance is prettier than anyone else's. Where? The little wife blushed. Wang Yusheng picked up the shy little wife, rewound the gramophone and replaced it with a new record. When the music started, they began to dance gracefully. In the evening, Wang Yusheng caressed the little wife's back, which was slightly sweaty. Husband. What's wrong, my dear? I want to have a baby. Not now, in 2 years be good. No way. This girl has learned to act spoiled now. Look at how the little devils have been getting more and more reckless these past 2 years. Giving birth to a child is not safe. In 2 years we will have more, and I won't agree if you don't want to have any, okay? But. Be good, no buts. Go to sleep, you have school tomorrow. Alright. Looking at his little wife who was sleeping with her lips pouted, Wang Yusheng felt a little reluctant, kissed her and gently flattened her pouted mouth. Now it looks good. Time flew by and soon it was the end of the month. On this day, Wang Yusheng was dressed smartly. He poured a glass of wine and raised it towards the distance. It was both a farewell and a lament. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to change history and could only do some insignificant things. For instance, toasting with a glass of wine. Wang Yusheng had a bit too much to drink that day. Several maids helped him back to the inner residence. No one knew why he drank so much. April passed and May arrived. Calculating the time, the Great War should be nearing its end. Old Da was about to surrender. Next would be the little devils. At this point they should have already landed on the island, right? Wang Yusheng was somewhat busy but not really, as there was nothing for him to do in the shop. A large quantity of grain was purchased from the southern island. Part of it was quietly taken to the mountains along with a large supply of medicine. The other part was sent to the capital. Although it is said that low prices hurt farmers, if he did not hurt farmers he would hurt the country instead. Therefore Wang Yusheng would not allow grain prices to skyrocket at such a crucial moment. It's just like the current currency. Even using it for trivial matters is met with disdain. The currency fluctuated daily. Wang Yusheng did not accept this currency, only silver dollars and gold. However, small items like needles, thread, soy sauce, and vinegar could still be purchased. In this day and age a person cannot pull out a wad of cash to flaunt. Even if it looks like it's all in $100 bills, what use is that? Young master. The maid Cui Cui saw Wang Yusheng coming down from upstairs and bowed slightly. How come it's only you here? Young master, everyone else is in front. I'm here waiting for you. Then let's go, we'll take a stroll in front. Alright. Where's the young mistress? Young master, the young mistress went out to have fun with her classmates. You don't need to worry. Young master, the scenery is so nice. Would you like to go out? What? Do you want to go out? Hee hee. I do. Wang Yusheng playfully pinched the maid's small nose. Alright, let me think about it. When they reached the front, there were quite a few people today. It was May 5th, the anniversary of the government's establishment, and it was also a Saturday followed by a Sunday holiday for students and some places. And now was the most beautiful time of spring. The young mistress naturally wanted to go out for a walk. With her father's airlifted camera in hand, she wanted to take pictures wherever she went. This girl was not bad. She had learned how to shoot and also how to develop photos. She had already taken many photos, especially of the capital Wang Yusheng and the department store. She wanted to take a few shots of anything that piqued her curiosity. Now the girl had completely become a professional photography enthusiast. Wang Yusheng was also thinking about when he could find time to bring out the replica cameras from the container. Especially the many color films. The photos taken were simply beautiful. However, Wang Yusheng had no way to explain. Especially since many places had the production dates printed on them. There were also some features that clearly did not belong to this time. The camcorder from his wedding still had no excuse for him to explain. Young master, you've arrived. Manager Lu, how's business today? Young master, the currency has depreciated in other places. We need to lower our prices here too. If we keep the original price, we'll incur losses. If we lose a bit, we lose a bit. Don't worry, our family isn't short on this little money. Young master, it's not that I'm being talkative, but we're in business here. We can operate at a loss, but if we're losing money. How much have we lost today? From opening until now it's about 50 taels. That's not too much. Manager Lu scratched his head, looking at his young master. 50 taels, not too much. Thinking about it, with the old master's assets plus what was earned upstairs. Comparing it to downstairs. Alright, I'll follow the young master's lead. The profit from a bottle of perfume upstairs alone exceeds 50 taels. Young master, I have something to report to you. Tian Dan stood at the stairs with a notebook. Good, I'll be right there. The two went to the office. What is it? Why such a convoluted excuse? Currently all places are in a great battle with more and more victories. There are about 150,000 soldiers outside the city. We can't just let them work on construction sites forever. What do you want to do? It's not about what I want to do, it's about what you want. You said you needed people, so I brought you this many, yet they're out there working on construction sites daily. A month or two is fine, but it's already make other places' main forces are victorious and they want to fight and achieve victories too. How about this? Leave me with 3,000 people and you can take the rest if these people will be of great use to me. Then I need to explain to the higher-ups first. Alright, go ahead and report back. By the way, what about the steel factory equipment you mentioned last time? When will you give it to me? Sister, do you know how much equipment a power plant has? Do you know how large that pile is? It's not something that can be moved with just 1 or 2 carts. Even if that stuff was given to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. Technical support and assembly would be even more troublesome. You don't need to worry about that, just give me the stuff. How to transport it is my business. The higher-ups have urged me several times. You should find a more reliable place. Don't let it be somewhere just built that will be immediately occupied by someone after a word is said. Alright, I will ask clearly. Tian Dan was fine this time. After finishing, she left. Hey, this woman. Well, nothing to do, let's go out for a stroll. Young master, are you going out? Take my car. Gongsan ran over with his cart. Sure, let's go. Do you know where it's lively? Young master, I know this, let's go to the overpass. Let's go. Perhaps due to the connections or because Zhang Chao and his wife are here, Gongsan from their yard also arrived here. The car quickly arrived at the destination. Indeed, it was lively today, there were people everywhere. Alright, just drop me off here. Wang Yusheng took out $1 and placed it on the seat. Young master, you gave too much, it's unnecessary. Just for this short distance, if I ask for more money, what would I become? Take what I gave you. If you're truly bored, eat something here and wait for me for a while. Alright, I'll wait for you here. Wang Yusheng entered the crowd with his hands behind his back. After not walking far, he bumped into duo men wandering around with a group of people. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? Especially Zheng Chaoyang in the team. After the patient liaison, Wang Yusheng's contact with him had decreased significantly. Duo men. Oh, little cousin, what brings you here? Are you out for a stroll? Just wondering, are you patrolling the streets? Of course, there are many people here afraid something might happen. So I brought some brothers out to take a look. Alright, I won't disturb you, you all enjoy wandering. I'll take a stroll too. Little cousin, how about I accompany you? No need, I'm afraid of getting hit by eggs. Wang Yusheng waved his hand and strolled forward, curious about everything he saw. Matsui, is the timeline confirmed? Wang sang, it's confirmed. There are some issues domestically, but it's settled. Don't worry, the bicycle production line will arrive by the end of May and the steel plant will come in mid-June. Regardless, we need to build these 2 factories first. Alright, Matsui, I can't keep so many people here. I'll see if I can keep 3000 and disperse the rest for now. I'll keep their contact information, and when more factories come, I'll recruit them back. Otherwise, with so much grain and wages this month, I'll be close to going bankrupt. Wang sang, is there really no other way? Other way? Are you suggesting we keep them? Is there a way? The empire needs people now. Matsui looked at Wang Yusheng with sparkling eyes. What can they do if they stay? You know the situation here, most of them are farmers and they only come out to work during the off-season. It's not impossible for them to stay, but we need to provide food, drink and housing, at least give them some money, but we won't use the legal tender, that stuff costs a fortune now. If you can support them, I can guarantee they'll stay. This put Matsui in a difficult position. The insect island is currently under invasion and there's a possibility of losing the occupied areas in the south. Indeed, there isn't enough food to support them. However, if they stay for a month, they probably won't leave afterwards. Otherwise, where would so many allied troops come from? Alright, no problem. Please, Wang Sang, do help. If it works out, I must report it and give you the highest reward. Haha, don't be so serious, Matsui, we're friends, the kind that would go through thick and thin together. Yes, we are friends. Matsui Tower left in a hurry to gather supplies. Wang Yusheng guaranteed to keep at least 5000 people. The amount of money and supplies Matsui Tower could bring in would determine the final number. For Matsui Tower, money isn't a big deal. If he runs out, he can just put in a request. Soon Matsui Tower got busy. Wang Yusheng also got busy gathering the squad leaders and those who could be trusted here. He shared his plan. The plan is to take the weapons and ammunition provided by the enemy, get wealth, find the right opportunity and strike them hard. They dared to fight with crude guns before, and now with the 38 type rifles we'll see who's cowardly when the time comes. With 10000 men all armed and right in the heart of the enemy's camp, if we don't do something, it would be a waste of the weapons the enemy provided. All the squad leaders couldn't hide their excitement. Only those squad members were trained by these leaders for many years, so they wouldn't doubt whether they would betray them. Thus the plan commenced. On May 20th, Matsui Tower finally arrived. Wang Yusheng also reached the camp. Not to mention anything else, each person received a large bowl of white rice and 300 grams of meat. After Matsui Tower finished speaking, everyone cheered. They all said he was a good person. As trucks of rice, pork and vegetables arrived, the chefs began to get busy. By noon, before the meal was served, the whole area was filled with the aroma of rice and meat. Everyone received a substantial bowl of rice, 2 pieces of meat, a large serving of stir-fried vegetables and a serving of pickles, with those who liked spicy food adding some chili oil. Everyone's eyes sparkled with delight. After finishing their meal, there was bone soup and each person got an extra big bowl. This was even better than New Year's. After the meal, Matsui Tower gathered everyone and the translator began to shout into the loudspeaker. Matsui Tower would say one sentence and the translator would shout it back. Anyone who joins the Allied army will receive a free set of clothes, grab a weapon, and will be well fed. Moreover, each person will receive 5 silver dollars. After Matsui Tower finished speaking, boxes were carried up one after another. Wang Yusheng gestured to the crowd below. Immediately they began to cheer according to the plan. Matsui Tower bargained again and finally settled on 7 silver dollars per person. Since they are new recruits, they shouldn't be sent to the battlefield immediately to die, they at least need 1 or 2 months of training. Moreover, to better serve the Huang army in the future, the training ammunition cannot be shortchanged, they must be adequately supplied. Since they are newcomers, they are still unfamiliar, so they must train in one place. Matsui Tower waved his hand, and that was no problem. So it was settled, leaving 11000 people behind. The remaining people claimed they had elderly mothers and fields and couldn't leave. For those who left, Matsui Tower gave each of them 2 silver dollars. For those who stayed, he promised to give even more in the future. Those who understood below began to cheer. They started distributing military uniforms. Although there were complaints, these were new clothes. Later, when they tore off the insignia, wouldn't these clothes belong to them? And these boots with rubber soles? The rifles were all nearly new 38 type rifles. Those who touched the guns were exceptionally excited. However, in order to show they wouldn't use the guns, they started shooting randomly. Matsui Tower couldn't help but grin. They must train or they wouldn't even know how to fire the gun when they went out. Clear the way. All those who had changed equipment followed behind the vehicles, laughing and joking. The enemy was a bit stingy and didn't distribute any bullets. So there was no rush. The squad leaders devised perfect plans. Previously, the brothers had lost a lot of weight. After working on the construction site for a long time, wouldn't they have a good meal when they went to the enemy camp? Wang Yusheng grinned, hoping that the enemy camp wouldn't be completely torn down by this group of gentlemen. And another thing, have fun. Wang Yusheng got into the vehicle and headed home. With this matter settled, 3000 people were left working lazily at the construction site. The 2000 who left didn't truly depart, some hid in the city while others went outside to join the troops. Wang Yusheng formulated a rough plan. The detailed plan was one devised by a strategist from the cave. As for whether this group of enemies would cry, that was unknown. Bang bang. At the training ground there were all kinds of situations. Various seasoned gunmen were forced to act in a play. Some were simply firing with their eyes closed, nearly taking out a few enemy instructors. The several enemies were infuriated, shouting loudly in the camp every day. As for the food, that was even better. The enemies' canned food, which they used to eat only during the New Year, was now almost available every day. After 2 weeks of intensive training, at least one thing was achieved: they could shoot without closing their eyes. Everyone had fun shooting. Finally, the end of May arrived. This time Wang Yusheng didn't go to Jinport to oversee the unloading. The train made 3 trips, and on June 10th everything was finally delivered to the capital. The completed bicycle production line began assembly. As for the materials needed, there were several small steel mills in the capital, so they were asked to prepare the blanks first and they would process them again when they arrived at the factory. The tires were entrusted to the Jinport rubber factory. Once everything was ready, the first bicycle began production. The blueprints provided by Wang Yusheng were based on the 28-style bicycles from the later generations. At a glance, they were not meant for the enemy. They wouldn't even be able to reach the pedals. After finishing the bicycles, Wang Yusheng began promoting the 3-wheeled human-powered carts. They had been promoted before, but they were too expensive. Now it was great right at the doorstep. Wang Yusheng established a business entirely focused on 3-wheeled human-powered carts. It was now the end of June and the promised machinery for the steel mill had yet to arrive, despite being expected in the middle of the month. Wang Yusheng drove directly to the enemy's military camp. Now there was an enemy merchant above him. Have you seen the Red Star tricycles running rampant in the streets? They are fast and lightweight. Riding a bike and pulling a cart, where does that strength come from? If you can ride and take someone for 20 kilometers, try pulling a cart instead. In just half a month, money had already started pouring in, box after box. Matsui Momoko saw a furious Wang Yusheng in the office. Wang-san, I apologize, there have been some issues with the sea route, but we are already working on it. Please give me a little more time, I beg you. I was originally here to settle accounts with you. Do you know how much I've given to other steel mills this month? 200 small yellow fish in a month. This gold should belong to us. Matsui Momoko felt a pang of regret, but there was nothing he could do. The sea route was nearly blocked by the Americans. Alright, I understand your difficulties. Come in. After Wang Yusheng spoke, two individuals entered carrying a small box. Matsui, although our profits are lower now, we are not without gains. I originally wanted to keep this as development funds, but to show you how much we have earned, I came today to share the dividends with you. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yusheng signaled the two to open the box. Inside was a dazzling display of gold. All the profits are in silver dollars. It's too tedious, so I converted everything into gold. I hope you don't mind, Matsui. Not at all, Wang-san. Is all of this real? The top one is the ledger. The records are yours and I cannot falsify them. In total we earned approximately 640 small yellow fish. 200 have been given away and 140 have been used for wages, leaving 300 here. We initially agreed on a 7,030 split and there are 90 here for me. No problem, right? Wang-san, no problem at all, absolutely no problem. Wang Yusheng waved his hand and the two began to take gold bars out from the box, producing a small stack. Hurry and bring the steel mill to me. If we give away 200 bars a month, how much is that in a year? Well, almost be able to buy a new steel mill. Alright, I won't stay longer, I'm leaving now. Wang-san, let me see you off. Wang Yusheng waved his hand saying, no need. He exited with his men, got into the car and drove away. Ah, Wang-san, you are my best friend, Matsui. Matsui Momoko returned to the office, took the gold bars out of the box and spread them across the floor, lying down on them. Finally he could lie on gold. This was rightfully his. Wang-san was correct. It was time to urge the steel mill for its machinery. He tidied up the gold, left the office and went to the telegraph room, urging them to send a message to the mainland to hasten the delivery. The latest news came in. That batch of allied troops had surprisingly begun practicing with mortars, demonstrating fierce combat skills. Indeed, 1,000 men confronted another 1,000 enemy troops, bringing them all to the ground. Many sighed, wondering why they didn't have real weapons. Witnessing the bravery of these men, their weaponry had been upgraded to mountain cannons. Those with the talent to fire cannons began to dream happily. When they thought of the enemy as their target, they often just pointed and fired. Before they knew it, it was July. The situation seemed to grow even tenser. The enemy was retreating in all fronts. By mid-July, the equipment for the steel mill finally arrived. After a week of transporting by train back and forth, everything was finally delivered to the capital. Then the assembly began day and night. The steel mill was filled with many talented technical personnel sent by Wang Yusheng, who began learning from the enemy's technicians. They were meticulous and the enemy's technical staff appreciated their eagerness to learn, explaining everything numerous times. One taught passionately and the group learned with enthusiasm. After over 10 days of debugging, on August 1st, the boiler was officially preheated and they started smelting the first batch of steel. Wang Yusheng was also very pleased they could finally take action. After 2 days of learning, they no longer needed the guidance of enemy technicians to smelt steel, prompting Wang Yusheng to signal. After nearly 2 months of training, the 10,000 men had all built muscle. When they received the signal to act, there was a slight reluctance, quickly overshadowed by excitement. Several squad leaders, under the pretense of needing to conduct field exercises the next morning, distributed 100 rounds of ammunition to each person, along with 300 mountain cannon shells and 500 mortar shells. They also acquired 100 boxes of hand grenades. They took whatever they could carry shamelessly, using the excuse of increased load to requisition 3000 pistols along with supporting ammunition. The armory was almost emptied by them. To avoid drawing too much attention, they abandoned the idea of continuing to take more. They also dispatched 20 trucks needed to transport the artillery. Originally the artillery was arranged in a formation, but a few familiar squad leaders exchanged a box of white liquor for the need to take the artillery out for field exercises, confidently ensuring each artillery piece came with 10 boxes of shells. Any more and they feared the vehicles wouldn't be able to move. On August 6th, at 2 a.m., the Allied troops, fully armed under the guise of field training, directly left the camp. Many enemy soldiers awoke to the commotion, looking on as the Allied soldiers, unable to fit another bullet on their bodies, were all laughing joyfully. Many made sarcastic remarks. Over the past month, such training exercises had already taken place several times, and this time, perhaps due to the long duration, more than half of the 10,000 men were exhausted, but of course all of this was for show for the enemy. Otherwise, how could they get food? Seeing their diligent training, the enemy in a moment of negligence inadvertently provided more provisions, allowing the soldiers to enjoy a hearty meal. Watching this training exercise, many began to place bets, wagering on how many would collapse this time. What they didn't realize was that in the eyes of the Allied troops there was no hint of mirth, only an increase in murderous intent. Thus the Allied troops thundered forth right under the enemy's nose. They first circled the camp and then headed towards the distant high ground. However, many unexpectedly dropped to the ground in the grass as they ran, causing the enemy soldiers to laugh heartily. The high ground was 2 kilometers away from the enemy camp, where the artillery could exert its maximum power. With a command, they quickly sprang into action. Even the soldiers who fell along the way quickly sought good cover, showing no signs of fatigue. The plan was to launch the attack at 4 a.m. Half of the enemy troops at this camp had already moved out for reinforcements, leaving less than 100,000 behind. Moreover, many soldiers from other county units had already hidden nearby upon receiving orders, and once the fighting started they would surely launch a joint attack. At 4 a.m. sharp, the soldiers, adjusting the artillery parameters, raised their hands, and the shells were loaded in. 20 large cannons and 300 mountain cannons unleashed their fury towards the enemy camp. Wang Yusheng had been awake at home, looking out of the window. When he saw the towering fire from the artillery, he smiled with joy. Holding his wife, he urged her to look out the window, saying, "Wife, listen to the dragon's roar." Although the power of 300 mountain cannons was not great, their firing rate was rapid. They fired off shells as if they were free, and the first to suffer were the enemy artillery positions. With a synchronized volley, the power of the shells combined with the detonating shells, the artillery positions became a purgatory. After firing 3 shots in unison, they slightly adjusted the cannon's aim and targeted the camp. They began to roar and fire again. After 10 volleys, it was estimated that not many enemy soldiers would be left alive. The charge. The sound of the charge echoed, and soldiers hidden within 500 to 1000 meters of the camp stood up, rushing towards the enemy camp. As the charge sounded, not only did the soldiers hear rush out, but heads began popping up from all directions. Taking advantage of the charge, the artillery could cover 2 more rounds. The artillery fire did not cease. Seeing the soldiers approaching the camp gate, the frontmost soldier fired a flare. The artillery stopped attacking, and the nearby soldiers unloaded the mortars and began a new round of bombardment on the camp. They had never fought so joyfully before. On a distant hill, several people watched through binoculars. Some slapped their thighs, cursing, saying these kids had no idea how thin their resources were. How could they waste shells like this? The others ignored him. Chaos is but a single word. Outside, a great battle rages, and inside the city confusion reigns. However, those hidden within the city begin to unleash their power, quickly gathering together. They rushed towards a city gate. Without much resistance, they broke through the gate and united with the soldiers outside, charging back into the city. Seeing robbery and murder on the streets, there was no need to ask. Upon sight, a bullet was fired. Wherever the troops passed, silence fell. The rickshaws were put to good use this time. One person rode the rickshaw while 2 soldiers sat in it, quickly advancing in all directions. They swiftly dealt with the enemy's camp without any pleasantries, charging towards the Lefton Gate and the Guangzhou Gate. Another group of people pulled cannons towards the Zhengwo Gate. Wang Yusheng felt he had fundamentally changed certain things. Yet the overall direction had not changed. All the troops surged into the city, beginning their assault on the enemy entrenched at the train station. The iron brutes pulling the artillery set their cannons flat and fired at the areas of resistance. One shot resulted in utter devastation. Thanks to the artillery, many soldiers' lives were spared. "Dear, look, the sun is rising," one said. "Yes, it's dawn now." This time the 5-star forces directly and ruthlessly occupied the capital. Could this be considered a complete alteration of history? However, in the distance a beautiful mushroom cloud began to rise above the insect island. The subsequent matters were no longer Wang Yusheng's concern. This highlighted the benefits of Wang Yusheng's grain store. While others raised prices, he continued using the old methods, selling grain based on the recorded numbers. Those grain merchants wanting to hike prices clashed with Wang Yusheng again. They had underestimated the amount of grain he had. As the 5-star army entered the city, they took over the city defense and all administrative affairs. This left everyone dumbfounded. What is speed? This is speed. It was no longer the time of scarcity. Now there was plenty of grain, guns, artillery, and most importantly, many people. On the streets, any signs of looting or robbery were immediately dealt with. If it was too severe, execution was permitted. In just 3 days, the streets of the capital were cleared. However, Wang Yusheng believed that now was not the time to occupy this place. He discussed his views with Tian Dan, saying that there was a type of victory called retreat and a type of failure called occupation. As for how she conveyed that it was her business. On the 15th, news that excited the entire nation arrived. The enemy had surrendered. Instantly the streets were filled with red flags and crowds. On the 17th, the 5-star forces accepted the surrender of 170000 enemy troops surrounding the capital. On the 18th, Tian Dan replied to Wang Yusheng stating that the higher-ups approved of his opinion. On the 20th, Wang Yusheng watched as the neatly arranged troops exited the city. Ah! No rush, they will come back. They are still too weak to confront another force. For now they must endure. As for how many people the 5-star forces left in the capital, that remains unknown. On the 21st, the National Army entered the city. Various departments began to emerge. Wang Yusheng's view was that it was even more chaotic than when the enemy was here. Not only was it chaotic, but money had also greatly lost its value. 100 yuan could buy only one egg. The decline was rapid. The key issue was that no one was in charge, and not only was there no oversight, but there was also rampant money printing. It was as if paper money was free. Gradually no one used the yuan anymore and the dollar was being used again. Is your boss around? What can I do for you, gentlemen? We are from the newly established Merchant Association in the capital. Here is an invitation for your boss. Don't forget to remind him to attend. Alright, I will definitely pass it on. Manager Lu cupped his hands as he saw the two off. Merchant Association? I hope it's not something troublesome. Manager Lu sighed after finishing speaking. Just then Chui came down from upstairs. Manager Lu hurriedly called out, Miss Chui, here's an invitation for the young master. It's from the newly established Merchant Association in the capital. Could you please deliver it? Manager Lu, you're being too kind. I was just going to the backyard. Chui took the invitation, glanced at it, and after speaking with Manager Lu headed to the backyard. It had been noisy these past few days and there was not much business. Moreover, the wife couldn't attend her school temporarily. With one reorganization today and another tomorrow, Wang Yusheng had been having a headache recently. Young master. Young master. Manager Lu received an invitation and asked me to bring it to you, saying it's an invitation from the newly established Merchant Association in the capital. What kind of merchant association is this? I bet it's just a facade for something else, Wang Yusheng said as he scratched his head taking a look at the invitation. The date was set for September 15th, but today was the 14th. It was all for tomorrow. The venue was the International Hotel, which had quite a reputation. As Wang Yusheng examined the invitation, Yun Er rushed in. Son-in-law, there are people causing trouble outside. Manager Lu said you should come. Causing trouble? They have quite the nerve to disturb my establishment. Wang Yusheng immediately left the back office where the shop assistant was still waiting at the door, clearly having a slap mark on his face. Who did this? Young master, it was. It was those soldiers who did it. How dare they? Disturbing my shop. Come with me and I will make them pay for it. Wang Yusheng passed through the small door into the shop. He saw over 20 armed ruffians scattered throughout the shop, leaning in all directions, and one counter had been smashed. A few of them were munching on sunflower seeds with the shells scattered everywhere. Oh. So you're the owner? Who are you people? Who we are is not important. What matters is, someone reported you for being a traitor, thus your property is contraband. We are confiscating it. Clean up and come with us. Contraband? You have quite the audacity. Do you know what the Wang family is? Wang Yusheng glared at the leader. The Wang family? Haha. I only know the Kong family and the Song family. I've never heard of your Wang family. Haha. Exactly, who has heard of it? Haha. The 20 or so ruffians laughed to the point of nearly rolling on the ground. Alright, here's the confiscation order. Sign it and come with us. The rest of you disperse. Are you seeking death? Don't you fear the law? Wang Yusheng looked at the imposing figure in front of him. Hee. Seeking death? The law? I am the law. My gun is the law of the land. The leader patted the holster on his belt and the others burst into laughter. Bang bang bang. Wang Yusheng had no time to waste on them. With a flick of his hand he produced two 45 caliber revolvers. The sounds rang out and all the ruffians collapsed to the ground, clutching their legs in agony. One remaining person stared blankly at Wang Yusheng, dropping the gun from his hand. You go back and bring me the person who sent you, otherwise I will execute them in the street. Yes. I'll go right now. The young soldier dashed out. Manager Lu emerged in a cold sweat. Young master, what should we do now? Manager Lu, it's fine. I want to return the favor to those who dare to disregard the Wang family. They're laughing. They're worthy of death, Wang Yusheng said, kicking the mouth of the moaning leader. The moaning turned into a wail. Boys, drag them out for the young master so they don't dirty his establishment. Yes. The shop assistants rushed out, ignoring the ruffians' wails, and dragged them outside, tossing them onto the main road. Young master, what about the shop? Don't worry about the things in the shop. My losses will be compensated double. For the frightened customers, let them take what they want that isn't valuable for free. Understood, I will take care of it. Manager Lu called a few maids and began to get busy. Although they were startled a moment ago seeing their leader so domineering, they felt no fear. At that moment, Tian Dan came down from upstairs. Is everything all right upstairs? No problem, if they didn't dare come up. Should I gather people? They are all here to ensure your safety. Tian Dan shook the gun in her hand. How many people? 2,000, all armed with automatic weapons. Wang Yusheng shook his head, not necessary for now. Just after I sent myself the invitation, they come to raid. The Merchant Association. How interesting. A military outpost in the outer city. The soldier who just ran out from Wang Yusheng's shop exaggerated the story. The trembling-faced fat man was evidently furious. Furiously banging on the table, he exclaimed, what? Damn it. Gather the troops for me. A mere merchant dares to defy us. Commander, should we report this? This matter could escalate. The regiment's chief of staff quickly intervened. Report. What a load of nonsense. My men are still in their hands, and the guards won't even pass on my orders. Understood. The chief of staff sighed, realizing he couldn't stop this. But it would be best to take a typical case, otherwise more people would surely come out later. Report to the commander. 1 battalion is on a mission outside, leaving 1 battalion in the camp, and the reserve battalion is already assembled awaiting your orders. Send them back to that bastard who dared to shoot at my men. Yes. The guard hurried out. With the commander going out, the guard platoon naturally followed. A guard platoon of 100 men plus a reserve battalion of 400 marched grandly behind the soldier who had brought the news toward Wang Yusheng's shop. Everywhere they passed, the streets were cleared. Young master, a large group is coming this way. You all stay here. Wang Yusheng said as he was about to head out, but he was stopped by Tian Dan. Woman, you stay here. If you go out and get hurt, I will be heartbroken. I have ways to save my life, but not yours, do you understand? If you don't listen, go back where you came from. I don't want disobedient people here. He wanted to say more, but a glare from Wang Yusheng made Tian Dan only watch him leave the shop, while others were also quite anxious. Ah, if only the young lady were here, many thought. Unfortunately, the young lady had gone to school today. Wang Yusheng stood on the road facing those several soldiers who were clearly a bit on edge. The only support for standing here was the spatial barrier. Wang Yusheng had tested it. Once he activated the barrier around him, any bullets aimed at him would be sent into the space. Even cannonballs would be fine. After adjusting the angle, he could also fire them out. However, Wang Yusheng's reliance this time was the 50 drones above him. They were set to warning mode. Anyone making a shooting gesture would come under attack. Of course, Wang Yusheng himself was the exception due to the self-recognition function. At this moment, the drones were already 100 meters above, invisible unless one looked closely. Commander. Commander, that's him. Look, on the ground are our brothers. Damn it, he really dares to shoot at my men, he said, pulling out his gun and menacingly walking toward Wang Yusheng. Bang. The gun was pressed to Wang Yusheng's forehead. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Gulp. Little brother, let's talk nicely. Before he finished speaking, Wang Yusheng swiftly snatched the gun from him, loaded it, and pressed it against his forehead. The fat man nearly wet himself, cursing himself for underestimating this kid who turned out to be quite tough. Knowing it was bad, he thought no matter what he had to survive first. Bang. Wang Yusheng fired a shot behind him. Ah. The soldier who had just run out to deliver the message immediately clutched his thigh and wailed. Bang. The gun was again aimed at the fat man's head. At this moment, the barrel was hot, making the fat man nearly wet himself. What's your name? Du Daichang. Commander. Due to the favor of the higher-ups, I was promoted. It's sheer luck that I became commander. Seeing you bring so many people here so excitedly, are you here to cause trouble for me? Du Dacheng, kneeling on the ground, immediately shook his head. Sir, no, really not. I was just patrolling. Yes, just passing by. I don't care if you were patrolling or looking for girls or whatever. You people smashed my shop. How are you going to compensate? Compensate? Little brother, put down your weapon first. Let's talk nicely. Haha. I like that. Wang Yusheng pointed the gun back at his head. Kid, put down the gun or I'll shoot. Bang bang bang. Wang Yusheng didn't wait for him to finish, raising his gun and firing 3 shots, directly blowing the heads off a platoon leader and 2 soldiers from the fat man's guard platoon. Wang Yusheng put the gun back and continued to press it against the fat man's head. The barrel felt even hotter this time. Now the fat man understood that this kid before him was truly fearless of trouble and willing to kill. He wasn't joking. The key was that he was still in this kid's hands, and it didn't look good for him. Today he might just kick the bucket. Little brother, please state your terms. Du Dacheng's legs were shaking. Let your men leave and you come with me into the shop to estimate how much you will need to compensate. After Wang Yusheng finished speaking, he grabbed the collar of Du Dacheng and pulled him into the shop. Although the shop had been cleaned up, the places that had been smashed remained untouched. Little brother, you say how to compensate. I will compensate you, but don't use guns or anything. It's too damaging to our relationship. Isn't there a saying that harmony brings wealth? Haha. Good, harmony brings wealth. They'll give you a chance. 501 large yellow croakers. If one is missing, I will make your people disappear. Did you get it? Wang Yusheng cocked the gun. Hearing the sound, Du Dacheng nearly wet himself again. Dili, bring in a few of their people. Yes, young master. Dili ran out after speaking. Our young master said to let a few of you come in to handle this. The chief of staff, who had just persuaded the commander, stood up along with 2 of Du Dacheng's confidants. When several people entered the shop and saw their commander still kneeling on the ground, the 2 confidants wanted to step forward but were stopped by the chief of staff behind them. Earlier outside, this person's marksmanship was very precise. The distance between both sides was about 40 meters, and 3 shots to the head were certainly worth paying attention to. Wang Yusheng tapped the fat man's face with the gun. Repeat what I just told you and then have them deal with it. Yes, yes. I will say it. Chief of staff, you immediately return to the camp and bring me 501 large yellow croakers quickly. This little brother, can we? Wang Yusheng had already raised his gun, warning that if anyone said another word he would shoot. Damn it, you all hurry up. Whatever you do, just save my life first. Yes, commander, please endure for a while. I will be back soon. You'd better pray that our commander is fine otherwise. The chief of staff hurriedly left with the 2 men. They should be going back to the camp to get the gold. Over 500 large yellow croakers would probably require a small cart to transport. I will go back to handle something for the commander. You all stay here. Yes. The 3 got into a vehicle followed by a truck with over 20 soldiers from the guard platoon heading straight for the camp. Chief of staff, are we really giving this much? Do you have any objections? The chief of staff furrowed his brow. Remember this, disobeying the orders from above is a grave taboo. Just pretend. 501 large yellow croakers. If that's not enough, use small yellow croakers as a substitute. Yes. Was the chief of staff not distressed? Of course not. This was earned through the sacrifices of countless brothers. Saving money was also for upgrading equipment, greasing the wheels with superiors, and then advancing oneself. These were all agreed upon. But now, only if the leader returns alive can the next step be executed properly. According to the leader's instructions, the gold is just the first step. Once the leader is rescued, there will be no more worries. Gold won't grow wings and fly away, it merely exists temporarily. Is there anything better than gold in this world? Of course there is, if that is power. Watching the large yellow croakers being loaded onto the truck, it would be a lie to say it didn't hurt. A large yellow croaker weighs about 312.5 grams, which is roughly 6 taels. 501 large yellow croakers add up to over 300 gene. It is indeed quite a spectacle. Wang Yusheng observed over a dozen soldiers unloading the large yellow croakers from the truck and arranging them on the ground into a large square. Exactly 501 pieces. When did soldiers become so wealthy? Little brother, the gold is right here. Can I leave now? Bring those who smashed my shop to the intersection and execute them all. Du Dacheng gritted his teeth. Little brother, killing is just a matter of a point. One should spare where they can. We fell into your hands today. If you want gold, I will give it. If I must kneel I will accept it, but if you want me to kill my brothers I cannot do that. Either you kill me now. Fine, I'll satisfy you. After Wang Yusheng finished speaking he raised his gun. Haha. What happened to little boss Wang? Why are you so angry? I heard you even pulled a gun. Haha. Fang Juanrong, the newly established president of the National Chamber of Commerce, also mentioned that he would see little boss Wang tomorrow. Unexpectedly we met first. Hee. Does that mean I should feel honored? Did little brother Wang encounter some trouble? I didn't provoke you, did I? Did you not provoke me? Then tell me what exactly is going on with my shop. I just received your invitation and now someone smashed my store. Little brother Wang, where do I start? I only just found out and rushed over immediately. Hee. I know the tricks of you old foxes, but it's fine, I have traps specifically for hunting. Once caught, haha. Hey. Little brother, even if it's my fault I apologize here. My purpose for coming is to resolve big issues into small ones. We are all family. When you were in my shop you were so arrogant, you didn't treat me as family at all. Has team leader do not recognize his mistakes? Oh. Look, you've already compensated with so much gold. Gold is just compensation for smashing my shop. What about the people who smashed my store? You tell me how we should resolve this. Both of them knew that Wang Yusheng's attitude was clear, do not approach him. If it came down to it 500 people could rush in and the fight would be over in an instant. But when those 500 people rush in, this madman could take his gun and shoot them all down. Only staying alive is what matters, everything else is just fleeting. Hey. Little brother, today let me act as a mediator, can you give me a favor? Your favor? How much is it worth? What I want is your attitude. If you don't give it, well, just wear each other down here. Little brother, if you continue like this it will become stiff. Listen to me, shake hands with team leader Du. I can guarantee you that no one will come looking for trouble at your shop in the future. Do you believe me? Hee. Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. Before asking others for face, shouldn't you first try your own strength? What does little brother want big brother to demonstrate? It's simple, give the order to your soldiers to take out those who smashed my house or personally deal with those lying on the ground outside. Big brother, you choose one. Today here both sides must make a choice, otherwise later on anyone and everyone could come here and cause a ruckus. What do you think this is? This. Fang Juanrong looked at Du Dachang on the ground and then at the sulking Wang Yusheng. He sighed. How could such a reckless youth exist in the business world of the capital? Team leader Du, how do you think we should resolve this now? At that time when you acted we already said that when you entered the city to check and seize you must follow the names I provided. Since there are names, why check little brother Wang's store? The state has its laws and families have their rules. Team leader, do you make the decision yourself? This. Du Dachang also began to feel troubled. Team leader, you don't need to feel troubled. The chief of staff slightly nodded to the two soldiers. The two soldiers rushed out directly. After a short while several gunshots were heard. Du Dachang had a constipated expression. After a while he said, this little brother, the people outside have already executed those who came over. Can you let me go now? Hee, are you sure that once I let you go you won't retaliate against me? Fang Juanrong jumped out again. Little brother, I can guarantee that team leader Du will not trouble you again in the future. Hee. Since big brother has said so I will tentatively believe it, but if there is a next time. No need for little brother to say, I will bind myself and come to apologize to you. Fine, you have your face, but if there is a next time I won't be so easy to talk to. Team leader Du, please. Du Dachang stood up, his body swaying slightly. The chief of staff ran over directly and supported him. Little brother, this time it was my fault. When I have time I will properly host a table to formally apologize to you. I have business today, so let's part ways here. Let's go. After Du Dachang left, a group of guards surrounded him. Team leader, do you want to? Shut up, now is not the time. Since someone has come forward openly we cannot act overtly. Understood. When getting into the car, Du Dachang turned around and glanced at the recruiting sign of the department store. Kid, let you be proud for a few more days, you'll make sure you lose everything when the time comes. He waved his hand as he got into the car and the troops drove off. Little brother, I hope you can come tomorrow. Big brother, let's wait a couple of days. There's this incident I need to sort out first before I can go. Hey. Fine, it's a rare commercial gathering. If little brother really misses it, it would be a great pity. Fang Juanrong clasped his hands and turned to leave the shop. Manager Lu, store the gold, repair the damaged areas, and do not close the store. During repairs everything is at a 20% discount. A clerk came over. You took a slap for our shop. We can't let them hit you for nothing. I got you a large yellow croaker. You may continue with your duties. Thank you, young master. Who is Wang Yusheng? If you strip away all his disguises, what you will see is just a petty man, a small-minded person. During the day his shop was smashed, 500 large yellow fish lost, and a few soldiers executed just like that. What good can come from this? An eye for an eye, that is the true nature of Wang Yusheng. In the past, whenever he had a slight disagreement with his manager at work, this manager would use his power to torment him. On one occasion during a night shift, he avoided the cameras and went directly to the manager's room, knocking him unconscious with a brick on the bed, not even sparing his newly acquired girlfriend. Wang Yusheng could only say it was quite enjoyable. After that first encounter while the manager was in the restroom, he struck again. From that day on, the manager never troubled him again. Sometimes if this person hits him once, he might not remember, but try hitting him twice. Young master, aren't you going to the Chamber of Commerce's invitation? Why would I go, Kaibo? Those people dressed like leeches, I can't be bothered to associate with them. I didn't expect you to have such a character, haha. After Kaibo finished laughing, he started discussing serious matters. Young master, what you instructed is already in progress. This time the food procurement has been divided into 2 batches, but... Young master, is there something I shouldn't say? Go ahead, Kaibo. Your meticulous efforts to cater to them, what is it for? You are not someone who covets fame and fortune. You haven't bet on both sides and you're so sure they will win. Kaibo, sometimes I also wish to let you see, but unfortunately they are too powerful. You should stay with me, otherwise at that time not only will we lose this much, but the Wang family is likely to be in trouble. I won't. Haha. Kaibo, just kidding. Young master, if you don't go it will offend them. After all, they occupy half of the housekeeper's role, right? If they really want to pick a fight, it's fine, whatever they throw at us, we can just deal with the ones behind the scenes. Then you will have too many enemies. Haha. Others are always trying to gather more friends, but they don't realize whether those are real friends. They might be smiling at you in front while plotting against you behind your back. I don't understand these things, I just know to serve young master well. Kaibo, life will get better in the future, don't worry. Then, I shall take my leave. Kaibo is quite conservative, trying to get a traditional man to follow strict rules is just too much. At that moment a little maid peeked in. Sierra, what brings you here? Hee. Young master, Grandma Gu wants to see you. Aunt Gu. Haha. Okay. It's rare for Aunt Gu to be in such a good mood today, even taking a walk in the garden. Aunt Gu. Yu Gear is here, come over quickly. Wang Yusheng jogged over. If there were 2 people he was closest to in the Wang residence, one was Kaibo and the other was definitely Aunt Gu. This head maid raised him, but it's all due to his father who never gave her a status. To this day Aunt Gu is still cautious and doesn't wander around fearing what people might say. Aunt Gu, October is almost here, to wear an extra layer of clothing as it's getting colder. Alright, Yu Gear has really grown up. Aunt Gu, I'm married now, of course I've grown up. But what about children? You can't keep playing like this. Only when you have children can you settle down. Okay, it seems today's theme is to urge for children. It seems my father is also pushing for this. Scratching his head, Aunt Gu, given the current tumultuous situation, having a child might invite trouble. What if something unexpected happens? Oh dear. Hurry, spit that out, don't say such things. Okay. Spit those words don't count. Aunt Gu patted her chest. Look at you, you still say you've grown up. Where have you grown up? You are still a child in my eyes. Children are good, children know how to care for others. Aunt Gu gently touched Wang Yusheng's face. Seeing Aunt Gu like this, he sighed inwardly. His father is good in every way, loves everything in the world except for one thing, he doesn't fancy other women, only his first wife. After all these years he has only this one son and there are no concubines. Aunt Gu, being a servant girl, is someone who can't even marry out. Even if many marry, they are often attracted to such people's dowries. Those like her are even less welcomed than the girls from brothels. How pitiful. Aunt Gu is also skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and her needlework is beyond reproach. Otherwise she wouldn't have accompanied his mother with her dowry. I'm still a child here, don't make me give birth to another child. Then I must talk to your wife. You are a child, but she is not. Hey. Aunt Gu, that's not how it works. Having a child isn't something that can be rushed. Don't worry, when the time comes we will prepare for it. Sierra, go get a cloak for your grandma Gu, it's getting windy now. Wang Yusheng changed the topic, otherwise Aunt Gu could chat endlessly. Sierra quickly brought a cloak over and Wang Yusheng took it and draped it over Aunt Gu. Aunt Gu, you must take good care of your health. In the future I'll have a lot of sons and daughters and I can't rest easy without you watching over me. Alright, I will take care of you. Aunt Gu's eyes were filled with affection as she looked at Wang Yusheng. They accompanied Aunt Gu until noon and then had lunch together. Aunt Gu's meals are simple and rarely include meat, but Wang Yusheng insisted on adding sea fish and shrimp. If she wasn't used to sea fish, shrimp had to be there every day. Beef also couldn't be lacking and fresh milk had to be delivered daily along with at least 1 egg a day. These items are not lacking from the Wang family estate outside the city. With Wang Yusheng's organization, farming and breeding have already surpassed the current society by a large margin. Even professional veterinarians are starting to be trained gradually. After lunch, Wang Yusheng didn't disturb Aunt Gu anymore, letting her go out for a walk, especially to check the store and stroll around the streets. She couldn't just stay cooped up in the residence. I need to mention this to my father. Aunt Gu feels like she has no status in the Wang family, so she never wanders around or speaks out. Sighing, Wang Yusheng called for Kaibo. Young master, what's the matter? You called for me. Kaibo, send a telegram to my father, just say that he must give Aunt Gu an explanation. He can run around, but he can't keep dragging Aunt Gu along. And also talk to my mother about this. The old man's fields should have had a good harvest this year. Let him send some grain back home so we won't have to buy so much. However, we still need to make some purchases. Ask if my father needs anything. That's all. Alright, young master, I'll go now. To be honest, Miss Gu is indeed too strict with her rules. Even I as an old man sometimes find it a headache. I can't say anything to her. With you stepping in, there shouldn't be any problem. Hurry up, the sooner it's resolved the better. The International Hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down and let's welcome Mr. Fang Juanrong, the president of the Beijing Chamber of Commerce. Applause erupted. All those who received the invitation had arrived. No one dared to skip out. They did not have Wang Yusheng's temperament. They feared being slapped with a notice of confiscation which would ruin their families, leaving them with no place to cry. Those in the know were aware of what happened yesterday. The young master of the Wang family had directly captured the brigade commander, forcing him to pay 501 pieces of big yellow fish, and had all the soldiers who vandalized his shop executed. What a ruthless person. Everyone was hoping to chat and build connections today. The news of Wang Yusheng had only circulated in small circles recently, as someone had suppressed it. If everyone resisted like this, would they still hold power in the capital? They avoided trouble with the Wang family because someone had given a warning, none other than the eldest young master of the Yuan family, who was the father-in-law of Wang Yusheng. This person could directly connect with significant figures in South City. If things went poorly, a single phone call could lead to misfortune for them. This group of merchants lacked both background and connections, leaving them with no choice but to obey. However, upon arrival they found that young Master Wang had not shown up at all. This caused at least half of the attendees to lose interest. At this moment, Fang Juanrong was no longer the amiable figure he had been in front of Wang Yusheng. He had a serious expression as he entered the hall. He scanned the room and realized that his subordinates had already informed him of Wang Yusheng's absence. He had learned of it yesterday. But that kid was a madman, and there were people behind him that he could not provoke. With the Yuan family backing him up, even if he currently had no connections, they were still untouchable. There was nothing much to say. Fang Juanrong first analyzed the current situation and then assessed future developments, summarizing with one phrase: follow me and I can lead everyone to prosperity. The subsequent discussion revolved around industry standards and pricing. Prices could not be set too low, as this would disrupt the market, nor too high, as that would also disrupt the market. Fang Juanrong provided a price range and categorized it into 3 quality levels: high, medium, and low. After discussing the prices, he had to address taxation. Upon hearing about taxes, the faces of the attendees turned sour. They had just gone through a tumultuous period, and they had not made a single penny yet. How could he expect them to pull out a large sum of money? This was impossible, and someone immediately took the lead in complaining. Regardless of how they complained, Fang Juanrong remained cheerful, though someone beside him was already recording their grievances. Those who could not see the situation clearly would naturally face consequences. Fang Juanrong was merely gathering people together to convey the higher-ups' decisions. The actual executors were not him but the few who controlled the economy from above. Regardless of how poor the atmosphere was, meals still had to be eaten. After the meal most people felt as if they were chewing wax. Meanwhile Xuanhuan was amiably toasting to others. After the banquet everyone returned home. Are we taking action, my lord? No. Just make arrangements for tomorrow morning. Not everyone is an impulsive fool like Wang Yusheng. Thankfully he didn't come, otherwise things would surely have been chaotic. Yes, my lord, I will arrange it now. Right, go. By the way, let Lure come over. My body doesn't feel right without a proper massage. Understood, my lord, I will go now. Soon a delicate girl with a slender figure walked in. She blinked her leaf-like eyes and sweetly greeted, my lord. Several merchants, after dismissing their workers, did not return home directly but gathered in one place to discuss the current situation. They could only band together for warmth as they feared being bullied by others. As for who would provide warmth, everyone thought of one person, Wang Yusheng, the eldest young master of the Wang family and son-in-law of the Yuan family. He dared to capture a brigade commander with a gun single-handedly and was said to have directly killed several people. In the end, not only did he demand 501 pieces of big yellow fish, but he also executed those individuals himself. So their leader had already been identified. However, whether Wang Yusheng would agree to it was another matter. They believed he would ultimately agree. With that, everyone hurried home to prepare gifts and scheduled a meeting for the afternoon. The doors of the xuanhuan department store were partially closed with 3 doors open, and everything downstairs was at a 20% discount, which was quite rare. Every little bit counts. Only those who do not know how to manage their finances would be extravagant. Although the counters were under maintenance, they could not stop the crowd from surging. Wang Yusheng was in the office where a seemingly aloof yet fiery enchantress was clinging to him. Man, what about the steel factory you promised? Is there a stable place? Of course. Okay, I will arrange it in a few days and notify you then. I represent the organization in thanking you. Thank me? It depends on your sincerity. You're annoying. At 4:30 p.m. an attendant knocked on Wang Yusheng's office. Young master, a few people have come outside. They said they have matters to discuss with you. Oh. Please come in. Wang Yusheng recognized the newcomers. There was nothing good about them. These people were big shots from some small factions in the capital. Compared to the military, their small forces were nothing but weaklings. Each of them was a cunning old fox recounting their experiences, then began to praise Wang's bravery and might, hoping to persuade him to charge into battle for them. Gentlemen, please return. Xuanhuan does not need to ally with anyone, nor does it need to advance or retreat alongside anyone. Young Master Wang, I must admit we are looking for a patron. Haha. If you have no other matters, please leave. They wanted to gain benefits without putting anything on the line. If I really did that, I would be the foolish one suffering. Young Master Wang, please think it over. Cooperation brings mutual benefit. Wang Yusheng smiled. Attendants, see them out. Wang Yusheng ignored them. Anyone could speak of righteousness. If Wang Yusheng spoke, he would speak even more eloquently. As the merchants left xuanhuan department store, they were all furious. Each was angry, but what good was their anger? He completely ignored them. Each let out a sigh. The day was about to change. Young Master, the wind has been a bit unstable lately. In the past, our goods entering the city were never checked, but now nearly every shipment is scrutinized as soon as it's mentioned that it belongs to us. Oh. Hee. It seems someone can't sit still any longer. Kai Bo, find out who those people are and where they'll be tonight. Understood, young master. Wang Yusheng noticed Kai Bo hadn't left. Is there anything else, Kai Bo? The young master has received a telegram from the master. Oh, what did my father say? The master said there's no problem with the grain. We've recruited over 2000 people and invested a large amount in machinery. There's so much grain that we have no place to store it, and ships have been prepared to transport it here. What about the rest? Young master, the master didn't mention anything else. Didn't mention? Then send another telegram back. This time directly ask what to do about Aunt Gu. If there's no reply, send one every day. This. Sigh, all right, young master, I'll take care of it right away. Kai Bo, inform me immediately if there's any news. Rest assured, young master. How are those merchants in the capital doing lately? They're doing all right. Prices haven't increased much, probably due to pressure from above. Even though prices haven't risen, the value of money has dropped. Sai 100 fiat currency could buy 2 eggs last year, but now it can only buy a sugar bean. They say prices haven't risen, but it's actually worse than a price increase. I understand, Kai Bo, you should go take a break. Sai, young master, you need to rest as well. Wang Yusheng finished his tasks, put down his pen and stretched his body as he exited the office. It seemed that there were more people than usual in his tea house today. Upon seeing Wang Yusheng come down, they all stood up and cupped their hands in greeting. Wang Yusheng naturally greeted them with a smile. He strolled down the street after leaving the tea house. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the old tea house. Thinking back, he had dealt with those troublemakers, so the old shopkeeper Wang should no longer be threatened. He stepped inside. Oh, young master, you haven't been here for a long time. Old Wang, how have you been? Is business going well? I'm just wandering around with nothing to do and ended up here. I'm a bit thirsty and would like to ask for a cup of tea. Look at you, please come in, please. Business is supported by the neighborhood, and since you are an old customer, I will serve you a good cup of tea. Don't worry, this cup is on me. Oh, then I won't pay. It seems you have good fortune today. Good fortune? Yesterday I met my elder brother and I didn't expect we would meet again. Oh. Who could make old Wang remember so fondly? Well, I am ashamed to say it is my former employer, Lord Qin Air. Oh. Wang Yusheng tapped the table a few times. This person was a true gentleman, he must meet him. Old Wang, I have a favor to ask. Oh. You speak so generously, please go ahead. Old Wang came closer. I would like to meet Lord Qin Air. I have heard of him before but never had the chance to meet. I have long heard of his great name. Would you be able to send a message? This. Alright, I will ask my boss to relay a message and see if Lord Air is available. Good, I will wait here for a while. Old Wang spoke a few words to his boss, who then ran out. After a couple of cups of tea, a rickshaw with 2 people arrived at the door. The boss helped an elderly man down from the carriage. The old man looked quite spry. Lord Qin Air, this is Wang Yusheng, a young man here to pay his respects. Good, I have heard of you, the young master of the Wang family. I heard you wanted to see me. I have heard of you before but never had the chance. Now I heard you have returned, so I wanted to see you. Haha. We're all getting old. Look, I've accomplished nothing. You must be disappointed. You are mistaken, sir. Although you may have lost your possessions, you have planted seeds for the future. Wang Yusheng helped the old man sit down. As for your claim of disappointment, I have none at all. I feel a bit regretful for being born too late. If I had been born a few decades earlier, I would have definitely gone out to explore with you. Haha. Young man, you are quite good too. I have heard you are very close to the Japanese. I don't see it that way. What I see are the steel mills outside the city, the machinery factories, the bicycle factories, and the textile mills. These are all things you have pried away from the Japanese. At least you have managed to keep the money that hasn't been taken away by them through your own means. I also heard that during the first battle it was your workers who attacked the Japanese military camp. Everyone knows this, but unfortunately they dare not speak of it, nor do they wish to, because if they do it would be credited to your accomplishments, and they do not want to give you that recognition. Haha. You see through it all. We have also heard about your recent confrontation with the military. If it weren't for you, these several streets would have suffered. Many people want to thank you, and as an old man I also thank you. Old man, you flatter me. When you have time, come visit me. I still have a long way to go compared to you, and I want to learn more from you. Haha. I'm getting old, my health isn't what it used to be. But don't worry, I will come. As they chatted, it soon became dinner time. They wanted to invite the old man to dinner, but it turned out the old man's family had come to find him and they could only reschedule for another day. Watching the departing Lord Qin Air sigh, though in twilight, his wisdom and experience are undeniable. Wang Yusheng gave old Wang a silver dollar. It would be too much to give him fiat currency. Let's skip that. The two systems were lively. In mid-August 1945, the total of 24917 billion fiat currency was issued, but by September it rose to 46618 billion. In 1 month the increased issuance was 21701 billion. Yet the amount of goods remained the same. The massive outflow of currency would inevitably lead to consequences. But the end result is that it is still the common people who suffer. Currently the common currencies include fiat currency, silver dollars, and U.S. dollars, or large and small yellow fish. If the currency cannot be guaranteed, it is inevitable that it will collapse. Strolling back to the entrance of the trading house, In 2 days the damaged counter had been restored to its original state. With the original blueprints and dimensions it was easy to replicate. A few maidservants were tidying up around the new counter and it would be ready for normal use tomorrow. Young master. Lu manager ran out upon seeing Wang Yusheng at the door. Let's clean up today. Tomorrow we will have an 80 discount for 1 more day and the day after we will return to the original price. Understood, young master. Young master, the accounts have been sorted out. Would you like to review them now or tomorrow? Tomorrow, please give them to me in the afternoon. I'm a bit tired from walking all afternoon. As Wang Yusheng spoke, he entered the shop, glanced at the new counter and nodded. He passed through the shop and went straight to the backyard. His little wife had already returned. She seemed to be in a good mood and could attend class normally these days. Mister. You're back. Hey. Wife, we've changed the tune today. Wang Yusheng lifted his little wife up. It's almost dinner time, put me down quickly. His little wife looked at Wang Yusheng with a blushing face. I won't let go, hee. My dear, the official is hungry. Husband, are you going to send me off? Of course, get in the car quickly, it's 8 o'clock. The young wife hopped into the car and Wang Yusheng drove out of the courtyard. Last night during dinner, Uncle Kai mentioned that his car had also been checked by the people at the city gate. Very good indeed. This prompted Wang Yusheng to plan to send his wife to school early today. He also intended to retrieve the machinery that Tian Dan requested. Upon arriving at Zizamen, he was indeed stopped. Get out for a check. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Dare to check my car? Wang Yusheng pushed the car door open and got out. I don't care who you are, our confidential bureau checks cars regardless of who you are. Haha. The confidential bureau? That's quite something, a confidential bureau dares to stop my car. I don't care who you are. Wang Yusheng strode over and slapped him hard. You. Not convinced. Come on, draw your gun at me and I'll take you all out. Wang Daxiao, this brother hasn't seen you before, if the check is also an order from above. It's not just you, everyone has to be checked. Who is your superior? Call him. Tell him to meet me at 2 o'clock this afternoon or he can forget about living. Yes, Captain Su. Which Captain Su? Su Jinj, Captain Su. Oh, this kid is still alive. Fine, I got it, get lost. Repeat what I said to him tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, remember that. Otherwise I'll tear down your confidential bureau. With a slap, Wang Yusheng struck again. The 2 men covering their faces could only watch resentfully as they cleared the way for Wang Yusheng's car. According to the original plot, Su Jinj was rescued after being injured. It was uncertain whether he was dead or alive. Later he would have Tian Dan investigate to see if he was one of their own. If not, there would be no need to keep him alive. After being sent to school by his young wife, he drove to the mountains, found a spot and unloaded the equipment from the steel factory. These all required assembly. Once everything was transported back, Wang Yusheng would allow a few technicians from the factory to take a few days off. After finishing all this, he drove back to Beijing. When passing by Zizamen, he stopped again, got out and slapped the person who had previously blocked him twice. In the afternoon, Wang Yusheng was drinking tea at a tea house. He received confirmation from Tian Dan that Su Jinj was not one of their own. Not being one of their own was a relief. Just as he was enjoying his tea, a car pulled up outside and a man got out. Wasn't it Su Jinj whom he was waiting for? The calm Su Jinj walked in, frowning slightly at the smiling Wang Yusheng. Hee. Mister. Su, long time no see. Hello, xuanhuan. Regardless, one must not forget etiquette. Hee. You know how it is. Mister. Su, it seems my previous grand gift didn't please you. I've decided to send you another grand gift today. Let's not beat around the bush. I've heard that you specifically target the Wang family. Speak up. If you can justify it, you may live. If not, you won't see tomorrow's sunrise. You dare to kill me? I'm the leader of the action team in the confidential bureau. I already have plenty of evidence against you and I've stored it all in one place. If anything happens to me, that evidence will be taken and you will surely be the prime suspect. Su Jing's eyes narrowed. Ha! A joke. People do things. Whoever takes over this matter, I will let whoever die. I don't want to waste words with you. Why do you insist on opposing me? My patience is limited. My beliefs do not allow me to bow to you. If you have the ability, go ask the bureau chief. Fine, very good. Are those people outside yours? Tisk, what a pity. Let me give you some interest, you can leave first. Wang Yusheng tapped his fingers on the table. Su Jinj glanced at Wang Yusheng, said nothing and turned to leave. Fearing losses for his own people, he waved his hand and everyone came out saying, retreat. They got in the car and left. Su Jinj knew how terrifying Wang Yusheng could be when he went mad. Just thinking about the room full of enemies could keep him awake at night. It wasn't just 1 or 10, it was over 100. If he could be so ruthless against enemies killing his own. Su Jinj didn't dare to imagine it and urged the driver to go faster. He was unaware that the group of people emerging from their hiding places had already been locked on by drones. As everyone passed through an alley, the drones swooped down and suddenly launched an attack. Instead of aiming for a lethal shot, they opted to aim slightly to the right of the chest. These people would certainly not die. However, they would suffer consequences later. As for Su Jinj, Wang Yusheng thought about directly eliminating him, but Tiandong investigation had not yielded any information yet. Young master, a telegram from the master. Oh, another telegram? What does the old man have to say? Has there been a reply regarding Aunt Gu? Young master, the master's letter says he has found 5800 tons of ocean-going cargo ships which have already begun loading. The journey will take about a month, and when the ship is close to port, someone will send a telegram. The quantity is still acceptable. What else did the master say? Well, young master, the master didn't say anything else, Uncle Kai said awkwardly. What is this old man trying to do? Then keep urging him, don't think you can pretend not to see. Uncle Kai lowered his head and left. Arriving at the Eastern Cross courtyard, he entered the telegram office and had someone send Wang Yusheng's words to the Americans. The Wang family is large and prosperous, so to ensure quick information transmission, they naturally have their own telegram machine. The Wang family had this device long ago, demonstrating the old man's sensitivity to information. The telegram was sent out amidst Uncle Kai's sighs. It wasn't sent just once, it would be sent 10 times in a row. There is a possibility of not receiving it, and it might encounter some weather issues, so sending it multiple times ensures that at least one will be received. At this point, Su Jinj arrived at the headquarters of the Confidential Bureau in Beijing. Just as he got out of the car, he staggered, a sharp pain shot through his right chest and he soon fainted. Inside the building, cries echoed, and soon they reached Su Jinj's side. After a brief examination, they confirmed it was a gunshot wound inflicted by a sniper from a distance, otherwise how could there be no sound of gunfire? Searching now would probably yield nothing. Wang Yusheng watched the footage coming in from the store, the corner of his mouth curling up. At this moment, Du Shenyang began to take the stage. The cast was now quite complete. One cannot sing opera solo, there must be accompaniment, right? Who is responsible for this? Investigate it for me. Over 20 dead and another 20 seriously injured, all right, at our doorstep in broad daylight. Is it that you lot are too incompetent, or that our enemies are too audacious? Director Lu Haoran of the capital's secret bureau looked at the group of subordinates before him, the table echoing with the sound of his slaps. The number of competitors for the secret bureau was already scarce, and now there were over 20 fewer, with another 20 lying in hospitals. Half of our combat strength is gone, and anyone faced with this situation would likely not be in a good mood. After a solid bout of scolding, his rage had somewhat subsided. He waved his hand, dismissing them all. His forehead throbbed with pain and he rubbed it with his hand. While the subordinates of others were competent, his own group was utterly useless. Su Jinj was currently seriously injured in the hospital and couldn't be of any use for a while. The action team here could not do without a leader. As for Su Jinj, he was now in critical condition. Thinking of this, Director Lu stepped out of his office. Tai Secretary, bring me the captain of the second action team. Yes, Director. A refined young man stood up from the corner of the office. Soon the captain of the second action team arrived. Xuanhuan, I remember you joined the team in 38, right? Yes, Director, you remember correctly, it was you who approved my joining the team back then. Yes, time has flown by so quickly. Back then we were in hiding and now we are in the open. How fast time flies. You've heard about Captain Su, right? Report to the Director, I have heard. Captain Su is exceptionally capable, and it's truly regrettable given the current situation. Indeed regrettable, truly regrettable. However, regardless of how regrettable, someone must take on the captain's duties. Therefore I have decided to appoint you as the acting captain. However, you are currently an acting captain. To remove the acting title, it depends on your performance. Report to the director, I Wang Yusheng am willing to sacrifice my life and blood for the ideals of psychology and the cause of the party and the nation, even if it means being shattered and crushed. Your slogans are loud, but they mean nothing to me. What I want is your action. Yes, please observe my performance in the future, director. Wang Yusheng stood at attention. You may leave now, your appointment will be issued shortly. Thank you, director. Wang Yusheng exited the director's office, letting out a long breath. He glanced at the person who had called him earlier. Tai Lin, let's grab a drink tonight. Sure, brother Wang, as you wish. Haha. See you tonight. Wang Yusheng stepped out of the office filled with vigor. Although he was just the acting captain, he was still a captain nonetheless. From now on, the action team would be under his command. Not long after, the secretariat received orders to promote Wang Yusheng to the position of acting captain of the action team. The secretariat immediately issued the notification. The action team was stirred up. Although Wang Yusheng was currently the acting captain, he still held significant power over the other team members. The family rule of the secret bureau was very harsh. If you were deemed disrespectful to your superiors, you could be dealt with swiftly. It was that direct, with no need for excuses. The day's work ended quickly. Wang Yusheng sent a message to Tai Lin about where to gather at what time. Tai Lin checked the time and decided he could head home early. Just married to Jining, it was perfect timing. On the way home, he bought some prepared food. In the past, Tai Lin would lower his head when seeing people, but it was different now. The secret bureau was gaining prominence, and he was one of the secretaries to the director, which naturally elevated his status. Jining, I'll have dinner with Captain Wan tonight and will come home later. Tai Lin said to his wife as he got home. Drinking again? How late will you be? Why not tell Uncle Sue and have someone come to pick you up? And if you're drinking, just drink and don't waste money. No need, I don't even know how late it will be. How can I arrange for a pickup? I'll just come back directly, however. You need to come inside with me for a moment. Hey, I'm cooking. To ease your worries, I'll leave some provisions for you. Now you can rest assured, right? 20 minutes later, Tai Lin was kicked out of the house, followed by a reminder to come back early, highlighting the toughness of a Beijing girl. Meanwhile, at the southern residence, a group of diplomats were hosting several Japanese officials from Insect Island. It was only after clarifying the reason that they learned that a few months ago someone had collaborated with their representative Matsui Mamoto to establish an industry ordering many advanced machines from Insect Island. Before the surrender, all the machinery had been delivered. However, soldiers are soldiers and businessmen are businessmen. Although the military had surrendered, the contracts still had to be honored. Those machines amounted to tens of millions of US dollars. These machines were nothing compared to the experimental lab equipment, which alone cost over 10 million. Why would they invest so much? It was all because they were lured by the grand vision painted by Wang Yusheng. Moreover, the Japanese never expected to lose. While they were engaged in fierce battles at the front, Shi Huang's home chose to surrender. Who would they turn to? Upon hearing the diplomats' accounts, tens of millions in US dollars, everyone's eyes lit up. No matter how they searched, the goods were already in the country. Did the Japanese want it? That was just wishful thinking. They could either bring the involved parties over. What? The involved party, Matsui Mamoto, is dead? Well, that's easy. Since they're all dead, what do you have to say? Send them off. Back at the department, several people didn't report this matter and began to compete. As for the outcome, of course whoever holds the higher rank has the say. Naturally, it was the diplomatic leader who spoke. This belonged to the Japanese, and as it was a product of defeat, it should be confiscated for national ownership. Although the leader's approach was unseemly, some minor benefits were still distributed. With the obstacles removed, he directly picked up the phone and made the calls. First to the secret bureau, then to the communications bureau, and finally to the black police, notifying them all at once. They were instructed to keep a close watch on the Capital Iron and Steel Park and prepare to take over the work. Although they didn't report it, they didn't inform their superior director Song either. When the three departments heard this, they all knew the place, but no one dared to make a move. Anyone who wanted to act alone would find themselves with a gun pointed at their head, losing all the gold bars they had scavenged. As of now, there has been no progress in the entire outer city. Furthermore, with the business association already taking shape, any further action would require consulting the association's opinion. But with so much money sitting there, and according to relevant persons, it could be said that it was making a fortune daily. Particularly the production of three-wheeled human-powered vehicles, which were in extremely high demand. The orders were already lined up for next year. The entire industrial base could almost complete all parts and components independently. One truckload of ore goes in and batches of finished products come out. This is the power of the industrial zone. However, no one dared to act recklessly if the factories within the entire industrial zone now had nearly 300,000 workers. If the numbers were reduced, it would not be enough for others to take advantage of. If there were more people, unless troops were mobilized, they looked on with envy, yet no one dared to act. Now they were just waiting for a reckless fool. First scout, then formulate a detailed plan, deploy personnel according to the plan, and finally prepare for retreat. This is the basic procedure for combat personnel. Ha! Ah! Wang Yusheng yawned, looking at Tian Dan, who was slightly annoyed by his yawn with her beautiful big eyes. Comrade Wang, I am teaching you, please be serious. Ahem. That Tian Dan. Please call me Teacher Tian now. Alright, Teacher Tian, I feel I don't need this. Regardless of whether you need it or not, my orders from above are to teach you and turn you into a real intelligence operative. Sigh, how troublesome. Wang Yusheng rubbed his forehead. The espionage he imagined was completely different from his own situation. Their espionage was thrilling and exciting, while his was always about charging straight in. Seeing that all his men were collected, this was his power. No matter how formidable someone was, they would die once they entered this space. Therefore, in summary, Wang Das-He did not need to learn espionage. It was this Tian Dan who kept pestering him with espionage knowledge. Knock knock. Someone was at the door. Tian Dan walked over and opened it. Young Master Xiao, Elder Qin from the Qin family has arrived and wishes to see you, Manager Lu stated at the door. Oh. Haha. I was wondering why he hadn't come for so long, and just like that he has arrived. Teacher Tian, I have to see someone tomorrow during class. Wang Yusheng said as he dashed out. If it weren't for the fear of hurting this woman, he would have thought he couldn't beat her. Good day, Elder Qin, you're here. Hello, young Master Wang, I am here to disturb you. Fugue, prepare some tea for the elder, the best tea, and also serve some for these gentlemen. Shall we sit here for a while or go to my office? Let's sit here, it's lively. Alright, as you wish. It wasn't that Elder Qin didn't come, but he had been inquiring about this young master of the Wang family recently. To be honest, each of his descendants was far superior to this group. However, with the benevolence of providing affordable food, no one dared to speak ill of young Master Wang. There was a chance that some reckless youth might stab you from behind. Elder Qin sat down and introduced the two people behind him to Wang Yusheng. One was his own son, the other his grandson. They came this time to see the person. Without a doubt, Wang Yusheng cupped his hands to the two of them. Therefore, they couldn't really take the generation gap seriously. If we were to talk about seniority, Wang Yusheng and Elder Qin were like friends across generations, and they would have to call each other uncle and grandfather. The old and young conversed very well, especially since many of their ideas were similar, which was even more valuable. There were also some principles that Elder Qin had spent half a lifetime exploring, which Wang Yusheng could grasp effortlessly. This made Elder Qin feel a bit of regret for not meeting him sooner. They chatted over tea. When the topic turned to the industrial zone, everyone began to feel restless, especially the elder. Wang Yusheng took the elder directly to the car, with the destination being the industrial zone. The entire industrial area now housed nearly 300,000 people, with dozens of surrounding villages that had all improved their living conditions. With about 300,000 people, the daily consumption and needs amounted to a significant sum. All the villages conducted a systematic study with Wang family village in terms of breeding and planting. Having tasted the sweetness, the villagers nearly considered themselves to be part of Wang family village. Wang Yusheng only briefly showed his face at the entrance of the industrial zone, and the car passed directly through. This place now evidently resembled a small town. With over 300,000 workers plus their families and children, it was indeed a large market. Wang Yusheng also operated a branch of the Wansheng department store here. Every factory was in operation, with only a tractor factory moving slowly. It wasn't that Wang Yusheng didn't allow acceleration, but that it was under development. He had dismantled a 4-cylinder diesel engine and a gearbox from a small excavator. If this could be developed, it would definitely be a world-class new engine and gearbox. He directly had his father register the patent in America. Wang Yusheng would be able to live off it for a lifetime. If the Americans dared to ignore it, he would certainly bring any patent over in the future. The engine had been researched extensively and was now in the trial production stage. Once completed, small, medium, and large tractors could be produced smoothly. These machines were merely reverse engineered, very simple and not something that required creating something out of nothing. To facilitate this, a specialized mechanical team of over 10 people was specially sent from the cave. After taking the elder on a tour of the factories, Wang Yusheng asked, "Elder, how do you feel?" "It's wonderful, simply too good. It's a pity I wasn't there when you had this courage. Young Master Wang is indeed a standout among the youth." "Elder, you flatter me. Although I have some courage, I lack vision and experience. In comparison to you, I am far behind in this respect." "Elder, are you interested in helping me manage things here?" "I am interested. However, I am getting old and cannot work anymore. If young Master Wang trusts me, my son can still be of use. You might as well give him a try. If it doesn't work out, you'll take him back." "Alright, anyone you think is suitable should be fine. Let him stay for now, work as a secretary in the business office to understand the development of this industrial zone, and then we can discuss what he wants to do later. Don't forget to thank young Master Wang." Elder Qin's son bowed to Wang Yusheng, saying, "Thank you, young master. Haha, do a good job and don't lose your father's identity. Your son is also quite good. You'll let him follow you, first adapt for a month, and then we'll see which department he wants to join later." "Thank you, young master. Haha. Let's go, we'll take a look ahead. The steel mill is right up ahead, and beyond that is a thermal power plant. Fearing that those people would cut off my electricity, I set up a thermal power plant here myself. Moreover, this would also provide electricity to the surrounding villages." At that moment, a factory gate opened and everyone boarded a tricycle, all freshly off the production line. A small yellow fish costs 30 coins, while a tricycle requires 240 coins, equivalent to 8 small yellow fish. That's not a small sum. Wang Yusheng wanted to offer a lower price, but this was the price and there wasn't much room for reduction. The quality of the human-powered three-wheeled vehicles produced here was comparable to those costing over 300 coins in Haisha. After a round, the elder followed Wang Yusheng while his son and grandson stayed behind to drive the elder home. He advised the elder to take some time to stroll around the tea house. The elder's last words were, "You are different from others." Upon returning to the store, he saw a crowd at the entrance. Looking at their expressions, it was clear as their faces displayed the words, "I am not easy to mess with." "Young Master Wang, we are here." "Oh. Who are you?" "We are from the Secret Bureau's action team. This is our captain, Captain Wang. Young Master Wang, please come with us." A few people rushed out, guns in hand. "Come with you? Where to?" "Once you come, young Master Wang, you will know. I advise you to cooperate with us to avoid any injuries to your delicate skin. You surely wouldn't want to suffer." "Haha. Alright, can I say a few words to my family?" "Sure, but don't make us wait too long." Wang Yusheng entered the store. "Young master, these people are from the military intelligence. They are ruthless killers. If you go with them, Manager Lu, just keep an eye on the store these days. I have never been to the Secret Bureau and I truly want to see it. Listen to the young master, you can rest assured that nothing will happen these days." Wang Yusheng nodded and looked at Uncle Kai. "Uncle Kai, just take care of things here. Don't worry, I will be fine. Don't you trust me?" "I trust you, young master, just don't push it too far, otherwise it won't end well." "Haha. Uncle Kai knows me well. With you here I feel at ease. When the young mistress returns, I'll let her know not to worry. During my absence, everything in the house will remain as usual. Manager Lu, the front store will also continue as usual." Both nodded. Wang Yusheng looked at the beautiful woman, "Manager Tian, while I'm away I don't want any trouble upstairs. You need to keep an eye on things. I'm just going away to have some fun for a few days and will return soon." Wang Yusheng implied that they should mind their own business and not interfere. After saying this, he turned and left the door. "Let's go. You aren't so poor that you lack a car, right? Letting this young master walk would be embarrassing." "Young Master Wang, there's a car coming right now." One person waved to the side and a car drove over. Wang Yusheng got into the car. Jingshi Prison. Located south of Xuanhuan Gate and west of Taoran Pavilion in the capital, north of the outer city's south wall at Yaojiao. A prison from the time of the Japanese invaders. After the Japanese retreated, although it was officially a police prison, behind the scenes it was a prison of the secret bureau. Several cars entered Jingshi Prison. The gates immediately closed. A smiling person approached. "Captain Wan, what brings you here? Are you personally delivering a prisoner?" "Yes, personally delivering him. Jin Hai's identity is a bit special, so make sure he's kept under strict control." Rest assured I will ensure he is kept very secure and no one has escaped from my custody. Wang Yusheng blinked and glanced at Jin Hai in front of him. So this is the prison he's at. He heard it was quite lively here. Hey! I must take a good look around. This person looks a bit familiar. Jin Hai pointed at Wang Yusheng and asked. Wang Yusheng, the young master of the Wang family, the one from xuanhuan. After Wang Linsheng finished speaking, Jin Hai gasped, how did this young master end up here? But judging by Wang Linsheng's demeanor, it seemed that this young master had been captured. Jin Hai felt a headache coming on. Why did they have to capture him? Couldn't they check who they were capturing beforehand? Was this young master really that easy to catch? Didn't they fear that the whole capital would be turned upside down? Jin Hai pulled Wang Linsheng aside and explained the pros and cons, urging him to release the young master before things escalated. Release? What do you mean? I have evidence of him colluding with the Japanese. Do you understand what evidence means? Lock him up quickly. Don't let any trouble arise in the next few days. Jin Hai, you should find someone to keep an eye on him. Understood, Captain Wang. I'll take your orders. Young Master Wang, my name is Jin Hai, the warden of Jingshi Prison. Haha. So you are the famous Jin. I appreciate your care in the coming days. Don't mention it, just call me Xiao Hai. It's my duty to take care of you. Please, this way. Wang Yusheng felt fortunate he was the first person in history to be received so respectfully by the prison warden. As they walked, Jin Hai explained the history and culture of the prison and how many people had been detained here along the way. Upon reaching the innermost part, Jin Hai took the key offered by his subordinate and personally opened the door. However, after looking inside, he immediately ordered people to clean it up. Wang Linsheng nearly felt his teeth ache from this sight. Jin Hai, this is a prisoner. Isn't it just a minor issue? If you present evidence, I will immediately treat him to harsh punishments. Also, once he's in my prison, I call the shots. Fine, you're quite capable. I'll leave him to you. If I come to interrogate him in a few days and he's not here, you know what's in the interrogation room. I will make you experience it one by one. Let's go. Hey! Wang Linsheng, right? Perfect. I'm Wang Yusheng. We both have the character, Sheng, in our names. Let's see who survives until the end. Wang Linsheng looked at the still smiling Wang Yusheng, muttering crazy. He cursed and turned to leave. Hey! Why is this person so hard to provoke? Half an hour later, the floor was wiped clean with water. Even the sunlight was reflected into the cell with several large mirrors. The dimly lit prison immediately became bright. Little young Master Wang, dinner time is approaching. If you want anything, I can send someone to buy it. The food in the prison is barely edible, you shouldn't eat it. No worries, someone should bring food later. Just don't let anyone block it. How could that be? Rest assured I'll make it known and no one would dare to block it. Alright, Jin Hai, you can go about your business. I'll take a nap, I'm a bit tired these days. Okay, please rest. Jin Hai waved his hand and everyone left. The people in the surrounding cells saw Wang Yusheng enter and immediately began to whisper among themselves. They didn't expect the famous young master of the Wang family to end up here. Bang! Bang! Just as Wang Yusheng closed his eyes, someone started knocking loudly nearby. Who the hell knocks again? I'll kill him. Wang Yusheng shouted, his temper flaring. But just after he spoke, there was a moment of silence, then the sound of knocking echoed everywhere. It seemed they were getting into the spirit of it. Perhaps because Wang Yusheng was here, all the prison guards were absent from this section. It was a good opportunity for Wang Yusheng. He grabbed a metal piece and easily unlocked the door. With a baseball bat in hand, he opened the door of the first person who knocked. There were 4 people inside. Who knocked? Upon seeing Wang Yusheng enter, they were all stunned. Not saying huh? Then. 1 leg for each of you. Wang Yusheng said, raising the baseball bat and bringing it down. Crack. Crack. With several sounds, all 4 screamed in agony. However, Wang Yusheng struck again at their throats. Those who could be locked up here were not good people, to say the least. Even if they were good, their hearts would have turned dark in the end. Ignoring the 4 inside, he locked the door as he left. Since these people were knocking, there was no need to leave them behind. Click. He opened another cell and Wang Yusheng walked in warmly. He smashed down wildly, breaking a leg for each. If anyone dared to fight back, he directly broke their other arm. And so he continued to smash. No one dared to make any more trouble. Returning to his own cell, Wang Yusheng lay down on the new blanket feeling pleased. As for the chaos that might ensue outside, it all depended on how the others acted. Young master. Alright, Kai Dai, go back and tell Kai Bo that I'm fine, understood. Look at this floor, it has been cleaned by my brothers, there isn't a speck of dirt on it. And I will tell Steward Kai. Kai Dai wiped her eyes, glanced at Wang Yusheng several times before leaving gracefully. If this were in the past, there would have been a commotion here long ago. But why is it so quiet? The prison guard glanced inside from the door. Seeing everyone lying down, he was puzzled. Had these people turned over a new leaf? Without thinking much, he turned around and exited the area. A convoy of special cars was heading from Nan City to the capital. The security in the carriages was exceptionally strict. A few Japanese men in suits were sitting there. Several diplomatic officials were accompanying them. They were here specifically for the ownership of the industrial zone in the capital. They had investigated some details about the industrial zone, and the owner turned out to be a young man, but this young man was actually the son-in-law of the Yuan family. This prevented those people from making any moves. They simply had Wang Yusheng locked up. In 3 to 5 days, once the industry was completely under the Japanese control, it would be easier for them to act. After all, even though the Yuan family was not as powerful as before, their presence was still formidable. No one dared to make any reckless moves. In fact, if someone were to act, they might even welcome it. Do you know who I am? At dawn, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood at the gate of the capital prison. Aren't you the fourth master? Very few people in the capital would not recognize you. Fourth master, what brings you here? I'm here to see someone. Who? My son-in-law from the Yuan family, Wang Yusheng. Fourth master, there are orders from above. This person is not to be seen by anyone else, only his family can deliver food. We are just the guards, please don't make it difficult for us. The guards at the door were also quite helpless if they couldn't offend anyone inside or outside. Call the warden Jin Hai. I need to speak with him. Sure, please wait a moment. The guard ran inside. After a while, Jin Hai jogged out. In the capital, he knew very well who could be offended and who could not. Those outside, the local ruffians, would respectfully call him Jin Yi when they arrived here. But when Jin Hai stood before the fourth master, he directly said, "Oh, fourth master, Xiao Hai greets you." Enough with the nonsense. I want to see my son-in-law from the Yuan family. Are you letting me see him or not? Let him see. Since fourth master has personally come, what else can I say? Please, I'll show you the way. That's more like it. Outskirts of the capital. What? He was captured? When did this happen? Why are we only hearing about it now? Captain, we were just informed that he was captured, but we were ordered to hold our positions and not act recklessly, just follow orders. Damn it, this is really frustrating. How Pingshuan squatting on a hilltop cursed. Administrative building of the new industrial zone in the capital. Alright, everyone shut up. What are you making noise for? Young master is fine, he has his own plans. Anyone who meddles and disrupts young master's plans will face the consequences. Steward Kai said everything would proceed as usual, each doing their own job. Anyone with ulterior motives should not blame me for being ruthless. Now back to work. Seeing that the manager of the industrial zone was furious, everyone stopped arguing. The heads of various factories also left one after another. Wang Yusheng's capture stirred up a storm, and hidden currents were flowing beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Wang Yusheng was enjoying his time in prison. Having just met with fourth master Yuan, he felt relieved to see Wang Yusheng so carefree. Before he left, Wang Yusheng told him to be careful, someone might try to harm the Yuan family. If he trusted him, he should leave immediately and take his whole family out of the city to find the industrial zone manager Feng Yuanhua. Fourth master Yuan looked at Wang Yusheng for a long time without saying a word before walking away. After fourth master left, Wang Yusheng opened his eyes. Some people have their dignity. When it comes to life and dignity, dignity is above all else. Wang Yusheng took out his communicator, contemplated for a moment, then typed a line of text and sent it out. If the fourth master wishes to be heroic, there's no need for a rescue, just give him a dignified departure. If fourth master Yuan and his family left the city, he would no longer be fourth master Yuan. This was pretty much what Wang Yusheng guessed. Fourth master Yuan returned home and had a nice meal with his family. Then he visited the residences of a few other brothers. Before long, a convoy of horse-drawn carriages started preparations. At 2 a.m., the convoy set out from the Yuan residences one after another. What reassured the convoy was that they would not have to go far before someone would be there to meet them. They would continue until they safely exited the city. Looking at the empty Yuan 4th residence, 4th master took one last sip of wine. Singing a tune, he felt the effects of alcohol take over and he entered the house, collapsing onto the bed, falling asleep. Before dawn, a dozen trucks filled with soldiers rushed towards the various Yuan residences in the city, with 3 trucks carrying over 100 men heading straight for the Yuan 4th residence. Once they entered all the mansions, they found nothing. Only at the 4th residence did they find 4th Master Yuan. They opened their mouths to accuse him of treason, demanding to take him for judgment. Ha ha ha. 4th Master Yuan laughed heartily, fortunate that he had made a quick decision yesterday. If he had said to rest for a day and leave today, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape at all. 4th Master laughed wildly, looking insane. The 4 big soldiers surrounding him could not hold him back. He shook off a few soldiers' grips. He drew a gem-studded dagger from his sleeve. He intended to make a cut on his own neck. With a dozen soft sounds, several people inside the room and some in the yard were struck in the forehead. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door, and with the voice 4 figures dressed in black, revealing only their eyes, jumped down from the roof. 4th Master, this way of dying is not dignified. If you truly wish to leave, hand it over to me. I will give you a dignified exit, ensuring you feel no pain. Or, we can escort you away. Think of your family and your ideals. Aren't you still looking for someone? Aren't you going to look for her? Who are you? What we are doesn't matter. What matters is that you know we are here to save you. Our master has said that only by living can one create value. Hee, only someone from the Wang family could say such a thing. 4th Master, time is running out. If you don't leave now, the brothers will soon be caught in a fight, and that commotion isn't something the brothers would want to see. Dai. Where is she? If you come with us, perhaps you will see her one day. If you go like this, no one will remember you. Alright, I'll go with you. With a swoosh, the dagger was sheathed. The few of them made a gesture and took 4th Master Yuan away. Fortunately, 4th Master was a thin man. If he were a fat man, they truly would have had no way out and would have had to let him leave with dignity. Wang Yusheng glanced at the new message before turning off the communicator. Tisk is the 4th Master also sentimental? If this person weren't his wife's 4th uncle, Wang Yusheng wouldn't bother with him. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Little Wang, your family has brought you food. Oh, let them in. Wang Yusheng got out of bed and saw his tearful wife. He smiled as he exited the prison door. His wife shouldn't enter, it was bad luck. Silly girl, why are you here? Brother Yusheng, I was worried about you. I feared you would suffer. Why haven't you come home? I needed some peace and quiet. There's no place quieter than here. They'll be out in a few days, so don't worry. Just don't come again, okay? Then. They'll call Yuner to come. Okay, let Yuner bring a maid with her, otherwise I'm afraid she'll be scared. Yes, I'll be back, Brother Yusheng. I'll have someone bring you a few more clothes. Your clothes are getting a bit dirty. A little dirt is fine, it proves them in prison. Alright, wife, let's go. Don't worry about me. Look around this entire prison. Do I look like someone who is in trouble? After some coaxing, he managed to send his wife away. He took a baozi and had a bite. Delicious, thanks to Aunt Gus cooking. Wang Yusheng smiled. Aunt Gu must be more worried about him than anyone else, but she would never say it. She would only silently do what she could behind the scenes. While Wang Yusheng enjoyed his breakfast, some others were not particularly comfortable. In a residence of high-ranking officials, a loud crash of porcelain hitting the floor echoed. Angry curses came from inside the room. Useless idiots, they are all nothing but useless. They had sent so many people out, yet none returned. They only found a few empty residences. Not only that, but over 20 were also dead. Who could they complain to? They couldn't just execute everyone, could they? Sir, the train is about to arrive. Do you want to go meet it? No need. I don't want to get involved. Just say I have important matters to attend to. You can watch from a distance and gather some intelligence. Yes, sir. I heard that the Yuan family is hiding in the industrial area. They left the city last night with nearly 100 trucks. Chang Zhen, find a way to sneak in and take a look. Sir, they often check identity cards. Even if someone lost theirs, it would be reported immediately. To forge one, just one glance would reveal it. Bribing those inside is even more impossible. I want results. Yes, I will take care of it right away. The old man sat on the sofa, his eyes growing sharper. He then recalled there was a member of the Yuan family. After considering, he found it feasible. He picked up the phone, jotted down a note, and when the call connected, he instructed, take people to Xuanhuan Universal Department Store. Their young mistress is a remnant of the Yuan family, capture her. Yes, we are heading out now. Bang. He hung up the phone. This relieved some of his frustration. Meanwhile, 3 trucks rolled out from the troops outside the city. Someone discovered that the target of this mission was Xuanhuan Universal Department Store and immediately relayed the information. Before long, Tian Dan received the message. In the backyard, he found Saibua. Saibua pondered for a moment, then called over a worker from the back courtyard and said a few words. The young worker ran out immediately. News that more troops were coming to capture people at the store quickly spread. Before long, everyone in the store was aware. The shop assistants remained calm. After attending to the last customer, manager Lu instructed everyone to prepare. Each person took out a box from behind the counter filled with submachine guns and loaded them with magazines, placing additional magazines into their pockets. They stood ready for action. At this moment, a young assistant arrived at the back, pulled out a communicator identical to Wang Yusheng's from his pocket, turned it on and began to input. Urgently, troops were coming to capture the young mistress. After entering the message, he sent it out and quickly returned to his position. Wang Yusheng watched as the messages came in, a smirk forming on his lips. He stood up and placed a sign saying "Do not disturb" in the corridor of the cell. He had seen arrogance before, but never anything quite this audacious. Wang Yusheng first checked the map, took out the remote control for the corresponding area and clicked a button. A protruding section of a rooftop in that area resembling a pigeon coop had a red light flickering and then flew out. It was a reconnaissance drone. It ascended rapidly and flew towards the location from where the message was sent. Soon it spotted 3 trucks and the people on them. They can't be outside the city, otherwise it would be hard to explain. What if they say it was the guerrillas? Better to bring them into the city and resolve the matter directly. Seeing them enter the city, Wang Yusheng took out a drone controller and clicked a button. It awakened with a slight delay, but not much. 50 drones ascended, shared data with the reconnaissance drone, and immediately locked onto the people in the vehicles. There were 30 people in one vehicle and about 90 in 3 vehicles. 50 drones could easily fire a couple of shots each. Each drone carried 5 rounds, that was more than enough. Watching them pass Zhu Shiko, Wang Yusheng clicked the red button. The attack began. Before everyone could comprehend what was happening, all the occupants of the vehicles had their heads blown off. In the moment of confusion, something shattered the driver's seat and the driver immediately met his end. The first vehicle slammed to a stop and the 2 following it crashed into it. There was no dramatic explosion. He recalled the attack drone's positioning the reconnaissance drone on a nearby rooftop 3 stories high to conserve its battery. Wang Yusheng lay back on his bed. Hee. Let the chaos ensue, the louder the better. He was already in prison, so if these people were killed, it had nothing to do with him. News that 3 trucks of soldiers had been annihilated by an unknown force quickly spread. Both large and small factions received the news in succession. The smaller factions felt these people were overestimating themselves, trying to capture someone like little Wang and then wanting to capture his wife. Was the Wang family so easy to subdue? The major powers swallowed hard at this. When did the Wang family acquire such power? They had always kept a low profile. Every family had a group of people they supported. This was an unspoken secret. But if it was indeed the Wang family, it meant they had been hiding their strength all along. Someone quickly thought of a possibility. If the Wang family had such strength, why did little Wang end up in prison? Why? It was so that after something happened, little Wang wouldn't be implicated. How clever, truly clever. If they had the same foundation as the Wang family, they would do the same. Those who can mix in such powerful circles, who is a fool? You can't seriously think that being in prison means not knowing what's happening outside. Or manipulating people to eliminate those who attempted to capture his wife. Many people praised Wang Yusheng for being clever. Meanwhile, after the residents that issued the orders heard about the incident, the sound of smashing cups echoed. At the moment when things went awry here, a train coming from Haishu directly arrived at Jincheng Station. A dozen officials were waiting to greet the individuals disembarking from the train. Though it was said to be a secret operation, there is no such thing as a completely covert action. Within 10 minutes of the group disembarking, Wang Yusheng in prison received the news. Wang Yusheng immediately connected the dots. In the past he had the Yuan family backing him, but now that the Yuan family was gone, the little devils had arrived. After reflecting on his previous plans, he felt there was nothing amiss. The contract he signed with Matsui had no relation to them. Even if it did, they should be looking for Matsui, not him. If they wanted to take what was his, that simply wouldn't do. Wang Yusheng thought of a brilliant idea to summon the most eloquent journalists to the station and ask why the little devils were still active in Jinqing at this time. If the accompanying individuals dared to reveal that their purpose was to assist the little devils in reclaiming property, they would likely be cursed to death along with their superiors. This move was executed so wonderfully. At that moment the man's attendant Chang'an rushed back in saying, "Master, are you alright? I heard the people we sent out all died halfway. Have you found out who did this? Should I send someone to investigate now? Is there even a need to investigate? It's obvious that it was done by the Wang family. Master, what is our next plan?" "Of course. We wait and see how things develop. Master is wise. Are you going to the master's side?" Chang Zhen subtly inquired, clearly referring to the Wanhua hotel, the place arranged after the little devils arrived. "No, if anyone asks me, just say I am busy with official matters and eliminate the person who received the order today. That individual will commit suicide out of fear of guilt, claiming that those people acted on his instructions to enter the city and as a result they all died. It's very reasonable, isn't it? It has nothing to do with me." "Understood, Master. I will take care of it. As for the Yuan family's matters, we will discuss the Yuan family's issues after those people leave. Do not complicate things." Let out a bit of news that the industrial zone is supported by the Yuan family. They will surely find out, and by then they will probably act even faster. The old man said ominously. "Yes, Master." After the old man had nothing more to say, Chang Zhen directly exited. After the little devils arrived at the station and settled into the hotel, they were eager to get started. They clamored for the higher-ups to solve their problems. A group of them thought that coming to Jinqing without a break was unacceptable, yet before they even sat down the little devils were already in a frenzy. It wasn't for any particular reason, they were simply too anxious. The nation's economy was directly monitored by the Americans and all factories were under American supervision. If it weren't for the fact that there was still an industrial zone here which was established under the guise of investment rather than military identity, the upper echelons who were aware of this matter were overjoyed. Even if Matsui had died, the Matsui family still received a significant reward. Although the industrial zone was small, it was almost entirely the little devil's own industry. According to wartime regulations, a soldier's assets could be confiscated, but a merchant's assets must be returned. For this reason, several little devils rushed over to find the national government. Perhaps they did not know that the national government was even more greedy. Once the little devils acquired the operational rights of the industrial zone, they would be branded as war criminals or spies. Isn't it just framing? Just stuff some confidential documents into their bags and they won't be able to explain themselves even if they have a mouth. Do they really think the little devils are still the same as before? Bang! Baka! A few little devils were rejected, claiming that after their long journey they needed to rest for 2 days. The enraged little devils smashed the table. As for waiting, they could only wait. Without them they could do nothing. Meanwhile, Wang Yusheng lay on the bed. His spiritual form entered the space and he began the activity of opening blind boxes. Though the spiritual form could enter a sealed container, it felt rather uninspiring. Only boxes that were personally opened could evoke excitement. Oh ho ho! Wang Yusheng was delighted. What did he uncover? A customized night XV with a customized high roof where the glass no longer had a seam. It was even more magnificent. Wang Yusheng adored it. He examined it closely. Everything was complete. He saw that the shipping address was in the Middle East. It was definitely customized by some wealthy tycoon. Then this would belong to Wang Yusheng in the future. Looking inside the car, all the seats were soft leather, definitely a cut above the vehicles currently available on the market by 1 or 2 eras. Taking this little surprise out and placing it on a nearby empty space, he continued to open more. There were still some items that were not in containers. Not everything could fit into a container. There was a small area designated for such goods. After tearing off the thick seal, the true appearance was revealed. It turned out to be a tin can production line. After checking, it seemed acceptable. There were not many labels, likely produced by a small factory. For some places with CNC, they could just lock them in a box to prevent anyone from seeing them, and the labels on other areas could be removed. That would suffice. Well, isn't this great? Doesn't this mean there is a food factory? Hey! After looking at the packaging for this canned goods production line, he examined the surrounding packages. Alright, they should all be goods produced by the same machinery factory. It wouldn't be good if they were all canning lines. Just tear it apart. It was a matter of a single thought. After the seals were removed, a series of machines appeared arranged in designated areas. Each area contained a different type of machine. Tisk Wang Yusheng truly felt he was about to prosper. There was even a production line for instant noodles along with a packaging line. However, there was one issue. What about the packaging bags? Currently, there were no plastic bags, and paper bags could only substitute for a few days, but they couldn't be stored long term. That could be solved later. Who knows, perhaps a packaging bag machine might be opened next. The next one was a biscuit production line and packaging machine. This is good. Directly packaging with metal boxes would be just fine. Absolutely wonderful. The last large area of machines took a while to identify. They were sugar-making machines. This made Wang Yusheng even more excited. With this sugar-making machine. This one machine could replace the total output of a dozen sugar-making machines currently running. Otherwise, how could it be called advanced? From now on, he would never lack sugar. He was very happy today. At 5 p.m., it was Yunar and Cui who came to deliver meals, and Cui cried upon seeing Wang Yusheng. It took quite a bit of comforting before she stopped crying. In a few days he would be released. This would force those who wanted to act against the Wang family to reveal themselves, and he could take them down all at once, providing some peace of mind. Every day hiding like a small person to guard against them, wasn't he exhausting himself? Since they came to catch him, he must play along. How many have been forced out in just a few days? Who knows how many more are lurking behind the scenes? For now, there is no rush. Just comfort them and let them leave. Crying and sobbing, Wang Yusheng also felt annoyed. Extra. Read all about it. High-ranking officials of the national government are plotting at the International Hotel to seize the private property of the Wang family. Extra. Latest news: high-ranking officials of the national government are conspiring at the International Hotel to invade the Wang family's private assets. This morning the streets were filled with newsboys waving their freshly delivered newspapers and shouting. One newspaper costs $1 silver. Some people find it expensive, while others certainly do not care. You could also buy a paper from the tea shops along the street to have the storyteller read it live. This is considered the latest scandal. How could they conspire with the Japanese to undermine private businesses? Originally, the Japanese and several diplomats were planning to go directly to the industrial zone, but the streets were crowded with people. The cries of condemnation were relentless. This could lead to a serious blemish on their records. The careers of several individuals would surely be ruined. Moreover, once this matter leaks out, it will definitely leak out. Their affairs have been exposed. Or rather, they are already exposed. It was originally a minor matter. They had come to take over the industrial zone with a contract. Finally, the diplomats would bribe them with some national intelligence, directly labeling them as spies. This asset could be directly taken into their hands. A place that profits 1,000 small yellow fish a month is rare. This is still due to the benevolence of the industrial zone management team, as the workers' wages are very low but the benefits are exceptionally high. If they pay normal wages, slightly cutting corners, they could easily profit 2,000 small yellow fish a month. Yet how did such a simple matter become so complicated? It's estimated that within half a day their names and reports will appear on the desks of the big shots in the national government. They may look down on this trivial amount, but they care about their reputation. You can only take what they give you. If they don't give it, you cannot reach out for it. Wang Yusheng wanted to play a bit longer, but with a single attack he was out. It is truly fragile. What opened Wang Yusheng's eyes was how they managed to cover up the truth, directly poisoning a few Japanese and burying them overnight in a mass grave. After cleaning up the next morning, they met with reporters and even allowed them to enter the hotel to look for the Japanese they wanted to find. If they weren't there, it would be slander against them. Not to mention, this group was also clever. By applying pressure and bribing certain newspapers and individuals, they began to voice that some reports were inaccurate, merely a common tactic to suppress dissent. In any case, many reporters entered the hotel and conducted an inquiry, finding that there were no Japanese present at all. The previous reports were debunked without a fight. This gamble allowed everyone to avoid disaster. As for the murder of those Japanese merchants, they could kill them and it was no problem, as they would never find evidence linking it back to them. However, they forget that if they kill the Japanese, who will reclaim the rights to the industrial park. When the Japanese were in power, it was indeed Wang Yusheng who was at a disadvantage. But now that the Japanese have been eliminated by that group for Wang Yusheng, this means there is no evidence to support their claims. From now on, this industrial park truly belongs to Wang Yusheng. Is there such good fortune while living in prison? Wang Yusheng was almost laughing himself awake. For such a large industrial zone, Wang Yusheng only spent 10 large yellow fish. As for taxes, that is even easier to handle. The industrial park now has several types of taxes: factory exit tax, land tax, business tax, and income tax. The owner of the factory must also pay taxes on certain income, which is personal income tax. However, this tax has certain limits. Workers earning below $5 large a month do not need to pay taxes. Thus, the maximum wage for workers in the industrial zone is only $4 large a month. But the benefits are good. There is a shopping allowance of $20 to $50 large a month. Everything is sold here, and if you don't spend it all by the end of the month, you can directly exchange it for large dollars at the currency exchange at a rate of xuanhuan. Or you can buy gold bars and various gold jewelry. Medical expenses are also covered with $10 to $50 large a month. If you don't spend it all by the end of the month, you can get a prescription at the medical window. What ailments? Medicine specifically for the poverty-induced sickness, and the medicine is of course large dollars. There are also costs associated with childbirth, childcare, nutritional expenses, and educational fees. There is even a retirement expense. These are not included in the wage records. As for products leaving the factory, the exit tax on products is 10%. However, the factory's cost price for each vehicle is only $10 large. The owners buying vehicles, seeing how hard the workers and factory are working, would voluntarily donate some money to improve meals and living conditions for the workers. As for donations, as long as you pay a donation tax, it is 100 for everyone. Or if a certain owner accidentally breaks a factory's souvenir and pays a large sum, that money is not taxed. There are no regulations stating that compensation to others must also be taxed. Thus now the industrial zone only needs to pay a very small amount in taxes each month. As for Wang Yusheng's money, it is even simpler. The industrial zone has long declared independence from the Wang family. Although Wang Yusheng is the boss, the industrial zone has already kicked him out of the management team. The money earned by the industrial zone is no longer his. He only receives a fixed allowance of $90 large a month. This is below the $100 large tax standard. Moreover, the entire industrial zone is filled with valuable items from the Wang family. Last month they broke a water cup used by Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, and the factory needs to compensate Wang Yusheng with 2,000 large yellow fish, or an equivalent amount in silver. As the end of December approaches, just yesterday someone accidentally broke the ancestral nightglow glass cup used by Qin Shi Huang, which is worth 30,000 large yellow fish. I heard that the manager of the industrial zone, Feng Yuanhua, personally came to apologize with a whip behind his back. 30,000 large yellow fish has already been sent to his residence. Manager Feng was extremely courteous. Although Wang Yusheng was in prison, he still felt Manager Feng's sincerity. So, the two sides reconciled. After compensating such a large sum of money, the entire factory's accounts were at a critical point aside from the wages and benefits paid to the workers. Fortunately, the raw materials are still sufficient. Supporting the factory for 2 months is no problem. By then funds will surely be replenished. January is coming soon. This month is the easiest. Young master, the old master has hired a fleet to deliver supplies. Has he not told you to come out? Oh, did a letter arrive? Did it say when it will arrive? It will arrive at the port in 5 days. Alright, go find that Lu Haoren and tell him that after keeping me locked up for so many days, I need an explanation, otherwise let him bear the consequences. Yes, young master, is there anything else you need? Has my father not replied yet? The old master has replied. Replied? Why didn't you tell me, financial uncle? Well, the old master said he has conditions. He has conditions after finding such a good wife. What are the conditions? When will the young mistress be pregnant, and when will Guyatu enter the door? Financial uncle chuckled. Mainly because the Wang family has been passing down through only one line for several generations. If this continues, who knows when they will run out of descendants. There's nothing else, but they must seize the opportunity to branch out. Wang Yusheng scratched his head and looked around the cell. If it weren't for his father's grain transport ship arriving, he would really want to stay here until the new year. He must keep his word. Hee hee. Young master, the old master's words have never been empty. Moreover, now that there are such large enterprises overseas and domestically needing inheritance, you must work hard. The old master said that 3 to 5 grandchildren are not too few and 20 to 30 grandchildren are not too many. Financial uncle left with a smile, leaving Wang Yusheng in the cell feeling a thick cloud of darkness overhead. Director Lu, I'm just a messenger. I've made the message clear and it's up to you to decide how to proceed. I take my leave now. He was feeling quite conflicted. The diplomats had already left in a hurry. They were probably rushing back to Haishu to report the situation. Bringing a little Japanese man to the capital was not a trivial matter. The chairs in the confidential bureau were not comfortable to sit on. Lu Haoren locked himself in his room for half a day and eventually emerged with a gloomy face. There were certain things he was unwilling to gamble on. For instance, the recent incident at Sushiku. The Wang family had not shown their faces yet, so many people were informed directly. One thing was certain, the Wang family had many snipers. Even 1 or 2 snipers could laugh for half a day, let alone the snipers who instantly killed 90 people. Many speculated that the Wang family must have sent at least 200 people that day, all skilled in sniping. But how many such people were hidden behind the Wang family? No one knew. This speculation left everyone in the capital with no thoughts about the Wang family. Those with ulterior motives also kept their thoughts in check. 1 or 2 snipers could threaten your life, but perhaps you could escape. The Wang family could casually dispatch dozens. Who would dare to play with that? Regardless of right or wrong, whether in the open or in the shadows, everything had recently calmed down. Secretary Tai, please call Team Leader 1 here. Got it, Director. Tai Lin dashed out. Shortly after, Wang Linqing followed Tai Lin back. Let's talk in the office. A little over 10 minutes later, Wang Linqing emerged from the office with a not-so-pleasant expression, holding a release order and gathering a few people to drive out of the confidential bureau. At the capital's prison. Director Jean, this is the release order from our director to let the young master of the Wang family go, Wang Linqing said, his teeth grinding as he spoke the last sentence. Having just received the action team and needing to integrate the entire administrative team after so much time without approaching Wang Yusheng, the director suddenly ordered his release. How could he not be furious? No matter if they could catch him once, they could catch him a second time. As for the exposure, Wang Linqing felt he couldn't afford to lose that person. Mainly, he looked down on Wang Yusheng's arrogant demeanor. As Jin Hai signed the release document, Wang Linqing had already left the capital's prison with his men. Little Wang, you may leave now. Jin Hai approached with a smile, rubbing his hands. Thank you, Jin Yi. No trouble at all, no trouble at all, you're too polite. I hope that there's no problem when I walk out. Please don't say I escaped from prison and got shot to pieces. That's just a joke, little Wang. They'll escort you out, that should be fine, right? Your car is waiting at the entrance. Wang Yusheng and Jin Hai walked out of the prison, where over 50 prison guards were already lined up at the entrance. Jin Yi, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Now that I'm leaving, I really feel a bit reluctant. Thank you, brothers, for your trouble over these many days. So I'll reserve a spot for you all at the hot pot restaurant later. For 2 days everyone can eat and drink as they please, you just charge it to my account. As Wang Yusheng called out when exiting the door. Thank you, young Master Wang, and safe travels, young Master Wang. Haha. Only young Master Wang could turn the prison into such a scene. As Wang Yusheng exited, his young wife was already waiting at the door after getting out of the car. She heard the commotion and knew Wang Yusheng was coming out. Brother Yusheng. Wife, let's go home, don't cry, we can talk at home. Once in the car, his young wife held on to Wang Yusheng's hand without letting go. She was already aware of the happenings at the Yuan residence. She also knew that Wang Yusheng had informed his 4th uncle ahead of time. Thankfully, no one was harmed. If they had been late by a step, who knows what might have happened. The car drove to a nearby hot pot restaurant and Wang Yusheng personally got out to make a reservation. As for the payment, young Master Wang's face was his advertisement and money. 2 days of dining at the capital's prison, how much would that cost? The boss didn't care at all. He called a few staff to watch the shop and hurried to the kitchen, asking the chef to bring in more helpers for just 2 days. After coming out of the kitchen, he hurriedly exited, of course, to order beef and lamb. He also had to order various vegetables. Fresh vegetables these days were mostly grown by experienced people in their own warm greenhouses. In the depths of winter, eating vegetables was already at a similar price to meat. The quantity of meat and vegetables for these 2 days would not be small. The restaurant owner was essentially preparing for 3 meals per person. That group of prison guards would have the opportunity to eat meat if they would definitely come for 3 meals a day. The entire restaurant got busy. Welcome back, little Dongjia. Wang Yusheng got out of the car in front of the restaurant. At the moment he got out, firecrackers were set off with red paper scattered everywhere. Little Wang, your return is a joyous occasion, we should celebrate it somehow, someone in the crowd shouted. Wang Yusheng turned around at the door, cupping his hands to the four corners. Thank you, neighbors, for your concern. Today is indeed a joyous occasion. Manager Lu, downstairs, buy an item worth $1 and you get another item worth $1 for free. Buy 10 to get 10, buy 100 for 100. Manager Tian, upstairs, all items are 30 off. Everyone, this is a benefit for you. This small business is only valid today, so please bear with us. Little Wang, you're quite generous. Today I happened to run into this good fortune. I have exactly $10 in my pocket and I haven't sold everything yet. Wang Yusheng once again cupped his hands and stepped over the fire pit prepared at the entrance. After the staff cleared away everything, the crowd that had been prepared surged forward. Buy one get one free, which is essentially half price. Where in the entire capital had such a good deal been encountered? As for how many items there were, it didn't matter, they were already in line and surely they would get their turn. Later arrivals saw the long queue and after asking about the good deal hurriedly joined in. With this move by Wang Yusheng, it was almost like he cleared the stock of the shop. With the new year approaching, of course they had to bring in new goods. Once back at the courtyard, Wang Yusheng was dragged by his young wife into the bathroom. This bath was newly built and was quite similar to a public bath. It was much smaller than the outside public baths but much more exquisite. Everything had been prepared here. Wang Yusheng took off his clothes, rinsed off a bit and entered the bath. His young wife also changed clothes. The sight of her in a swimsuit made Wang Yusheng's nose itch. Several young maidservants had also changed outfits and jumped in, starting to scrub him all over. This sultry scene nearly made Wang Yusheng, who hadn't been close to women for a long time, bleed from his nose. After an hour of soaking with the girls scrubbing him hard, he finally left the bathroom. Wang Yusheng took his tidied-up young wife to visit Aunt Gu. He greeted her and also let Aunt Gu see that he was unharmed so she wouldn't worry about him. The new year is just around the corner. The supplies in the market are gradually dwindling. Everyone wants to buy some goods during the festive season. Isn't that what saving a year's worth of money is for? Wansheng General Merchandise is actively coordinating with all suppliers. Wang Yusheng is now accompanied by his wife Kai Dai and Yuner as they board the train to Jinggang. In 2 days my father's cargo ship will arrive. Such a large shipment of grain must be carefully monitored. 5 ocean freight vessels of 8,000 tons each are packed to the brim with grain. Of course it also brings a lot of goods from the United States for Wang Yusheng. This was also requested by Wang Yusheng. He came out with his wife for a stroll. As for the ship's arrival, Uncle Kai has arranged for someone. They arrived a couple of days earlier. Wang Yusheng mainly wanted to take his wife out since she was bored at home. Now with the roads from the capital to Jinggang being poor, he even considered driving. His Night 15 hasn't made an appearance yet. When the ship that my father arranged arrives, the car can finally be brought out. Not to mention anything else, just saying it was sent from the United States. That would silence everyone. As for how to explain the facilities in the car, maybe the Americans are advanced. As for gasoline, there is a large area next to the warehouse. This is a transit zone for various fuels. Wang Yusheng has already seen that the gasoline, diesel and aviation fuel inside are enough for him to mess around with for a lifetime. He will definitely drive the car back when he returns. That vehicle is an all-terrain one capable of traversing any terrain as if walking on flat ground. Otherwise it wouldn't be worth its nearly 100 million price tag. Young master and young mistress, we will soon arrive in Jinggang. The people arranged by Steward Kai should be waiting for us outside. Kai Dai said. It is a great joy for Kai Dai to be out. Perhaps among all the maids only Kai Dai has grown a bit closer to Wang Yusheng, which is why she was brought along this time. Kai Dai sometimes wonders when the young master will take the next step. Since the young mistress is not pregnant, she doesn't dare to entertain the thought. The train soon came to a stop. Wang Yusheng wrapped one arm around his little wife, holding her close, while his other arm was ready to shield against any obstacles or people. Kai Dai and Yuner followed behind, carrying small bags. They quickly exited the train. The crowd here is not much better than the train stations of the later generations. Outside the station they raised their eyes and saw 2 vehicles parked not far away. A young man spotted Wang Yusheng at the exit and called out to a few people running over young master. This person was none other than Lu Yusheng, the third son of Lu Mingzhe, the manager of the store, who should be just 25 this year. He had started running errands for his family, and this time he came to receive the grain. Okay, let's go. This train station is chaotic. We'll talk more at the hotel. Wang Yusheng got into the car with his little wife. Kai Dai and Yuner, being relatively slim, squeezed in on either side. Following behind was another car carrying the small bags in their hands. This time they came as the growing bright light, and of course they would stay at the best place in Jing'an, the Shun Grand Hotel. They went straight to the top floor. The room had already been prepared. Upon entering, it felt warm as spring. Yusheng, when will the cargo ship arrive? Young master, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should arrive tomorrow afternoon. Alright, have you found a place to unload the goods? Young master, rest assured, we have our own unloading point here. It's completely fine to store the grain temporarily. Yuan Zhong is at the warehouse now. Do you want to call him over? No need for now. You've all worked hard. You go rest early. We'll talk again tomorrow morning. Understood, young master. If you need anything, just call the front desk. After Lu Yusheng left the room, the little wife became more lively. When there are others around, she must maintain the demeanor of a young mistress. Kai Dai, go check the bathroom and fill the tub with water. Yuner, go check the bed. Yes, young master. The two maids busily went about their tasks. Wang Yusheng poured a glass of warm water for his little wife. She took a couple of sips and Wang Yusheng drank the rest. Looking at her delicate lips, he pulled her close and kissed her. Alright, I will help you wash up before sleeping. Young master, the water is ready. Okay, prepare clothes for the young mistress. Wang Yusheng carried his wife into the bathroom. Not long after, the little wife, resembling a small white rabbit, obediently nestled in Wang Yusheng's arms. As he washed her, the little wife actually fell asleep. It seems she was truly exhausted. Yuner, come in and help the young mistress dry off. Yuner entered with a towel, followed by Kai Dai carrying a bathrobe. With her asleep like this, the bathrobe was useless. After drying her off, Wang Yusheng carried the little wife to the bedroom and placed her on the soft bed. Ah! I also have such a mattress, and it's even better than this one. Should I consider replacing my own bed? It's worth thinking about. Wang Yusheng hadn't finished showering yet, having washed his little wife instead. After tucking her in, he went back into the bathroom. Kai Dai followed him in a delicate manner. Yuner glanced at the sleeping young mistress and young master, as well as Kai Dai, who looked ready to sneak off. Her little face turned red as she followed them in. At dawn, Yuan Junkie woke up in Wang Yusheng's embrace. Looking at the man holding her, the girl jumped a little and instinctively kissed Wang Yusheng's lips. My dear, your wake-up service is quite special. Hee hee. I dreamed that I had a baby, many babies. Haha, great. Let's have babies, let's have more. Ah. Why are Yuner and Kai Dai beside us? This girl felt someone looking at her, and turning her head, she saw the maids lying at the bedside looking at her with their sparkling eyes. She had been so focused on her man that she completely overlooked the other two. Last night these two girls were afraid of the dark, so they squeezed in. Miss, do you want to get up? I can help you get dressed. Yuner, why do you sound like that? No. It's just. I might not have slept well, my throat hurts some. I didn't drink water before sleeping last night. Yuner's little face turned crimson. Kai Dai, on the other hand, hid her face under the covers, unwilling to come out. Wang Yusheng ignored the two shy maids and checked the time. It was already past 8 o'clock. Time to get up, I can't sleep any longer. I also called the front desk to have breakfast sent up. Wang Yusheng helped his little wife get dressed. Yuner and Kai Dai carefully dressed themselves. Let the three girls tidy up in the bedroom. Wang Yusheng opened the door to let the server in with the meal, set the table, and then stepped back out. There is still one more day to enjoy here. The ship arrives tonight, so there's still time to play during the day. I will take my wife to the seaside later, and then we can explore the sights around here. If it were just me, I would try sailing from here to Han City first to have a look. It's still under the control of the little devils. Then I'd go east to explore. However, at this time the little devils are having a miserable time back home. We can discuss that after they've built things up. Although Wang Yusheng intercepted so many good things, there are still more great things out there. Strolling by the seaside, the cold was unbearable. I couldn't understand why Jing Chaoyang and the others chose to stay here by the beach. It seems there are no funds for this area. At this time the seawater was still decent and not polluted. The fish, shrimp and crabs caught at the harbor were quite cheap. Moreover, their quality was unquestionable. Selecting the largest shrimp, I also picked up several big crabs, one yellow croaker and one grouper. This would be our lunch. After enjoying the meal, Wang Yusheng took a few people to the warehouse where the Wang family stored supplies. It was as large as 200 acres. A significant area had already been cleared here. At this moment, while Wang Laoi was not at the old American's place, the supplies were nearly full. As for the external industries, there were even more. When Wang Laoi left, he cleared the shops around the capital, leaving the external ones for the family to manage themselves. The commercial houses of the large families in the capital were not like this. Only now, with fewer goods, did so much space become available. Here Wang Yusheng met Tian Yuanzhong, who had arrived 2 days earlier. They needed to sort out the items and transport some supplies that the capital lacked during this grain shipment. The grains sent by his father this time were enough for everyone in the capital to eat 2 taels for 2 months, even though the population of the capital was only 2 million. If it were in the future, it would be just a slight ripple. At dinner time, Tian Yuanzhong arranged for everyone to dine at the Yuhua restaurant. The crab roll lion's head was a favorite of the young mistress, who managed to eat 2 all by herself, her little mouth adorably covered in oil. The 2 maids were about the same. Outside there weren't so many formalities, and it was acceptable to eat together. Jingang here faces the Bohai Sea to the east, constrains the 9 rivers to the west, borders the Yanshan Mountains to the north, and relies on the Gangian to the south. The resources of river and sea, wild and mountain goods are abundant. If it were Wang Yusheng, he would establish the capital near this great sea. Regardless of the distance or sea transport, it would be very quick. The key is that in the future there would be no worries about food and drink. After the meal, they took a carriage to the dock. It was still bustling here. Without the Japanese's constraints, sea transport was quite prosperous. There were also issues with land transport. It wasn't like in the future where cities were connected by proper roads, and most of the time they were dirt roads with hardly any legitimate highways. Therefore, traveling to other cities now often took 1 or 2 days. The horse and carriage inns, resting places alongside small meat shops, taverns, and tea stalls constituted the temporary service areas on the roads. Little master, the agreed time is 9 p.m., and it's almost here. It's cold. Why don't you and the young mistress get into the car first? All right. Let us know when it arrives. This cold is really unbearable. Wang Yusheng held his wife's small hand in his and warmed it, though it was still a bit chilly. He pulled her into the car where there was no cold wind, and it felt a bit better. He also let the 2 maids get into the car. Not far away at a stall, he bought 3 baked buns freshly out of the oven and packed them into paper bags, one for his wife and one for each maid. With the buns warming their hands, the 3 maids felt a bit better. Wife, why don't you take them back to the hotel first? I'm scared in the hotel by myself. I want to stay with you. All right. Wang Yusheng gently pinched his wife's slightly cold nose. After waiting for a while, finally the distant lights of a ship began to flicker. Tian Yuanzhong also received the radio from the dock about the arriving ship. The ship has arrived. Phew. It finally arrived. Wang Yusheng stood at the dock watching from afar. A person descended from the pilot boat, someone Wang Yusheng recognized. It was Shui Laoyou, a person frequently around his father, who had come with the ship this time. When Shui Laolu saw Wang Yusheng, he glanced around and then ran over. Upon reaching, he knelt on one knee, saying, "Shui Laolu pays respects to the young master." Haha. Uncle Lu, get up quickly. Was the journey all right? Replying to the young master, it was bearable, but there was no place to move. I was stuck in the cabin every day, nearly going crazy. Moreover, there was no vegetable variety at all. Every day it was just various fish and meat along with canned meats. I am not complaining, young master, and now that I see green things I want to bite into them. Haha. Wait, you and the people who came with the ship can go to the hotel and order whatever you want to eat. Thank you, young master, and no need to trouble yourself. Just bring me a big cabbage to satisfy my cravings. Haha. No problem. Shall we go around and see if there are any big cabbages for sale? Any green vegetables that can be eaten raw will do. Also bring some condiments. All right, little master, I will go right away. Uncle Lu, please wait a moment, I will be back soon. Xiao Wu replied. Wang Yusheng could clearly see Shui Laolia's throat swallow hard. This guy. The port is all right, the reserved spots can accommodate 6 large cargo ships at once, but now there are only 5. It's pretty easy. Wang Yusheng followed Shui Laolu to retrieve the items his father bought for him. Holding the list, he entered the warehouse. He found it. Wang Yusheng saw the car his father had bought for him. BMW 328, equipped with a robust 2.0-liter naturally aspirated inline 6-cylinder engine. It's quite eye-catching, and there probably aren't many of these cars in the country. Even if there are just 2 or 3. In the future I can take my wife for a ride. There was also a Jeep discarded by the American military. Wang Yusheng waved it off, and the vehicle given to him was his Night 15. Although it looked different, it was cooler than that Jeep. These were all sealed in wooden boxes. Some were labeled as mattresses. He didn't expect his father to be so thoughtful. Wang Yusheng also replaced the mattress inside. They would discuss other matters after unloading the cargo. There was nothing else that needed to be replaced. Having endured so much hardship, it was all to replace the car. Wang Yusheng exited the warehouse. He saw Uncle Lu happily gnawing on a cabbage, and a few others weren't faring any better. Wang Yusheng smiled as he walked over, saying, "Uncle Lu, please arrange for someone to keep an eye on this. I'm heading back to the hotel. I will come to the cargo yard again tomorrow morning. Make sure to unload the items my father bought for me. My father bought a car for me to return to the capital, and I can drive back." "Young master, that car hasn't been tested yet. It was directly packed by the factory and sent to the dock. Neither I nor the master have seen it. Should we wait until it's checked?" "No need. I see there's a military vehicle. This car doesn't need calibration. I can drive it, and it can easily handle the muddy roads." "All right, young master, I will arrange that. Tomorrow morning it will definitely be unloaded at the cargo yard." Wang Yusheng nodded. When he got to the car, the 3 maids leaning against the back of the car seat had already started to nod off. He called for someone to drive back to the hotel. "Young master, my throat still hurts." "Son-in-law, mine too." It's coming." Wang Yusheng smiled, and the 2 women felt a bit uneasy. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Yusheng boarded the massive creature, which resembled an armored vehicle, along with his young wife and 2 awkwardly walking maidservants. This beast had a fuel tank of 2,400 liters, equipped with the latest biological solid-state battery of its time. With 4-wheel drive motors and a reinforced V16 engine, its performance surpassed that of the original V10. The vehicle was surrounded by various energy recovery systems such as solar energy, wind energy, and even energy generated from vibrations that could be converted into stored electrical energy. If it were fitted with wings, it could potentially take flight. Its top speed could reach 380 kilometers per hour. With the assistance of a powerful, efficient motor, this colossal machine could cover 100 meters in just 2.3 seconds. A single press of the accelerator would launch it forward with great force. However, Wang Yusheng disabled such a violent setting. A gentler approach was sufficient. He intended to enjoy this vehicle for many years to come. The car ran smoothly and quietly, almost like gliding just above the ground. Passers-by quickly made way for this behemoth. There were many hidden features in the car that Wang Yusheng needed to explore on his own. For instance, the artificial intelligence mentioned in the manual had yet to be activated. It also had an onboard weapon system and a survival system. According to the introduction, it was equipped with 12 missiles, 6 for air-to-ground and 6 for ground-to-ground. Additionally, it featured radar scanning and radar jamming capabilities, allowing it to operate almost entirely invisible to enemy radar. This was no mere vehicle, it was an all-encompassing land aircraft carrier. Of course, combined with Wang Yusheng's drone system, it was nothing short of perfection. The bulletproof measures were equally impressive, with all the glass able to withstand the impact of 3 rocket hits. It could also withstand a shot from an armor-piercing round. Otherwise it wouldn't be so expensive. "Young master, this car even has warm air blowing out. It's truly comfortable." "What is this, son-in-law? What is this meant for?" "You two quiet down." While driving, Wang Yusheng's young wife insisted on sitting in his lap. Let her sit. After all, there were no traffic police stopping him at the moment. Even if there were, they would be corrupt cops, and he could just charge right past them. The journey from Jingang to the capital city was less than 200 kilometers. Wang Yusheng left in the morning and found a scenic spot to set up camp around noon. The vehicle was equipped with an induction cooker and an electric grill. Thus Wang Yusheng prepared the first meal ever cooked in this world. None of the 3 women knew how to use these appliances. He prepared a large steak, eggs, shrimp, and squid. Finally, he made a serving of pasta with tomato sauce. His young wife had eaten Western food before. Her eyebrows danced with delight. It was evident how delicious it was. Wang Yusheng took a bite and confirmed that the meat was of the highest grade beef. It melted in his mouth, complemented by the sweetness of the shrimp, creating an indescribable flavor. After the meal he enjoyed a nice cup of tea. It was refreshing. The plates were disposable and were placed into a paper bag which Wang Yusheng tossed into the trunk, casually discarding it into the space trash disposal area. At 3 p.m., they finally arrived in the capital city. Upon entering, several soldiers gulped as they saw Wang Yusheng, saying, "Young Master Wang, it's you. Your car is truly magnificent. Isn't it beautiful? My father got it from the Americans. If it starts talking in the future it will surely say more. Here's a pack of cigarettes for you." Wang Yusheng tossed them a pack of 3.5s and pressed the accelerator, driving into the city amidst their gratitude. Good heavens, this nearly caused a traffic jam. Who had ever seen such a stylish and domineering vehicle? However, upon realizing it was the young Master Wang, they all began to shout blessings for him, wishing him fortune. He was not a stingy person. He pulled out some candies from his pocket and tossed them out, mixed with a few small silver coins. The crowd became even more enthusiastic. A few individuals in police uniforms watched from a distance. "Young Master Duo, your little cousin is even more extravagant," said xuanhuan. "This is just the beginning. I've told you the Wang family during the time of old Master Wang was like this, and it has only grown larger in my cousin's generation." However, they kept a low profile. Who would know that the Wang family once controlled a large part of the outer city? Although my cousin has passed, this little cousin is no pushover either. You've analyzed well, but wealth comes with its own privileges. By the way, what is that Jing Chaoyang up to these days? He's working hard. The head of the secretarial department of the 5th Bureau is about to retire, right? He must be planning to move up to that position. I see this guy is trying to distance himself from us. No way, he must treat us tonight. Lord Zong, you're already a patrol chief and I'm just someone following in your footsteps. Lord Zong, I want to eat mutton hot pot. Saner, why are you so greedy? Don't just talk about you, I want to eat too. Lord Duo, what do you think? I think I should go home. I don't have much money left. If I keep spending on you, there are still several days until the salary arrives. I'll just go home and make a bowl of fried sauce noodles. If that's more practical, a small bowl of dry fried. I know your cooking skills, you count me in. Saner quickly followed, Lord Duo. Enough, you really owe me this. Go on, all of you. Finally, Wang Yusheng managed to drive home. Being famous was also a kind of trouble, wasn't it? The news of Wang Yusheng's return spread. The whole residence was filled with joy. However, Wang Yusheng, carrying a large box, arrived at Aunt Gus' villa with his young wife trailing behind. With a thud, the box was not light. You child, such a heavy thing should be carried by the servants. Don't tire yourself out. Aunt Gu rushed over. Hee. Aunt Gu, it's fine, don't worry. Look, my father brought this for you, but I don't have the key. Do you have it? Aunt Gu inspected it and nodded. This is the lock for the young lady. I have a key. As soon as Aunt Gu finished speaking, little Shizi rushed to the room and returned shortly with a set of keys. Aunt Gu, please open it and let me see what my father brought back for you. Why is it locked? It's not some treasure, is it? Even if it's a treasure, it's all for you. What use is it to me? Aunt Gu replied, searching for a key to hand to Wang Yusheng. Go ahead and open it, Aunt Gu said with a loving expression. In the entire Wang residence, only Wang Yusheng's needs mattered. What couldn't be given to him? Click. The key turned in the lock. Gently opening it revealed a wedding gown. Wang Yusheng understood upon looking at Aunt Gu. This meant that his father had agreed. Moreover, there was a booklet inside. The words on it were in his father's handwriting. It stated that the Gu family is diligent, frugal, gracious, and virtuous. They should be honored before the ancestors, and that the Gu family should be recognized as the primary concubine of the Wang family listed in the family tree and be buried together after death. Without even needing to look at the booklet, Aunt Gu knew from the wedding gown alone. Aunt Gu, this is good news. I'll go find Uncle Kai to prepare the ancestral hall immediately. Please don't cry. Aunt Gu was only around 30 years old. You are? No, today. It's too late. I'm not prepared. Let's wait a couple of days. Alright, I'll have Uncle Kai prepare first and pick a good day. Aunt Gu, will you stay here in the future, or would you prefer to go to my father's place? I can arrange for you to fly there. Taking a boat would take too long. I still won't go. I can keep an eye on you at home. If I leave, who will watch over you? The legitimate grandson of the Wang family must be taken care of by you. Aunt Gu tidied up Wang Yusheng's clothes, becoming even gentler, almost like a mother. Perhaps this was the moment of a sudden change in identity. That's settled. You will be the matriarch of the back courtyard now and shouldn't be hiding away. If there's nothing going on, you should come out for a walk. The outside world has changed a lot. Once I have time, I'll drive you around. Alright, you've been back for so long, you must be tired. Hurry back to rest. Junkie, you should come visit me more often when you have time. Hee hee. Aunt Gu, don't worry, I'll come to keep you company whenever I can and then take you out for a stroll. I'll also get you a few new outfits. I promise you'll look more beautiful than those other wealthy ladies. As long as you're safe, that's enough. Why fuss about all this? Aunt Gu, you should listen to this girl. Trust me, it will be fine. I won't join you for dinner tonight. I'll come to eat with you tomorrow. Wang Yusheng took his young wife and left the villa. He finally put one worry to rest. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, he found Uncle Kai and informed him of the situation. Uncle Kai was also very pleased. This is great news. Preparing for tomorrow is too rushed, so let's do it the day after tomorrow, just in time for the new year. Crackling sounds filled the air. Today the Wang family ancestral hall is wide open. The main event is the marriage of the elder master of the Wang family to his first concubine. Even though the master is not in the capital, the Wang family still has a young master. He directly stood in for his father and went through the entire ceremony. There are very few concubines recorded in the family tree. In ancient times, this could be considered equal to a wife. Isn't this wedding dress the same one his mother wore back then? Naturally, its delivery signified its meaning. Moreover, Aunt Gu was a maid from his mother's dowry. Who in the Wang residence is closer to his mother? It can be said that this Aunt Gu, the maid from the dowry, is the closest. Although she didn't speak, Aunt Gu, who finally fulfilled her wish, shed many tears. Though she wore a bridal veil, the tears flowing down from beneath revealed everything. At this moment, Wang Yu lifted the veil on behalf of his father. From this moment on, Aunt Gu is the mistress of the Wang family. Wang Yu respectfully bowed, saying mother. By calling her mother instead of concubine, it showed Aunt Gu's status in Wang Ye's heart, which also conveyed his attitude to everyone in the household. Now Wang Yu followed his own wishes. The young wife also came over, kneeling beside Wang Yu, and called her mother. The maid in the back understood and knelt down, calling her second madam. Next came the housekeepers and the servants from outside. Following them were the various level managers from the storefront. Although the second madam had no control over business and the front courtyard, her authority could not diminish. Wang Yu instructed the treasurer to send a message to the branches outside the capital. Wang Yu opened the family tree and neatly wrote the words Wang Gu along with her birth date and time. The ceremony was nearly completed. Wang Yu selected 2 of the 20 maids to serve Aunt Gu, as they were more meticulous. This way they could talk about past and current events. After a few months of training, these maids were no longer the ignorant girls who wouldn't leave the Wang residence. They could speak well and wouldn't let Aunt Gu feel bored. For today's joyous occasion, the Wang family hired 3 opera troupes to set up a stage in the small square in front of the Wanqing General Store. They would perform continuously until after the new year. This delighted several troupe leaders, as everyone in the capital knew the Wang family was not short on money. After the banquet, Wang Yu escorted Aunt Gu to her courtyard, intending for her to stay there. However, Aunt Gu refused, saying she was used to staying here. Today is a day of new joy, and Wang Yu must sleep in the bed on behalf of his father. Only when this person dies can a rooster or a wooden figure replace him. His father was still alive. Of course, he couldn't do anything. It was merely a symbolic act of sleeping on the bed for one night, a necessary process. After all, the Wang family marrying a concubine and leaving an empty room was quite inauspicious. That night, Wang Yu washed Aunt Gu's feet. This was the Wang family's acknowledgement of her, usually done by the master of the house. Since his father was not present, Wang Yu had to take his place. Fortunately, Aunt Gu's feet were not small, but they weren't large either, looking to be about 33 or 35 at most. They were delicate and elegant. After washing, Aunt Gu then washed Wang Ye's feet. Marrying a legitimate wife doesn't require such troublesome matters. Everything for a concubine is based on the master's wishes. After drinking, he took off his outer clothing and lay down in bed. Coincidentally, Wang Yu had a lot to say to Aunt Gu. She looked at him with a face full of loving smiles, just like when he was a child, propping her head on her hand as he animatedly talked about the future. Unconsciously, her other hand gently patted Wang Ye's back. Uncertain whether it was this physical habit or the fact that he was used to sleeping late, he soon fell asleep under Aunt Gu's gentle pats. He slept deeply, feeling extraordinarily at ease. When he woke up the sky was already bright and he realized he had fallen asleep resting on Aunt Gus' arm. Hiss! Don't move around you little rascal and my arm is numb. Hee hee mother, why did you give me your arm? I have a pillow. I didn't want to. You were tossing and turning last night so I had to support your head with my hand. Did you have a dream? I forgot, I can't remember anything. Mother, let me massage it for you. Wang Yu knew what it felt like to sleep on someone's arm for a night. His arm felt as though it wasn't his own. Young master, madam, are you getting up? Sierra is waiting on you. Sierra was sleeping beside them. There was another maid chosen from the 20 named He Chun Xiao. They were both sleeping next to the bed. They couldn't let them sleep alone, otherwise something might happen without them realizing. Sierra helped the young master change his clothes. Mother, let's get up. Later let Junkie come over to have breakfast together. Okay. Aunt Gu moved her arm that Wang Yu had massaged, feeling much better. It wasn't as heavy when they slept together as children and now it felt so heavy. Aunt Gu murmured about Wang Yu behind her. Before long the young wife ran over. Good morning, husband. Good morning, mother, if the daughter-in-law pays her respects. Junkie squatted in 1,000 blessings. Good, let's eat breakfast together later. Okay, mother. Mother, let me comb your hair. Alright. Wang Yu looked at the harmonious relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, which was quite rare. It seemed that the young wife was likable. After washing up, breakfast was also served. The snow frog shrimp porridge with some mountain delicacies added tasted exquisite. The dishes on the table were carefully selected from the Wang family farm and delivered. This little extravagance was still bearable for the Wang family. After finishing the meal, Wang Yu went out, leaving the young wife behind, saying she wanted to make some changes for Aunt Gu. Alright, let them enjoy their time together. Wang Yu had his own matters to attend to. He arrived at the shop to check the accounts. Halfway through, Tian Dan walked in. Don't make a fuss, Yim, checking the accounts. You check yours. Alright. What is it? Did you receive a large shipment of grain from the Americans? Yes. No. Wait, stop. Wasn't a batch of grain just sent? Isn't it the new year soon? Girl, if you keep sending, your man will truly become a pauper. Now you understand why I didn't join, right? Without joining, if you want something, you'll have to negotiate with me. If I join one day, you won't be negotiating anymore, you'll be giving orders. With a slap, Wang Yu hit the rebellious girl's backside. How could he withstand the demands of over 1 million troops with what he had? So it turned out that all this time he was just getting himself into a bind as a righteous businessman. Little girl, this grain is meant to stabilize the grain prices in the capital. With the new year approaching, the prices will skyrocket. If affordable grain can't be found in the city, chaos will ensue. Do you know how many people will die? All the grain combined could last for 3 months. After 3 months, spring will return and everything will revive. There will always be food to find. Alright, this batch of grain really cannot be touched. Even if it is given, it will be after the new year. There is another shipment of 200,000 tons of rice coming from the southern peninsula. I can split half of that, would that be acceptable? Hey little girl, I owe no one. I just feel like I owe you something. Wang Yu embraced the girl, feeling a bit sorry for her. Don't worry, I will talk to the higher-ups. They should understand. They must understand. If there's no issue, just go and beat the landlords. Isn't that how you get grain? Not going to work. I haven't seen you in days, I've missed you. I missed you too. Wang Yu patted her back. By the way, there's one more thing. Tian Dan sat up straight and looked at Wang Yu. What is it? Regarding peace, both sides are already in contact and will soon negotiate. As for what happens next, it depends on the results of the negotiations. And then? What comes next? It's just 2 outcomes. One is shared governance and the other is conflict leading to the annihilation of one side. Have you thought about what comes next? Besides, how could those officials in the national government want to work together with the common folks? Look, it's about to start. Little girl, pass the message along, let them prepare for a fight. More fighting? Can't we sit down and talk? We can talk, but one side says the weather is nice today while the other says how much fertilizer is needed for an acre of wheat. Do you think they can have a real conversation? Their points of empathy are not even on the same level, how could they talk? Tian Dan left with a belly full of worries. Wang Yu continued checking the accounts, sighing that money was hard to earn. Young master, the new year is tomorrow and more people are coming to buy grain. That's perfect. We must strictly check the grain accounts and household registrations to prevent anyone from committing fraud. Anyone found cheating should be tied up and made to kneel in the street until the new year. Yes, young master, I will relay the message right away. As for the troublemakers, that will be even easier to handle. The Xishan coal mine is still short of workers for the extraction, just tie them up and send them over. Let the world know that the young master of the Wang family has both a benevolent heart in following Taoist principles and a ruthless heart when angered. Grain prices in the entire city had already started skyrocketing 2 days ago. At the grain station run by Wang Yusheng, adults received 10 jin of grain for 7 days, while children received half. $1 equals 25 jin, enough to feed a family of 3 for 7 days. Next to the grain station, Wang Yusheng also checked the butcher's shop. It specialized in selling meat from pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks and geese raised in Wang's village and the surrounding dozen or so villages. $1 silver, pork 7 jin, lamb 4 jin, beef 5 jin. $1 silver could buy 2 chickens, while a duck cost 4 jiao and a large goose cost $2 silver and 5 jiao. These were the prices set by Wang Yusheng. As for the others, Wang Yusheng's benevolence had its limits. Meanwhile, the prices from major grain merchants had reached a point where $1 only bought 8 jin of grain. Some were slightly better, offering 10 jin, but they were selling stale grain that had been stored for a year. Wang Yusheng knew this was all orchestrated by that so-called Beijing Chamber of Commerce. However, there were also merchants matching Wang Yusheng's prices, albeit slightly higher, offering 22 jin for $1, while stale grain was 25 jin. At least those unwilling to wait in long lines could return to such stores to buy. Who would be foolish enough to buy grain from those unscrupulous merchants? However, with Wang Yusheng's intervention, those unscrupulous merchants found no buyers for their grain. Not only that, but people were pretending to have bought grain and selling it in those stores. They were purchasing at $1 silver for 15 jin. One could only say that it served Wang Yusheng right to get rich. In just 2 days, 1,200 tons had been sold, earning Wang Yusheng 16,000 silver dollars. Those who realized what was happening were practically crying in the latrines. The president of the Beijing Chamber of Commerce, Fang Juanrong, was now surrounded by a group of people. President Fang, you must take charge. If this Wang kid continues like this, we might as well move out of Beijing altogether to make a living elsewhere. Oh dear brother, don't be so angry. Angry? President Fang, you need to think quickly. I've received news that this little fellow has brought in 5 ships of 8,000 tons of grain from the Americans. With so much grain, how can we cope? That amount could feed the entire city for 3 months. By the time 3 months pass, the summer grain will shortly arrive, and if we can't endure, our entire family will starve. Yes, President Fang, if you don't handle this, we might as well elect a new president. Another troublemaker chimed in. Oh, I'm troubled too. You tell me, how can we restrain that Wang kid who hasn't even joined the Chamber of Commerce? Morality. What is morality worth? What about righteousness? Righteousness is now in their hands. No matter what we do, Wang kid will face no condemnation. Instead, we might end up being the ones beaten. So what exactly is the regulation? Let's all discuss it. I'll express my stance. I can't hold out much longer. I need to lower prices first. This money is not worth earning. Yes, it's been a week without income. If this continues, I'll be left with nothing but wind from the northwest while guarding a warehouse full of grain. Who isn't? A circle of people expressed their thoughts. However, everyone had the same goal. That is, if this continues, we won't just be starving, we might not even be able to drink the northwest wind. There were also some people who in a moment of impulse bought a lot of grain at high prices. With so much grain piled up in Beijing, it wouldn't be cheap. Gentlemen, I think we should stick to the old ways. Making money is one thing, but we can't let everyone starve, can we? Alas, it seems we have no choice. President Fang, we can only do it this way. Yes, we can only do it this way. I must leave now. There's half a day left to lower prices. We need at least some money for the new year. A grain merchant stood up, bowed to everyone and hurried out the door. Then, a few more people stood up, bowed and left. More and more people were getting up. In the end, everyone left. If you don't lower your prices while everyone else does, will you die holding on to your grain? Whether others earn or not is unknown, but Wang Yusheng is definitely making a fortune. However, by the afternoon there were significantly fewer people. After inquiring, it turned out that those unscrupulous merchants could no longer sit still. all had lowered their prices. Hee. Wang Yusheng once again single-handedly suppressed the entire grain merchants in Beijing. When Fang Junrong heard the news from outside, his face twisted in anger. This is outrageous. Bang, he smashed the teacup in his hand. Wang Yusheng paid no attention to this. He was focused on the fact that every household in Beijing had grain and even families with a little money could still eat meat. Happy New Year, second madam. Young master, young mistress, Happy New Year. Ah. Happy New Year, here's a red envelope for you. Early in the morning, Wang Yusheng got up and the servants began to pay New Year's greetings. Wang Yusheng had someone invite Gunyang over and everyone gathered together for some fun. Mother, there's a temple fair today, let's go take a look. The young mistress began to shake Gunyang's arm. Okay, go you girl, oh, I'm almost falling apart. Hee mother, I'll help you get ready. The young mistress busied herself. Wang Yusheng was also very happy to hear about this. Today the store was hosting the usual activities. For spending $1, one could receive a beautiful silver ring, while for 5 jiao 2 red rubber hair ties could be exchanged. These hair ties were also brought in from the container Wang Yusheng opened. A total of 12 large containers filled with hair ties of various colors. They were taken out directly as gifts if the premium ones were sold separately. Indeed, there wasn't a girl at home who wouldn't like them. Even if it was just for the girls at home, they would be willing to spend an extra couple of jiao. Just for these red rubber bands they would at least cost 2 jiao, which is not a loss at all. Wang Yusheng drove his knight with the young mistress Gunyang, Sierra and Kai Dai sitting in the back, while Qin Qin and Cui Cui, the 2 maidservants, sat in front. All of them were slim and the 2 maidservants fit just right on the large seat in front. The monster traveled down the main road and many people had become accustomed to seeing it. However, upon reaching the West District, they were surrounded for quite a while. It was simply because they had seen it in the newspaper but had never seen it in other places. He instructed the maidservants to take good care of themselves. The vehicle stopped right on the road. They couldn't get into the temple fair because there were too many people. Wang Yusheng's arms were linked with the young mistress and Gunyang with a few maidservants following behind. Gunyang was curious about everything. They stopped at every place. By noon, they didn't even need to eat. Walking and eating along the way had already filled them up. They wandered until 3 p.m. before finally finishing. They heard that it would be even livelier at night, but for safety Gunyang wouldn't allow them to go. Alright, Wang Yusheng complied. The young mistress also obeyed. There was a banquet at the residence in the evening. Wang Yusheng and the others sat at tables of 3 while the others were seated according to their gender and status. 7 tables were set up in total. Wang Yusheng gave some encouraging words promising a good year ahead. They raised their cups and drank together and everyone began to eat. Watching the harmonious gathering of family, it felt truly wonderful. For those outside, an outfit costing over $2 silver is considered expensive. In the Wang residence, a set of clothes under $50 silver is deemed cheap. Many clothes are only worn for a year. As for empathizing with the poor, such feelings are completely out of reach. Even if Wang Yusheng tries to save, a single meal costs 2 to 3 silver dollars. The cost of a day's meals is equivalent to the living expenses of those laborers outside for 1 to 2 months. Even so, the steward still claims that the young master is too frugal. Having tried on 3 outfits, Wang Yusheng stepped out of the room and in his capacity as the young master selected a large portion of the clothes to be disposed of, most of which had only been worn once. It's such a waste to just throw them away. The steward remarked that family wealth isn't saved by the young master cutting back on a few dishes by saving a couple of clothes. Out in the world, Wang Yusheng's reputation is not just his own, he represents the entire Wang family. After the New Year, things seem to have settled down. Every industry has its own responsibilities. The rickshaws on the street have increased. Not only is it stable, but it is also comfortable to ride. The speed is fast. There's no need to be pulled halfway and have the wind blowing in with the smell of sweat. At least the rickshaw pullers have it much easier now. Wang Yusheng can be considered one of the pioneers of this development. Young master, this month's painting sent by Mr. Huang, would you like to take a look? Kai Dai entered holding several paintings. Oh, let's open and see. Kai Dai laid out the scrolls revealing images of roosters, crickets, mountains, plum blossoms, and a shrimp painting. Good, Kai Dai organized them by name so they don't get mixed up. I know, don't worry. Recently the young master has taken a liking to paintings, but he only glances at them and doesn't dwell on them. Then he has them organized. Now there is a room filled with cabinets already housing many collected artworks. Each person has a cabinet for their collected calligraphy and paintings organized by name. According to the steward, collecting these paintings is worthwhile as they will appreciate in value. As long as he doesn't indulge in gambling or drugs, it's certainly better than wasting time on frivolities. The steward naturally supports this and has used connections to acquire many calligraphies and paintings. Who knows, the young master might just be temporarily interested. Even if it is a passing fancy, it is still his current interest and it must be indulged. Just as Kai Dai left, Tian Dan entered the office and locked the door. What's wrong? The mediation has begun and it's set to take place here in the capital. That's good news. At least now both sides have a bit of breathing room, right? It's fine, nothing serious. Wang Yusheng patted her back. Can it really be nothing? It should be fine. Don't worry, it's already agreed upon. They'll sit down to talk. They're all respectable people and won't flip the table before the negotiations even start. Even if they do flip the table, at least the interests and terms have been exchanged beforehand. If they can't come to an agreement during negotiations, then of course they might flip the table. Have you ever seen anyone flip the table when they meet? Where did the clever you go? Worrying only complicates things. Be good, close your eyes and don't think about anything. Wang Yusheng held Tian Dan, who was still holding a report. After finishing the report, he looked down. Okay, this woman has fallen asleep. Not bothering her as she wasn't heavy, he continued to look over the rest. Last month, perhaps due to the new year, the profits were significantly higher than usual. The total income from grain and some small speculative ventures amounted to 1.94 million silver dollars. The combined total from various factories in the industrial zone was nearly 5 million silver dollars. The commercial income was 670,000 silver dollars. In total, over 8 million silver dollars. Not too little, not too much. This is after deducting all expenses. For families earning over 10 million, this amount is nothing. The 200 or so families in the capital each contributed an average of only 4 silver dollars to him. As Wang Yusheng carefully examined the report, he sensed the person in his arms waking up. Looking down, indeed her eyes were blinking. Did I fall asleep? Yes, for an hour and a half. Tian Dan wrapped her arm around Wang Yusheng's neck, her soft lips pressing against him. Noticing it was nearly 5 o'clock, this woman finally got up. A little fairy stirring trouble in the young master's heart. At this hour, what else was there to see? Let's talk about it tomorrow. After tidying up his clothes, he filled a cup with water and washed up. The meticulous young master stepped out of the office. At this hour, there weren't many people left in the tea house. Wang Yusheng wondered whether to have tea during the day and go to a tavern at night. However, being seen at night would be too tormenting. Another drunken scene. Wang Yusheng decisively dismissed this idea. He wouldn't engage in troublesome matters. Sigh. He thought of something. That Qin Shuiru is around. It is Su Huizhen's little tavern also nearby. But Su Huizhen probably hasn't married over yet. That place is still run by old he. Wang Yusheng called over the busy Yuner. Yuner, I'm going for a stroll and we'll have dinner outside. Just let your young lady know. Young master, it's too unsafe at night. Should I accompany you? It's less safe if you go. Wang Yusheng playfully tapped the little girl's head. The little girl pouted, not going if she wasn't invited. She walked out with her hands behind her back. In the capital at 5 in the afternoon, it indeed has its own flavor. Wang Yusheng walked on, now holding a large box. It was just a disguised camera. Covered with a box, at least it wouldn't draw too much attention. Walking and taking pictures. Wang Yusheng snapped many such photos. They might serve as historical evidence in the future. Why were the pictures taken back then so clear? That's not Wang Yusheng's concern. As he was almost home, the street vendors were loudly hawking their wares, trying to sell 1 or 2 more coins before heading home. Such is the myriad of life. Wang Yusheng activated the recording function, of course, plugging in the microphone to capture sound. He ambled through the big barrier. At this hour, there weren't many people left at the big barrier. Everyone was rushing home. He turned into Xiaoli Alley. The silk shop still hadn't changed its name. It was still Chen's silk shop. It was later that Qin Shuiru took over and changed the name. As for this woman, Wang Yusheng had seen a TV drama and researched her life. Perhaps due to being a woman, she faced pressure from her family. In the end, a clever and capable woman took over this shop and changed its name after taking charge. It's evident that this woman had given up on the Chen family. Later she got married, but the man left her and their child for another woman. The second man did the same. The third man, after many ups and downs, finally stayed with her. Well, how do you put it? This woman is too domineering. Men don't like domineering women. Wang Yusheng looked across the street at the little tavern. A rather ordinary storefront. He stepped inside. Oh, customer, you've arrived. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. You must be a new customer. What would you like to drink? We have lianhua bai jiu lao bai gan guo zhu tong zhou xiao jiu lao bai fen shuango long xuan and yan ling chen. Didn't expect it. Your little shop has quite a selection. Of course, everyone in several streets knows that our drinks are the most comprehensive. It's mealtime now and not many customers have come yet. You'll see when it gets crowded there won't even be places to sit. Wang Yusheng looked around and could tell from the ground that the young man's claims were exaggerated. Which is the best wine? That depends on your taste. Some people are different too. Drinking preferences vary. How about I let you try a few? Don't worry, it's free. Alright, let's try some. Wang Yusheng stood up and before reaching the counter a female voice called out, Mr. Wang, is that you? Mr. Wang, is that you? Wang Yusheng turned to look. Isn't that Chen Shuaru? Hello, Miss Chen. Mr. Wang, it really is you? What brings you here? I had nothing to do, so I came out for a stroll. I just saw your family's shop but didn't want to disturb you at mealtime. I saw a tavern, so I came for a drink. Mr. Wang, I have some fine wine at home. My father has a large collection. If you come by, my father would surely be delighted. Well, I feel a bit embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? You're one of our most important customers. My father was just saying when he could invite you for a meal. Today is just perfect, you should agree. Chen Shuaru shook Wang Yusheng's arm. Alright. I'll have to apologize to my staff. I really can't push this off, but I'll come another day. No problem, guest. We can talk about it next time. Wang Yusheng nodded. Chen Shuaru happily pulled Wang Yusheng out of the shop. Miss Chen, it feels impolite to come empty-handed. Let me go buy something. Mr. Wang, just call me Shuaru. I'm classmates with Junkie, we met a few days ago. Then I'll call you Shuaru and you don't need to call me Mr. Wang anymore, just call me Yusheng. Hee. I'd prefer to call you Brother Wang. Alright. They reached Chen's silk and satin shop in just a few exchanges of words. Chen Shuaru let go of Wang Yusheng and lightly dashed into the store. Father, look who I've brought. Chen's father, or the Chen family, also had considerable business with not just the silk shop but also a fabric shop, making him a notable owner. They even had production factories in the south and in Shu. Ah, welcome, young Master Wang. I feel a bit embarrassed for coming empty-handed. You coming empty-handed is precisely why you're here. If you brought something, old Chen would be embarrassed. Please. Let's go inside for tea. I've already arranged for it. Since you've come all this way, we should have a proper drink. Then I must impose. It's only right. What are you staring at, girl? Go brew the best tea we have. Chen Shuaru exclaimed and rushed to the backyard. The layout of the shop was quite similar. The Chen family's shop was 3 courtyards deep. The front was the shop, the front yard was for storage and tailoring, and the Chen family employed several skilled seamstresses along with a few apprentices. The backyard was where the Chen family usually rested. Sometimes they would stay overnight, but most of the time they returned home. Everyone headed straight to the guest room. Chen Shuaru brought over the tea. This shop had good business due to its collaboration with Wang Yusheng's family business. Father, who's here? I heard from my younger sister that someone came to see. Oh. I forgot to introduce you, Xifeng. This is young Master Wang from Wanqing General Merchants. Hello, young Master Wang, I'm Chen Xifeng. It's a pleasure to meet you. Haha. I'm also very pleased to meet you. Wang Yusheng and the two shook hands. They exchanged pleasantries, and after about 20 minutes Chen Shuaru came running back. Father, the dishes are ready, we can eat now. Alright, eldest, go to my room and bring that jar of 50-year-old Finjiu. Young Master Wang, shall we move to the dining room? Sure, Chen Dongjia, I wouldn't dare to impose. Excuse me. Young Master Wang, you're too polite. There's no such thing as imposing. I hope you can come and disturb me every day, haha. The food was prepared by the nearby restaurant. Though it wasn't as exquisite as that from a large hotel, the taste was certainly not lacking. The 50-year-old Fringio was also very fragrant. Indeed. Old wine is different, it has a unique taste upon sipping. Wang Yusheng, who usually disliked drinking, found himself enjoying it this time. The conversation flowed smoothly across various topics. Chen Dongjia had traveled extensively and Wang Yusheng naturally matched his experience, making conversation easy due to his past lives' experiences. As they chatted about various topics, Chen's eldest son found it hard to interject. However, Chen Shueru's eyes began to sparkle with admiration. In their circle there was truly no one like Wang Yusheng with such experience. The woman had high standards, ordinary men rarely caught her attention. As they finished eating and drinking, Chen Dongjia poured more wine, but Wang Yusheng directly held his cup and shook his head, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't drink anymore. I had a great time today and the conversation was very enjoyable. I know what you are worried about, yet as long as the quality of your goods is good, I'll say it again, you will always be my supplier." "Thank you very much, young Master Wang." "Chen Dongjia, I should be the one thanking you. Without your high-quality silk, many of my endeavors would be difficult." "Young Master Wang, I always take quality very seriously. Let's not say more, we'll work closely together in the future." It was getting late, and if he didn't return soon, his family would surely start to worry. Chen Dongjia will have the chance to drink again in the future. Wang Yusheng stood up and Chen Shueru, who had been sitting nearby, hurriedly stood to assist him. "I'm fine. Young Master Wang, let my daughter escort you, she often mentions you. It's not safe for a girl to be out at this hour." "It's alright, I'll just walk you to the alley and come back." "Alright, I can't refuse your kindness." Wang Yusheng shook his head. The wine was decent. He felt a bit tipsy, but not overly so. Maybe next time he could ask for some of this old wine to keep. It seemed young Master Wang had found a new favorite. As they walked, it was inevitable that they brushed against each other. He found the petite woman beside him to be quite charming. The two swayed their way to the corner of the street where Wang Yusheng insisted that Chen Shueru should return. In this day and age, it was truly unsafe to be out alone. Wang Yusheng urged her to go back. Chen Shueru could only turn around reluctantly, but after just a few steps she ran back, hugged Wang Yusheng and kissed him. "I've wanted to kiss you for a long time, finally I have the chance. You're so bold, does your family know? You think you can just kiss and run?" Wang Yusheng held her waist and kissed her. Alright, go back, if that's how a kiss should be. Remember that. I'll watch you go back." Wang Yusheng let her go. The little girl ran back, her face flushed. Wang Yusheng took a few steps back to the intersection and felt relieved when he saw her enter the shop. He shook his head, smacked his lips and thought, "Ah, the fragrance of orchids." He chuckled. The night breeze gently sways the shadows in the street as light footsteps enter the silk shop, surrounded by the fragrant orchids and delicate silk, captivating the eye and heart. What a beautiful poem. What a beautiful poem. Haha. Wang Yusheng swayed slightly, just short of having a fan in hand. Not far along, two people stepped out from the shadows of the dazzle, nodding at each other. Although they weren't highly educated, they reminisced about the scene they had just witnessed, affirming that the young master's poetry was indeed remarkable. On February 2, 1946, military personnel officially entered the capital. Although it started quietly, the incessant probing of journalists could not be ignored. It is also possible that some information was intentionally leaked. Tian Dan took a few days off because her father had come to visit. Wang Yusheng packed many gifts for her. After occupying someone's daughter for such a long time, it is only proper to give some gifts, isn't it? What Wang Yusheng did not expect was that another person had also returned. As he stepped outside for a stroll, several people approached him. Wang Yusheng immediately recognized one of them. Wasn't that Wen San? Gone were the old signs of aging and fatigue. Instead, he bore a resolute expression. Before Wang Yusheng could greet him, Wen San ran over and said, "Good day, Xiao Wang." "Wen San, you're back." "Yes, the organization knows that I am familiar with the capital, so they sent me back to assist as a guide during my free time. Here I am bringing people to you. Let me introduce them, comrades Wang Hongru, Meng Wei's and Kong Meng." "Haha. Welcome everyone. Please let's go to the tea house for a cup of tea." Wang Yusheng gestured towards the tea house. "Well, respect is better than refusal. Since we've walked this far, we're thirsty, let's have some water and take a break," said Comrade Meng. Several people agreed and followed Wang Yusheng into the tea house. It was still early and there were no patrons inside. Wang Yusheng called a waiter to bring several cups of tea. After expressing their gratitude, they took a sip of tea, inhaled its fragrance, nodded, and acknowledged it was good tea. Comrade Meng Wei set down his teacup, smiling at Wang Yusheng. Comrade Wang. Mr. Meng, you can just call me Yusheng. Wang Yusheng directly corrected this comrade, suggesting that it was inappropriate to address him as comrade, although he did not say it outright. None of them were fools. Since Wang Yusheng had not joined the organization, it truly was inappropriate to call him comrade. Since he mentioned it, they would refrain. Haha. Okay, old Meng, Xiao Wang is right. Let's follow the crowd and just call him Xiao Wang. Haha. Right, it seems old Meng was too reckless. Xiao Wang, the leaders sent us to express their heartfelt gratitude to you, saying that regardless of your choices, you will always be our best friend, partner, and brother. Thank you all for your understanding. Wang Yusheng raised his teacup. With an awkward start, Wang Yusheng established his boundaries, and slowly everyone regained the rhythm of conversation. Wang Yusheng discovered that the most engaging person among them was the comrade named Kong Meng. She could discuss personal matters, societal issues, and even delve into thoughts on faith. Wang Yusheng was a steadfast individual, a small figure who by fortune had been reborn into this vast and tumultuous world. It was not something that could be swayed by mere words. The same kind of indoctrination had no effect on Wang Yusheng. In other words, he had already formed his own belief, and that belief was himself. If he did not believe in himself, he would have perished countless times already. The trio had their own agenda in coming. It was to turn Wang Yusheng into one of their own, literally one of their own, while also stating they would not pressure him. This woman concluded that Wang Yusheng seemed to harbor suspicion towards everyone. It was reasonable. Running such a vast enterprise, one could not be easily deceived or swayed. As for why he had such a cautious disposition, that remained a mystery. Time was not on their side, and the group had said what needed to be said. They could now return. Sanner, let me know when you're leaving. Wang Yusheng escorted them out. Xiao Wang, I'll remember that. When San nodded in agreement. Everyone, I won't say much more. If you need anything during this period, just let someone know. Take care. Wang Yusheng clasped his hands in farewell. Thank you. The group returned the gesture to Wang Yusheng, exited the tea house, and retraced their steps. Hey, wait a moment. Wang Yusheng noticed that the angle was quite good and called them back. After stepping inside briefly, he emerged with a camera in hand. The group, having not gone far, turned back. The angle was perfect. Wang Yusheng snapped a few photos. It would serve as a memento. He waved at them, watching as they disappeared down the street. Only then did Wang Yusheng return to his previous self, stepping outside and strolling down the street with his hands clasped behind his back. Perhaps due to the presence of military personnel, the streets exhibited a rare tranquility, and the overall security situation had improved somewhat. Even the debris on some major streets had been thoroughly cleaned up. Although it was a facade, there were benefits to maintaining appearances. At least they were taking action. Since Double Tenth, it had been rare to experience such a calm and stable period. It was uncertain how long it would last. Good morning, Xiao Wang. Hello. Xiao Wang, have you eaten? Would you like to have a bite here? Wang Yusheng clasped his hands. Thanks, I've already had breakfast. Today I'm just getting a haircut. I thought I'd try something different. Xiao Wang, feel free to come by any time. I'll be waiting for you here. As Wang Yusheng walked away, the waiter straightened up. Oh. Good day, Xiao Wang. Are you here for a haircut today? Yes, I came to get a haircut. Alright, master, we have a valued customer. As he spoke, he led Wang Yusheng into the shop. Before Wang Yusheng could reach the interior, the master barber came out to greet him. So it's you, Xiao Wang, a rare visitor. Please come in, come in. Wang Sai, quickly prepare some tea and hot water. Xiao Wang, please have some tea. Thank you, Guang Sai. The apprentice Guang Sai smiled and hurried back outside to continue attracting customers. Wang Yusheng took a sip of tea, placing the cup down nearby. Master, I came for a haircut. Please style it the same as last time. Alright, just wait and see. I guarantee it will be the same as last time. The master barber knew exactly what style Wang Yusheng liked, being a regular customer who came every 2 months. Almost an hour later, Wang Yusheng emerged from the barber shop. He resumed strolling along the street, visiting Dashil and Mulakang, and then returning to a small tavern. In truth, it wasn't much. When Wang Yusheng went to drink, the assistants at the silk shop would notice and inform Qin Shuiru, who would bring a small pot of good wine and some snacks. The proprietor of the small tavern, he was quite happy about this. Around 3 p.m., an assistant from the commercial firm came looking for him. The assistant informed Wang Yusheng that the military personnel had come to find him, wanting to see Xiao Wang. They said someone from their side had gone out today and hadn't returned. They had searched everywhere and couldn't find him, so they hoped young Master Wang could assist in locating him. Had the person left and not returned? He had gone out in the morning and now it was 4 p.m. and he still hadn't come back. Was something wrong? Was there really a problem? That's why they couldn't find him and needed to contact the police. However, after searching for most of the afternoon, they still hadn't found him, or perhaps they just hadn't searched thoroughly. If that were the case, then it was likely very bad news. Even if they found him, what difference would it make? He was probably being held in some secret prison. In the end, it would just add a few more pages of testimony among the many excuses. How could they let someone go? Wang Yusheng followed the assistant onto a rickshaw and headed back to the shop. Little Wang, you're finally back. As Wang Yusheng arrived at the store, Wen-san rushed over first, followed by two others, all with anxious expressions. Wen-san, tell me what the situation is. The situation is such that we have lost a personnel named by Wenkang, aged 30, who is the confidential officer on this trip. He has seen almost all our documents, and if his disappearance is the work of an enemy, then our loss will be too great. So we must find him as quickly as possible. If the enemy pries open his mouth, we will have no secrets left. You guys are really bold in knowing how important he is. You still let him act alone. The main reason is that he said there was a fellow villager here just at the entrance. We all thought there was no problem, but this incident has occurred. Wen-san, one of the officers said. He should have a picture or something. I can only say I'll try my best to help you find him. As for whether he was captured or was a traitor from the start, that's for you to determine. There is a photo taken when entering the city. Wang Yusheng took the photo, which showed a tall, thin man who was not too ordinary either. Alright, are you going back or waiting here? Little Wang, can we wait here? Wen-san also looked anxious. Wang Yusheng nodded. Fugue, you and Chiuyan work hard today. Don't worry, little boss, we will take good care of the guests. Wang Yusheng entered the backyard. Today Qin was not at the front but was tidying up behind. Where is the young lady? Young master, the young lady is with the second madam. I see him going out for a drive. I might not be back tonight. There are a few guests at the tea house. If I'm not back by evening, please order them a meal at the nearby small restaurant. Don't let them go hungry. Alright, young master, I understand. Wang Yusheng went straight to the garage and drove out with his knight. Whether he could find someone whom even they couldn't find depended on fate. He parked the car in a less crowded area, took out his camera from the space, took a clear picture of the photo, and sent a message through Bluetooth to the communicator. As for personnel matters, Wang Yusheng had never worried. The accumulation of several generations was no joke. After the Yuan family left, they also handed over the network in the capital to Wang Yusheng. Although they had fallen, they were once top tier, and what they lacked the least was personnel who followed their family. The Yuan family and the Wang family merged once again, plus the support of the equipment provided by Wang Yusheng. They were also incredibly useful. As for how many people they had now, even Wang Yusheng couldn't ascertain. As long as they accepted his management, he could only let them develop. Even if they wanted to break away from him, they needed the capital to do so. After waiting in the car for about 20 minutes, one message after another came through. Initially, it was a message about going out, meeting two friends at a tea house, exchanging a few polite words. The three of them drank for about a tea's worth of time, then left the tea house to a small restaurant, even ordering a bottle of wine. After finishing their drinks, they headed to Yanji Hutong's Yuxiang Garden. The messages stopped at Yuxiang Garden. Wang Yusheng recalled from his memory that Yuxiang Garden was a brothel. The night he got into trouble, he seemed to have been here too. Wang Yusheng thought for a moment, started the car and drove directly over. 20 minutes later, Wang Yusheng's car stopped at Yuxiang Garden, and before he even got out, the madam rushed out. In the past, Wang Yusheng came here only to drink. As for playing with the girls, he would have to want to play for the madam to dare to find him a girl. At that time, Wang Yusheng's father had already sent a warning throughout the capital. If any madam dared to break his rules, not a single person in the entire garden would be spared. No one thought that Wang's words were just empty talk. This time it was considered a return to a familiar place. Oh, my young master Wang, I thought that after you got married you would never come back. A few magpies have been hopping around in my garden, and I was just thinking about what good fortune could be coming, and then you showed up. Sister Qin, let's be straightforward. I'm here to find someone. Once I find him, you can ask for whatever benefits you want. Wang Yusheng said as he handed her the photo. Oh, it's him. Is he still here? Yes, of course he is. He has no money and is being arrogant, boasting about wanting to find a good girl. He drank a few cups of wine and fell asleep upstairs. Upon hearing this, Wang Yusheng let out a sigh of relief. No wonder they couldn't find this guy, he ran here. Let's go, take me to find him. I keep my word to Sister Qin, if you need anything from my little brother in the future, just ask directly. Then I won't be polite, sister. Look at what you said, as if you were ever polite with me before. That was then, this is now. The madam linked arms with Wang Yusheng as they entered Yuxian Garden. At around 5 in the afternoon, Yuxian Garden was not at its busiest time, but there were already many people present. Of course, there were also quite a few who recognized Wang Yusheng. Here there is a rule: you can only greet someone if you are particularly close. Currently there was no one at Yuxian Garden who was that familiar with Wang Yusheng. They climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. The madam pointed to a room. Wang Yusheng kicked the door open and walked in. The madam was startled. What kind of debt did this guy owe that made him so aggressive? The person inside didn't know how much he had drunk and was still asleep on the bed. Wang Yusheng looked at the person on the bed, then at the photo in his hand. It was confirmed to be the same person. Sister Qin, please send someone to my tea house. There's a person named Wen San at the tea house. You'll let him bring people over. Just say that the person they want is here. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. Young Master Wang, please calm down. I'll send someone to bring you tea. Such strong anger is not good for your health. The madam left, and before long a young girl came in with a cup of tea. Young Master Wang, your tea. This little girl looked somewhat familiar. What's your name? Wang Yusheng took a sip of tea. In response to young Master Wang, I don't have a name. They all call me Little Thing. Little Thing? How old are you? In response to young Master Wang, I am 11 years old this year. If you were given a chance to leave here, would you be willing? Leave here? Where would I go? Would someone hit me there? Can I eat enough? No one will hit you, and you can eat enough every day as long as you behave. In response to young Master Wang, I would be willing. I am very obedient as long as I am not hit. I eat very little, really. I know you, please buy me. Alright, are there many here like you? No, there are 3 younger than me and 2 older sisters who are 2 years older than me. Wang Yusheng nodded. Go call your mother Qin. Okay, young Master Wang, I will go now. Little Thing. Sigh, this girl is also pitiful. The madam arrived, promptly entering the room with a broad smile. Young Master Wang, I've already dispatched someone per your instructions. They've taken a rickshaw just to ensure no delay in serving you. My sincerest thanks. I'll set that matter aside for now. This time I've summoned you, Madam Qin, for another purpose. Oh. Young Master Wang, please speak freely. Whatever it is, I'll handle it flawlessly. With those words from you, Madam Qin, I'm fully at ease. Rest assured, it's nothing momentous. You've seen the little one, haven't you? The little one? Has this girl offended you? The madam shot a sharp glance toward the young girl standing timidly by the doorway. Ha! Madam Qin, it's not as you imagine. I'm short on personnel. I'd like to purchase several girls from your establishment. Would you be willing to oblige me? How many? Exactly 6. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your revenue-generating girls. Just these 6 younger ones will suffice. As for serving tea and water, better to assign that to comely young women. After all, a gentleman might take notice of one while she serves. Using mere children for such tasks is hardly wise. Regardless of their duties, once acquired they become yours entirely. Name your price. Young Master Wang, what an odd thing to say. That you'd even consider them is the greatest fortune of their lives. They're of no use here, merely eating their fill without contributing. Since you've taken a liking to them, feel free to take them away at once. To speak of money would only wound our rapport. Young Master Wang, please wait a moment, I'll fetch them immediately. With that the madam hurried out. Before she'd even returned, Wen San and a dozen others burst into the room. Young Master Wang, Wen San bowed respectfully with his men. Good, you've arrived in time. He's lying on the bed, see if it's the man you seek. Wang Yusheng gestured toward the bed. Several men rushed over, examined the figure, then nodded silently to the group, confirmation enough that this was indeed their target. All's well, just a false alarm. Young Master Wang, we're profoundly grateful. Glad it's resolved. Take him and go, I still have matters to discuss here. Wen San misread the cue and smiled politely. Young Master Wang, we'll take our leave now. Wang Yusheng waved them off, already spotting the madam waiting at the doorway with several young girls. Wen San and his men departed immediately. Only then did the madam re-enter bringing 5 girls, 2 slightly older, perhaps 13 or 14, 3 younger still, no more than 8 or 9 years old. The girls stood huddled together, eyes downcast and trembling with apprehension. Young Master Wang, here are the deeds of indenture for all 6. Madam Qin, you're as forthright as ever, and I, young Master Wang, am no miser. I'll accept these documents for now. Let's proceed downstairs. At the automobile, Wang Yusheng opened the trunk and retrieved a small chest containing 6 gold bars. Young Master Wang, this is far too much. Not at all. This sum covers not only the purchase but additional expenses. Should anyone else wish to sell children in future, direct them to Wang Jiazwang in the south. The surplus is your referral fee. I'm unfamiliar with other brothels in the 8 great alleys, but I ask you, Madam Qin, to visit them on my behalf. Tell them young Master Wang seeks to acquire girls, not their revenue-generating courtesans but the younger ones residing within their compounds. All of them. Let them name their own price. It's growing late today, tomorrow they're to deliver the girls directly to my premises. They have 2 days. Yes, I'll send word at once. But, what if they refuse? Refusal. Simple. If 2 days hence I find any girl of similar age still housed within their compound, then the madam herself need not live another day. Wang Yusheng opened the car door, ushering the 6 girls inside. Then he drove off swiftly, leaving the city before dusk fell. Wang Jiazwang was no longer a mere village, its scale and appearance rivaled that of a full-fledged town. Past 6 o'clock the main street bustled with people, lively and animated. These were factory workers returning from their shifts. Their dormitories lay just beyond Wang Jiazwang. Many strolled out after work for a meal or a leisurely walk. Wang Yusheng went straight to the village chief's residence. The 6 girls were taken directly to Wang Jiazwang's orphanage, where they would begin formal education. Those lacking academic aptitude could enter the factories at 16. The brightest and most diligent students would be sent directly to university by Wang Yusheng himself. Young Master Wang, may I follow you? As Wang Yusheng prepared to depart, the little girl, Xiao Dongxi, rushed forward. You may follow me, but first master the written characters. Without literacy you cannot accompany me. Set aside idle fantasies, your sole duty now is to study diligently. Here you eat your fill, wear warm clothes, and enjoy meat every few days. Your only responsibility is learning. Only those who fail despite such conditions shall face discipline. Wang Yusheng gently stroked the girl's head, then turned and climbed into the car. And indeed, as he'd promised, it was exactly as he'd described. After his departure, dinner was served: eggs, 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a bowl of millet porridge. The girls ate cautiously, accustomed to scraps left behind by patrons, the poorest remnants of meals served elsewhere. They'd never tasted eggs before, even spotting a single shred of meat had once been cause for prolonged delight. After dinner several elder women escorted them to bathe. They received new clothes, identical to those worn by other children, and were assigned fresh dormitory beds. What awaited them was nothing less than a new life. Wang Yusheng could do only so much. He could gather these parentless children, impart knowledge, and upon maturity offer them employment, or welcome them into his own factories. He was planning ahead. Even if circumstances forced him to leave this place, he intended to take with him every person he trained and nurtured. With a foundation of 300,000 to 500,000 loyal, skilled individuals, he could seize vast territories and cultivate them steadily, using artifacts from his spatial realm to reverse engineer progress. Though he couldn't yet operate many of the advanced machines extracted from his spatial domain, mastery was merely a matter of study. Cradling his soft-spoken wife, he slept soundly until dawn. Today he intended to go nowhere. His message had spread, not only through the 8 great alleys but across the region. Those daring enough to test him were welcome to emerge 2 days hence, and discover for themselves whether young Master Wang would exact retribution. Some journalists, relishing the spectacle, published accounts in the newspapers. This served Wang Yusheng's purpose perfectly, ensuring the story reached every corner. Henceforth anyone seeking to sell children would first turn to Wang Jiazwang. His public rationale was clear. He sought to cultivate a new generation of educated, technically proficient workers. Ordinary laborers needed only capable mentors to guide them on the job. A pair of hands sufficed for common labor, but technical workers demanded both knowledge and skill. Whatever his motives, Wang Yusheng's acquisition of children from brothels ignited widespread discourse. Most applauded him. What is a true merchant? One who serves nation and people, and extends compassion to the afflicted. These were still children. Within 5 or 7 years they'd be forced into prostitution. Yet now they remained innocent, unspoiled. This was an act of righteousness. Many offered donations, clothing funds, leaving Wang Yusheng both touched and bemused. Even courtesans declared that should young Master Wang ever visit their establishments they'd charge him not a single cent. When his wife learned of this she gave him no end of teasing. Among madams some upheld moral principle, others betrayed it utterly. 2 days meant precisely 2 days. Wang Yusheng then activated a reporting system. Any location reported and verified would be visited by investigators, and upon confirmation both the madam and all managerial staff would be eliminated without exception. Who carried out the killings? Certainly not young Master Wang himself. And anyone foolish enough to confront him about it would need to survive long enough to try. Time passed leisurely into mid-April. The city was in full bloom. There were indeed quite a few unexpected events happening, but mostly they were self-inflicted missteps. What caught Wang Yusheng by surprise was that the domineering woman from the New World, Lu Rusi, returned with his little wife. However, he was still just a university student now, lacking the arrogance he once had. As for whether this woman was currently with that Feng person, he had no idea. That Feng person was likely one of his father's subordinates, otherwise she wouldn't have had any interaction with him. Targeting the woman would indeed be a step towards greatness, but since she kept their relationship private, that Feng boy could only endure. Otherwise she would still be just a minor member of the confidential bureau. If they crossed paths he would simply eliminate her. Upon seeing the woman, Wang Yusheng immediately hid. Getting involved with her could lead to entanglements with the people behind her. It was unwise. With such beautiful weather it was perfect for an outing. He grabbed his fishing rod and bucket, said a word to Uncle Kai and drove out of the house. Uncle Kai glanced at the backyard, watching the young master leave, shaking his head with a sigh. When did a young master become a true heir instead of just being called a little master? He drove along the road towards the outskirts and parked at Dazzlin. After thinking for a moment he got out of the car and went to the Chen's silk store in Xiaoli Hatong. He pulled out Chen Shuiru, who was bored in the shop. They got in the car and drove towards the city outskirts. Heading west out of the city they found a spot along the Yongding River where the grass was lush. He stopped the car. "I'll help you dig for worms." Chen Shuiru ran over, grabbing a small shovel, and began digging. "Dig here, there are signs of worms coming out." In no time she had dug up several. He cut off a segment, hooked it onto the fishing line and cast it into the river without paying it much mind. Fishing was a hobby, whether or not he caught anything was inconsequential. After washing his hands he sat inside a small tent he had set up. Chen Shuiru poured a cup of brewed tea for Wang Yusheng. As for the quarrels during the military coordination meetings every few days, they had nothing to do with him. Now both sides were frantically trying to establish connections with various people, attempting to turn them into their own. However, these individuals were difficult for both sides to trust. Without this effort they risked being swayed by the opposing side. They could only compete for speed. Sometimes they would frame people on either side. Little tricks were endless. Only a few higher-ups remained calm amidst it all. Dan, is there really no way? Dad, it's useless. Right now it's not about gaining him but maintaining our relationship. I know, but he's not one of us. Sometimes it makes people uneasy. He's not that kind of person. You've seen it, whenever he needs something he prepares it for us as best he can. What else do you have to worry about? What I'm saying is, while you're here, if one day you're not, can you guarantee his heart won't change? Even if his heart does change, if we manage to bring him in, can you guarantee he won't change forever? Sigh Dan, the higher-ups mean to try to win him over. The situation is already very dire, the other side has begun to deploy everywhere. What are they planning to do? I don't need to say more, do I? All I can do is try to maintain this relationship as best I can, not to destroy it. Dad, I trust him and you should trust me too. Alright, the higher-ups also want to transfer you to learn in the Sioux country for a while. This is what I managed to secure for you. I want to hear your opinion. Well, can I talk to you about it in a couple of days? At the latest the day after tomorrow. The plane won't wait for anyone. Okay, I understand. Tian Dan exited the room, winding through several alleys and then turning through a few markets. After getting on a rickshaw she finally revealed the address of the trading company. Now almost everyone on the street could be an enemy. Tian Dan needed to ensure her father's safety. Although there were guards on the periphery, one could never be sure of that madman. Manager Tian, you're back. Hello, Manager Lu. Is the young master in? I need to report something to him. The young master is not here, he went fishing outside the city and no one knows where he went as the area outside the city is so vast. Alright, I'll go up and get to work first. Manager Lu nodded and busied himself. While he was busy the lights dimmed suddenly and he looked up to see several people standing in the store. Gentlemen, is there anything you need? They'll have someone prepare it for you. No need, we Boss Biao want to discuss business with young Master Wang, so we came to invite him. Boss Biao? May I ask which Boss Biao? Remember well, we are from the Sanha gang. Oh, understood, it's Xiao Jin Biao, right? Shopkeeper, you're quite clever. Please invite your young master out. Gentlemen, our young master is not in the store right now, he went out to have fun. I truly have no idea when he will return. How about you leave an address and when our young master gets back I will inform him immediately. You're not trying to deceive us, are you? We have such a large store, you can ask around. We really have no need to deceive you. Alright then, we will wait for Boss Biao at Yitiaolong restaurant. Understood, gentlemen, take care. Manager Lu frowned as he sent the men off. Xiao Jinbiao used to work for the Japanese and it was unexpected that he had not been caught but dared to seek business with their young master. Inside the industrial zone. In the convenience food factory. Manager Chin, this is the result of our latest experiment. The last batch of materials was much better packaged. Even with strong pressure it won't leak, but there is one downside, it can't come into contact with water. This convenience package is temporarily on hold. We'll continue researching new materials and find more craftsmen. One person's perspective is limited, but many can provide insights that may lead to breakthroughs. Yes, we will continue to strive for improvement. The young master is still waiting for our news. We cannot disappoint his trust. You all keep busy, we'll go check on the biscuit workshop. A few of them arrived at the biscuit workshop where the machines were already humming. The biscuits were in production with various flavors available. A dozen top chefs were overseeing the process. The taste was beyond reproach. After baking at high temperatures, the biscuits were packed into bags or metal boxes. Based on calculations under normal circumstances, they could last about 5 months. If the environment was dry, they might last up to a year. As for how long they could ultimately last, it had yet to be tested as the entire workshop had only recently been set up. Qin Yimin, the son of Qin Er-yi, was now managing the new food production lines. His skills were still impressive. Around 4 p.m. Brother Yusheng, we should head back, it's past 4 p.m. Aren't you going to lie down a bit more? I wish I could hold you every day, but it's not possible right now. Alright, they'll call you out when I have time. Just wait. When Junkie has a child, I'll see about bringing you in. Okay, I'll be waiting. After packing up, he stuffed everything into the car, dropped Shin Shuiru off at the entrance of Dazzle and watched her turn into the alley and then drove home. Wang Yusheng had just arrived home and embraced his wife. Before they could kiss, he was called to the front store. Manager Lu had something to discuss, but before he could finish, Tian Dan came down from upstairs. I need to talk to you, Master Wang. Let's wait a moment. Manager Lu, please go ahead. Master Wang, it's about Xiao Jinbiao from the Sanha gang. He sent a message saying he's waiting for you at Yitiaolong restaurant to discuss business. Xiao Jinbiao? Oh, he used to hang out with a few Japanese thugs. After the Japanese left, I hadn't heard from him until now. I wonder why he has resurfaced. Alright, I understand. Wang Yusheng nodded. Xiao Jinbiao and Ao De Biao both should be let go for now. He turned to Tian Dan, let's go to the office and talk. Tian Dan obediently followed him. Manager Lu glanced at them and continued with his work. As a subordinate, he couldn't interfere with the master's affairs. Once in the office, Tian Dan closed the door and locked it, then turned and rushed towards Wang Yusheng. What's wrong? Don't speak yet. It's good to study, you won't progress if you don't learn. This is a great opportunity. Wang Yusheng moved his waist slightly. Was it for this that this woman had been fussing over him for an hour? Do you think I should go as well? Yes, you should. You're still young. Go learn more knowledge and then bring it back to teach others, Wang Yusheng replied after some thought. Alright, they'll listen to you, but if I leave now, the separation now is for a better reunion later. I understand. Tian Dan cupped Wang Yusheng's face and closed her eyes to kiss him once more. Afterward, Wang Yusheng got dressed. It was already 6:30 p.m. He pulled over a blanket to cover her. He opened the office door and casually took it with him. Chunshi, bring me a cup of coffee. Yes, young master. After receiving the coffee, he gulped it down and placed the cup on the counter before stepping out of the store. Long Restaurant. Originally named Long Mutton Restaurant, it was established in the 50th year of Qianlong, 1785, and was one of the earliest famous mutton hot pot restaurants in the capital. When restaurants were established in the capital, the name was changed to restaurant. It was not far from Wang Yusheng's grocery store, just 2 streets away. He walked over. He had been busy all day and hadn't eaten dinner. It was just right to eat here. Oh, isn't that Master Wang? You rarely come here. Please come inside. A distinguished guest is waiting for you. The staff at the door shouted as they saw Wang Yusheng. As Wang Yusheng entered, 2 staff members were already waiting at the door. Hello, Master Wang. No rush. Where is that Ao de Biao? Xiao Jinbiao from the Sanhai gang. Without waiting for the staff to respond, a person at a nearby table stood up. You must be the young Master Wang. Please, our boss is in the private room inside. Who are you? Wang Yusheng scrutinized the person. Hua Mao. Wang Yusheng nodded, remembering that this group was a typical example of bullying honest people. It wouldn't be enough to shoot them all. Lead the way, Wang Yusheng said, not wanting to engage in conversation. This way, young Master Wang. A few people walked ahead to lead the way while several others followed closely behind, afraid that Wang Yusheng might run away. Upon arriving at the private room, a bald man with slanted eyes saw Wang Yusheng enter and stood up, wiping his mouth. This was Xiao Jinbiao. Good to see you, young Master Wang. I am Xiao Jinbiao. Some people sent me a message saying, boss, come, let's sit down and have a drink before we talk. Wang Yusheng looked at the messy table and had no desire to sit down. What business? Just get to the point. I'm not interested in chatting with you people. Haha. Young Master Wang, you came alone and still dare to be tough with us. Xiao Jinbiao laughed heartily. Just you guys. No matter how many there were, they were still not enough to worry about. It seems you have no business. Are you trying to play me? The consequences will be serious. Haha. Business. Yes, but you have to sit down to discuss it. Xiao Jinbiao tilted his head and a subordinate took out a box and opened it, revealing a scroll. Wang Yusheng frowned as he looked at the scroll and then at Xiao Jinbiao, who was still gnawing on a bone. Young Master Wang, this is a good thing. Aren't you going to take a look? I heard you are currently purchasing various famous paintings at high prices. I only buy things authenticated by the 18 appraisal houses. But young Master Wang, each of the 18 appraisal houses charges a fee for authentication. I can't afford that. Wouldn't it be better to treat my brothers to a nice meal? Wang Yusheng glanced at Xiao Jinbiao, then looked at the painting, reaching out to take it. He opened it directly. It was the orchid bamboo painting. Could this be the one passed down from the Bai Lianqi family? Wang Yusheng examined the painting from top to bottom but couldn't see what was so good about it. It was just passable. He collected calligraphy and antiques for the future. After all, things were very cheap at this time. He put the painting back. Name your price. No, young Master Wang, I don't want to sell this. I want to trade. Trade? Yes, consider it. A gift to you. You just need to help us find some work so we don't starve. You're a person of means, you wouldn't mind having a few of us working for you, right? Hee. Just you few? Yes, just us. Times are tough, it's just us. If young Master Wang gives us a hand, we will follow your orders from now on. Alright, then it's not too late. Let me arrange something for you. Let's go, Wang Yusheng said as he took the painting and turned to leave the private room. Hearing this, the others scrambled to follow him, a total of more than 20 people. Wang Yusheng waved his hand. A rickshaw not far away came rushing over. Master, it's you. Where are you going? They'll give you a ride. Call over 20 cars, I need them. Master, there are nearly 30 here, that's enough. Bring them all over. Okay. The driver ran over and called all the waiting drivers. Wang Yusheng got into the car first and the others followed one by one. When they reached Yangdingmen, the guards at the gate saw that it was Wang Yusheng and immediately let them through. After exiting the gate for about 2 miles, Wang Yusheng told everyone to get off and the drivers returned. Those who got off looked confused. This was a remote area. Xiao Jinbiao felt uneasy. Young Master Wang, where is this? Aren't we there yet? We've arrived. The environment here is nice, it's perfect for sending you on your way. Wang Yusheng turned around and directly pulled Xiao Jinbiao into the space. The few people nearby along with others who tried to run had no chance to escape. Wang Yusheng quickly dashed out. A few minutes later everyone was inside the space. He clapped his hands. Getting rid of harm for the people made him very happy. He released a bicycle and casually rode to young Dingman riding straight into the gate. Upon arriving at Yijiaolong restaurant he directly ordered 3 pounds of hand-sliced mutton and some other side dishes, enjoying a comfortable meal. Tian Dan left filled with passion. Wang Yusheng felt a bit reluctant as well. However, as he had said, this separation was for the sake of a better reunion in the future. Taking over Tian Dan duties was Gun Yang. To keep her from being bored and to give her something to do, her activities had expanded a bit since becoming the second madam. However, a new assistant manager was appointed. This girl named Miaoying and surnamed Li was bought from the Wang residence. She was clever and eager to learn, being the first to memorize the product introductions upstairs, and she could read, write, and do accounts. Wang Yusheng was not about to let such a person slip away. He fell back into a state of idleness. On a whim he took Gun Yang to pick up the young wife and bring her home. The whole family could still take a stroll around. In the industrial area, Wang Yusheng did not adhere to the original notion of such a vast place. The current industrial area stretched directly 10 kilometers long and 7 kilometers wide, nearly the size of the outer districts of the capital. A 5-meter-high wall surrounded it, hiding a radar system within. It appeared to be second-hand, but even as such it was far superior to the dozens of blocks in the current city. Coupled with an air defense system and 7 rapid-fire cannons that should belong to a warship, this place was secure. Unless someone used large-scale high-powered bombs to encroach gradually but trying to fly over. That would depend on whether the radar system would allow it. Within a radius of 200 kilometers it could detect with an 80-kilometer defense zone. Whoever came would know. The industrial area was now a small city in its own right. Adding to that, a ring of vast farmland surrounded it. As for the landlords, whoever owned it would come forward to claim it. Once they emerged, they would be taken inside the industrial area for questioning, and their whole family would be driven there overnight, all captured without violence, treated well and nourished. The trial production of small tractors was still being iterated, while large tractors had already begun working in the fields. With these technologies, Wang Yusheng dared not say much, but he would not have to worry about starvation wherever he occupied. Especially the large tractors, which had improved from plowing 10 acres in an hour to now plowing 30 acres. Wang Yusheng's goal was to approach 100 acres in an hour, which was his expectation for the large tractors. A short-term goal of 50 acres would be quite good. That meant after 2 more improvements it should be nearly there. Wherever the tractor could go, that land belonged to Wang Yusheng. No matter the landlords or anyone else, he would only care about the common people. They would all be restructured. In the future they would be Wang Yusheng's tenants. What work would they do? Raising livestock, farming, checking the crops in the fields, weeding and pest control, that would be about it. These tenants, strong laborers and women, would be drafted for training in the industrial area, while the clever ones would stay to continue learning, and those less clever would be taken back to the village to care for the elderly. As for the children, they would be directly taken to the schools in the industrial area. It would be mandatory. If they did not send their children, there would be punishment. What Wang Yusheng was doing, although he had not directly occupied the capital, he had taken 99 of the land south of it. It was equivalent to occupying the areas of Fangshan and Daxing outside the 5th ring of the capital in later times. From the west at Yanshan to the east at the canal. To the south it spread out over an area of 20 kilometers. Villages with only a few dozen people were directly merged. It wasted time and manpower. Each village was now essentially a large village with over 10,000 people. Management personnel were selected through assessments from within the villages. Of course, there would be hidden lines in the villages to report on the situations of each village at any time, and if problems were discovered, the enforcement team would directly handle it. Everything was developing in an orderly manner. But the good times did not last long. Just as autumn arrived around August, negotiations on both sides completely collapsed. Fortunately, Wang Yusheng managed to have his father arrange for 10 ships of grain before the collapse, and also imported 7,000,000 tons of rice from Southeast Asia. Now Wang Yusheng had plenty of money and people. Especially in terms of military strength, he was not weaker than anyone else. There was a secret area in the industrial zone that only a core group of the Wang family could enter. The entrance was equipped with electronic doors and facial recognition. In here, if resources were ample, they could produce 3,000 rounds of various types of ammunition in an hour and 300 conventional shells. There were countless high-tech machine tools. This was truly the core of Wang Yusheng. Once an outsider was detected, the alert system would be activated, and upon identification by the computer, measures would be taken to eliminate the intruder. Other places had discovered intrusions this year, but they were stopped when detected. However, here there had never been a reported intrusion. Even the power system was independent, with a vast array of underground batteries sufficient to support the entire factory running at full capacity for 90 hours, which is 4 days. There were 3 rapid-fire cannons mounted right above this place. The cement used to build these places was purchased at a high price by Wang Yusheng from those profiting from the war in the United States. It was said that the formula for this cement was the same as that used for constructing the emptying tower back in the West. Wang Yusheng tried firing a 105 cannon at one of the constructed buildings for an hour, and it barely removed a layer of skin. After the autumn harvest, most of the family members were also relocated to the industrial area by Wang Yusheng. Now this place was the safest spot in the entire capital. By December, a piece of good news that excited the Wang family spread. The young mistress of the Wang family was pregnant. Outside it was desolate, while the enclosed industrial area was bustling and prosperous. There were now 5,000,000 people living here. In the capital, only Wang Yusheng remained, while the storefronts were still as they had always been. Not only that, but the grain station also remained unchanged. Anyone who dared to reach out would be dealt with severely. Recently there had been no shortage of executions. One foolish person was executed, and then when they saw another foolish person after the third foolish one was executed, anyone else thinking of reaching out would have to think twice. Wang Yusheng dared to say that there must be countless spies surrounding his front door. The Secret Service, the Communications Bureau, and even the CC. But no one dared to show themselves. Just as things heated up to the point of sparking, a piece of news emerged from the capital. Not far from Taranting, a female corpse was found drained of blood, and the woman was wearing a red cotton jacket. A phrase came to Wang Yusheng's mind. This was an event that had permeated the new world. A third-generation executioner had killed the fiancée of a police officer named Su Tianda from the Beiping police station right on the grass outside the police station. Who was that killer back then? Wang Yusheng racked his brain trying to remember. After such a long time, many memories had become muddled, and he could not recall. He took out the communicator, typed "investigate the Taranting woman murder case," and then sent it out. On December 22nd in 1946, during the winter solstice, heavy snow fell. Wang Yusheng had sent out information several days ago, but there was still no response. I messaged the second contact, who replied that there were many clues and they were currently sifting through them to find the truth. Well, all I can do is wait. Gazing at the snow outside for a moment, I sipped a cup of hot tea and continued writing in my notebook about all the fragments of my memories with a fountain pen. If I had known I would have done this when I first arrived, my memories were still quite clear back then. After such a long time, being able to recall some fragments is already commendable. Wang Yusheng wrote the words "Little Red Jacket" on a piece of scrap paper and then drew a circle. Generational executioners. Yes, how could I have forgotten about this matter? Generational executioners. Wang Yusheng wrote those words again. There was indeed this thought in my memories. I tapped the table and took out my communicator to send a query about the descendants of executioners currently residing in the capital, investigating their whereabouts. Then I stopped concerning myself with Little Red Jacket. "Young master, where will you be having lunch?" Cui walked in. Wang Yusheng glanced at the study. "Let's eat outside if the young master doesn't want to go out." "All right, young master." The young mistress called back to ask if you will be returning tonight. "With such heavy snow, I won't be going back. Tell the young mistress that I have some things to write in these next few days." "Understood, young master." Cui left the room. Not long after, sounds of things being arranged outside could be heard. Wang Yusheng put down his pen, closed the notebook. This item must not be seen by others. He took out an identical notebook where he had copied the Tao Te Ching. If someone were to sneak in and take the notebook, they would be able to decipher nothing. "Young master, please wash your hands." Kai Dai stood by the basin with a towel. Wetting her hands, she soaped up and washed them, rinsing in the clean water basin beside her. She reached out to wipe Wang Yusheng's face. "What are you eating?" "Young master, we also have dumplings, and no one else has 4 slices of beef and 1 chicken leg." Festivals should have a festive atmosphere. "Yes, young master." Even the customers at the tea house today were each served a bowl of sour soup dumplings, and they all said it was delicious. "You all go have your meal, come back to clean up after eating." "Understood, young master." Cui and Kai Dai walked out. Wang Yusheng's meal was slightly more exquisite than the others. 3 shrimp dumplings, 3 fish dumplings, 3 lamb dumplings, 3 beef dumplings, 3 egg dumplings, and 3 pork and cabbage dumplings. Accompanied by side dishes from Lu Bijou as well as sauced beef from Yusheng and pickled garlic. A small wine pot contained 2 tails of wine. This was Wang Yusheng's lunch. After eating and drinking enough, he took a sip of tea, rinsed his mouth, stretched his body, and lay down on the other couch. Not long after, Kai Dai and Cui Cui pushed the door open and swiftly tidied up all the bowls and plates, clearing the table. Cui Cui carried the tray away, leaving Kai Dai by Wang Yusheng's side. Wang Yusheng opened his eyes, stretched out his arms, and Kai Dai lightly climbed onto the bed and lay beside him. Don't move around, stay with the young master for a while, you should also take a nap. They fell asleep until 2:30 in the afternoon, feeling completely relaxed. Kai Dai got up, went outside to fetch hot water, wet a towel, and carefully wiped Wang Yusheng's face. She also took out a lightly scented moisturizer and gently applied it to his face. After getting up, she opened the window to take a look. The snow outside had grown heavier. A good snowfall heralds a bountiful year, and there would surely be a good harvest next year. Young master, it's cold, to put on a coat. Seeing Wang Yusheng standing by the window, Kai Dai brought him a cloak. Kai Dai really knows how to care for others. You are Kai Dai's young master, of course Kai Dai cares for you. He embraced the girl and gave her a kiss. Perhaps due to this heavy snow, the somewhat tense capital city received a moment of respite. After having dinner, Wang Yusheng asked Kai Dai to prepare a bath for him, intending to wash up soon. Kai Dai swayed her body as she left. Messages were being listed one by one. The entire capital, including the surrounding areas, had been investigated. There are currently 21 families with executioners. Addresses were listed one by one, and they would investigate all of them within the next few days. Since this person is called Little Red Jacket, it would be easy to find women wearing red jackets. Let a few women in red jackets pass by this person a few times. If there is anyone suspicious, just apprehend them. Wang Yusheng thought for a moment, nodded, and sent 2 words, all right. Since there are clues now, it won't be difficult to catch the person. No matter who he is, a thorough search will surely yield results. Young master, the water is ready, you can take a bath now. Okay. Wang Yusheng's bathroom was in the inner courtyard, and after he finished washing, the girls from the shop could also come and wash up. Following Kai Dai to the bathroom, Cui Cui had already prepared everything: a scrubber, shampoo, and massage supplies. The 2 first helped Wang Yusheng wash up, then they entered the bathroom. He soaked for over half an hour. The oiliness was washed away, lying on the massage bed receiving a gentle rub. Clean and refreshed, followed by a massage, he felt completely relaxed. Wang Yusheng emerged from the bathroom wearing a thick bathrobe. He returned to his bedroom. Today Cui Cui would warm his bed. Young master, sister Kai Dai taught me, I can do it too. What did she teach you? Well. Cui Cui blinked her eyes. They had no more words that night. In the morning, Wang Yusheng saw Cui Cui's distressed face. This girl is just trying to show off. I let her drink more honey water and rest in her room. The heavy snow that had fallen all day had stopped. Wang Yusheng walked through all the courtyards. Many workers used long bamboo poles, cooperating with each other to sweep the accumulated snow from the rooftops. The snow in the courtyard had already been cleared into pathways. He directly exited the courtyard to the front shop. The shop door was wide open, and a group of workers was clearing a path through the snow at the entrance. Others from different shops also joined in. Clearing this continuously snow-covered street, it might take Wang Yusheng and his few workers an entire day to create a clear path. Manager Lu. Young master. Ever since the young mistress became pregnant, everyone in the Wang household as well as those outside who knew changed how they addressed him. No longer calling him little young master, but young master. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Is there lamb in the kitchen? Ask the cook to make a lamb soup. Serve it with big pancakes. Your lamb soup soaked pancakes will make for a delicious bowl. Also make some lamb oil chili. Understood, young master. You'll have someone prepare it right away. Wang Yusheng arrived at the nearby tea house. Good day, young master. Chuanxi, bring me a cup of Longjing tea. All right, young master. Wang Yusheng took a sip from the teacup, lost in thought. What is that old man up to now? How is Tiandan doing? In this cold weather, are those fighting in the snow well fed? Young master, a group of soldiers has arrived at the entrance. Soldiers? What do they want? They said they are here to requisition supplies. What audacity! They dare to come here to requisition from me the young master. I heard that other grain merchants have already supplied their grains. How much have they given? Some have given as little as 200,000 jin while others have provided up to 100,000 jin. It seems the amount differs based on the store. What about us? Have they mentioned our amount? They did. It's 300,000 jin. Ha! 300,000 jin? Do they think I will just hand it over? Can they even transport it? Everything was peaceful until they came to stir up trouble. Young master, this time it's said to be an order from the general requisitioning grain from the entire city. I know for a fact that there are several grain merchants much larger than my operation. Why are they not approaching them but coming to me? Do they see me as easy prey? Wang Yusheng stepped out of the office with his hands behind his back. Arriving at the store entrance. Who speaks for you? The one in charge. Why are you so nosy? I'm their squad leader. We are here to requisition grain. A slovenly man strode out, patting the gun at his waist. Very well, go back and tell the person who sent you if they wish to tread on me they better have the means to back it up. Get lost or I'll make sure you all stay here. Damn it, kid, you think you can just say, stay, and we'll stay? Have you asked about the guns we're holding? As he spoke, several people raised their guns at Wang Yusheng. But soon several gunshots rang out and the men were all shot in the head. Who dares to mess with me? Cursing me? You think you're worthy? Wang Yusheng stepped outside, extending his foot and kicking the squad leader, sending him crashing into four others, causing the squad leader to spit blood. Anyone who dared to raise their gun next was shot in the head immediately. The others were so frightened they crouched on the ground, afraid to move. Take your people and leave. In the future, think clearly whether your head is worth something before you come back. When you leave, clean up the ground. If anyone wants to die, they can stay. You have 3 minutes. Those who remain will all die here. After saying that, Wang Yusheng turned and went back into the store. No one dared to stay and a few carried their squad leader away while others lifted the dead. As for the ground, a few people hastily covered it with some snow. In less than 2 minutes they had all fled. Only then did others dare to come out and show themselves. In the requisition office. Bang! The sound of a teacup smashing on the floor. Outrageous. Capture anyone who dares to withhold grain, arrest them all. Sir, this is not advisable. After all, that massive industrial area outside the city belongs to the Wang family. The people there are essentially soldiers and they can easily gather a force of at least 5,000. Do you mean to say I can't do anything at all? Just sit back and watch him act so arrogantly? Sir, whatever we do, we must plan carefully. Don't you agree? I'll give you 1 month. I want 5,000 jin of grain no matter what method you use. Yes. The person left the office exhaling deeply. He would rather go against all the grain merchants in the capital than confront those who do not play fair. In total, there are over 10 grain merchants in the capital and each can provide 5,000 to 6,000 jin of grain, which is sufficient. Meanwhile, Wang Yusheng was looking at the content transmitted by the communicator. The executioner at Dongzaimen is already over 60, he simply cannot make such a long journey at night. And there's one at Choingmen, but he is completely unable because he is disabled. He was injured years ago when working for the Japanese. Others have already been ruled out. Now 3 can still be confirmed. Further investigation is needed. Wang Yusheng looked at the information about these 3 individuals, a picture flickering in his mind. His gaze finally focused on the name of Prison Guard 17. However, many times he had overlooked this person. Although often this person was the little red jacket. Most of the time it should not be. What does this mean? This person should have been imitating someone else. First, the age does not match. After so many years, the little red jacket must be at least 40 years old, but 17 looks too young. Second, their identity does not match. How could a prison guard have so much time to chase after people and take pictures? Third, the knife skills. An executioner, especially one with a legendary reputation, must have had hands-on experience. Where would an executioner come from in the Republic of China? Thus this person had no opportunity to use a knife. Even if they bought meat to practice, they wouldn't have such good knife skills. When everything is added up, this little red jacket really isn't just one person. It's likely a whole group of people. Who has the time to impersonate the little red jacket to vent their anger? The most critical point is the camera. Wang Yusheng remembered a detail. Many people looked at the photos for a long time without noticing anything. Even the camera shop owner didn't see it, but two people recognized it immediately. The camera shop owner said this camera was second-hand. Then the question arises, who sold this camera and who bought it? One question after another attacked Wang Yusheng. His head felt like it was swelling as if another brain was about to grow. Bang! A fist slammed on the desk. Outside, Kai Dai rushed in. Young master, what happened? Are you alright? I'm fine, just got a bit excited earlier. Young master, don't take it out on yourself when you're excited. Kai Dai pouted. She reached out and held Wang Yusheng's hand, rubbing it. Is it because Tsue didn't serve you well yesterday? I'll take good care of you tonight. You girl, what are you thinking? Wang Yusheng rubbed her head. Kai Dai, go get busy. The young master has some matters to attend to. Alright, young master. Once Kai Dai left, Wang Yusheng turned his gaze back to the notebook. Everything revolves around Jia Xiaoduo. So, he typed the message on the communicator. Query information about Jia Xiaoduo's family. With a cacophony of cheers, the New Year's Day of 1947 has arrived. Today is also the New Year. Wang Yusheng is celebrating the holiday with his family in the industrial area. Aside from a few special factories that cannot take a holiday, most are on break. The steel mill cannot stop. If it does, the entire boiler will be ruined. The power plant cannot take a holiday either. If it shuts down, the entire industrial area will be without power. The boiler room cannot take a holiday. If it does, it will require a lot of coal to heat the boiler again. No holidays are allowed because of the possibility of compensatory time off. Moreover, the wages over these few days are 3 times higher than usual. Wang Yusheng is carefully protecting his wife, who is 4 months pregnant. Looking like she is about to become a mother, she still has a childish expression. She insists on playing with firecrackers, which frightens the nearby Gunyang considerably. This is the first child of the Wang family, and playing with firecrackers might startle the baby. Pouting won't help. Even Gunyang isn't willing, let alone Wang Yusheng. Yuna is carefully watching over her, fearing she might get hurt. This auntie is never at ease. There will be a lantern festival tonight lasting 3 days, and also a New Year's party which will also last 3 days. This is not just a regular celebration. The newly constructed main streets are bustling with crowds. In the middle are rows of small shops that divide the crowd into 2 sides. Big brother Yusheng, it's really lively here. It will be even more lively in the future, Wang Yusheng said, with his wife by his side, Gunyang next to them, and several maidservants around along with bodyguards on the periphery. Gunyang is the happiest. She has never seen such a lively place before. Even when it was lively, it was just a bunch of servants in the house making noise. Now Gunyang is no longer dressed in the old-fashioned clothes she used to wear. Instead, she is very fashionable, wearing a small cheongsam and having her hair styled. Wang Yusheng had no good intentions when he took many photos of this second lady and sent them to his father. They didn't return home until it was past 11 at night. A group of maidservants surrounded their young mistress, chattering non-stop. Once home, they helped the young wife bathe and coaxed her to sleep before leaving the room. Gunyang does not allow Wang Yusheng and his wife to sleep together, fearing that they might not control themselves, and if something happens to the baby, it would be too late to regret. She even pushed Yuna over, as there are Sierra and Chin watching in the room. Alright. Yuna, dry and busy for half the night, finally calmed Wang Yusheng's fire and fell into a deep sleep. There was no conversation throughout the night. After staying here for 5 days, Wang Yusheng only left after inspecting all the factories once they officially resumed operations. He also took away several trucks of goods, such as various new flavors of instant noodles. Although the packaging lacks quality materials, using thick paper bags ensures a shelf life of about a year as long as the bags are not bulging and don't break. He tried out various flavors, and surprisingly the taste is quite good. It lacks the industrial taste. After the first bite, it's a bit unusual to eat such tasty instant noodles without various additives. They are also inexpensive, costing just 1 dime per pack with flavors to choose from. There are currently no special flavors, just beef, braised egg and halal, with each flavor having 4 levels of spiciness. With a group of chefs backing them, the flavor is undoubtedly reliable. The biscuits are also good, available in small packs, large packs, and tin box packaging. Due to insufficient supply of meat, various meat canned goods are quite rare, and most are bought by people from the industrial area right off the production line. Wang Yusheng also took back dozens of boxes to share with the staff at the store, letting them try it. After a week away from the capital, he felt a bit unaccustomed upon returning. He used to think the streets looked just fine, but now they seem dirtier than ever. Upon arriving at the entrance, Manager Lu came out to greet him. "Young master, you're back." Manager Lu, was the store all right these days? "I can't hide it from you, there was indeed something going on in the store." "Oh? What happened? Tell me." "During the new year, a reckless young man kept coming to our store asking for someone, making a scene for days. He was even here the day before yesterday but was driven out by someone. He hasn't shown up in the last couple of days." What's his name? What was he looking for?" "His name is Su Tian. He said he was looking for some Xiao Duo. We don't have anyone like that here, but he stubbornly refused to leave. In the end, he was escorted away. He came every day, for a slightly older kid at the entrance we couldn't really do anything to him." "Next time he comes, let someone inform me. By the way, Manager Lu, arrange a gathering for our suppliers, let's have a meal together. You take care of the arrangements. I brought back some products made in the industrial area and some for everyone to try and give feedback. Also let customers taste them and provide their suggestions. Those who find them delicious can take a pack home for free so their families can try them too." "Alright, you can count on me to arrange that. I'll go upstairs to take a look." After saying this, Wang Yusheng went upstairs. Li Miaoying saw him coming and hurriedly greeted him. "Young master." Manager Li, how's the second floor? Are we short on supplies?" "Young master, we have plenty of supplies. There's still more than half of what you left during the new year." "Good, if we are short on anything, let me know immediately." Wang Yusheng took a round upstairs. The place where the young ladies were is kept spotless. The entire second floor has a spotless feel. "Manager Li, please tell Manager Lu to send someone up to replace the carpet. It has been a year, let's change it to a clean one, it needs to be washed." "Alright, young master." "Okay, I'm leaving, do a good job." Just as Wang Yusheng was about to head downstairs, he heard a commotion from below. Frowning slightly, fortunately there aren't many customers at the moment. Wang Yusheng went downstairs. Manager Lu, who was causing such a ruckus in the store? "Young master, this is the one who said he was looking for someone, he's back. This time he claims to be a police officer, asking us to cooperate or he will close our store." Manager Lu had not finished speaking when the young man shoved him aside. Several staff members attempted to restrain him, but Wang Yusheng stopped them. "Are you the owner of this place?" "Yes, I am Wang Yusheng, the young master of the Wang family. I heard you've been causing us trouble repeatedly. What's the matter? Speak up. Where is Jia Xiaoduo? What have you done with her?" Seeing this person trying to grab Wang Yusheng, the staff wouldn't just watch, several of them directly held him down. "Let me go. I'll tell you I'm a cop." "Are you Su Tian?" "My grandfather's name doesn't change, I am Su Tian." "You tell me, where have you hidden Xiaoduo?" "Indeed, a reckless young man. What gives you the confidence to think you can call yourself grandfather in front of me? Your family? Or do you have some connections? If I get angry, even the chief of your police station will have to kneel at my door. So tell me, what gives you the confidence to call yourself grandfather in front of me?" "I'll call you grandfather, what will you do?" "If you have the ability, let me go and let's duel. You think you're something just because you have numbers on your side? Very well, stuff his mouth, tie him up and put him in a cage at the entrance. Go notify his family to come over. TCH. Reckless young man, I'm interested now. Today I will uncover your secrets completely and let you see what I am really like." After Wang Yusheng finished speaking, the staff in the shop began to act. The two who came along also gained no advantage, and one was directly tied up while the other was sent back to report. The two were stuffed into a cage at the entrance. "If I don't get angry, do you really think I am a pushover?" "Manager Lu, when they arrive, let them kneel at the entrance before me." "Yes." "Young master, please rinse your mouth." Kai Dai brought a cup of tea. After finishing dinner, Wang Yusheng took a sip, rinsed his mouth, spit it out, and took another sip to clear the taste in his mouth. "Alright, you can clean up now. The young master has gone to listen to the storytelling." Today they were telling the story of Water Margin up front. Despite his unimpressive appearance, Zhang Chao had quite a gift for gab. His storytelling, delivered with a rhythmic clapping, flowed smoothly, and his rendition of Du Xiniang's song was melodious and captivating. Just don't be as troublesome as in the original play. It seems there are a lot of people at the door today. Fugue, what's happening outside? Young master, there are a few people kneeling at the entrance and everyone is watching. Oh, have they arrived? Wang Yusheng said as he walked out of the tea house. The crowd wasn't too large, mainly there were a few people kneeling at the entrance. Wang Yusheng recognized Su Tian's father, the old owner of the car dealership. This person's suspiciousness was indeed quite significant. In the capital, who would dare run a car dealership without some strength or background? It's like someone with no ability daring to open a mud company in the capital. Just look at what the former owner of Wansan's car dealership was involved in. A thug, someone who didn't care about life with at least a dozen lives on his hands. He had mixed with the Japanese for a while, which allowed him to establish a foothold in the capital. Now looking at this old owner, isn't he a bit suspicious? The second person behind him is his car dealership's driver named Xiangzi. The other few should also be drivers from his dealership. The old owner is kneeling, how can they not kneel? Fugue, bring a cup of tea. All right, young master. Wang Yusheng entered the general store and waved at Dali, who quickly brought over a stool and placed it inside the door. Dali, have 2 people take the cage and those few people together. Yes, young master. Old Su raised his head upon hearing Wang Yusheng speak. You must be Wang Xiaodongjia. My son has been somewhat unreasonable here, and as his father I came to apologize on his behalf. I hope you as a magnanimous person can forgive him and release him. Release him? Well said. We are in business and should act amicably. Moreover, I'm not an unreasonable person. But what should I do about someone who dares to call me Wang Das He? I must have a satisfactory explanation. TSK, just look at your son's eyes, it seems this matter is not to be resolved easily. Tianer, don't throw a tantrum. Listen to your father and apologize to Wang Das He. Oh, he's pouting. Dali, take the cloth off. Wang Yusheng was fishing. If he went directly to find each person, it would be too difficult. Here comes one. Just wait, Jin Hai and Tai Lin will definitely come over soon. As the cloth was just taken off Su Tian's mouth, he went wild, cursing incessantly. Hee. Manager Su, you taught him well. However, I quite like stubborn people. Dali, here's a needle, give that kid a shot. This thing is excellent. On TV there are those very troublesome criminals, after a shot they can be easily dealt with in no time. This is that kind of interrogation needle. I don't know if it works, but the manual says it does. Let's just give it a try. Wang Yusheng didn't plan on letting these few go. Su Tian, who had just been injected, was still cursing at Wang Yusheng, but manager Su couldn't get him to stop. However, after a minute passed, it seemed like he was getting into it. Su Tian, who had been cursing, stopped and the veins on his forehead began to bulge. At that moment the crowd was parted. Su uncle, what's going on? Why are you kneeling? Quickly get up, I ran here as soon as I received the news. The newcomer was Jin Hai, followed by Tai Lin. Jin Hai, Linzi Xiaotian offended this young master. Please help me plead for mercy, Tiana is here. Manager Su pointed at the cage, and only then did Jin Hai see Su Tian, who was gasping for breath with wide eyes and a mouth open in extreme agony. Tiana, what's wrong? Speak. Jin Hai patted the cage. Another person who had been locked inside was already scared silly, trembling with closed eyes, wishing he hadn't come with this reckless kid. Brother, I feel unwell. I feel unwell, help, save me. Su Tian managed to move his mouth and barely uttered this sentence. Tianer, don't panic, hold on, your second brother is here too. Tai Lin also rushed out. Wang Yusheng looked at these 3 brothers and felt it was truly brotherly love. Looking at manager Su Tisk, what a kind fatherly figure. Getting rid of these few, the absurd version of the new world can finally be put to rest. Wang Yusheng had no intention of wasting time on them. Since this plot existed, it would definitely involve him in the future. Since that's the case, it would be better to take the initiative. No matter who the little red jacket is, clearing them all out means there must be a real one among them. Wang Xiaodongjia, I Jin Hai have met you before. Jin Hai took a couple of steps toward Wang Yusheng. Jin Yi. Wang Yusheng cupped his hands. Jin Hai immediately bent down. I dare not, you can call me Xiao Jin or Xiao Hai. Jin Yi, you're being too serious. Not serious, it's only right. Wang Das He, you see this? Hee. If he wants to call me grandpa, do you think this matter can just slide? It can't. Xiaotian is still young, just a bit foul-mouthed, half a big child, or why should you hold it against him? I can overlook it, but my grandfather cannot. He has been lonely for so many years, having another brother is a joy for him. I must handle this matter well for the old man. Rest assured there will be a share for him in the offerings every year. Our Wang family does not lack this. Wang Das He Xiaotian is at least a police officer. So what if he's a police officer? Tai Lin. I'm calling you. You tell your big brother that I can take out the people from the Secret Service. Do you think I can't deal with him? I don't know, Wang Yusheng, this is not okay. Xiaotian is just a little rascal. If you release him, we will teach him a lesson. Hee. Don't rush, Jin Hai, that person who came with you. Yes, the one in the crowd. What's his name? Jin Hai looked into the crowd and saw it was Shichi. What is he doing here? He is someone who just took over in our prison named Shichi. Jin Hai said and waved to Shichi. Shichi was also confused. He had come to watch a good show. How did he get discovered? Since he was called, he couldn't run and could only step forward. Jin Yi, I just came out to buy something. I heard there was excitement here, so I came over. I didn't expect you to be here too. Hee. Since you're here, just stay here. You are the young master, right? I still have someone at home waiting for something. I said not to rush. Stay here, and if you understand, keep quiet. If you don't understand, do you see that cage? I'll tie you up and throw you in there. Shichi pursed his lips and stepped back, but his hands were tightly clenched. TSK, there's someone with a bad temper. This person cannot be left alive. Wang Yusheng, please draw a line for us. Just say how this matter can be resolved. If you say it, we will comply, and if we can't do it, we will find a way to satisfy you. If you had said so earlier, it would have been fine. Since you insulted me and offended my old man, you should go and bow to him. Isn't that fair? Fair, very fair. Jin Hai nodded. Wang Yusheng glanced at Jin Hai, who was capable of handling matters, and said, Jin Hai, you are a good person. You can leave now. This matter does not concern you. If you stay, then we go together. You decide. Young Master Wang, my brother is suffering. As his older brother, I must follow him. Understood, then let's go together. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Wang Yusheng waved his hand at Dolly, saying, Dolly, arrange a truck to take them all. Let that one in the cage go and bind him before putting him inside. Yes. 17 was still in a daze when he was tied up. He was about to shout when a towel was stuffed in his mouth. The iron cage opened. The innocent little policeman was pulled out. Ropes were tied around him and he was kicked. You have nothing to do with this, he scram, and next time make sure to keep a better eye out. Others shoved the tied-up 17 inside. Ha! You're not that impressive. If you have the guts, come at me again and see if I blink an eye. As everyone fell silent, someone broke the tranquility. 17 minutes, not bad. One more shot and let's see if you can keep your eyes open for 17 minutes. Is your vision dry? Since you have time to talk, you might as well rest well. Wang Yusheng chuckled. Why don't you give it a try and see if my eyes dry? Su Tian shouted hoarsely. What is there to argue with someone who is about to die? Young master, the truck has arrived. Dolly whispered in Wang Yusheng's ear. You know where the old master is, drive to him. You go ahead and he'll follow behind you. You guys come along as well. After Wang Yusheng finished speaking, he stood up and went to the back. Arriving at the parking lot, he got into his car, started it, and drove straight out of the residence. At this time, the truck had just reached the alley and then turned onto the main road. Wang Yusheng followed closely behind. One more thing is that the anesthetic used in the plot to sedate Jia Xiaoduo is not something ordinary people can access. He pulled out his communicator, saying, bring that Dr. Gao from the hospital to the southern slope of the city. Wang Yusheng was quite worried about this. As long as he eliminated all potential suspects, things would likely go smoothly. As they approached the location, Wang Yusheng honked twice. The car in front stopped and he drove forward, turning slightly before coming to a halt. His hand touched the ground and suddenly layers of soil vanished. Only after digging down more than 8 meters did he stop. He honked a few times. The truck was approaching. This doesn't look like the ancestral land, big brother. Are we going to be done in by them? Tai Lin began to panic. Shouldn't be the case. After all, you and Jin Hai are government people. Young Master Wang doesn't have the guts to do that, Su said. But he's someone who dares to, and he doesn't even regard the military. You all don't know, but I do. Tai Lin was drenched in cold sweat. The car stopped and they heard someone shout for them to get out, which made them cease their conversation. Seeing them dawdle, Wang Yusheng gave a signal to the men behind him, who pushed the 3 forward. Not noticing the ground, the 3 stumbled and fell directly into the excavated pit, splashing into it. People on the truck unloaded the cage as well. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Do you understand now? Little red jacket? Regardless of whether you are or not, I think you are, so throw him down. Wang Yusheng waved his hand. The two grabbed 17 and tossed him into the pit. A wail echoed from the pit. Su Tian, you must have a good talk with my family's old master about this, so I'll send you down to meet him and give my regards. Also, in your next life, make sure to choose the right people. It's some people with just one word can drag your entire family down with you. Do you remember that? Throw him down. Wang Yusheng patted his shoulder and waved to the men next to him. If you want to kill me. It has nothing to do with my family or my big brother. Splash. What does it have to do with them? Some people after doing things always wish to let it go with a smile. Is that possible? Do you know why the emperor of antiquity liked to exterminate 9 clans? Because he feared retaliation. That day you all rose up, our Wang family suffered greatly, so I apologize to the others. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a car drove over. Someone got out pulling along a tied-up man. Boss, this is the Dr. Gao. Throw him down. Wang Yusheng looked and confirmed it was him. Bang! With a loud sound, the man was terrified as he was thrown into the pit. You all can go back now. Wang Yusheng waved his hand. Everyone quickly got into their vehicles and left. Little Red Jacket, I don't know if you are here, but it doesn't matter. Even if he isn't here, I will catch him. Everyone behave well in your next life. Also, to keep you from being lonely, I'll send you dozens of ghosts to keep you company. Don't be shy. Wang Yusheng waved his hand and dozens of ghosts fell into the deep pit. These were all the ones he had previously captured but didn't have time to deal with. With another wave of his hand, the layers of soil he had gathered fell down heavily. Soon the pit was filled to the brim. Done. A little brat messing around not being directly killed is truly a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, he ran into Wang Yusheng. When has Wang Yusheng ever played by the rules? Being arrogant elsewhere, this little brat could still live because they let him be, but here Wang Yusheng showed no leniency. He drove back and forth over it a few times. Quite good. He drove directly back to the city. Wang Yusheng's car had become his standard vehicle and he didn't even need to show any identification. Manager Lu. Young master. Tomorrow have our car dealership go take over Zus car dealership. Those who are willing to stay will have the same treatment as our people, and those who are unwilling will be dismissed immediately. Alright, I'll arrange it tomorrow. Wang Yusheng nodded and went straight to the back courtyard. After a moment's thought, he took out his communicator and informed them to arrange a new warden for the capital prison. Increase surveillance in the capital. I feel that Little Red Jacket hasn't been caught by us. Yes. Wang Yusheng put away the communicator, feeling a bit unsettled. There was not a trace of the excitement found in spy films. After thinking for a moment, he still opened the communicator, asking, has anyone on the other end needed any information lately? They want the troop deployment map for the North China region. The map is in the confidential cabinet of the operation office, and we are trying to find a way to obtain it. Alright, you all wait for me in front of the operation building, I'll go get it. Wang Yusheng stretched a bit. To conduct espionage, the right environment for intelligence theft is essential. Spending the whole day doing nothing, if I don't do something people might think I'm just the material supply captain, right? He changed into a black outfit, took out an electric vehicle, silently weaving through the alleyways, rapidly heading towards the operation office. The headquarters is located within a large villa. There are patrols around the clock and checkpoints. Once inside the door, one could easily be discovered. However, once inside the building, it was much better if there should be no one inside. Wang Yusheng seized the opportunity to leap onto the back wall, then made a light jump into the flower bed, crouching as he crawled forward. Earlier he had noticed a window on the left side ahead, slightly ajar, which should allow entry. Timing it perfectly, he jumped over and hung on to the windowsill. Gently pushing open the window and checking inside, there was no one there. He swiftly climbed in. Phew! Had he finally made it in? It wasn't too difficult, was it? But he should consider who could jump up to the second-floor balcony like that. Regardless of everything else, he first shut the window to avoid attracting attention. Shining a dim flashlight around, he found himself in a standard office. There was nothing worth browsing through. At this moment there should be no one else in the building. The target office was on the 4th floor. He put on a soft-soled pad on his feet. Opening the door, he quietly slipped out. The entire building had only one staircase located in the center. Arriving at the stairwell, he pressed against the wall and took a few light breaths. There should be no one on the 2nd floor, it was eerily quiet. Then he looked up at the 3rd floor. If it were up to him, there would definitely be guards stationed in this building. Perhaps they had the confidence not to set any guards. Or maybe he was just scaring himself. In fact, there might not be anyone inside at all. Countless possibilities swirled in his mind, but regardless, caution was paramount. He came to steal information, so he needed to act like a thief. Quietly ascending. He tiptoed, taking 2 steps at a time towards the upper floors, but he didn't forget to shine the infrared light to check his footing. This way, any fine wires on the ground would be clearly visible. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he took a deep breath, holding a small camera while glancing around. Seeing no one, he decided not to linger on the 3rd floor and directly headed up to the 4th floor. Just as he was about to step forward, Wang Yusheng halted. Damn good thing he left a backup. On the 4th floor there was an extremely fine wire. Without the infrared light he would never have seen it. Fortunately there was only this one, and he gently maneuvered past it. Stealthily he moved up the stairs. Here the atmosphere felt a bit more like a spy thriller. At the corner he noticed 2 more wires and carefully navigated through them. He did not encounter any more wires until the 4th floor. Taking out the camera, he peeked outside the exit. As for whether there were people upstairs, Wang Yusheng had no way of knowing. Those thermal sensing devices could penetrate thinner objects, but they were completely ineffective against walls. The thermal imaging methods seen in movies that could scan an entire building simply did not exist. The general's office was located at the southeastern corner, and the items he needed were in the safe inside the office. Taking a breath, he stealthily approached the door. Below there was a small gap, and Wang Yusheng inserted the pinhole camera to take a look inside. Seeing no one, he felt relieved. When opening the door, he put on insulated gloves just in case that unscrupulous person had wired the place. Safety was paramount. When Wang Yusheng turned the handle, he unexpectedly found the door was locked. Locked. It was locked. Damn. Fortunately, he had some knowledge and took out his tools to start picking the lock. Wang Yusheng seemed to have overestimated himself. After fiddling for 10 minutes, the darn door still wouldn't budge. He thought for a moment and tapped his head. With his mental energy entering the lock mechanism, he directly retracted the internal rotor. Damn it, what lock could still trouble him in the future? Twisting the metal piece, the door opened with a click. Quietly entering, he quickly locked the door behind him. This was indeed the commander's office. Not bad, quite cool. He donned night vision goggles and turned on the dim flashlight. Through the goggles it looked just like daytime as he began searching. However, he did not disturb anything. Where was the safe? After searching for a while, he still couldn't find it. It must be hidden somewhere. However, it couldn't be on the east, south, or north sides. Those were all single walls. The only possible location was the west side. Wang Yusheng began to feel around. A cabinet could slide open. Gently moving it aside revealed a large safe inside. Wang Yusheng began his work. Using the same method he had with the door, he retracted all the rotors inside the safe's lock, inserted a metal piece, and turned it. Ha! He was truly a genius. Gently opening it, he found the interior stuffed with gold bars, at least 100 pieces, with the top layer filled with. Were those U.S. dollars? Glancing at it, there was probably 30 to 50,000. Ignoring that the top layer was where the documents were stored, he began opening them one by one. Seeing something important, he photographed it with a roll camera. They weren't just resource locations, but also troop movement routes and... what the hell? There were even Japanese participating in the war domestically. There were also invitations for war criminals to provide tactical guidance. Damn. He took pictures of all of it. The last thick map must be the troop deployment map for the North China region. He snapped photos of everything. After returning everything to its original state, he adjusted some details before closing the door, leaving the rotor out. It wouldn't be noticed for a while. If he placed a rotor incorrectly, the door might end up being jammed. As for money, Wang Yusheng didn't need too much space. As for gold, it was measured by the ton. This amount was simply beneath Wang Deshao's standards. After closing the door, he began searching around the office. He couldn't just leave empty-handed. The drawers on the desk were all locked, which piqued Wang Yusheng's curiosity. Using the old method to unlock them, he checked the documents inside. The most important one was an intelligence report received that afternoon. It was related to the earlier mention of inviting war criminals for tactical guidance. It stated that Xuanhuan would arrive at the capital station by train tomorrow afternoon, then head towards Datong. This required protection here. This reminded Wang Yusheng of a scene from an infiltration story. However, there was no infiltration. Xuanhuan still managed to come out. Fortunately, he saw this document, otherwise wouldn't that Japanese be able to escape unnoticed? Should he do a slow execution on the Japanese tomorrow? Should he record it as well? That would definitely be exhilarating. Let's do it this way. He snapped a picture with the communicator and saved it to avoid forgetting. Continuing to sift through the documents here, he reviewed everything and found nothing else. Was this it for the general's office? Should he swing by the headquarters of the intelligence agency? Toothache better not go. Even if he did, there wouldn't be any secrets worth uncovering. The intelligence agency is no longer the military's authority. Everyone is a sieve. With enough money, what intelligence couldn't be bought? It's just that the intelligence here is locked down, otherwise the maps drawn tonight would have reached the enemy's hands within 3 hours. This is the intelligence war. You have no idea who the enemy is and who your own people are. Wang Yusheng used the communicator to send a message asking the outside to signal him, indicating where he was. 5 minutes after sending, he finally spotted it. There in the alley across, someone was crouching. The distance was about 400 meters. Wang Yusheng took the completed report and placed it in a metal box to protect it from damage. Then he attached it to the arrowhead of the crossbow. This bow can theoretically shoot up to 500 meters, but with such a large arrowhead it was uncertain how far it could fly. Moreover, the arrowhead would illuminate with fluorescence 3 seconds after being shot, making it easier for his people to locate it. Some items may seem useless, but they serve their purpose. Quietly opening the window, he aimed at the distance and fired the crossbow bolt. As it flew away from the square, the fluorescent agent was activated, but it fell about 50 meters from the wall. A few people rushed over to grab it. It was a close call. Wang Yusheng observed everything through his binoculars. After a short while, the communicator pinged with a message confirming receipt. Phew. This espionage business is exhausting. Wang Yusheng stealthily retraced his steps, not disturbing a single soul. Releasing his electric bike, he sped into the alley. After weaving through for a while, he headed in one direction. By the time he reached home, it was already an hour later. When Wang Yusheng entered the room, Kai Dai softly called out from under the covers, "Young master." Waking up in the morning, I looked at the butterfly in my arms. I pulled the blanket up for her. Glancing at the time, it was 6:40 a.m. Recalling the train was at 4 p.m. today. There's still no rush. Young master, are you getting up? No, you should sleep a bit more. I can't sleep anymore, young master. I'll help you get up. The butterfly sat up. She quickly put on her clothes. Being naked would be quite embarrassing. Hearing the commotion, Cui Cui walked in looking a bit aggrieved as she glanced at Wang Yusheng. What's with that expression? Give me a smile. I can't smile, young master. Butterfly, you can go about your business. I don't want to get up, Wang Yusheng said to the fully dressed butterfly. All right, young master. They'll go wash up first and come back to attend to you when you get up. Just go ahead and busy yourself. Cui Cui can manage alone. It's not like I have no hands. Butterfly listens to the young master. The butterfly curtsied and left the room. Watching her go, Wang Yusheng patted the bed. Why are you just standing there? Come under the covers and sleep a bit more with the young master. Young master, what if we wait until tonight? If the second madam and young mistress find out, who knows how they might punish me. If you don't come up, I'll get up myself. Cui Cui pinched the hem of her clothes. Then I'll accompany the young master for a bit longer. What are you still standing there for? Cui Cui's face broke into a smile as she quickly discarded her outer clothes and slipped under the covers. Slowly she nestled close to Wang Yusheng, her little face raised with a pitiful look. Then she shrank back into the covers. They slept until 10 a.m. Getting up, I stretched my body. With the 8 trigrams palm and the dragon step, the interplay of palm, wind, and foot shadows created a dynamic display. Young master is truly impressive. Cui Cui clapped her hands nearby. Perhaps having grown accustomed to it, she didn't complain about her mouth hurting this time. Before long, Wang Yusheng was drenched in sweat, but he didn't stop. He continued pushing himself to sweat even more. A large amount of sweat would wash away the impurities from his body. After an hour with each step Wang Yusheng took, there was a wet footprint beneath him. Only then did he stop, headed to the bathroom, rinsed off quickly, and jumped into the hot water pool, downing 2 cups of coconut juice in quick succession. Finally quenched his thirst. Wang Yusheng felt his body growing stronger. In the past it only took a little over 10 minutes to break into a sweat, but now it took longer and longer. Now it took about an hour to achieve what used to take just over 10 minutes. It was almost noon, and there was nothing going on in the shop. The butterfly had also arrived at the back house. Just in time for the two girls to give Wang Yusheng a scrub. He changed into a fresh set of clothes and stepped out of the bathroom. Steamed yellow flour fish, steamed shrimp accompanied by stir-fried beef, braised lamb, sweet and sour ribs, and stir-fried vegetables along with a bowl of black-bone chicken soup. A sumptuous yet affordable lunch. In a secret location the film sent out by Wang Yusheng had already been developed and the investigation began. This probably cleared out the entire general office, right? This intelligence was almost equivalent to capturing a whole group of enemy strategists. From the deployment of the rear supply troops to the details of frontline operations, nothing was left uncovered here. This intelligence alone was worth more than all their collected information combined. The matter was immediately reported up the chain. The key here also involved the little devils. This couldn't be taken lightly. The contents of the newspaper were being prepared with full effort and would be published tomorrow morning. At that time it would surely cause chaos. Since they had already torn the face, they wouldn't hold back on the last bit of bottom line. After lunch with nothing to do, Wang Yusheng strolled out the door. "Young master, where are you going?" "I'll take you there." To xuanhuan. "All right, young master, please take a seat." In just over 10 minutes they arrived at the location. If the tricycle was fast. If one were to walk it would take at least 20 minutes. "Young master, I can't accept this money." "Take it, it's not easy. Since you're working for me, I must pay you. If I'm enjoying good food and drink, how can those following me eat nothing but coarse cloth and short meals? What have I become?" "Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. You can go now." Wang Yusheng waved his hand. With his hands behind his back he wandered aimlessly along the path. Gradually he walked towards the train station. The closer he got to the train station, the more people there were. Wang Yusheng's clothing was quite conspicuous and didn't blend in. He entered a small alley, found an unoccupied house, and changed into a different outfit. Inside was a National Army colonel's uniform and outside was a thick overcoat. He swaggered towards the train station. Given Wang Yusheng's demeanor and appearance, no one dared to stop him. There were actually many people waiting here. They must be those rumored to be looking to board the train for visits. Time passed slowly. Before long a whistle could be heard in the distance. A train was approaching. The alert level near the train station suddenly rose by 2 levels. TSK. Is that all? People have already entered and only then do you raise the alarm? What's the use? Unlike others, Wang Yusheng entered a carriage at the rear alone. Walking through the carriages, many were officers from the northeast and many had combat experience. However, Wang Yusheng's target this time was not them but that gunsuan. After passing through several carriages, Wang Yusheng discovered that the people in these carriages were not from the National Army but rather Japanese soldiers. Had they once been prisoners of war and were they being sent to the front lines to fight? He would wait until the train started moving to act. Continuing forward, he finally stopped at a carriage entrance where the checks were extremely strict. People boarding and the items being brought in. As the door opened, Wang Yusheng saw quite a few people inside the carriage. There was also a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Wang Yusheng smiled. Then he retraced his steps and sat down in an empty seat. A few Japanese soldiers nearby glanced over but said nothing, merely bowing their heads in thought. The train stopped for about 40 minutes before finally starting up. Wang Yusheng also stood up and walked towards the rear. By the time he reached the last carriage occupied by the Japanese soldiers, no one was moving around anymore. Wang Yusheng smiled and closed the carriage door. "I really wanted to say there's not much time left. Unfortunately, they wouldn't understand." His spiritual energy spread out. As Wang Yusheng walked, all the Japanese soldiers he passed disappeared, entering his space. In total, Wang Yusheng swept through 5 carriages, leaving not a single hair behind. When he arrived at the carriage where Gunsuan was, he was unexpectedly blocked. Wang Yusheng didn't even speak to them, he simply took action. He pushed open the door. This carriage was quite high-end. It must have been a temporary dining car. Among this group, Wang Yusheng immediately spotted the old Japanese man Gunsuan wearing glasses. His smile widened. He pulled out a camera from behind the door, set up the tripod, placed it at the entrance, and activated the recording function, which worked quite well. At that moment, a person who seemed to be a translator walked over with a frown. "What are you doing? Are you taking pictures? Don't you know photography is not allowed here?" Wang Yusheng turned his head at that moment and reached out to grab this person's neck. With a quick twist, the person's neck was snapped. He was tossed aside. Baka. Two people rushed over. Wang Yusheng dodged the two, one came in with a punch to the head, taking them all down. The last three pulled out handguns from their pockets. Wang Yusheng smiled, standing still as the three approached him slowly. But the next moment, a pile of gold bricks came crashing down on the heads of the three. Clearly they lost their breath. Wang Yusheng collected the gold bricks. He smiled at the old Japanese man who was gaping at the newspaper. Turning around, he took the camera and placed it in front of the old Japanese man. The old Japanese man seemed to be lost in thought but didn't move. Wang Yusheng reached behind him, and at that moment he could no longer move. It might hurt a little if perhaps your brain is deceiving you. Just hold on, it won't hurt for long. Wang Yusheng patted him, and in the next moment a knife appeared in his hand, slashing at the old Japanese man's neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. In 3 minutes the old Japanese man had no strength to resist, looking as if he could die at any moment. Wang Yusheng released the mental pressure on him. Why? I was working for you, you promised me. You're not keeping your word. Baka. With a tilt of his head, Wang Yusheng checked for breath. Very good, he was dead. He grabbed the old man's head and posed for a photo gesture in front of the camera, which captured the moment perfectly. Perfect. I need to get off the train quickly, or it would be troublesome to go too far from the capital. Finding a patch of thick grass, he jumped out of the train door. Watching the train disappear into the distance, Wang Yusheng patted the grass off his clothes. He pulled out a motorcycle and headed back towards the capital. The next morning the streets were filled with newspapers discussing the national government's decision to allow war criminals to participate in the war, as well as the visits from high-ranking officials to Xuanhuan. It was all over the newspapers. What is shame? This is it, not only shameful but utterly disgraceful. The subsequent dignity also vanished without a trace. It was unclear who leaked the information, but there was a photo of a man in national government military uniform, his face altered, holding a bleeding Xuanhuan. Undoubtedly this man was the one who bled Xuanhuan to death. As for how Xuanhuan died and where all those Japanese from the train went, that information was classified as top secret. On the battlefield, with the detailed deployment map of the military forces in the North China region, they directly restrained all forces in North China, rendering them unable to move. Some forces were even directed to move towards North China. This created a void in South China, and as the negative effect soared, the counteroffensive began at the end of January, consuming 2 fully organized divisions and 1 rapid corps of the national government, totaling over 53,000 men. Following this battle, new deployments commenced. At the end of February, taking advantage of the turmoil in East China, another swift attack led to the annihilation of 7 organized brigades of the national government, totaling over 76,000 men. However, the national government also had its cunning. In early March, they began mobilizing troops, launching a surprise attack towards Shangshichuan and Dongshan. The focus was placed on Shangshichuan as it was the most crucial stronghold. Hence the saying emerged, there is a victory called retreat and a failure called occupation. The Red faction began to make arrangements directly showcasing what it meant to have a success called retreat. With the advantage of occupation, the national government started a widespread propaganda campaign. They even offered significant incentives to lure out hidden members of the Red faction, which was not without effect. The chain reaction resulted in many informants being uprooted. However, the Red faction reacted quickly. They immediately began to evade, halting all activities, then changed their appearance to hide, waiting for further instructions. By May, the battlefield was no longer in the wilderness but had moved to the city. At this time, what espionage warfare truly meant became evident. However, most active on this front were the businessmen who played both sides, commonly known as information traffickers. As long as there was money, they could procure any information. At this point, no one was seriously looking for intelligence. Attention was focused solely on the informants. Nevertheless, these informants were quite professional, selling each piece of intelligence only once, which was why they had survived until now. Selling the same information to 3 or 4 clients would have led to a quick demise for such individuals. Inside Wang Yusheng's office. Comrade Wang, we really need your help. This gentleman, please don't rush. One more thing, we are not comrades if this is very important. I will verify your request. Comrade Wang, no mister. Wang, my superior before his sacrifice, told me to find you no matter what. He said you are the only one who can help us now. I understand your situation. I reiterate, please do not rush. I will verify your request. Now I must get back to work, gentlemen, please leave. Well, I know I can't earn your trust right now. I have no way out. My entire network has been cleared and I barely escaped. Wang Yusheng interrupted him again. Sir, I sympathize with your plight. As for what you said, I know nothing of it. Your request will be verified. After Wang Yusheng finished speaking, he pointed to the door. The man opened his mouth unsure of what to say next and could only nod. Wait, here are $2 silver. Take them. There's a place to stay at the corner to the right when you exit. You can stay there. The rest can be used for a bath, to wash your clothes and buy some food. Wang Yusheng called the man back. Thank you, Mr. Wang, I will await your news. Wang Yusheng nodded. He had already dealt with 5 individuals this month. Wang Yusheng had handled 3 of those bait. Wang Yusheng transmitted the photo of the man he had just taken using the communicator. Investigate this person's background and situation. If he has betrayed us, eliminate him. Make it far away. Understood. Wang Yusheng tucked the communicator away and continued flipping through the book in his hand. His son was due in 2 months. He checked with a color ultrasound machine taken from a shipping container and it was confirmed to be a son. In truth, Wang Yusheng wanted a daughter. Oh well, there's always next time. Just imagining that sweet, soft and lovely daughter in his arms made his heart melt instantly. But a troublesome boy in his arms, let that be for the maid to handle. He couldn't let his son become too attached to the maids. If he developed a character like Jia Baoyu, Wang Yusheng feared his ancestors would rise from the grave to strangle him. What should he name the child? While Wang Yusheng was flipping through the book on the other side of the ocean, his father was doing the same, having invited several learned scholars to the estate. This was all to find a name for his soon-to-be-born grandson. As for going back, August was the peak busy season for the Americans, and those 5,000,000 acres of land could not be left uncultivated. After 2 years of development, less than 2,000,000 acres had been cultivated, with still a large portion remaining. If they could open up another 1,000,000 acres, the remaining 2,000,000 acres would be used to raise cattle, sheep and pigs. Both sides placed great importance on the child's name. He also thought that when his grandson grew up a bit, he and his wife could return home for 2 years. By then the situation abroad would have matured, allowing his son to oversee things without him having to worry too much. When his grandson grew older, he would take him to school in America. It was chaotic at home. How could they learn? His father had already planned everything out, and Wang Yusheng was still unaware. While Wang Yusheng was engrossed in his book, his waist vibrated and the communicator slipped out. Investigation complete. Identity confirmed. No issues. Wang Yusheng tapped the table, thought for a moment, and directly sent a message. Send him out of the city tonight and hand him over to Beiping. Understood. At this moment he had no mood to continue reading, tossing the book aside, and left the office for the back courtyard. Mother-wife. Gu mother was taking a stroll with the young wife. Wang Yusheng hurried a few steps to bring the young wife over. Mother, don't tire yourself, to let Yuner and Kaidai support you. Yuger, I'm fine and I can accompany Ro for a walk. Gu mother looked at Wang Yusheng tidying his clothes. You're sweating, take a break, I'll take over. Wife, the official will accompany you for a walk. Husband, am I tired? That won't do, the doctor insists you need to exercise for the baby's health. Oh fine. Alright, husband will hold you while we walk. Okay. The young wife needed to be coaxed. Gu mother looked unhappily, and from a distance Kai Bo also watched with a smile. Young master, there is a young lady at the door who wishes to see you. She claims to be a friend of Miss Tian. Manager Lu knocked on Wang Yusheng's office door and said. A friend of Manager Tian? Please let her in. Manager Lu, you may carry on with your work, she probably wants to buy some scarce items. Alright, young master. Manager Lu went downstairs to let the woman up. The woman entered the office and casually closed the door. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am a subordinate of Tian Dan. My name is Deng Yanting and this can verify my identity. She handed a ring to Wang Yusheng. This is Tian Dan ring. Wang Yusheng opened the drawer and brought it close to a machine. The screen displayed Tian Dan information. Indeed. Mr. Wang, this was given to me by Miss Tian before she left, saying that I could come to you for urgent matters. Wang Yusheng nodded. Speak, what is the matter? Deng Yanting sighed in relief. It is said that the renowned young master Wang is difficult to deal with. She came this time with a trilanderer attitude, but unexpectedly it was so easy. However, she quickly composed herself and stated the matter. Someone in their line has betrayed them and he knows a lot about the operations of this line. As of now, the person has not yet revealed them, but they need to locate him and eliminate him to ensure the absolute safety of their line. Otherwise it could involve too many people. Many in this line specifically serve to relay information for Wang Yusheng. If they are exposed, there would be incriminating evidence pointing directly at him. Without evidence, the Confidential Bureau wouldn't dare to interrogate Wang Yusheng, but if the case is solidified, it wouldn't be so simple. Get me his name, appearance, and preferably a photo. As long as this person is in the capital, he won't escape. Alright, his name is Meng Zipping, 35 years old, not tall, from Datong, and here is his photo. Dang Yanting provided a lot of details. Wang Yusheng acknowledged them. He led her out of the office and upstairs to the sales floor, finding Li Miaoying. Miaoying, this Miss Dang is a friend of Manager Tian. Give her a 30% discount on her requests. Miss Dang, we've met before, it's just that you haven't come for a while. Our young master has spoken, so of course it's no problem. What do you want? I'll get it for you. Wang Yusheng went downstairs to the office. He transmitted the characteristics and photo that Dang Yanting had just described. Every passing day increases the danger. Action must be taken immediately. It was time to demonstrate their speed. Wang Yusheng glanced at his watch. It was 2:40 p.m. Time passed quickly, second by second. At 4:07 p.m. the communicator vibrated. At Yanxi Alley, Wanxiang Building, room 312 on the third floor, the security is extremely strict. An assassination may fail, but a strong kill is possible. A strong kill means placing a bomb on the roof of the same location as room 212 downstairs and detonating it directly. This is what a strong kill entails. There are advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that you can kill the target without any hassle. The disadvantage is that it may involve many innocents. The key is to accurately determine the target's location within the room. If the distance is too far off, it is very likely that the target cannot be killed. Use assassination as the primary plan and strong kill as the secondary plan. You make detailed preparations and begin the operation immediately. Wang Yusheng's intention was to act as quickly as possible. The other side replied with acknowledgement. As for the process, Wang Yusheng did not want to know. All he desired was for this person to be dead. Moreover, the Confidential Bureau has been quite arrogant lately. Since it is so, locate the position of the head of the Confidential Bureau, Lu Haoren, immediately. Received. Since they are so reckless, they need to be calmed down. 20 minutes later, the information was sent back. Lu Haoren is at the Confidential Bureau office, off work at 5 p.m. sharp. Good. With Lu Haoren's information, Wang Yusheng began to take action. He informed his wife in the backyard, then drove out of the courtyard. The car stopped 2 streets away from the Confidential Bureau. He took out the remote control and a reconnaissance drone flew out. The drone was small, silent, and hard to detect. At a height of 100 meters, it was almost invisible. The drone hovered on a wall, observing everything in the Confidential Bureau compound, and another drone took off. This one was equipped with a bomb. If a single shot won't take him down, then drop a bomb. It will certainly send him to meet his superior. It was still before the end of the workday, and Wang Yusheng waited. Every second passed. It was indeed a bit torturous. Couldn't this guy leave work earlier? Why so eager to work? But it eventually reached the man's off-duty time. Wang Yusheng confirmed through the drone that this person was indeed Lu Haoren. He had interacted with this man multiple times and could be sure it was him. Preparation for the bomb drop. Targeting. A grenade-sized contact bomb fell from 100 meters. Boom. It hit the ground and bounced up before exploding with a loud bang. Several people within a 20-meter radius were affected. Lu Haoren likely suffered the worst, as he was only 3 meters from the explosion. Seeing a crowd of people rushing out of the building, running around in chaos, screaming like headless flies. At this sight, Wang Yusheng no longer watched. He retracted the drone with a single click. After waiting for 2 minutes, the drone flew back. He retrieved the drone and drove away. This is efficiency. As night fell, the Wanxiang building on the second floor connecting to the third floor exploded. However, before the explosion, it was confirmed that there were no people in that spot, upstairs or downstairs. Mainly, no one was allowed near that room, and the adjacent rooms were also off limits. This facilitated Wang Yusheng's operation. A bomb was involved. The location of that man had also been confirmed. The wooden floorboards between the upstairs and downstairs were blown up half a level. The people on the third floor were dead beyond recovery. It seems the one killed by the explosion was the traitor who had sent the information. He died without any satisfaction, truly a bargain for him. In the chaos, a photo was quickly taken before leaving Wang Yusheng building. In the alley, this result was sent to Wang Yusheng. Hey, these people are indeed efficient. Back home, he had dinner with his wife and stayed until she fell asleep. With the baby coming soon, Mother Gu didn't allow Wang Yusheng and his wife to sleep together. She pushed the shy Yuno towards Wang Yusheng. There were also Qinchin, Zui Sierra and 2 of Mother Gu's maidservants to take care of her. That was no problem at all. Under Yuno's service, he took a bath. However, he couldn't engage in any activities upon entering the door that would be unfaithful, but other things could be done. Wang Yusheng grinned and pulled out a large syringe. Besides, Wang Yusheng was no novice. No matter what, he would do it. In an instant, the 2 assassination attempts in the capital stirred up the already tumultuous city once more. The first to react was the grain price. It is now early June and new grain is about to arrive, yet many are unwilling to accept this and have increased the prices again. Not only have grain prices risen, but the currency has also depreciated significantly. Who do you see weighing buns and paying by scale? Many people in the capital have abandoned the currency entirely. Those who still use it have no other choice. Since early morning, Wang Yusheng's shop has not accepted any currency. Just this morning, something worth 100 would sell for 200 when a customer turned away after purchasing. The devaluation of such goods happens swiftly. Young master, everything has been arranged. Kai Bo, you should take it easy. It's hot out, so no need to run around. Hee. I'm not old yet, not old yet. Look, I can still run and jump. When the young master comes out, I can still accompany him. Alright, you must take good care of your health. Eat and drink what you want, don't hold back. Young master, don't worry, this old servant is awake now, so I'll take my leave. Wang Yusheng nodded. As he grew older, he felt increasingly like a burden to his family. He also feared being abandoned. Wang Yusheng thought of Kai Bo in this manner, yet Kai Bo was barely over 60. How could the Wang family possibly abandon him? Otherwise, the old lady would likely come to talk to him at night. Moreover, the Wang family was not one to abandon their loyal servants. Just look at the Wang family's ancestral tomb. Behind the main grave are numerous smaller graves, all belonging to the household servants. The Wang family never engages in such treacherous acts. Even during the most difficult times for their ancestors, the master would share a meal with the servants. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many generations of loyal servants following the Wang family. After watching Kai Bo leave, Wang Yusheng couldn't help but tap his fingers on the table. Grain prices had skyrocketed again. That president of the business association truly deserves punishment. He had 2 grain merchants under his thumb, and he was the one raising prices the fastest, demanding that other merchants follow suit. Wang Yusheng's grain shop did not operate this way. Typically, they had one price for grain bought for 7 days, another for 15 days, and yet another for 30 days. The more you buy, the more expensive it gets. Many loyal customers usually buy grain for 7 days. They also encouraged customers to purchase 7-day supplies. This way, the grain circulation is healthy. Otherwise, if your grain shop only opens for 2 or 3 days a month, what's the use? The president of the business association, Fang Juanrong. This person cannot be kept, he's too greedy. Wang Yusheng sent out Fang Junrong's information requesting his current address. Since he had been eliminated, they should directly deal with the leader. Without a leader, they would be nothing but a scattered mess. Damn, I've come here only to do this or eliminate that. If the good young master has turned into a killer. However, for a better life, some people must be eliminated to remove uncertainties. Now the new target is Fang Juanrong. Before long, the communicator sent a message. Damn. Why did that old guy run to Jinggan? Wang Yusheng sent a message back to eliminate him. Wang Yusheng was too lazy to go to Jinggan, he just needed to have someone take care of it. The hidden hand was still very capable. Just after finishing dinner, Wang Yusheng received a message. Fang Juanrong had already been dealt with. Good, let's see how you continue to raise grain prices. Wang Yusheng also liked money, but he knew it must be earned righteously. A merchant must not lose their conscience, especially when it comes to businesses related to grain. Madam, you can't sit after dinner, let me help you walk a bit. Then let's walk at the door. The young wife extended her hand and Wang Yusheng helped her stand up. These past 8 months have been the most careful time. On the other side, Yuno gently assisted. Brother Yusheng, have you thought of a name for the child? About that. Cough cough. I'm still considering it. Don't worry, when the child is born it will definitely be a good name. Good. Brother Yusheng, what do you think our first child will be like? What will they be like? They should be as handsome as me, right? Hee hee. Yuner giggled beside him. Brother Yusheng, why don't you hold me to sleep tonight? Does mother agree? As long as Yuner is here to keep me company, that's fine. Alright, I'll tell mother later. Indeed, Mother Gu agreed, but they must be extra careful. After repeatedly instructing Wang Yusheng for half an hour, the young wife finally lay on the large bed in their room, comfortably tossing and turning. Wang Yusheng climbed onto the bed and embraced his young wife. The two whispered to each other while Yuner lay beside them, quietly listening. The news of the president of the business association being eliminated in Jingan quickly spread to the capital. With Fang Juanrong dead, the position of president was now vacant and many aspired to take his place. The competition was lively. Some even tried to persuade Wang Yusheng to stand up and support them, promising to nominate him as president. However, Wang Yusheng had no such intention, fearing that he might not be able to resist and eliminate all these merchants. In the blink of an eye, it was July. After half a month of competing for the position of president, the crowd finally settled down. Surprisingly, the position was seized by an outsider. The local merchants were furious. Wang Yusheng inquired about this person's name. Alright, this person is named Wei Chang. Hee hee. This old fellow is waiting here. Wang Yusheng smiled at the information he received. Should he eliminate him first or wait and see the drama unfold? Wang Yusheng felt a bit conflicted. Since he's come to this era, why not enjoy the show? Wouldn't it be too boring otherwise? Besides, it had been a long time since he saw those main characters, such as Duo Men and Jin Chaoyang. Wang Yusheng looked back and saw his wife. Mother Gu was sewing small clothes while the young wife watched with wide eyes. After saying a few words to the two, he left to handle some matters. He drove out of the residence. As he reached the overpass, it was surprisingly lively at this time. There were performers, jugglers, and all sorts of entertainers. However, Wang Yusheng's eyes narrowed the next moment. He saw several children crawling on the ground without limbs. A phrase popped into his mind: to cut down the lives of the innocent. Damn. Wang Yusheng took out his communicator. Thoroughly investigate all organizations in the capital that exploit children for begging, to leave no one behind, arrest them all and bring everyone to location No. 7 in the south of the city. Received. Regardless of the command, it must be executed. Organizations exploiting children for begging are easy to investigate, just follow the children to see where they go at night. Then capture the organizers inside. With a bit of memory recovery magic, he could probably find out when their parents got married, let alone the higher-ups in the organization. Wang Yusheng lost interest in wandering around and drove back home. No matter what, saving one is still worth it. With such a large capital, it can't be just 2 or 3 lives, can it? It's impossible that there are only 2 or 3. In just 3 days, over 200 children have already been sent to the industrial district. Everyone involved in the child trafficking organization has been taken outside the city without exception. This is an abandoned village where the villagers have been relocated to the industrial district. There is a square in the village, and at this moment there are over 100 large iron cages, half of which are filled with people. Anyone involved in child trafficking will be arrested immediately upon confirmation. More children are being brought in continuously. There are also children being rescued one after another. However, for those disabled children, Wang Yusheng can only express his apologies. All he can do is ensure they leave without suffering. There are already over 300 such children discovered in the entire capital over these few days. There are even more that have yet to be found. A trafficker's den typically has a dozen or even dozens of children categorized into 3 tiers: high, middle, and low. The high tier consists of those who appear beautiful regardless of whether they are boys or girls. The middle tier includes those who are agile and obedient. The low tier consists of those with stubborn tempers who do nothing right. The high tier is kept for a while, either to be sold to wealthy families as servants or playthings, or to be sold to brothels or underground establishments. The middle tier is trained to steal, and when they reach a certain age they have some freedom, but many are caught and beaten half to death or even killed outright. The low tier is easier to deal with. They are either mutilated, or their hands and feet are fried in oil, or they are thrown into fire to be burned, transformed into a wretched appearance to evoke some sympathy from others, thus earning them some money. Many of those involved in this business come from prominent families. For instance, the Fang family. They are well-known figures in the capital, owning 5 or 6 shops and engaging in various businesses. They appear cheerful to others. However, no one knows that their ancestors made their fortune in the trafficking business 3 generations ago, gradually accumulating wealth to this extent. Yet the more it goes on, the more the Fang family becomes brazen. Moreover, underground investigations have uncovered a troubling quirk of the current head of the Fang family. He has a bizarre obsession with oil barrels regardless of gender. Every year over a dozen children are secretly taken from their home. On average, one child dies every month. Thus, upon learning of this, Wang Yusheng issued an order to capture the entire family without exception. Wang Yusheng cannot prevent such matters from occurring, but he will eliminate anyone he discovers. Those behind this also include high-ranking officials from the national government. They share the same flaws as the head of the Fang family. This led Wang Yusheng to have them captured as well. After having lunch with his wife, Wang Yusheng drove out of the residence and traversed through the urban area to the outskirts. The view outside the city is quite nice. It is July now and the summer grain has just been harvested. The planted corn has not yet grown, barely peeking out from the ground. The industrial area currently has a somewhat incomplete ammonium nitrogen fertilizer production line, marking a slight agricultural foundation. The vehicle arrived at the edge of the village where a large pit was being dug. It is 8 meters deep, sufficient for burying people. In the middle of the pit there are 2 stone statues over 3 meters high which Wang Yusheng had moved from the surrounding temples. One is Judge Cui, who oversees case investigations, rewards the good and punishes the wicked, and controls life and death, wielding power across eras. The other is King Qing Guang, who manages records of longevity and premature death, overseeing the punishment of spirits and the fortunes of the afterlife. Surrounding them is a circle of small coffins, each with names inscribed. Wang Yusheng had people carve their names onto a plaque on a nearby hill, hanging the plaques around the children's necks to ensure they wouldn't forget their names in the afterlife. Not all have been placed yet. There are still dozens remaining, being organized methodically for placement. Glancing at them, he pressed the accelerator and sped towards the square. Creak. The vehicle stopped at the village square. Wang Yusheng got out of the car nonchalantly. Looking at the 700 or 800 people currently held in the square, including traffickers, their accomplices, and their supporters. It is not that Wang Yusheng is merciless, it's that they all deserve to die. As for letting these people see him, they are already dead anyway. It doesn't matter. Wang Yusheng. Is that you? It really is you? Your Wang family has such audacity. I tell you, release me quickly, or when the national government finds out, you can expect to be executed by gunfire. Dear nephew, while our families may not have a strong bond, we are both from esteemed backgrounds. My father and yours almost became sworn brothers. Hee hee. Alright everyone, since I've shown my face, I'm not afraid of your gossiping tongues. Remember, when you descend, clarify why you must die. I'm here to bid you farewell today and to ensure you remember me. Some debts I could overlook until now, but having discovered them, I'm sorry, I, Wang Yusheng, will be the first to refuse. Dear nephew, let's talk this out. What have we done? I am just a simple merchant. Even if your father dies, it must be clear, right? Ha ha ha. Clear about death? Are you truly foolish or pretending to be? Don't you know who is locked up around here? You all deserve to die, and your entire family should perish. No. Dear nephew, my grandson is only 1 year old. He shouldn't bear the sins of the family. A filthy man clung to a woman while holding a child. Your grandson is only 1 year old. Shouldn't the family bear the consequences? But what you have done cannot be cleansed even by digging up your ancestors. You now let your entire family go down together. This solves the matter, and you should be grateful. Wang Yusheng, let me tell you, even if I am guilty, it should be the national government that judges me, not you. Release me and I will confess to the national government and resign in shame. Sorry. It's too late. I, Wang Yusheng, will take charge. I have given the order to screen every city nationwide. Anyone like you will not be reported. If the entire family will be executed on the spot. Since you've committed the crime, you must accept the consequences. At this moment someone came running from a distance. The coffins have been arranged. Wang Yusheng commanded, and dozens of tractors emerged, hooking steel cables onto the cages, dragging them away. They were all dragged to the edge of the deep pit. Dozens of people came up armed with riot forks and electric batons. They opened an iron cage, each one using a riot fork to grab a person's head and pull them out, using electric shocks for those who resisted. As those being dragged reached the pit's edge, they saw a sea of small coffins in the middle of the pit and 2 menacing stone statues glaring at them. Many were so frightened they urinated themselves. Just as they were about to say something, they were kicked from behind and rolled down the slope. No matter how they wailed, no one stopped. All of them knew the horrific fate of the hundreds of children below. What's more tragic is not just their lives being cut short, but the grotesque transformations they underwent. Who has seen a girl dressed in dog skin? Wang Yusheng had seen it. He personally administered the medication to her. The doctors spent an entire afternoon in the operating room conducting skin separation, and Wang Yusheng did not leave the operating room. He watched as the doctors finally removed all the dog skin from the girl. He saw the doctors reset her broken and misaligned bones. Wang Yusheng took out the most beautiful dress from his space and put it on her. Gently picking her up, he placed her in a small coffin which also contained several pretty clothes, a children's book printed in the industrial district, a cloth doll, and some candy. He hoped she would not suffer in her next life. All the small coffins were the same. Looking at the hundreds of coffins below and then at the people before him, their evil, he thought it would not be excessive to bury them or even to flay them alive. Many present had personally assisted in the burial of children, and though their hearts were as solid as rock, they quietly shed a few tears. Thus no one showed mercy in dealing with these people. The pit below was filled with whales, with people scrambling to climb up. A sacrificial table had already been set up on this side, and Wang Yusheng poured 3 cups of wine onto the ground and placed another 3 cups on the table. He took 3 incense sticks and placed them in the burner. Accepting the paper money handed to him by a person beside him, he scattered it into the deep pit. Those standing around took out paper money from their pockets and scattered it into the pit. Wang Yusheng waved his hand and 20 bulldozers began to fill the earth that had been dug out back into the pit. The evil must end here. Bury it securely. Rest assured it will be buried well, and we will compress it a few times. Wang Yusheng nodded and got into the vehicle. His mood suddenly brightened. He played a song for himself, but unfortunately it was just a few songs that came with the vehicle. Up to now he has not found any disks or computers that store data. It's the 22nd century, and transferring 1 terabyte of data from Antarctica to the North Pole takes just a minute, yet you still send a hard drive. What a hassle, surely there are such fools. Young master. Young master. Ah, Kai Bo am here. Ah. Alas, my old eyes, I didn't see young master. Ah, young master, let the servants do this work, you need not trouble yourself. Kai Bo watched Wang Yusheng carving a piece of wood with a knife, evidently making a small toy. What if young master cuts his hand with that knife? It's fine, Kai Bo, I'm all right, just a bit restless, nearly done with the carving. Now what is it you need to say? All right, just be careful. It's like this, the master has sent you 12 shipments of goods from the Americans. 10 shipments are filled with wheat, this year's new wheat, and 2 shipments contain some oddities from the Americans, supposedly for the grandson, along with several production machines. Knowing you have an industrial zone here, he thought it might help you. Wow. Our master is indeed extravagant, and machinery isn't cheap. All right, I'll send a message to my father just to say thank you from this son. By the way, ask him whether I should name his grandson or if he will. I estimate he has about 10 days, so he should think quickly. All right, young master, I will go reply to the master right away. Kai Bo lifted his front coat and hurried off. He was happy to have work. Wang Yusheng smiled and continued with his work. August in the capital is unusually hot. The fan blows air, but he dares not put ice cubes near his wife. If she catches a cold, that would be no joke. 10 months have passed, just this last bit to go. As for bringing the air conditioning from the storage space, Wang Yusheng has thought of it, but the current voltage is just not suitable. The industrial zone would be better. Looking at himself in a short coat, sweating in no time, well, I'll go to the industrial zone tomorrow and return after the child is born. Regardless, the hospital and his villa inside are both equipped with air conditioning. But over here in the capital it won't work if the voltage doesn't allow it. To have stable voltage, Wang Yusheng still needs to install a large transformer at home. Not cost-effective. Moreover, this device would go unnoticed in the industrial zone, but it would be very conspicuous in the capital. Finally finished carving. A short sword specially sourced from peach wood, a 100-year-old peach tree. Son-in-law, you should wipe off your sweat. Wang Yusheng entered the room and Yunar saw him and hurried to the basin of warm water to bring a damp towel. Yunar is so kind. Wang Yusheng gave a light poke to the little maid's nose and the warm towel felt very comfortable on his face, so he wiped his body as well. Kai Dai brought over a new short coat. Young master, change your clothes if this one is completely soaked. Okay. After tidying up, he sat beside his little wife. Wife, let's go to the industrial zone tomorrow, it's cooler there. The capital is too hot and we need to prepare for the hospital as well. The little wife thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine, brother Yusheng. Why not go now? It's still early and we can rest a bit after arriving, which won't delay dinner. It's too hot here, what will we do at night? Alright, I'll listen to my wife. I'll go tell Gunyang. Kai Dai Yuner, please tidy up. Alright, young master son-in-law. Wang Yusheng drove the car followed by 4 vehicles in a grand procession leaving Wang's residence. The car drove slowly with the air conditioning running inside along with a faint scent of orchids. The car is still comfortable. The little wife leaned on Yuner's shoulder. Home will be even more comfortable. Wang Yusheng replied as he drove. Wang Yusheng had already called ahead to the industrial zone to have the air conditioning turned on and to tidy up the house. After about 40 minutes of driving they arrived at the industrial zone. Upon entering the gate he felt a difference. It was bustling. There seemed to be more people. Passing through the bustling market he arrived at the accommodation area. Wang Yusheng's home was not far from the river and it was also the source of the river flowing through the entire industrial zone. Next to the villa there was a small lake formed by drawing water from the river and the villa also had a large swimming pool. The car entered the villa and Wang Yusheng carried his little wife inside. Instead of going directly to the room they sat in the outer hall for a while to acclimatize to the temperature inside before entering. Sudden changes in temperature could easily cause a cold. Yuner, it's getting late, let's arrange for dinner. Alright, son-in-law. Yuner said as she rushed to the kitchen. Shortly after many delicacies were laid out in the dining room. Wang Yusheng helped his wife to the dining room. They enjoyed a cozy dinner together. His wife had also acclimatized to the temperature here. Since she was about to give birth they did not arrange a room upstairs. They tidied up a room downstairs and moved in. Wang Yusheng held his wife and took a nap. When he woke up his wife was still sound asleep. He let Yuner take over. Wang Yusheng had to go to the hospital to clarify in person that his wife was about to give birth. He needed the hospital to be prepared within 10 days. The director of course said nothing and immediately prepared the best ward, the best doctors and all kinds of injections. His wife who had already been admitted to the hospital felt some discomfort after lunch and the already arranged doctor rushed in. One could say that the one giving birth was among the most esteemed people in the industrial zone and the child in her belly would undoubtedly be the most esteemed without exception. This team had been gathered by Wang Yusheng 6 months prior. They were now known as some of the most famous and experienced obstetricians in the country. The doctor announced that the lady was about to give birth and called for the nurses to hurry towards the delivery room. Time passed second by second and Wang Yusheng found his wife's voice agonizing. Finally, after more than 40 minutes his wife's voice stopped and shortly after a loud cry echoed from inside the room. Everyone outside was elated. Gunyang kept offering her blessings. Kai Bo was the same. 20 minutes later the delivery doctor came out followed by a group of nurses and doctors with a bed in the middle on which lay a bundled little one. Gunyang took a look, her eyes sparkling, and kept praising that he would surely grow up to be a handsome boy, saying he looked very much like Wang Yusheng. Kai Bo leaned in nodding repeatedly. Wang Yusheng felt frustrated. When had he ever been this ugly? After sending his wife to the ward the doctor stepped out first. The nurse remained behind allowing everyone to leave first while Kai Dai and Yuner helped to change the mother's clothes. After giving birth her clothes were completely soaked. Wang Yusheng scratched his head feeling conflicted about whether to name the child himself or to use his father's name. His father's choice was Wang Jiaji while he had chosen Wang Feihong. In the future when introducing himself he would say he was Wang Huihong from the capital. Would that be impressive? Was it cool? However, naming him Jiaji felt a bit lacking. Kai Bo, please send a telegram to the master. His grandson's name is decided Wang Feihong. The news of the birth of the young master of the Wang family quickly spread. In the industrial area everyone exuberantly received 5 pounds of eggs and 2 pounds of pork, sharing in the joyous occasion. The young master of the Wang family announced that anyone in the capital who performed celebrations for the safe birth of the young master for 3 days could collect $100 from the Wang family counter. However, who would dare to report falsely? The Wang family was not to be trifled with. All items in the xuanhuan department store on the first floor of the Wang family were offered at a 40% discount but only for 3 days. The Wang family's grain store also lowered prices, causing the people in the capital to cheer once again. Anyone who dared to provoke the Wang family at this juncture was directly confronting the entire Wang family. Although profits were small at all stores, the volume of sales was substantial. The more they sold, the more they earned. Fortunately, they had already communicated with all suppliers in advance. With all goods at a 40% discount, it was akin to half price, a rare opportunity. Given the current depreciation of currency, not just the fiat currency but even silver coins were losing value. Those who did not buy while prices were low would not have this chance later. Goods were being continuously transported in truckloads from behind while people were moving out with large and small packages at the front. Fortunately, everyone had lined up in advance with queues for about $1 silver, $20 silver, $50 silver, and $100 silver. Of course, those with more than $200 silver did not need to queue here. They could simply sit in the nearby tea house and request anything, and the shop attendant would promptly bring it to them. During this time, the old man's ship also arrived, delivering goods from over 10 vessels at once. Only the old man had such a grand scale and flair. There were no secrets at the port. The Wang family had taken over 10 ships of grain, and this was no secret, quickly spreading to Tianjin and the capital. All factions immediately began to converge on Tianjin port. Any faction possessing such a large amount of grain would not have to worry about food in the near future. Before the ships even reached the port, the movements of various factions surrounding the port had already become tumultuous. An immediate call for help was sent from the port. Wang Yusheng took the distress information from the steward and furrowed his brow. "Young master. Steward, stay here to watch over the house. If anyone dares to act against the house, capture them first and clarify who is behind it. All actions will wait for my return. Rest assured, young master. As long as I am alive, no evildoer can step into this villa. You old fellow, always talking about dying. Don't go looking for trouble. You must live well for me. The special operations team isn't made up of dead men. Assemble 3 teams and bring heavy weapons. Bring a group of undercover agents as well. No matter what, the best defense is to be prepared to the utmost." Wang Yusheng spoke with his wife and explained the reason for his trip to Tianjin. Wang Yusheng directly refused his wife's request to bring a maid along this time. He decided to drive there himself. It took 2 hours by train, and driving there also took 2 hours. Moreover, once in the city, he could drive straight to Tianjin port. If he took the train, he would have to arrange for someone to pick him up after getting off, which was quite troublesome. Tomorrow the old man's ship would arrive at the port. Wang Yusheng got up before dawn and drove directly out of the industrial area. As Wang Yusheng left the industrial area, the defenses of the entire industrial area were raised 2 levels. The area where Wang Yusheng lived could be considered a forbidden zone. From outside the walls it appeared to be deserted, but hidden pinhole cameras on the surrounding trees and walls had thoroughly covered the vicinity. Images transmitted back were processed by the information center, and all faces appearing nearby could be directly scanned with all information verified instantly. Any unidentified individuals would be targeted by rooftop sniper rifles. If verified as criminals, a single shot would incapacitate them, followed by a brutal interrogation. Although the Yuan family did not hold the position for long, the group of secret guards had been brought in. Though not many, only over 200, each one was a descendant of the previous blood droplet members. Interrogating someone was child's play for them. After returning from the last trip, they had spent money to have this road repaired. It seems they merely leveled it out a bit with some compressed coal cinders left on top, and the narrow parts were widened a little. This was acceptable. As for Wang Yusheng paying for an asphalt road himself, that was out of the question. Without the previous bumps, this time the speed of the car increased slightly, and after leaving the city they arrived at Tianjin port in just 1.5 hours. If there were a highway in the future, it would take just over half an hour to drive to Tianjin port. "Young master, you have arrived," said Lu manager's son Lu Zhixing, who came over to greet Wang Yusheng. Lu Zhixing was now in charge of the warehouse operations here, gradually taking on more affairs of the Wang family in preparation for eventually taking over the manager position. The Lu family had served the Wang family for generations, so their loyalty was unquestionable. "Zhixing, you must be lacking sleep these days. I'm here now, go take a rest. Follow my instructions, your health is important above all." "Yes, I will go rest now. Let everyone who hasn't rested take turns in shifts. There's no need to guard the entire port, just keep an eye on this area. Young master, you can rest easy. I need to get things organized." Lu Zhixing with bloodshot eyes followed Wang Yusheng's instructions. The ship would arrive tomorrow, and it was only 9 a.m. now. Wang Yusheng had people stack boxes to create a groove. They began unloading items from his vehicle. A large canister of natural gas was pulled out, connected to 2 gas stoves, and 2 large iron pots were taken out, one placed on each side. One pot was filled with water, and many steamers were taken out from the trunk. Wang Yusheng's vehicle was directly blocked, and no one knew what was inside. They only saw him continuously pulling items out. Everyone was quite curious. After a short while a delicious aroma wafted from the other side. The steamers contained buns and the other pot was simmering beef soup. Half an hour later Wang Yusheng called for the guards to take turns eating. After one half finished the other half came to replace them. Who would have thought that young master Wang would personally cook for them, which greatly boosted their affection for this young master. Their admiration reached a point where if someone shot at Wang Yusheng they would dare to use their bodies to shield him from bullets. It was not that Wang Yusheng wanted to cook. Upon arrival he noticed that this entire area was filled with vendors mostly from various factions. Who knows what would happen if they consumed their food? Drugging people to make them unconscious was the mildest of their methods. Poisoning to cause death was something they had done before. For them dozens of lives were worth less than a shipload of grain, not to mention that there were still 10 more ships of grain waiting to be received. Young master, we have arrived. Have you all rested well? Come and eat, everyone else has finished. It was 5 p.m. and Wang Yusheng returned with those who were on rotation. Thank you, young master. For what? It's what I should do. Later when it gets dark let everyone gather quietly, I will distribute some gear for you to wear. These outfits can protect against bullets. Protect against bullets? Wang Yusheng's eyes brightened and he nodded. For dinner they had spicy shrimp and beef paired with big bowls of white rice and everyone was sweating as they ate. A bit of spice could help withstand the sea breeze at night. Wang Yusheng also took a large bowl for himself. Many noticed that the young master was actually eating from the same pot as them. After everyone finished eating they moved to another area blocked by boxes. Inside were many thick clothes. Everyone received one and the voice of light and sound announced that no one was allowed to take off these clothes before the ship arrived. These clothes are bulletproof. Everyone's eyes lit up at this news. Who would want to die if they could survive? Looking at the way those people were acting they probably planned to seize the ship once it arrived. Why not just intercept the ship on the sea? Because they dared not. All the ships were flying American flags and all the cargo ships belonged to Americans. Want to give it a try? The Pacific during this period is not to be trifled with. As for who would unload the cargo once safely in port, that was not their concern. They only cared about delivering safely, everything else was not their business. So many were harboring this intention. Tonight was a rare moment of calm. Even so Wang Yusheng provided everyone with the best protection. Wearing them at night wouldn't attract attention. Tomorrow if those people attempted to attack they would discover that their bullets couldn't harm the opponents and one could only wonder what they would think. While others were outside Wang Yusheng climbed into the vehicle. After all, why stay in a cold drafty place when there was a warm cabin? Eating from the same pot was already enough. He had no plans to freeze alongside others. Good morning, young master. Wang Yusheng woke up early, got out of the car and stretched his body as a group of people greeted him eagerly. There was nothing much to say, just smiling and greeting everyone. He casually performed a set of bagua palm, loosening his muscles and joints. Instantly he earned applause from those around. Wang Yusheng took the car out for a spin and returned to continue the work from yesterday, preparing meals for everyone. This time the meal was similar to spicy soup with chunks of beef in the salty broth. Inside the bag were golden brown flatbreads, with each person receiving a large bowl of soup and 2 big pieces of bread. Even Wang Yusheng had a large bowl for himself. With a bit of chili added he felt invigorated. The estimated arrival time of the ship at the port as confirmed by Lu Zhixing was around 2:20 p.m. Based on this timing everyone could still have lunch together. Even with the best defenses there would inevitably be some oversights. Wang Yusheng did not want any of his brothers to fall here. He gathered everyone briefly for a quick training session, emphasizing that they should not rush forward recklessly. A steady approach was best. Now they were not afraid of various forces playing tricks, but they were wary of those foolishly charging in from the military. Wang Yusheng had countermeasures in place. Hidden behind the last row of boxes were shelves lined with drones on standby. The missiles on the vehicle were also ready at any moment. Drones would pinpoint command centers for precise strikes. Without command even the most formidable army would be ineffective. For lunch they had a hearty meal of large chunks of braised meat, with each person receiving a big bowl of rice. After dinner everyone began to stand by. Wang Yusheng also activated a reconnaissance drone. He conducted real-time monitoring and reconnaissance of the area around the port. Could he have guessed wrong? Or was the intelligence flawed? There was no one around. Wang Yusheng preferred to believe there was something rather than nothing. If there was nothing then it was just a mistake on their part regarding the intelligence. However, given those people's nature, they would certainly not let go of their supplies. Sitting in the car, he kept an eye on incoming information. Jean Port was not the only place with people assigned to it. Many hidden hands had also been spread around the vicinity. The agreed time was 2:30 and it was now 2 p.m. Those people couldn't possibly want him to unload all the cargo and then directly rob the cargo yard, right? If that were the case, he would have wasted 2 days of effort. As the ships approached the sea level, large vessels came into view. The leading ship sounded its horn. The other ships also sounded their horns. A cacophony of indistinct echoes filled the vicinity of the port with a thunderous roar that was deafening. At that moment, Lu Zhixing waved his hand. Wang Yusheng got out of the car and received the telegram that was handed to him. This time the escorting ship was still Shuelu. After confirming the signal, the ships began to approach the dock. This time the 12 ships could not dock all at once and needed to be divided into 2 batches. Unloading all the cargo would take 4 days. Wang Yusheng was also prepared to wait here. At that moment the communicator vibrated. Report, a convoy is heading towards the dock. Continue to remain vigilant, Wang Yusheng replied casually. People were coming. When the first batch of ships docked, the convoy reported arrival at the dock totaling 13 vehicles. Each of the other vehicles had 5 people disembarking while 2 got out of the middle vehicle. We are from customs and we received a report about a batch of unregistered ships docking at the port. We have orders to detain them. Who is in charge here? After saying this, the man shook a piece of paper that seemed to be a command. Wang Yusheng walked over. Are you sure that American ships docking at the port need to report to you? I don't care about that, I only follow the orders I received. This port has been sealed and nothing can be moved. This is an order from the national government. You're quite brave coming here to seal my port with just a piece of paper. As Wang Yusheng's words fell, another convoy approached. This time the people disembarking were all in military uniforms. This group was even more arrogant than the last. We are from the Ministry of Defense Department too. We suspect that your ships are smuggling dangerous weapons and we will conduct a search. That's an order. Wang Yusheng chuckled. It looked like they weren't going to play tricks but were coming to take things openly. One is from customs and the other is from the Ministry of Defense Department too. Since you are both here, let me hear whose orders I should follow. Since you are all here, let me hear whose opinion you are discussing. Wang Yusheng smiled and turned to enter the dock. Surround them all, not a single one shall escape, no matter who they are. Understood. Wang Yusheng got into the car, took a bottle of ice-cold cola, opened the cap and took a sip. Refreshing. This seaside has its downsides. It's scorching hot during the day and freezing cold at night, especially in September, the early autumn. Sitting in the shade of the car with a cola bottle, he watched the 2 groups confronting each other. Hey! It's a miracle that such people can last long. He turned and climbed onto the cargo ship, receiving the list handed over by Shuelu. The 2 ships were filled with treasures from his grandfather for his precious grandson. Many were also for his daughter-in-law, but there was nothing for his son. Wang Yusheng boarded the ship and looked around. How long will Uncle Lu be staying here? If the young master says so, we will unload the ship and leave. The old master has ordered many things from the Nanyang just in time to take them away. Alright, here's a photo of his precious grandson, you need to take it over. Wang Yusheng pulled a box from the car which contained all the photos from birth to a few days ago. Understood, young master. I will personally hand it to the old master. Arrange for the unloading. Wang Yusheng arrived at the entrance of the dock where the 2 sides were still in confrontation. They had been at a standoff from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., enduring an hour of exposure, and neither side was willing to yield. Wang Yusheng didn't pay attention to their antics. Arrest them all. Anyone who resists will be executed on the spot. These were all his people. Once they caught them, they would simply say they hadn't seen anything. What could they really do? If they have the ability, let them find their way. A crowd of people no longer watched the show but rushed over, grabbing ropes to start binding. It was noisy and they randomly found something to stuff in their mouths, leaving them unable to shout anymore. They had the vehicles driven out of the city. As for these people, it was easy to find a batch of empty boxes at the dock. Throw them inside and cover the lid. After doing this, the dock was much cleaner. Then they began unloading the cargo. For large quantities of items, they still needed ox carts and donkey carts. If they used trucks, Wang Yusheng wouldn't have the ability. They called in all the oxen, horses, and donkey carts that were docked at the warehouse. With a single command, over 500 people came to unload the ship. More and more kept arriving. It was estimated that there would be over 2,000 people, especially with 12 cargo ships. At this time the ships primarily relied on manpower. Even if there was a simple gantry crane, someone still had to be in the cabin to load the cargo, which was then hooked onto the crane. With all this going on, Wang Yusheng got into the car feeling truly exhausted. He should have listened to his little wife and brought a maid along, at least someone could massage his shoulders and head. Wang Yusheng dozed off. When he woke again it was already morning. It was quite chilly. He rubbed his arms. He looked at the grand unloading crew. They had been busy all night. "Young master, you're awake. Uncle Lu, you didn't go rest." "I did rest but couldn't sleep before dawn. The key is that I wasn't at ease, so I brought people back to keep an eye on things." "How's the unloading going?" "It's going well. We should finish unloading these 6 ships before lunch. The remaining 6 can be done by tomorrow morning." While they were conversing, Lu Zhixing jogged over. "Zhixing, what's wrong?" "Young master, the national government is asking for people. I turned them down and said we hadn't seen anyone." "Good job, just keep doing that. If anyone else comes looking, just detain them. By the way, the workers' meals must be ensured. We can't have people saying we're stingy with such a big business." "Rest assured, young master, I bought 100 large fat pigs and we started last night. The workers are all getting big bowls of greasy stewed meat served with rice or steamed buns. The chefs are all top-notch. Taste is guaranteed. After meals each person also gets a couple of drinks to ward off the chill." Very good. We're not short of money for this." "What you said makes sense. Saving on such trifles won't do any good if our reputation suffers. It can't be compensated by this little money." Zhixing let the last 2 shipments of goods for the young master be delivered directly to the industrial area in the capital. "I'll have the security team patrol back and forth along the way. Nothing will happen. There's only half a month until the little guy's 1-month celebration, so it's just in time. Young master, you can rest assured we won't mess this up." I trust you to handle things. I'll leave the dock to you. I'll head out first. I've been away for a few days and am starting to miss home." "Young master, you can rest assured we know what to do." Wang Yusheng drove away from the dock, and before leaving he also took those 2 groups of captives with him. Left here for the night would bring more dreams. However, Wang Yusheng didn't leave directly. He went to the confidential bureau near the Tianjin port, stopping the car 2 streets away from the bureau before walking over. Wang Yusheng tossed a box of fine cigarettes to a person who clearly belonged to the confidential bureau. "Buddy, I'm looking for someone. Yuzichen. Do you have him here?" "Yuzichen? No, who is he?" "He said he's a leader from your confidential bureau." "We don't have such a person here." That person thought for a long time and shook his head. "Liu Lu Qiaoshan, have you heard of them?" After pondering for a while he shook his head again. "What's the surname of your station chief?" "What do you want to know?" "What can I do?" "Just asking to avoid being duped next time." "Our station chief's surname is Xia." "Oh, got it. I must have been deceived. At least I came to ask if that was close." "Thanks, brother." Wang Yusheng stuffed him another pack of fine cigarettes. He turned and left. There was indeed no infiltration here. He got into the car and went to the military base. He had detained their men and they would surely come looking, but creating some major disturbances would shift their focus. The base of the 2nd hall of the Ministry of Defense. Wang Yusheng stopped 2 kilometers away. The reconnaissance drone took off directly from the car's roof. The reconnaissance data was transmitted to the onboard computer. The car's roof panel opened, revealing 16 small missile tubes. Wang Yusheng clicked a button. Then one of the launch tubes activated and launched a missile. Whoosh! It vanished without a trace. Afterward, the missiles on the roof retracted and the lid closed again. 3 seconds later. Boom! Despite the missile's small size, its power was not to be underestimated. With a loud explosion, all the glass around the office shattered. The surrounding buildings on all sides of this room were affected by the blast. Now no one would be troubled by the few missing persons. "Little rascal, how could you wet yourself again?" Wang Yusheng finally felt in the mood as he hugged his son, but the little one had barely settled in his arms before he managed to wet himself. "Look at you, such a grown-up, don't fuss like a child. Fei Hong is still small, what does he understand? Quickly change into a fresh set of clothes." The little wife couldn't help but chuckle at the flustered Wang Yusheng. This kid is about to turn 1 month old, he should act like a big boy. When will he change this habit of wetting himself so often? Wang Yusheng lifted his clothes and left the room. A few maids inside covered their mouths, suppressing their laughter. Yun'er was still good, although she laughed too. She managed to catch up with him. Now Yun'er was the small concubine secretly designated for their young master. Naturally, she didn't dare to compete for anything. Young master, Yun'er will help you undress. Yun'er really cares for me. Let's go bathe together, young master. Whatever you say, young master. Yun'er followed him into the bathroom like a small wife. Wang Yusheng compared and realized that Yun'er's body was indeed the most beautiful. She was clean all over, quite lovely. After a moment of indulgence, Wang Yusheng changed into a fresh set of clothes and left the room. The house was already being decorated. Although the full-month feast wasn't here, they decorated everywhere to make it look festive and beautiful. With the young master having an heir, everyone's hearts settled down. Now they could follow the young master, and when he took over they would work for the little young master. With such a job position in the family, 3 generations wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. If this isn't peace of mind, then what is? Hello, boss. Hello, young master. Hello, everyone. You're all busy. Wang Yusheng greeted people as he walked by. The main reason was that his face was too recognizable. How much are these bananas? Wang Yusheng was surprised to see bananas being sold here. Not only that, but many people looked quite ordinary upon seeing them. Hello, young master. For the young master's price, it's 8 pounds for $1 silver, the same price as pork. The shop assistant ran out. So cheap. Young master, it really is cheaper. In the capital it's $1 silver per pound. However, this fruit was purchased from a ship from the South Seas. For us it's still profitable. No matter how you look for it, it's still more expensive than grain. If there are extras, take them to the trading company to sell. I doubt anyone would buy them. According to the young master, each person gets 2 pounds of fruit per month, which includes bananas, so everyone has tried them. It's not too rare. People usually buy some when visiting relatives in the city. I understand. Do you have durian? Wang Yusheng was surprised to see that this thing was available. Young master, this is what the procurement manager said is delicious and would definitely have buyers, so we brought it back to try, but none were sold. The shop assistant scratched his head. Give me a paper box. Wang Yusheng began to select. He picked one with 2 cracks, tearing it open with his hands. The golden fruit flesh appeared and a rich aroma filled the air. The people who had originally been watching what the young master was doing all covered their noses and stepped back. What are you hiding from? This thing is really edible. Who wants to try? Wang Yusheng took the box and poured the fruit flesh into it, raising the box towards the circle of people standing around. The crowd stepped back in unison. You all have no experience. Wang Yusheng pulled out a fork and spoon from his pocket. The durian was already perfectly ripe and very soft. Delicate, creamy, delicious. That was the feeling of the first bite. A few more bites and it became even more addictive. Wang Yusheng directly ate half, placing the other half in the box. Get me a piece of string. The shop assistant quickly found a thin hemp rope. Wang Yusheng took it and tied it around another durian. One hand holding the box, the other carrying the durian, he said, "Let's go." Young master walked slowly. As for paying, who pays for their own things? Wang Yusheng returned home and gave the items to his wife. After making her pinch her little nose and feeding her a spoonful, she thought it was all right. After just a few bites, she became more and more enamored. He gave one box to Yun'er and the others. Everyone tried it. Qin couldn't eat any more, but Kaidai and Yun'er thought it was quite good. He planned to go to the city another day and bring one back for Tsuetsue. That girl stayed alone in the capital just to keep an eye on the 2nd floor. And then there was the family business. No matter what, Tsuetsue was family. Time quickly passed to September 12, 1947. This day was the full-month feast for his son. The venue was set at Fengziyuan in the capital, which was quite extravagant, with 100 banquet tables set up on the street in front of Fengziyuan. Anyone who gave $1 silver in gifts could eat. Those who gave $10 silver could enter to eat. Wang Yusheng was unexpectedly surprised to see that Deng Yanting had also come. But it was just to congratulate him. Wang Yusheng welcomed anyone who came to congratulate. In no time, even the people from the Secret Service and the Chamber of Commerce arrived. Wow! It was quite lively. The head of the Secret Service was now Su Zongren after the previous Lu Haoren was taken out by Wang Yusheng. However, oddly, both names contained the character Ren. After Fang Juanrong was taken out, Wei Chang still became the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Even Xian Yi brought Xian Dinkue along. In fact, Wang Yusheng had no business dealings with Xian Dingkue. Xian Dingkue was involved in selling opium and running gambling houses. Wang Yusheng looked down on mingling with such people. However, out of courtesy to his little wife, he was somewhat polite to the Xian family. As the time approached, duo men whom he hadn't seen in a long time rushed over with a few people behind him. Little cousin, may you be auspicious. Duo men, long time no see. Zheng Chaoyang and Zhong Xiangfang have also not been seen for a long time. Little cousin, may you be auspicious. We are of the same generation as grandfather duo, please don't mind us. Zheng Chaoyang clasped his hands in greeting and Zhong Xiangfang did the same. Haha. Guests are always welcome, please come in. Duo men, help me take care of these two. Little cousin, just make yourself at home. Duo men led the two inside. Wang Yusheng glanced at the two who entered and thought that Zhong Xiangfang was a bit unfortunate. His heart was ruthless, but he seemed a bit indecisive. Let's see if I can pull him up. We'll talk about it later. If Shen Chaos Han can survive, why should Zhong Xiangfang have to die? Most of the people who came later were business partners. Chen Fu brought Chen Shueru along and Wang Yusheng personally escorted them to the private room. Even Lu Rusi brought Shen Shichang along. Those who came today looked at Wang Yusheng with even more respect. Who was Shen Shichang? He was the commander of the North China Gendarmerie, a figure with hundreds of thousands of people under his command. They discussed among themselves. The banquet began. The dishes in the private room were naturally prepared by the master chefs. The dishes in the hall were made by the chefs as well. The large banquet outside was prepared by the apprentices, but the taste was all controlled by the master chefs. There was no doubt it was just a matter of cooking time. Even so, it was worth the ticket price. Many people got up holding their stomachs after eating. The full moon banquet for the sun was quite a success. Previously interested suppliers also wanted to join the collective of Wang Yusheng. Everyone wanted a matching production machine. However, Wang Yusheng needed to assess the character of these individuals. With machines, who needs to work by hand? However, externally Wang Yusheng had not yet upgraded his own equipment, so how could he let others use the machines? Even if he were to give them out, it would have to be to those with whom he shared an exceptionally close relationship, such as several factories that had connections with the Wang family for generations. Needless to say, Wang Yusheng personally went to find the head of those factories. This action revealed that the industrial area could produce machines. The most crucial point was that these machines were remarkably advanced. Wang Yusheng had even given his father a copy of many machine designs to apply for patents. These patents were incomplete. If anyone violated the rules, Wang Yusheng would not adhere to them either. If you take my patent without a word, then I will also use your patents without hesitation. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the little rascal, who could be said to be lying on a golden bed, celebrated his 100th day. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, Wang Yusheng politely sent away yet another group of guests seeking to ingratiate themselves. With a sigh, he rubbed his hands together. After November, the cold had set in daily. By December, it was already the year 48. Time flew by. After sending off the last guest, the Wang family finally got into their car and headed home in a grand procession. Winter was the same everywhere. In the past 2 years, Wang Yusheng had already arranged for the entire residence to be renovated and heated. Today, the heating had been on for the entire day. Returning home, it was exceptionally warm. He saw the little rascal's big shiny eyes peeking at Mother Gu. Wang Yusheng gently gave the little bottom a pat. Mother, you and Ro stay warm here, I'll go check in front. Mother Gu shot Wang Yusheng a glare, gently rubbing the exposed little bottom. Such a delicate little bottom shouldn't be hit like that. The young wife, feeling distressed, rushed over and shook her small fist at Wang Yusheng. It was turning the tables. He turned around and executed a classic spin, pulling his wife into his embrace and kissing her directly. Let go, husband, my clothes are wet. The young wife pointed to her chest and gave Wang Yusheng another punch. Then she ran off to change her clothes. Wang Yusheng scratched his nose. If there's no milk, it's troublesome. If there's too much milk, it's even more troublesome. This little rascal is still small and can't eat much. Once he's full, he won't eat anymore, leaving the young wife to suffer. Wife, let me help you. Wang Yusheng chased after her. Mother Gu covered the little guy's eyes, afraid he might see something he shouldn't. After a long while, Wang Yusheng walked out of the room with a satisfied burp. Young master. Kai Bo, is there something? It's about the land you had purchased in Nanyang. It's been taken care of, and today I brought the detailed map. Kai Bo, come with me to the front office. Kaibo arrived at the office and pulled out an envelope from his pocket. Upon opening it, he extracted a map and something resembling a land deed, albeit in French. Because this land deed was obtained from the Old French and this area was occupied by the Japanese. However, after the Japanese withdrew, the Old French shamelessly reclaimed it. If it weren't for this, Wang Yusheng wouldn't have had to pay a single cent. He could have just had people stand there. The total area was about 5000 square kilometers, which seemed vast, but it was merely a small corner of a peninsula. At the price of 100 pounds of gold per year, Wang Yusheng directly rented it for 20 years. This place was washed out by the water, overgrown with weeds, and most importantly, no one lived here. It was surrounded by sea on 3 sides. When signing the lease, the Old French people looked at Wang Yusheng's representatives as if they were idiots. They discussed the treaty for quite some time, and ultimately the area within 20 kilometers of the coastline was also included in Wang Yusheng's lease agreement. To their surprise, such a good deal was available. Initially they thought getting 5 or 6 kilometers would be good, but the Old French waved their hands and it was 20 kilometers. The main reason was that the Old French were short on money. A place that no one wanted could still bring in nearly 2000 pounds of gold over the course of 20 years. It couldn't be more delightful. Both parties were very satisfied with this lease agreement. Kaibo arranged for someone to go there. The mosquitoes are quite numerous. Have them exterminate the bugs first. This trip was mainly for land reclamation, to turn that area into a stepping stone for us. In due time this place will belong to me. Young master, should we inform the master? It's good to inform him, but you should also arrange for people here. We need a special operations team of 500. Although we are not going there for war, we can't rule out others treating us like cake. Initially around 20,000 people would be sufficient, mainly honest farmers with land experience. This time we will also send over 2000 tractors equipped with multifunctional attachments. Understood, young master, I've noted it down. Kaibo nodded. Keep this matter confidential for now. Rest assured, young master, all those who know will be under close watch. Well then, Kaibo, you can go rest now. The old servant takes his leave. In such a chaotic situation it would be embarrassing to not occupy some land. As for where to aim, it was undoubtedly the islands of Nanyang. Right now it was a mess there, and the key was that there were many Chinese people. Wang Yusheng was confident that once he occupied a piece of land he would call out loudly. Chinese merchants from those islands would come rushing in. It was always uncomfortable to be on someone else's territory. Only those who have experienced it would understand. With the current influence of the Wang family, it would not be a problem to attract 2 to 3 million people. Adding in those local Chinese merchants, gathering 4 to 5 million people would just be a matter of time. Even 1 or 2,000 remnants of the national army could dominate there. By then, if Wang Yusheng managed to raise 2 to 300,000 troops, wouldn't he have the final say? Even domestically it would be just like the jokes Wang Yusheng had seen online. Directly supporting a policy, then submitting a diplomatic note and establishing relations. Then vigorously promote this newly recognized elder brother. Wouldn't there be a need for favors? Wouldn't it be a matter of asking for people and money? How could the Odeon Group invest hundreds of billions while someone like him would not get a share? By then, even if Wang Yusheng stayed domestically, he would still have the identity of a foreign envoy. Traveling would also require special bodyguards. He should specifically select a few female bodyguards, not only for their looks but also to serve as sparring partners. Ah! Isn't that just delightful? Why not take advantage of the existing elder brother? Wouldn't that make him a fool? Wang Yusheng lounged comfortably on the sofa. His future life would be extraordinarily glorious. Being a struggling merchant, no matter how wealthy you are, what does it even matter? Even in those city-building games which one doesn't ultimately lead to nation-building. Ding dong. While Wang Yusheng was lost in thought, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door he saw Chen Shueru, whom he had just met. He pulled the woman into the room and casually shut the door. With a crackling sound. Bang bang bang. A group of young women seemed like startled little rabbits, covering their ears and bouncing around. It was hard to tell whether they were frightened or delighted. Today is January 1st in 1948, New Year's Day, a legal holiday. Except for certain special positions, everyone has a 3-day holiday. This year Wang Yusheng did not spend the new year in the industrial district but in the capital. He longed for the festive atmosphere. Although the industrial district was good, it was too crowded. However, it would become very quiet again in a day or two. During the 3-day holiday everyone would visit relatives. In such a big capital, who doesn't have 3 or 5 relatives? Happy New Year, young master. Happy New Year, young mistress. Ah, good good. During the new year there wasn't much excitement for Wang Yusheng either. He directly invited 5 opera troupes to perform on the street near the front gate where one of the troupes was not far away. This made the already lively front gate street even more bustling. During the new year many people noticed a peculiar issue: there were no begging children. Those begging children were noticeably absent. What was most striking was that recently there had been no reports of any child going missing. It seemed as if they had returned to a time of peace and prosperity. Wang Yusheng had only invited 5 troupes, but some eager performers liked to gather together. Thus the troupes that were not invited gathered around here. There was one troupe every 100 meters stretching all the way from the front gate to the overpass. There were also lion dancers, dragon performers, and acrobats. What place was the most lively? Someone would tell you of course it was Front Gate Street. Naturally, where there were people celebrating there were also those who were not so pleased. Those who were unhappy had suffered many losses. Hundreds of thousands of people could not be held back. You could just let Sierra and a few accompany me. You youngsters go have your fun. Mother, it's fine, I'll stay with you for a while. Alright, I know, with Fei Hong around I'm fine. Well, fine, I see I'm being dismissed, I'll take my leave. Wang Yusheng stood up, brushed off his clothes, and Sierra ran over to drape a fur coat over him. He pinched Sierra's little nose and turned to leave the house. There were indeed many matters awaiting him outside. Meeting with suppliers and determining the year's goods. Kai Bo informed the suppliers that on the 3rd at Itiaolong restaurant I'll treat everyone to a meal. Understood, young master, I will notify them right away. Wang Yusheng began reviewing the reports sent from various places that morning. This year the industrial district was gaining momentum with profits nearing 8.7 million silver dollars. The number of businesses had decreased significantly. After all, there was only this one store, but the income was still decent, improving by over 830,000. Surprisingly, the most profitable this year turned out to be grain. The grain sent to Wang Yusheng by his father and the crops produced near the industrial district combined yielded over 20 million silver dollars. Indeed, grain has always been the most profitable. Historically, grain merchants have been the wealthiest. After toiling in industry for a year, the profit is merely a fraction compared to that from grain. Fine, this year was a year of harvest. Not only that, but the transport company also made up for the transport costs, contributing 170000 silver dollars. TSK, no doubt about it. Sometimes money really is easy to make. I need to think of a way to have Kai Bo convert the silver dollars into gold. The more the better, the faster the better. Otherwise, by August this year, when the gold yuan note is issued, it would practically scrape away a layer of the ground. This year I should consider giving the families maid a raise and ensure they have better meals. The driver's treatment should also be slightly improved. Money cannot be saved, you can only think about spending it for it to keep coming in. Using money to generate money is the way to go for the long term. Nowadays there isn't much to celebrate during the new year. It's just about going out for a lively stroll and enjoying some good food. As for staying up on New Year's Eve, that custom doesn't exist anymore. On the 2nd, Wang Yusheng met all the servants in the household. Personally, he told them that they had done well last year and he would increase their pay by 2 silver dollars each month. And also provided each of them with 3 sets of clothing. The Wang family couldn't afford to look shabby when going out. There was another round of thanks. As for the maids, Wang Yusheng met with them individually. On the 3rd, according to schedule, Wang Yusheng arrived at Itiaolong restaurant half an hour early. On such a day, lamb was indeed delicious. All major suppliers arrived one after another. Almost everyone was present. Wang Yusheng stood up and bowed around, saying, "Thank you everyone for not abandoning us. We meet again this year. Today let's discuss this year's plans and layouts." Haha, young master, you're too polite. Whatever you say, we'll just follow along. You mention how much goods you need and we will guarantee the supply. Yes, young master, we all trust you, but this year is indeed not looking good for me. With the constant war, the land hasn't been planted much, cotton is becoming increasingly scarce. If this continues, the machines won't be able to operate at full capacity and the losses will be in money. This turned into a complaining session. Everyone please wait a moment, whether it's grain or cotton, these are minor issues. If no one plants, prices can be raised. Not to mention everyone here, even those far away, would hear about it and start planting for you. Making money isn't embarrassing sometimes. Young master, you see things clearly. We should plan well when we return. Wang Yusheng raised his glass, saying, "Haha, good, let's have a drink." Last year has passed and we should welcome the new year. I'll drink to this, everyone feel free. Saying this, he downed the glass in one go. The others cheered and raised their glasses, finishing their drinks. The 3 days of the new year had passed. The industrial district began bustling with activity once more. The west gate was the place for raw materials. The north gate was where finished products exited. The daily throughput was no small number. Wang Yusheng began his busy work again as he had received a piece of information. That is, the price of grain in the entire Tianjin port was rising, making it difficult for many of Wang Yusheng's workers in Tianjin to afford meals. Hey, is this their strategy? Sigh. Wang Yusheng was at a loss for words about them. They were always using such tactics. They wouldn't try anything new. Wang Yusheng immediately instructed Lu Zhixing to open several grain stations in Tianjin. Isn't this just a price war? He wasn't really afraid of anyone. Grain was in shortage everywhere, it was a chaotic way to profit, and he wondered if there would be repercussions. After receiving Wang Yusheng's instructions, Lu Zhixing began making arrangements. In just 2 days 5 grain stores had opened in Tianjin and the grain was subsequently delivered to the stores. January 9th was a good day. The 5 grain stations began selling grain simultaneously. The poor people in Tianjin finally sighed in relief, they could finally afford reasonably priced grain. Hurry, don't let him escape, catch him. Someone ran past Wang Yusheng on this street, leaving behind a shadow. It's June now and who knows what they've eaten, but they seem to be grabbing anyone who doesn't sit right with them. What a pity they didn't seem to look at me with disdain otherwise. Hee hee. If they did this from time to time, it would affect his business. Calculating the time, there are still 6 months of peace left. Well, let them stir up trouble themselves. Young master, there's a telegram. Kai Bo walked over after looking at the telegram. Oh. Let me see. Wang Yusheng took the telegram from Kai Bo's hand and glanced at it. The place called Sanjiao was named by Wang Yusheng for the place he rented out. The telegram stated that the first phase of land reclamation and preliminary construction had been completed. They urged Wang Yusheng to send as many people as possible if there was a great need for labor everywhere. The next step should focus on intensifying construction, and they still needed a large group of skilled workers. Kai Bo arranged it quickly and, this time, send over 3 sets of smelting equipment and 1 set of power plant equipment as well. Understood, young master, I'll take care of it right away. Kai Bo turned and went to the back house. Wang Yusheng stepped out of the shop and started wandering down the street. Not long after, he stopped. Looking up, his feet unconsciously brought him to the Yu Tai tea house. Since he was here, he might as well go in and take a look. Young master, you're in good fortune. Old Wang, your health is still good. I'm fine, just fine for now, can't walk much. I've handed over the business to my son. I'm taking it easy and doing some chores. Xuanhuan, hurry up, this is young master Wang, serve tea, the best tea. Business still going well? Wang Yusheng looked around at the somewhat quiet shop. Young master, to be honest, it's tough, but we're managing to get by. As long as we can make ends meet, many people can't even manage that. Wang Yusheng sighed as he sat at the door. Having something to eat is better than nothing. Sigh, in this day and age we can only endure. Yes, soon it'll be bright, don't worry. Old Wang, I just came by to check on you, take care of your health. Surrounding him was young Wang, the shopkeeper. No need to get busy, I still have matters to attend to, I'll come again another day. Then I'll see you off. Old Wang, don't bother. Wang Yusheng clasped his hands and turned to leave the tea house. After Wang Yusheng had walked far, the old shopkeeper's son reluctantly came out. Dad, this guy is stealing our business and you're still being polite to him. Don't talk nonsense, he didn't steal our business, it's just that your old man doesn't have that kind of fortune. Wang Yusheng left the tea house knowing that the people he had dealt with years ago still bore fruit, at least they were alive now, right? Leaving the tea house, he found himself without a destination again. He walked straight along the road. Not sure how long he walked, there was a commotion ahead. Upon looking, it was apparent that someone was practicing wrestling. This person looks somewhat familiar to Wang Yusheng. Isn't this that little ear from the overpass? If it weren't for him burying that big fool, who knows how bullied he'd be now. A group of people were wrestling here. Nearby there was another group watching and cheering. Wang Yusheng didn't join in, a circle of people was there and the stench was truly unbearable. Just as he was about to leave, someone recognized him. Young master Wang, out for a stroll? Just taking a walk. You should watch the wrestling. I won't watch, I'll come back when I have time. Wang Yusheng finished speaking and walked away. However, he hadn't taken 2 steps when someone called out to him again. You are young Master Wang. I've heard so much about you. I haven't seen you before, but your name is like thunder in my ears. I'm honored to meet you. I'm the one from the overpass. They call me Little Ear. I'm flattered. It's just a name. You all continue your fun. I heard young Master Wang has some skills. Why not give the brothers some guidance? After hearing this, Wang Yusheng, who was about to turn away, turned back to look at the group. Their posture showed they were here to challenge him. In the capital, if someone challenges you, you must respond, otherwise you'll be looked down upon. Alright. I was just taking a leisurely stroll and now I can't leave. Let me give you all some guidance. That's great, young Master Wang, please. Upon hearing that Wang Yusheng accepted the challenge, many cheerful people yelled out and a lot of people ran over. Among the crowd, a few shook their heads and remained indifferent. Clearly Wang Yusheng posed no threat. They wouldn't make a move. As for these local ruffians, none of them were a match for Wang Yusheng. These gentlemen had seen just how formidable he was. Wang Yusheng didn't even take off his clothes. Exposing his arms like them wasn't too easy. He lifted the hem of his clothes directly, making a gesture of invitation, and didn't forget to beckon them with his fingers. A large man couldn't stand it and charged at Wang Yusheng. Before he even reached close, a punch came flying. Wang Yusheng twisted his hand, directly grabbing the opponent's wrist. Before the man landed, he forcefully pulled him forward, combining his momentum with Wang Yusheng's strength. With a thud, the man crashed down in front of the crowd. One isn't enough, send 2 more. Young Master Wang is indeed a practiced fighter. We brothers have offended. Little Ear waved his hand. The remaining 6 rushed towards Wang Yusheng. With a light step, he employed the dragon swimming step, easily passing through the group of charging men. Before they could turn around, each of them received a kick to their behind. They all landed on top of the previously sturdy man. Well, young Master Wang, you are indeed something. Impressive. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of flattery. Wang Yusheng smiled and clasped his hands. He stood still, waiting for Little Ear and the others to get back up. Young Master Wang truly lives up to his name. I've learned a lot. You all did well. I won't disturb you further. Farewell. Thank you, young Master Wang, for showing mercy. I'll seek your guidance another day. Little Ear clasped his hands to Wang Yusheng. Wang Yusheng smiled, did not respond, and clasped his hands before directly exiting the encirclement. He really didn't have the hobby of showing off to others. At this moment it seemed that the overpass had become much quieter. Oh, little cousin, it's you. At this moment a few people walked over from the side. Wang Yusheng heard and turned his head. Wasn't this xuanhuan? Xuanhuan, why are you alone? Oh, I've become a patrol officer. Little cousin, you flatter me. Today Master Duo and I are on different paths. He's over there, I'm this way. Ah, so you've become a patrol officer. What about Jing Xiaoyang? I remember you all graduated from the police academy. Jing Xiaoyang is better off than me. He works in the secretariat. He's doing better than I am. That guy doesn't even have to face the wind daily, but look at my face, it's been blown up. Haha, it's just about lunchtime. Why not find a place to eat something? Sure, I'm at your service. Are you fine with Fengzi Garden? Let's go there to eat. Of course I can eat anything. I'm quite easygoing. Haha, alright, let's go. Wang Yusheng led the way, turning towards Shu Shiko. Xuanhuan. Wang Yusheng lifted the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Xuanhuan. Cousin, you can just call me Xiangfang, or Xiaozong is also fine. Xuanhuan quickly caught it with both hands. Calling names is not suitable, otherwise how can we get closer? Wang Yusheng's stature is well known. Even the commander-in-chief would come to congratulate the child's full moon celebration. Haha. Alright, I will call you Xiaozong then. You flatter me. Xuanhuan raised his teacup towards Wang Yusheng and drank the slightly hot tea in one gulp. Xiaozong, this is tea, not wine. There's no need to be so formal. Let's just have a chat. After finishing, Wang Yusheng poured another cup. Cousin, if you have any instructions, please let me know. I am listening. Good, just the 2 of us here. I won't mention anything else. Have you thought about the future yet? Xuanhuan looked up at Wang Yusheng. Cousin's meaning is, you see, having multiple identities can be burdensome, like being in the light and in the dark. I can see you're a decent person. If you continue like this, the next outcome is predictable. Today's encounter is indeed a bit coincidental. Well, let's wait until next year. When I have time, I will find you to chat privately. This. Haha. Let's not talk about other things today. It's just to treat you to a meal. The menu is here, choose whatever you like, I'm fine with anything. Zhong Xiangfang found Wang Yusheng's words somewhat puzzling. What could not be said today that needs to wait until next year? However, since it was said like this, he couldn't directly ask. Zhong Xiangfang realized that the earlier mention of two identities, one bright and one dark, must mean that this cousin knew something. However, he is now a cold chess piece and cannot take the initiative to contact his superiors. It seems that although this cousin knows, he hasn't disclosed anything, which should not be a big problem for him. Zhong Xiangfang looked at the menu and casually ordered a few hearty dishes. As for the alcohol, he planned to drink less. There was an old wine in a large jar from Tongzhou, aged for about 30 years, and Wang Yusheng ordered a jar. No doubt it tasted good. After finishing the meal, he planned to see how much they sold those large jars for and perhaps take a few jars back. Or perhaps visit a few large distilleries nearby. They must have some aged wine in stock, especially those century-old wine cellars. That's the plan. The two indulged in eating and drinking, during which Zhong Xiangfang shared many amusing stories. It was evident that this person was quite entertaining. Indeed, it would be a pity if he were to die. Not to mention anything else, just based on the original plot, he didn't need to do anything, yet he risked his life to inform Jin Chaoyang. Just for this, it was ungrateful for Jin Chaoyang to let him die. However, now that Wang Yusheng has encountered him, he would definitely lend a helping hand. As for killing that Wang Lingsheng, it's uncertain that after he's dead there wouldn't be another Li Lingsheng or Zhao Lingsheng emerging, whose temperament Wang Yusheng might not understand. It would be better to keep him around for now. When the plot requires it, he can be dealt with directly. The plot is that Wang Lingsheng failed to stop Jin Chaoyang. If Wang Lingsheng were gone, the newcomers, being more cunning, might indeed succeed in blocking Jin Chaoyang. What then? Without a second thought, they would just kill him again, and that would be a total waste of effort. Unless it's an urgent situation, it's better not to interfere. Just live your own life and lend a hand when necessary. Cousin, no need to say anything. If there's something, come find Xiaozong, I guarantee to handle it well for you. Haha. Don't worry, if there's something I will definitely find you. I won't disturb your inspection, you'll just take a stroll. Wang Yusheng continued to stroll with his hands behind his back. Young master, where are you going? I'll escort you. Oh Shanxi, it's nothing, I just finished eating and am taking a walk. Why are you out so early? Haven't you eaten yet? Young master, I returned early after eating. Today's meal was wide noodles with meat sauce and pancakes. I ate 2 pancakes and a large bowl of meat sauce noodles by myself. Then just keep busy. Earn some money, and when you've saved enough, talk to your manager about arranging a marriage for you all. Let others see that you hardworking cyclists can also have a good life. Young master, following you is the best life for us hardworking folks. Alright, stop the chit-chat and get back to work. Hey! He hopped on his bike and left. At this hour he should be waiting for work at the train station. There are many people there and they are quite generous. Basically, even a slightly longer trip would get you $50. Some generous ones would even give a whole $1. Wang Yusheng strolled along the road and arrived at the Temple of Heaven. It was overgrown with weeds. There was also a lot of garbage piled up. It seemed that this place was treated like a garbage dump. Not to mention this place, even the former royal palace was like this. And that square. Sigh. It's hard to describe. If it weren't for Wang Yusheng and some merchants paying to have someone clean up all the garbage on Qianmen Street, who knows how much there would be. Having no interest, he prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he took out a camcorder and, pinching his nose, filmed the segment while walking through the garbage piles. It was not a pleasant experience. Since he had taken it out, he decided to film all the way. After all, it wasn't boring. Once filmed, this would become absolutely textbook-level material in the future. If someone wanted to find old materials from the capital, they would have to come to Wang Yusheng. Hee. It was just a bit tiring on the feet. Wang Yusheng stopped in a corner where no one was around, took out a bicycle and then found a universal bracket to fix it. He finally secured it to the front of the bike. After trying it out while riding, it was surprisingly good. He turned on the recording and Wang Yusheng began to roam the streets. Wherever he went, he recorded. However, he didn't go far. He walked street by street in this area. Gradually he reached the 8 great alleys. Having recorded the 8 great alleys, he estimated that he now had some valuable materials. No matter who wants to study it, they would have to come to him. However, Wang Yusheng frowned at the sight of a few big men dragging a little girl. The girl looked to be only about 13 or 14 with red handprints on her face. Wang Yusheng directly stopped his bike in front of them. Hey! Buddy, who are you? It's best if you mind your own business with our affairs. After this guy spoke, several of them loosened their clothes, revealing daggers tucked into their belts. What's the matter with this girl? Someone should have told you, right? Daring to bring a girl under 15 here for trade is death. Hey! Who are you? What does that have to do with us? Do you know who we are? I really don't know. Why don't you give me a name? Let me hear who this powerful person is so arrogant. Listen carefully, kid, we are with the lampshade. This girl's father lost a bet and is using her to settle the debt. What? Do you fancy her? If so, it's simple, $500 and the girl is yours. Hee. Where are you sending her? I should know where, right? I'll send you the money later. Hey! Kid, listen up, go to Fengxian building, we'll be waiting for you there. Got it. At most in an hour I'll have someone bring the money to redeem her. Wang Yusheng glanced at the group. How bold to not take his words to heart. Wang Yusheng indicated that his temper was quite explosive. He quickly rode out of the alley and returned to the store, heading straight to the office. He took out the communicator, gather everyone in an hour, take down all the madams and managers in Fengxian building, find the lampshade and capture everyone in their gang. Understood. Gentlemen, what have we done to provoke you? Ouch. The madam of Fengxian Tower was slammed to the ground by a man in black, kicked right into the group. Boss, we found the one called Lantern Shade, this is him. A man dressed in the same black robe dragged in a man whose hands were bound. Humph. You are Lantern Shade? Yes, I am Lantern Shade. May I ask which esteemed gentleman you are so that I may understand my fate? Hee, understand your fate. That's fine. Anyone who dares to trade in girls under the age of 15 here will die. Have you heard that before? I'm wronged. It was that girl's father who lost a bet and handed her over to me. Shut up. You're guilty and that's death. I don't care about your process. The man in black slapped Lantern Shade, sending him flying. Let me make it clear to you, if you dare treat our words as mere nonsense, you are the first. Hee. I don't want you to be the last, otherwise we will have no work left. Boss, the truck has arrived. With a wave of his hand, the man in black ordered, take them all away. No. I don't know anything. I will pay. How much do you want? I will pay. The madam struggled to stand up. Slap. Money. Are we people who lack money? Tie them all up and gag them. The people here listened and the madam along with others were taken away. You can choose another madam. With a wave of his hand, a group of people lifted two each and headed out. Anyone who dares to walk uncooperatively will receive a kick in a sensitive spot, and no one dared to be uncooperative again. Boss, that girl has already been sent to the industrial zone. We checked her identity and there are no issues. The father who lost her has also been brought in. Let's go outside the city. The truck carrying a load of people swaggered out of the city. Anyone who dares to obstruct them will find themselves tied up and thrown onto the truck. As for their confidence, of course it came from Wang Yusheng. As long as they didn't break the sky, their master could handle it. Their duty was simply to get the job done. Wang Yusheng was already waiting for them. The few who first encountered Wang Yusheng no longer had that imposing demeanor. The fact that these people were taken away quickly spread. For the sake of a girl who was pawned, someone sent dozens of people over to directly capture over 100. It seemed strange from every angle. At first some had done this secretly without taking the matter seriously. However, after this incident emerged, fine, any brothel with girls under 15 was directly cleared out. It's no joke, their lives are precious. Those who were thinking of investigating were also dumbfounded as they watched over 100 girls gathering around. They had to send a message to their master, and soon 2 cars came to take the girls out of the city. What Wang Yusheng could do was to pretend not to see it, but since he saw it, he would clean it up. The more he cleaned, the fewer such people would exist. As for those taken away, they would naturally be buried. Why keep them around for the new year? At least for the 8 great alleys it had become slightly cleaner. Even the casinos dared not accept anyone anymore. Who knew that the one causing the upheaval would clear out the casinos as well? Time quickly approached August. The birthday of the mischievous child had also arrived. The old man had already sent over 15 shipments of goods, but not all at once, as it was too eye-catching, instead sending them over 2 ships at a time. From the broadcast it was clear that both sides were now engaged in verbal sparring. Wang Yusheng knew that the final battle was about to commence. Verbal sparring was the last stand. However, some wanted to cash in on it. Wang Yusheng could not let them have their way, because the gold yuan notes had been issued. This thing initially had some value, but after August it changed daily. In the end it became something even more nauseating than fiat currency. Young master, we exchanged 20 million silver dollars for gold and it's all stored in the vault. The steward said. Steward, go find some good wine distilleries. They should have a habit of storing wine, especially those over 50 years old. They taste good, bring them all. Wine only becomes more valuable with age. There's no such thing as losing money. And those calligraphy paintings and antiques could be traded with silver dollars. Many now smelt the opportunity and many were eager to sell at low prices. After passing through the eyes of the 8 great banks, all that could be collected was collected. All right, young master, I will go do that right away. The steward's efficiency was never just talk, and Wang Yusheng never doubted it. When they arrived at the front, they found Manager Lu. Second, young master. We still operate as before, not accepting new currency, only silver dollars and gold. Understood. Time is running out. Wang Yusheng glanced at the perpetual calendar in his hand. Yes, it's getting close. Time had reached the end of August. Perhaps some people began to sense something as larger-scale activities began in the capital along with the secret police's arrest operations. Every day you could see a group of people chasing another group. People on the streets would not go out if they had nothing to do, as stray bullets could come from nowhere and hit them. What is this called? Trouble from the skies. On this day Wang Yusheng was busy with work in the office when someone knocked on the door. Come in. Wang Yusheng heard someone enter but did not speak, looking up. He was momentarily stunned. Tian Dan. When did you come back? I've been back for several days. I received a mission today and came over. Mission? Haha. What mission? Without caring about anything else, Wang Yusheng opened his arms and Tian Dan, with a smile in her eyes, came beside him and hugged him. Let's talk about the mission later, kiss me. TSK. Little girl, you're quite bold. Before Wang Yusheng could finish his sentence, her lips were already coming close. What is passion? What is enthusiasm? What is immersion? Wang Yusheng experienced it all with this woman. An hour and a half later he could no longer hold back. She lay on Wang Yusheng's chest. Phew. Almost died from exhaustion. You were too wild. It's because I missed you too much. Tian Dan rubbed against his chest, finding a comfortable spot to lay down. Now tell me, what did you want to see me for? Someone came to ask for you, saying they wanted to meet you. Meet me? Where? So mysterious, and they sent you to find me. It wouldn't be your father, would it? Then I'll bring something. Do as you wish. Tian Dan did not say anything. Tell me, what did you learn on this trip? I learned a lot, but I'll tell you the specifics when I have the chance. As Tian Dan spoke, she began to sit up. What? You want to leave now? Yes, let's go. You drive, it's not far. Then we should at least have lunch first. Okay, I'll listen to you. Looking at Tian Dan's petite figure, Wang Yusheng picked her up again. After holding her for a while, they finally put on their clothes. Once outside the office, Tian Dan spoke a few words to familiar people while Wang Yusheng went to the back. These days his wife and Gun Yang were in the industrial zone. The gifts sent by his father had yet to be unpacked. Wang Yusheng told the steward he was going out for a bit and drove off with a half-loaded car of gifts. Upon reaching the front gate, he picked up Tian Dan and headed towards Yongding Gate. Others found it troublesome to leave the city, but when Wang Yusheng's car reached the gate, the barricades were lifted aside and he was generous. He tossed out a few packs of cigarettes. Immediately flattery came pouring in and Wang Yusheng waved his hand and drove straight out of the city. The vehicle jolted along the rough terrain. The roads these days beyond the city are hardly any good. Fortunately, Wang Yusheng's car is a professional off-road vehicle. Even the dirt roads felt like a smooth ride. Following Tian Dan directions, they drove from noon until after 4 p.m., finally reaching their destination. It was just over 300 kilometers, yet such a terrible road made Wang Yusheng drive for nearly 5 hours. But, little girl, where have you brought me? When Wang Yusheng got out of the car, he saw many people from the 5-star faction. Zibeipo. What? Why did you bring me here? Do you know where this is? Obviously. Never mind, when are we leaving? You haven't even met anyone yet. Come on, someone is very eager to see you. Aren't you curious? Tian came over and linked her arm with Wang Yusheng, pulling him towards a courtyard. TSK. I'm really not curious about who wants to see me anymore. Can I not go? Wang Yusheng was supposed to feel happy to see those people, but when the moment arrived he felt anything but joy. Instead he felt somewhat uneasy. Hee. What's wrong? Did you guess it? Of course, just don't know what my role will be here. It must be friendly acquaintances. Don't worry, I guarantee it. Tian patted her chest as she spoke. Alright, stop patting. If you keep it up I might just flatten it, don't you believe me? Tian didn't reply, only rolling her eyes at Wang Yusheng. Nevertheless, she dragged Wang Yusheng into a courtyard. Going, everyone is inside. Speak properly and don't be too casual. Tian adjusted Wang Yusheng's clothes. Hey! If I had known this I would have asked more questions. Alright, hurry up and go in. Tian gently patted Wang Yusheng's chest. This was unavoidable, it was just a meeting, so let it be. Are you coming in with me? Tian shook her head. Wang Yusheng lifted the door curtain and walked in. He immediately spotted someone carrying one of the cameras he had given. Next to him was a person resembling a secretary who nodded at Wang Yusheng. Comrade Wang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Everyone is waiting for you inside, please come in. Alright. Since he was already inside, Wang Yusheng became more generous. He followed the secretary into the inner room. It was a small conference room. In the middle stood a long wooden table surrounded by a circle of chairs. At that moment there were 6 people in the room, all smiling and standing up as Wang